Hello, everyone, and welcome on in. It is the Play versus Spring 2026 season, and boy, am I excited to kick this off. My name is AIA here with Reezy. We'll be your yappers for the beginning of today, at least. This is going to be day 2, I believe, of our state championship playoffs, the Arizona Interscholastic Association, and we are live actually from the Grand Canyon. So awesome to see that we have a LAN out there and the players in the facility. Can't wait to see what they bring us today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we got some Marvel Rivals coming in first for all of you, and I am so excited. It's been a while since I was here on a Marvel Rivals cast, so, you know, already ready to go ahead and jump into it. But I mean, this is a huge step for a lot of these players, right? Because I mean, being in a venue and being able to play possibly your favorite game, and of course, you know, claim the ultimate amount of bragging rights, it's definitely going to be up there. And so honestly, a really huge moment for all these students, and of course the parents too, that are all coming right here to go and support their child, you know, friends and whatever. So honestly, this is really amazing, and I am so honored and excited to be up on here, especially with you, Ari Cass. You know, you recently took down my team, Full Sail Armada in the NACE finals. I just realized that, and I'm like, wow, small world, but
That's funny.
but we're up here and we're ready to bring you guys a banger of a show.
That's actually crazy. I'm gonna have to tell my university that. But we've got some players and teams here that need to be recognized. We've got two matchups for you, at least the semifinals for Marvel Rivals to start off today. First matchup will be Desert Ridge versus Liberty High School, and then the second one will be Copper Canyon versus Hamilton. So we've got some good teams, high seeds, maybe a little bit lower seeds, 1 versus 13, 2 versus 14, but that's a story that we can build as we simmer along today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Desert Ridge, right, being the number one in the seeding, undefeated so far, just about about 2 game losses all season across 35s being played. And I mean, that is just the definition of dominance. So we already have a little bit of an underdog story that's going on through. And I mean, Liberty so far, they don't really seem like a pushover, right? I mean, they are 13 seeded, but they have a really, really good record going in with 30-6 games. So they've won matches when it counts. So, the Lions, they've been building up this momentum. And, on paper, you see, okay, all right, number one ranked top seeding going up against some resilient underdogs. This is about to be an absolute banger of a match to go on start. And I'm just so pumped and excited for it. But, quick thing before we go ahead and, start getting this show on a road. Are you still figuring out what's next after high school? What if gaming could take you there? Play vs. Recruit is a free platform that connects you directly with college esport programs across the US and Canada. Go ahead and get discovered, get recruited, and turn your passion into your path. Go ahead and sign up at playversus.com/recruit and see where that takes you. And I mean, ooh, man, I've been branching out a lot towards these kind of collegiate leagues. I stem from collegiate, and so, definitely is a really, really good path to take. And I mean, there's nothing short of also, potential coming from a lot of these high schoolers. For those who are heavily involved in the competitive scene entirely of Marvel Rivals, two really big player names that I have to go: Sticky and Tree IWNL. Players that played for right now playing for Vengeful, and currently playing for Cafe Rose, who currently are Marvel Rival Ignite team. So definitely a lot of potential to go ahead and spread your roots, go on out and be like, hey, I can definitely be among the greats.
Yeah, there are so many different collegiate leagues out there, high school leagues out there. My suggestion as a collegiate player myself, get yourself out there, do as many competitions as you can, because you will see those results. And to see a little bit better today, we actually have another sponsor that we're going to be thanking. The road to the Play VS Cup has begun, and so the best high school teams across US and Canada are battling to determine who is going to be the best and crown the ultimate champion in the end. So thank you to our Play VS Cup sponsor, Zenny. You can use code PlayVS at checkout for 10% off your order site-wide and at zenny.com. And I can't lie, I have some Zenny glasses. They're blue light glasses, and honestly, they look pretty dang good. So, yeah, you got the vouch here from me, the vote of approval.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of people don't really understand how important these blue light glasses can really be. I mean, I have some myself, partially because I'm blind, but obviously, definitely a lot of room there to go ahead and just, obviously protect yourself from these screens. And, I definitely parents out there, definitely my parents were very, very insistent on me staying away from the screens because it'll scramble up on the brains. But yeah, I mean, we're here for some Marvel Rivals. And honestly, Marvel Rivals currently has been probably arguably one of the fastest growing esports, and especially around, a lot of high school and also collegiate, definitely been climbing up the ranks. And with all this work that they've been putting on through for Ignite and whatever, it's definitely a lot. I mean, I competed a little bit, didn't really get that far, I mean, like one of my biggest sayings, the reason why I'm a caster and not a player, but I mean, that's just the way that things happen every now and then. But yeah, these players have all converged on here to go ahead and get a show going on for us. And of course, like I said before, I'm just so incredibly excited for it.
Yeah, I mean, it really is amazing to see how many players we have out here and the progress that they're making along the way. I mean, you really have players from schools maybe that aren't super known, but when it comes to esports, they're just zooming off the charts. I mean, even taking the first matchup from today, you have a team that went undefeated versus a team that has not lost a single map in the entirety of playoffs. So it's a really strong battle in every single match. You got to stay tuned for each and every one.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I do believe we do have a venue intro. So let's go ahead and take a look at our potential champions to go ahead and, jump on here. I mean, ooh, man, this is just a banger after banger.
All right, everybody, welcome to Grand Canyon University. My name is Tyler Galvin. I'm the Facility and Events Manager here at GCU Esports. I'm excited to welcome y'all to Grand Canyon, where we have an amazing esports experience for you today. But before further ado, I'd like to introduce two freshmen here at GCU, Xander and Noah, who are going to be helping us game call today and welcome everybody in. These guys are fantastic young stars at GCU Esports. But we've got our first game coming up here shortly with Desert Ridge High School versus Liberty High School in the Arizona AIA Esports semifinal game for Marvel Rivals. We've got an action-packed day, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a full esports arena here full of fans and family and friends, and we're excited to have some fun with y'all. So stay tuned and enjoy the show, and let's have a great day.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Can I steal that person like to do all of my intros ever? Like that was great. No notes, perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, definitely is going to be a good day. And, I mean, I personally, I see it. And it's just, I feel like it's a really, really huge thing for a lot of these players. And, I mean, just being in a whole venue, being able to go ahead and show, hey, I poured my time into a game. And also while balancing, school, that's one of the biggest things that I always like to go ahead and mention when, we're seeing a lot of these collegiate games. Because, I mean, these players, they've come here to put on such a great performance. They've come here to put on an absolute show. And they're still going ahead and juggling all their studying, all their homework, whatever shenanigans they got going up on school. But this is going to be, I believe, a random domination map first. I do believe it has been selected, and it is going to be Clintar Domination. So domination, definitely a really, really big topic when we jump into the Marvel Rivals world, because one of the biggest things that we already see is you can't really determine how the rest of the games are going to go based off of domination. But to go ahead and explain domination a little bit for maybe those parents out there that don't really understand it. Think of it a little bit like tug of war, but instead of rope, it's a point on the map. Each team are trying to go ahead and stand in that zone, and the player that has more percentages, are going to be obviously the victors. So I guess another way to describe it is, of course, you have 100 points. You got 100 points, and if the other team is standing in your zone and you aren't, they are draining your score. It's like a balloon slowly deflating. So your job is to just go ahead and get in there and stop it by, of course, winning out the fight and forcing them away from it. I think that's the best explanation I can go ahead and give on it.
Yeah, I've never heard that explanation for domination, but honestly, the more you think about it, yeah, I'll agree with you there. I think as well, it's just classic King of the Hill for those who might have played a different game or just understand the concept of King of the Hill. You just want to be the ones on the point, protecting the base, you name it, sort of things like that. But I believe we do also have one more sponsor before we get too far into the Marvel Rivals kind of yappage. We do have to thank one more person, and that's going to be Respawn. They are a proud Play vs. Cup sponsor, and you can use code PlayVersusTeam to get an extra 10% off the sale price at respawnproducts.com store. So big shout out to them. Thank you for making this possible, and everyone here who's honestly making up what is this massive kind of live stream broadcast show that we've got going on.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's just like I've been saying from the start, it's a huge thing for a lot of these kids to go ahead and move on. And Marvel Rivals, it's been a bit of a wibbly-wobbly kind of game, to move on through it. Like a lot of changes happening all across the board. With I think the biggest, most recent one definitely being that 20% ult negation coming in. I mean, of course, it was a little bit of a while ago, but still, a lot of emphasis going in through the entire neutral of the game. And, when I worked at a little bit for a podcast in the entire collegiate, we did have a player, Xorius, coming in from Georgia Tech, jump in here, and he was very, very insistent going on about okay, the game is good, of course, but when it just comes down to it, a lot of it is just an absolute ult massacre or an ult fiesta, as I like to call it, when you're just jumping in with all these ultimates coming in left and right. And definitely the one biggest thing the Rivals need is definitely a full-on impact on the neutral. And I feel like that's definitely what they've succeeded in. And then, of course, that just goes ahead and begs the question coming in with over, obviously, Gambit and also the Elsa Bloodstone, known as the goddess of hit scan, in my opinion. Definitely some of the strongest heroes that we've been seeing jumping around across the board. So, definitely very interested to see if that's kind of the route that we're going to be taking here. We're going to see what we see a lot in Ignite, a lot of Gambit and Elsa bans. But, I mean, this is high school. So, anything could happen.
It's very much a mix of both meta and comfortability. I mean, a lot of these teams will have certain hero pools that they may not be adjust to for the meta, things like that. But I think I saw on one of the teams that we have playing today that they are not allowed to play Squirrel Girl because just straight up the coach doesn't like the character and just doesn't like how they use it. So it's one of those things where they probably have a Squirrel Girl player, but maybe they're just deciding nope, or maybe they're going to disrespect their coach's wishes. And we will have a little bit of a fun inter battle and then a fun coach interview after that one, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Squirrel Girl, I gotta say, I can't really be mad about that. I can't really go ahead and be mad about that. Squirrel Girl, I think, has been a big of a lot of a menace, more than the likes of Spider-Man coming about, and definitely regarded as one of those easy characters that is still able to find a lot of value. But Squirrel Girl still, I don't know if 100% if we're gonna be seeing the possibility of a Squirrel Girl. I mean, I'm not really sure. Squirrel Girl is just it's definitely a hero for sure.
I think we're gonna see it. I work with a lot of high school competitions, and it does seem to be a very popular pick for teams that are struggling, right? It's maybe not your plan right out of the gate, but as soon as you kind of hit that barrier, you need a little bit more damage. I think that's certainly a valuable way to go into things. Of course, there are counterplays, there are things like that, but let's just jump into this hero picks and bans and see what exactly is going on.
Yeah, by the looks of it, it does look like it is going to be MRC bans. And of course, a little quick explanation. Basically, it's a lot more different than what people really expect. When we see a lot of Ignite, but really in Ignite, you're banning out for the enemy player. But for MRC bans, it's basically just going to be banning out the entirety. So of course, banning out the Loki first. Loki is banned out on both sides, so both teams are not going to be able to play that hero. And then, of course, the Daredevil being secured. This is a lot that we've honestly been seeing a lot. Loki and Gambit getting banned out. Two very, very strong strategists to go ahead and combine it. Gambit has been exceptionally strong ever since release. But, I mean, you combine a Loki into that mix, and that's when things really, really pick up. Because then you go with the Loki ultimate, the God of Mischief, into the Raging Royal Flush. You get two Gambit ults, and that just completely just buffs your team immensely. You got that extra movement speed, that extra damage, and, of course, a 20% ult buff. So you basically get the negative 20% removed. And one thing that people also don't really know is that Captain America's ulti does that same thing.
You're right, I did not know that. But also, the last time I saw Captain America played was in Season 0. So, maybe we just see a mix-up in the tanks and the vanguards today, and maybe we see a little bit more of this dive with that Venom save coming on in. It looks like maybe that's a comfortability pick just from the hovers that I'm seeing right now, but as well, I guess Elsa Bloodstone does have that dual ability to kind of play up more close and also from range, depending on how they choose and how their playstyle is. I think the Daredevil as well going to be good for up close and personal, as those melee weapons are very effective for close damage.
Yeah, and I mean, Elsa Bloodstone is going to be banned out last, but I mean, the reason why I like to call her the goddess of hit scan is just because she can fit into almost any kind of comp. She can fit into a bunker down comp, a front to back comp, a dive comp, and she can fit in almost every word. But I mean, at the same time, of course, getting banned out, a lot of our strong heroes that we're seeing are getting banned out here. Namor being banned out last, 100% definitely to go ahead and counteract it. I mean, dive has just been a strategy that's been so incredibly dominant from the start. And of course, having that Venom and Daredevil in that pocket definitely is going to make the backline very, very difficult for Liberty High School to go ahead and bunker it down. But then again, you have the thing, Tarnished rocking it onto that thing. Of course, going to be able to go ahead and use the Yancey Street Charge to apply that Earthbound, which basically just means you can't move. You can't use any dashing abilities to go ahead and get a quick escape. So definitely Thing is one of the strongest counters up against Dive.
To take a peek at Liberty High School, if you're going to take an eye on anyone, if you don't know anything about these two teams, it's J-Bro, Diff, and Vincent, which is Zyther. They are the seniors, the team captains, and are actually numbers 1 and 2 in the senior class of over 600 students. So if you're going to look out for some good things, that's immediately where I'm looking to. I know J-Bro Diff will be attending Princeton in the fall, so we wish them luck there, but also in this matchup here and today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, watching people play video games alone, from a parent's perspective, it's just like, they just go ahead, they're playing a game, getting them points up in the scoreboard. But in reality, this is 6 players coordinating in real time. they got to have that team coordination to move on through. Of course, they have to have the players tanking up, absorbing up the damage, and of course, taking up a lot of space so they can move. And then, of course, you got the healers from behind, people who are flanking, going in from the back and finding these picks. And if communication breaks down, then the teams start losing. But as we move on here already, of course, Venom moving in onto the back line, going to be able to dish out a little bit of damage. But even then, the picks are coming in already. The Annoyed One going to be able to get that first pick onto the Punisher, but still, doesn't really look like any teams are at a hard advantage just yet. But still, being down a player is, of course, going to make things a little bit rocky for you. But even then, already, Celestial Husk, definitely one of the most oddest domination maps. Not one of my favorites, but I mean, it's one of the most maps of all time.
It's one of those things where players will have straight up game plans to it, maybe just attack through a single lane. But I'm seeing a dive from Desert Ridge. It was successful that first fight, and now this cleanup goes after another pick goes their way. Think just maybe a player out of position, but oh yeah, you're right. Annoyed One with a 3K.
Oh man, that's definitely very, very nice. The Annoyed One going in already with a triple KO to go ahead and secure them the scoreboard now. Now that percentage is slowly cracking up. They got to get that to 100% to go ahead and take it to point number 2. Even then, that's going to set Liberty High School behind just a little bit. And with Hey Lemon hanging around here on the top, going to be able to wait a little bit to use that diving strike to move on into the back and try and find a pick on the healers, because you take the healers out, you crumble their entire game plan. But it's going to get spotted out by the Phoenix there. Butterworks locating the Venom, and so going to play just a little bit more slow, waiting for the timing, and this is where the community goes in. Diving strike going on the back line, of course, matching it up with a right click and a righteous cross comes for Daredevil, but even that going to be able to get picked off, and already moving in. Annoyed One ready with the final judgment, still able to find a pick despite the KO, popping in the final judgment, Eternal Bond, Invisible Boundary, Meteor M, all the ultis are going in, and Ultra Fiesta once again. Meteor M going to be able to get slam dunk onto the Cloak and Dagger with a double KO, now coming in from the Annoyed One to move onto the back and secure a triple KO and send Liberty High School back to spawn.
I know his name is the Annoyed One, but I have a feeling he's more the annoying one to the other side. I mean, this is just crazy, the ability to have such impact on each one of these fights. I mean, obviously that dive play goes in and brings those targets down to such low HP, but now you have a character that can also finish them off with final blows, and that's really valuable to have on a team with the dive composition as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And with a combination of the Venom, of course, with Celestial Corrosion, right click, being able to go ahead and slow them down. We see Fitzy the Abyss coming in, be able to find a decent chunk of people. The Annoyed One finishing the pick, but the Eye of Agamotto going to be able to dish out and find 3 people. Now matching it up with another final judgment. Go ahead and secure these picks. Liberty High School looking really, really good, but the Annoyed One is going to be able to take the Punisher down, and that's just going to crumble their tempo by just a little bit. Tempo is the name of the game. Having that momentum against the enemy is definitely what you need, but as we jump in over to overtime now, the Annoyed One's still going to be able to find 2 members with the Deliverance popping up back. What you see, the End Song Inferno being popped up now, moving out to the back, but still not going to be able to find any picks just yet. We see now we're letting the devil out. They move on through. Triple KO coming in once again for the Annoyed One, and he's so incredibly strong. Invisible Boundary, though, is going to delay things just a little bit. The extra sustain going to make things a little bit more difficult, but the Annoyed One is just going absolutely berserk with the Punisher.
I mean, this form from Desert Ridge is so strong. I mean, they're just playing right now to hold on, to punish these staggered players that come on through. I mean, the shotgun's doing a bajillion damage. They take down their counterpart, and now they take down Liberty High School in our first sub-map.
Wow. I mean, that's just... wow. Already moving on through, and I mean, on paper, you go ahead and you look at it, right, and you're like, okay, maybe going to be a little bit of shivers coming in, but I mean, this underdog story doesn't really look like it's going in too well. So, I think we got to go ahead and try and change up the game plan, Doesn't really seem like, okay, hey, all right, we need something to go ahead and try and take down the Punisher. I feel like maybe going a Magneto here, of course, having a metallic curtain, going with the Meteor M to absorb anything could probably be what you need, because really, this is just a game of, okay, we got to go ahead and take this Punisher out. The Annoyed One is just so incredibly strong. And it looks like Liberty High School are shifting their comp in a little bit there. I mean, we see Hulk has been getting a lot more play recently, especially because he's been so incredibly more stronger now. Definitely, the door has been opened for the Hulk players, but still, it's really, really tough. But I believe Liberty High School are going to be able to find their footing now. They just have to go ahead and secure it and take it to a .3 here.
It does feel like these swaps are very much, if you can't beat them, join them, in the sense of like, okay, they're playing dive and we're kind of struggling with how our comp looks, so let's just kind of go for dive ourselves. Now, whether that is effective, we're still unsure of, and obviously we'll see the results in just a little bit, but for right now, I'm only looking at 1 ult on the board for either side, and I think the Annoyed One's ult is going to be a bit more effective, but we'll see how that stacks up.
Yeah, we see already the final judgment being popped up, but immediately going to go ahead and match up with Eternal Bond. So it doesn't really look like they're going to be able to find any picks. And look at that, the Venom coming in, taking the Annoyed One out finally. But even then, the teammates are just going in and retaliating. It looks like the dive coming from Liberty High School is just on point. You got the Hulk and the Venom moving on through. And of course, you have Daredevil go ahead to go and finish it. And now Liberty High School finding their footing, definitely moving on with great timing. Beast of the Abyss, only ultimate available on Desert Ridge's side. And of course, that's going to be... Oh, never mind. Eternal Bond just came up. That's going to be a really, really strong ult to have because of that healing reduction that it grants now.
I'm just thinking about, like, if Liberty, the team, I believe, that came in as that first seed, is matching this pace now, I'm worried what the adjustment is going to be from Desert Ridge. Are they just a one-trick team in a one play style, or can they pull it through? The Eternal Bond and multiple ults investigated and invested here in this corner.
Yeah, Venom finding himself in a little bit of a tough spot, but even then, the Symbiotic Resilience, that extra bonus shield is just going to go ahead and give a little extra survivability. But now we see the World Breaker being unleashed, matched up with Invisible Boundary, but the Venom, Beast of the Abyss to move on the back. We already see now Daredevil popping in with the Devil's Rain to go ahead and, of course, apply that blindness and maybe find a pick. But even then, inside the Invisible Boundary, you're not going to be able to get that much value out of it. We see already as they go ahead and maybe try and find these picks, moving on Butterworks with the Deliverance, going to be able to find the KO onto the Annoyed One, and then onto the Invisible Woman, going to take it out by the Venom. But yeah, it is just a little bit of a back and forth. Desert Ridge now in control of the point, but Liberty High School are just easily going to go ahead and get it back on this retake. Venom's not going to make it easy, though.
Yeah, at least the saving grace there for Desert Ridge is that they did find a flip in the middle of that fight, and so they were able to kind of have that extra percentage for themselves, but also stalling Liberty from getting anything further, right? At this point, you have about even-ish in the ults, a few about to come up for Liberty High School, and now you're saying, how do we want to take this next fight? Because Desert, when they were on dive, had very clear plans for engagement. I'm looking to see that out here in this particular style of team as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is where things are going to get a little bit more dire now. You'll see Butterworks has that ultimate available, but so does Silk Song. So going to be able to go ahead and maybe get a little bit of a negation there, an ult for an ult kind of combo. But as we jump over here in the back, it looks like sights are on. Darcy now moving on the back. Daredevil's ultimate being popped up to go ahead and match it up. We see the Fist of Abyss and Eternal Bond now coming from Liberty High School. Go ahead and get that extra sustain and maybe find a picker to close the fight out. But it's going to be actually J-Bro that gets that pick onto the Annoyed One. Now rocking up with a Bucky, unfortunately unable to get any value there. And yeah, Desert Ridge are getting pushed all the way back. Now the space being taken by Scyther. And of course, the Hulk is just so incredibly strong. We'll see the clobbering time getting popped up. Matchup with Eternal Bond now, but Final Judgment going to go ahead and try and find that pick. Matching it up with the Invisible Boundary now. Of course, that Shroud is going to give it, it's going to go Golden Dagger a little bit more survivability, but even then, the thing is just going to get absolutely melted, and Daredevil's going to go and follow it up, but easier there, cracking impact, going in onto the back, not going to be able to get the reset in maybe just yet, as Hulk is just taking him out. The World Breaker just unleashing immense amounts of damage with the Gamma Burst, double KO coming on through, and yeah, Liberty High School are looking really good.
Oh my, that fight was so staggered on out, so many ults invested, but it does not matter. I mean, you see the Annoyed One bounce to oblivion, was booped once, then again, and it's funny because usually that's the character that's saying again, is that Bucky, but no, they were sent to infinity and beyond, and well, they're not going to have a chance to redeem themselves in that second sub map. That'll be flipped the other way, and now we're down to the final wire, kind of last chance in order to take this map number 1. And for those of you that might be curious as well, these are best of 5s or first of 3s, depending on how you call it.
30 seconds
yeah, and I mean, you can't really determine who's really going to go ahead and take it. I mean, Desert Ridge looked really strong coming on the first point, but then Liberty High School, of course, immediately retaliated. And at the end of the day, that's also the name of the game, adaptability. Liberty High School were able to go ahead and adapt to the comp that Desert Ridge had, and now it's their turn. We already see a lot of switches coming in. We have the Rogue, we have the Strange, Wolverine, and the Iron Fist now. And so, Iron Fist isn't really a character that we see get played a lot, but it's the Rogue that's really, kind of confusing me a little bit. I mean, we don't really see Rogue get played a lot. I mean, definitely, moves up almost 2 whole tiers when you have the Gambit moved in because of that team up. But, with the tenacity coming in through, you know, the anti-CC effect, Rogue has really suffered the most out of every other hero. But even then, you know, Hey Lemon, I think, is going to be able to go ahead and try and make this work. Definitely able to get the CC options onto the Hulk is definitely what they need. And we see it happening already. Hulk going to get taken down to Puny Banner. And that's going to be the first pick coming in from the Annoyed One, taking Tarnish out. And Desert Ridge, you know, I think this comp is definitely working out. But there we see the CC effect, Tenacity coming onto the Venom. And that's going to allow him to escape swiftly but surely.
That's an ult invested, and it's fun that all these melee fights are happening. I think they realized that from the second sub-map. They make the adjustment in this one, and they finally have found that first pick. That's going to be transitioned into a second, then a third. The whole team kind of adding to the kill feed for themselves, and eventually they end up with the fight win.
Yeah, I mean, tax evasion going in, getting that final hit is definitely a game changer. But Tarnish now can be rocking up with Captain America. And of course, you know, dive is so insanely strong, but this is now more a little bit of a dive / brawl kind of comp. We just see pure fisticuffs happening all over the point. But as we move on here, of course, you have to play this a little bit carefully. The Silksong does have that Eye of Agamotto available. The Eternal Bond is also available. And now the Living Chi. And I mean, look at that. Tarnish is just going to get absolutely melted coming at the start. But of course, the shield going to be able to negate a little bit. Eye of Agamotto going to move it in. Going to be able to find 3 members. And that's going to secure these picks. Maybe, but no. We see the Invisible Boundary coming from the Invisible Woman just in time. Danny coming in at the right moment. But even then, it's not going to be much as the Living Chi is being popped up. And finally, these picks, Eternal Bond. So go ahead and match it up on both sides. And the last stand coming from Wolverine. Going to be able to take Cloak and Dagger out and away from the fight. And 50% and counting coming from Desert Ridge now. It is just really, really tough for Liberty High School. They have to try and find a crack in the armor here to secure these picks and retake the point and start stacking the percentages of their own.
I saw the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond from J-Bro, and then I think the counter ult from the Annoyed One, but honestly, I would have rather seen neither of those, right? The J-Bro, it's a lost fight. I think you save it for the next one. The Annoyed One, that you're probably not going to break through that Eternal Bond anyway, so I think you would have that in this fight as a valid variable.
Yeah, absolutely. But we see the Heartbreaker now getting popped out, but even then, Rogue is going to get melted. Has to fall back, Freedom Charge, popping up from Tarnish, of course, and that's going to give a huge buff to Liberty High School. They got that 20% ult gain and, of course, extra movement speed and shielding, which is always nice to have. And Liberty High School are going to be the ones finding the picks. The KO feed turns blue as they take all members out, getting control of the point finally. And yeah, this is where things now get really tough because does Desert Ridge go ahead and pop up with a Pentagram for Raho? Did they use that portal to go in and secure? It looks like they are going to swap to the Magneto. Of course, makes sense. You know, you recognize, okay, we still have a lot of fights at our disposal. Don't really have to go ahead and use portal just yet.
I think it is a bit funny. We were talking about Captain America and maybe how much we didn't see him, and now he's here in our game. So I guess ask and you shall receive. Maybe that comfortability shining through once again, but let's see if it pays off. It has the first 2 fights that we've seen it, but also that shield's been getting very quickly broken early into these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. But as we move on over, Siki can go ahead and let the devil out, matching it up with a final judgment coming from Butterworth. But even then, still, it's going to be the Rogue finding that pick onto Scyther, and that's going to be a tank down. And that's not what you want to happen at all. Lootberry going to get that final hit onto Butter. And so far, so good coming in from Liberty High School. They are finding these picks, but they have to be careful now because King Metal is here in the back, ready to secure these picks. And with how low they are looking, that's going to be the pick secured. The TP, though, this does come in from Scyther, but doesn't really look like it's going to be able to get much value as they have retaken a point. And with the TP being right there, everyone up in their face, it's up to Tarnish to try and hold it down. But the Deliverance is just going to deliver an absolute massacre of bullets over to Tarnish. KO coming on through. And now we see, of course, the support ultimates coming in. Invisible Boundaries making a Venn diagram, but the Eye of Agamotto is going to be able to find 5 members of Desert Ridge. Final judgment getting popped up from Noidon. Going to be able to find 1 pick, but even then, it's not going to be enough. It was just a huge Eye of Agamotto coming in from Scyther. That's just going to get absolutely immense amounts of stuns. Eternal Bond coming in to Meteor M to try and counteract against it, but it didn't really match up. We see the Living Chi now being popped up over from King Metal, but unfortunately just immediately wiped out. And now Liberty High School with a phenomenal retake are going to be in control of the point once again, but they have to be careful. One bad fight could end map number 1.
I was so surprised the Annoyed One had another final judgment in that fight to use. I mean, you saw them just go for a flank, kind of bite off more than they could chew, and goes down early, but... Or sorry, that was Butterworks. Never mind, ignore my point. But still, the point is these ults are being really critical in these fights more than ever, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And Butterworks going to be able to get a double KO already. And I mean, this is what you want to see. The Spider-Man pick coming in, that's a pick that we definitely are not seeing a lot. But of course, the KO feed is just absolutely blue. And the amazing power, the uppercut coming in from the Menace himself is going to be able to secure that pick onto Hey Lemon. And Desert Ridge going to be able to swap up over to that Doctor Strange. Of course, give them one last fight because things are not looking good. We are going to go to an absolute overtime battle. And we see, of course, Wolverine on the back, going to be able to use that Feral Leap, not going to be able to find anything, and immediately wipe out. Final Judgment popped up from Butterworks, but the damage coming in is going to be a lot. But the spectacular spin coming in from Siki is going to be able to find a double KO. Final Judgment as well to match it up. The spectacular Judgment is just going to close map number 1 out in just a little bit here, maybe, as Desert Ridge are unable to hold it down. Map number 1 going over to Liberty High School.
Well, you've got your storyline now. How about that? For Desert Hills, it's, see what they can do, push your opponents to the limits, bring everything you can to the table. For Liberty, it's about matching that pace and then surpassing what your opponents are doing. And honestly, you could not have a closer map 1 to a series. If this is any testament to how the rest of the series is going to look, we're in for a banger, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, oh, they're already gone. They've disappeared. They've evaporated away. I, of course, definitely probably went to a regroup and I'll just figure out what the plan is going to be here. But I mean, wow. I mean, take a look at the scoreboard, it's so insane. And I mean, we move on from the beginning, right? We saw the Annoyed One just getting absolute work coming in with the Punisher. But then it just came down to Liberty High School. They were able to go ahead and adapt and be able to go ahead and just get the plan in, Okay, wait. Our comp isn't really working out that well. Switch it up. We got this, and that's exactly what they did. MVP going to be able to go out to Danny, and of course, gotta say, it makes sense. I mean, the heals came in at the right moment. The damage as well. People really underestimate the amount of damage that Invisible Woman can deal. But of course, it was mainly those invisible boundaries. The ultimate coming in from Invisible Woman to go ahead and secure that extra fight, to go ahead and give a lot of extra sustain. And of course, help secure a lot of these picks because that's slow. When the enemy team enters the invisible boundary, is just so insanely tough.
I think for Desert Ridge, they play a very, okay, we are going to change our kind of comp identity going into a fight if it's not working for us, right? They'll like full swap. On the other side, for Liberty, you're seeing them change maybe 1, maybe 2 pieces as maybe they get eliminated earlier or they just kind of come back as a group. And that change of just a little bit has been working for them because now you have a team that is kind of unwilling to swap until they change everything and they feel like they're losing. And so they kind of get that false hope of like, oh, well, we were so close to winning that fight. If we just did this, it would probably be a little better. But then the same thing replicates and it happens again. And then you're like, okay, well, maybe we do have to swap that combo. But by the time that happens, the teams have already lost that fight and or the sub map, and there you go. It's history right now. I think this is going to obviously change. This is more of a domination, more strategy that's a little bit more effective here. As we head into, say, Convoy, Convergence, that's where you're going to see pushing the advantage be super, super helpful, and those full team swaps, they'll be a little bit more frequent.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's just like what I was talking about earlier, you can't really determine how the rest of the games are going to go based off of domination. We can get a little bit of a vision there. It was very, very close. But, when we hop over to Convoy and Convergence, of course, that's where we see a lot of, the team synergy really come out. And real quick to explain Convoy, it's basically one team has to push a cart all the way to the end. The cart moves when no one's really on it, but it moves faster when there's a lot of people on it, I'm not good at explaining things, but, it's just like, I don't know. You move a little cart, you push it on to the end, and don't let the defending team go ahead and take you out of it because time is money. I think that's a saying that a lot of us, really understand. But yeah, time is really money once we jump in with Convoy.
Yeah, there's checkpoints too where you can get more time. And if you're talking about the new character, Black Cat gaining fortune, technically that would be money as well. Anyway, I think kind of heading into these next few styles, I honestly, I want to say that Liberty is maybe a bit more expected to win just because, they're coming from a flawless season, only losing 2 maps, first seed, things like that. And then on top of that, they showed that they can kind of bounce back in those trials and tribulations. But on the other side, I'm not going to say that there is an underdog by any means. Like, it's so close, you could probably flip a coin and that would decide this, because you're having hero plays from both sides. I mean, the team chem is pretty much there. It's only when it drops that the team actually ends up falling. So I think it's about that consistency that we're seeing, and having those consistent game plans as well that will propel you to the end of, well, I guess, time, but also the convoy map.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I'm excited. I believe like right now the map rules is domination, convoy, convergence into a domination and convoy in case it goes all 5 games, with of course a domination to end it as a 6-game tiebreaker in case there's a draw coming in on convergence. Definitely, had my fair shares of draws and convergence. I'll say that. If there's any map to get a draw, it's definitely convergence, and it is not fun at all. But Convoy is a map that I'm very, very excited for, unless it's Yggdrasil's Path. Not really that big of a fan of that map. It's
How could you? How could you?
it's
Don't say that. That's my baby.
It's such a like don't get me wrong, the map's beautiful, but I mean from a or never mind, no, I'm thinking of the wrong one. I'm thinking of which one was it? Central Park. That's the one. I've seen too many Central Parks coming in. I mean, Midtown actually. Sorry. Like I said, I'm off my rockers. I haven't casted Rivals in a while. I'm talking about Midtown going in. Still New York, but yeah, Midtown Convoy going all the way over to Avengers Towers. Definitely one of the most repeated Convoy maps. So, hopefully we don't see Midtown coming in just yet. I do believe the map has actually been picked, and it's going to be Tokyo 99 Shin Shibuya.
Okay.
I like that map.
I'm down for that. I was a little worried you were gonna start saying maybe Haven, Route 66, Dolphin Shoals, but we got there in the end. We got there in the end, and yeah, honestly, I do like this map a lot. It is maybe a bit more frequent to see flyers, to see dive. That tempo poke, at least for this first segment, I'm kind of thinking isn't super effective unless you really can have that solid choke in that one particular spot under the bridge. Other than that, you're probably going to get run over for the rest of those avenues that are, variously leading to your backlines or things like that. I do think, honestly, if we saw Wolverine in the first map, which we did, I think we're going to see another one here. I'm not sure who's going to play it, but Wolverine's such a strong character to just take one of those tanks, pin them into your team, and call it history.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I think Shibuya, or actually, wait, Spider Islands. This one, Convoy is Spider Islands. Sorry, I'm not locked in, everybody. My apologies. But yeah, Spider Islands, definitely, especially on that first checkpoint around the garden. And Wolverine is able to get in a lot of value, especially because there are such tight corners coming in, especially that little elbow area when you go ahead and move just about halfway through to that first checkpoint. It's definitely a lot of room for you to go ahead and secure any forms of pick. But that's also where you have to be careful because, you can really put yourself in a bad spot. And one of the things that people don't really take too much advantage of is the amount of destructible walls that are also in Spider Islands. I mean, I'm an Iron Man player myself. I'm a ex-rank 1 Iron Man, shameless flex, but that was in Season 0. So it doesn't really matter now. But right. Yeah, definitely Iron Man's Unibeam, the strongest tool to get a lot of demolitions in. And obviously open up a lot of different angles, so that's definitely, I think where the game picks up the most, being able to find these off angles, find these picks in the back, not really take a standard, A to B route, maybe a A, B, C, D kind of route, whatever, just figure it out on the way, go on the fly.
I will say I was rank 1 in the Marvel Rivals adjacent game, so we do have that experience combined with us here. So we do know what we're talking about. We promise. Also, did you notice those I don't know, badges, like the awards for like finalist champions? Like they were sitting like kind of laying on the table. Those are sick, dude. Like I want one. No wonder they're playing so well today. Those look amazing.
Yeah, and I mean, you get those beautiful medals, and then of course, bragging rights, which I feel like a lot of these teams are gonna be playing for as well. But yeah, no, I'm looking at all this, and I'm like, wow, I would have loved to have this in my high school. I mean, like, this is just entirely awesome. To just see this kind of thing everyone's got going on, right? These players in a venue go ahead and getting the work done, playing for such phenomenal medals, of course, bragging rights, naming your high school as the best in said game. And of course, parents and friends coming out here to support as well, definitely, means a lot more than I think the average eye would think, so definitely huge props to everybody, especially the people who went ahead and set this all up. And I mean, it's awesome and it's phenomenal to see. And of course, once again, I'm just so insanely honored to be up here. But I do believe we do have gameplay ready in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere, everybody.
We hanging around. We yapping it up
Hanging
here.
around.
We're what should we talk about here?
Ooh,
Well, I guess
phase.
yeah, I guess. Okay, there we go.
Yes.
We saw it at the end there.
Hmm.
Granted, it was for a touch, but Jeff, yeah, I'm down.
Okay. It looks like there was a swap, I believe. Moonshade is going to be jumping in here. And I mean, I think Liberty High School definitely already have heard stories about Moonshade's Jeff immediately an insta-ban coming in around with that Jeff. Now, this does give Desert Ridge the opportunity to secure the Gambit, which they are going to go ahead and do. And I mean, of course, we saw a Lemon playing that Rogue. And like I was saying earlier, of course, when you have a Gambit and a Rogue, and of course a Magneto, Rogue moves up almost a whole 2 tiers because that's how good the Explosive Entanglement team up is. You just buff Rogue's damage output by a lot. But of course, Liberty High School, they hear me. Hey, they're listening to what I'm saying. But of course, yeah, banning out that Rogue when you got the game secured, it is just a given.
Right, if we can speak the bans into existence, let me go Elsa Bloodstone. I don't know, I'm going for a snipe. Although this is a save, so actually, yeah, I should probably be thinking more that way. Yeah, the Venom save is normal, especially with how successful, honestly, it was in the first time. Just barely getting them over the line, but still, it was very, very effective, especially with that kind of double brawl dive of Venom and the Hulk.
Yeah, and I mean, coming in from Desert Ridge High School, they just have a whole lot of behemoths already secured. But this is MRC pick and bans. So the Elsa Bloodstone and the Gambit are going to be available on both sides. So I think it's really a question of, are both teams going to go ahead and play the Elsa Bloodstone and Gambit? And who's going to be better? And of course, I was just about to say too, Star-Lord definitely should very, very much be considered for a ban because the Raging Legend, like I like to call it, is just so incredibly strong. You got the Star-Lord Galactic Legend Ultimate dishing out with the Raging Royal Flush, the Gambit Ultimate, and you just buff out that damage tenfold. But the same thing can also be said with a Punisher. So, of course, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Gambit Punisher coming into the mix. King Metal is going to be playing the Mr. Fantastic, and that's definitely a hero that I haven't seen come in a long time. Definitely one of those heroes that is just a little bit of the gray area between a Duelist and a Vanguard, able to do very well, kind of playing both sides. But yeah, I mean, so far, I gotta say, I'm very, very happy about these kind of picks and bends.
I'm going to ask for your opinion here. What are your thoughts on J-Bro Diff with the Luna Snow here? I mean, Luna Snow, obviously an effective character, but would you rather this character over something like an Eternal Bond from the Cloak and Dagger, or even a Gambit?
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely 100% agree with that. And I mean, Luna did receive a small buff coming into the ice, to the light and dark ice arts. Just getting a little bit of spare change, a little bit of 2 extra damage and healing. But of course, that damage does allow her to pretty much 3-tap someone. But even then, yeah, definitely, Luna Snow has fallen a decent chunk around rank. So definitely, I think would have preferred to maybe see the Gambit or the Cloak, like you were saying, be played here. But even then, Luna can definitely work, especially if there's any dive. You got that Absolute Zero, that freeze. Definitely a really, really big chunk of CC options too. So, it's definitely depending on the kind of comp that's going to match up. But as we already go ahead and jump in, we are just Tiki moving in onto the back, and we will find a pick. But the BRB, the Battle Reaver Beacon, is going to go ahead and bring them right back. And that's why we see Rocket get a decent play, especially in Spider Islands. A lot of different hidden angles. You can go ahead and place it. That just gets so much value.
This is that bridge I was talking about right here, and this is where if you are poke, you're going to start to struggle, which is why you want to see some hard engages, but instead, it looks like Desert Ridge were allowed to kind of walk up to this bridge space without some sort of dive. Liberty High School now trying to make up that space have lost one of their valuable tanks.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to crumble Liberty High School's entire strategy by just a little bit here. I mean, of course, we see Hey Lemon and moving in with the Doctor Strange. Of course, the shields is just going to go ahead and allow them to take up all this space. Zyther going to be moving on to the back immediately. Not going to be able to find too much value by the look of the Loot Berry getting taken out by J-Bro. And that's honestly a lot of good picks coming in. Liberty High School are pushing them all the way back. And I mean, yeah, it's very, very tough because you just have an absolute behemoth of a man that is Captain America jumping in right at your face, and then Butterworks with the Punisher just giving you a buckload of bullets.
Yeah, it was, I would say, fortunate that the players kind of realized they need to make that hard engage, and so they take the high ground and kind of use it that way. We saw that a lot on our first map where the Venom was crawling up on that high wall, the Daredevil not far behind, and now it looks ults are going to be invested here. What do we got? There's 2, there's 3, there's everybody on the floor.
Yeah, and this is one of the biggest reasons why I also call Elsa Bloodstone the goddess of hitscan. I mean, such an incredibly powerful ultimate. The Galartrox, the Apex Predator itself. If you catch them off guard, you practically almost guarantee those picks. And we saw 3 members get cut out in that Apex Predator, and that's just going to allow Desert Ridge to go ahead and just get in a lot more distance. But of course, Scyther is going to move on the back. You see the Abyss and Symbiotic Resilience available. We already see the extra bonus shield coming in. Tenacity going to allow him to go ahead and escape. Butterworth getting that pick onto Hey Lemon. That's a tank down. The thing has been taken out of the fight. And with the amount of ultimates available at Liberty High Schools too, they are able to get in a swift and clean retake right at the edge of the first checkpoint. Because having an ult battery charged up like that is just going to make your life so much more easier. And that's honestly one of the biggest things you have to look out for, especially with that 20% ult negation. You have to make sure you have your ultimates primed up and available. Looks like there was a range TP, but with the Raging Royal Flush now primed and ready, looks like Desert Ridge are going to go in with a hard engage here. Popping up the Raging Royal Flush, but that's going to immediately pop out of the boundary. And of course, we're letting Double out. Brainiac Bounce coming in from King Meadow to go ahead and maybe try an A5 find a pick here. But doesn't really look like it was able to. Galartrox coming in though. Doesn't really look like it was able to find anyone, but Tarnished is right there on the back. Gonna be able to trying to find this pick. 44 HP and a dream, but a health regen coming in is gonna let him live by just a little bit. But even then, Scyther with the double KO, and as well as Siki gonna be able to go ahead and send Desert Ridge back to spawn.
Not that retake, but the one before that. I was so surprised that the Desert Ridge did not find the cap. I mean, it seemed like that first Elsa Bloodstone ultimate had picked up a lot of value that I was not expecting Liberty High School to come back from. Instead, they find that recontest, which is the big step, and then, of course, they clean it up in the end. Not to mention, of course, in this most recent retake, they're just holding strong. They're making sure that they can minimize the damage on the way in so that they can bounce back and fight back on the second engage.
Yeah, and looks like that is what they're trying to do here. The Freedom Charge is being popped up from Captain America to Tarnished. Gonna be able to find that pick onto Lootberry, and that's both supports down coming from Desert Ridge. So this battle is gonna be tough. The final judgment might be the things that close this out, as finds one. Not able to find that final hit, but actually, no, yeah, finds the Mr. Fantastic and finds the Venom for a triple KO. No strange TP available. And Liberty High School are gonna hold the fort down just a little bit, and they were right there at the checkpoint. Definitely gotta hit hard, but you gotta keep the mentals up. You know, you're down, but you're not out. There's always potential for you to go ahead and get a huge outplay going on here. But I mean, yeah, Liberty High School, they've just been going in with phenomenal strats.
For those that may not be super familiar with how grueling this competition could be, right? If they were to get maybe a few more meters, you would have seen the clock re-go up. You would have seen a whole different team composition, most likely, as the layout changes and things like that. And sometimes, yes, the overtime matches, full distant battles can be some of the most entertaining games. But honestly, now with it only being 100 meters separating this team from either accomplishing a 2-0 lead and being on series points or tying it up at 1-1, these are also some of the most entertaining games because you get to the quick action that is something that can close out the map almost immediately. Every fight really does matter in this scenario, and if you don't set yourselves up for success, you're going to be kicking yourself later, as that's more ground to climb up back from.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was just like I was saying, you know, time is money in this game. You got to make sure you have enough time left up into the time bank. And right now, you know, not being able to make it all the way, not even being able to make it to the first checkpoint, Desert Ridge are going to have to put in the defense of the century, the hold of doom, to go ahead and take us to a 1-1 scoreboard. But with Liberty High School rocking it once again with the Venom and a Hulk combo, this is like, you know, definitely a lot of things to consider here because you have a really smart comp. Of course, Invisible Woman really, really strong, and especially Luna when it comes to these dives, being able to support them and heal them from afar. And you have the Punisher being there to go ahead and close things out, but Deliverance is going to be able to dish out a lot of damage. The Annoyed One has potential here to go ahead and close these divers out, but even then, an early double KO coming on through is going to set Desert Ridge back by a decent chunk.
Yeah, that's 3, almost 4 picks, and these staggers might even be the way to just secure them. If they can get that pick, maybe, no. Okay, no overextension, don't hedge your bets too much, but that's going to be a lot of space gained. There's going to be one more fight here for Desert Ridge to kind of get things going, but again, we didn't see that hard engage from them. Instead, they kind of just absorbed the hit and didn't really do too much with it because they don't have that high firepower, and they got punished for it.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, we already see our Carol Force King Metal with the Iron Fist going to be able to try and find something here, but it's going to be Lootberry taken out by Zyther, and Zyther has been putting in such a dominant performance this game. A little bit of a risky heal coming in, a meditation coming in from King Metal, of course, going to be able to breach it up and, of course, get that barrage in. But the Hulk Exile is going to shut him down for just a tiny little bit. For Liberty High School, I mean, like I said before, they just going in so incredibly strong, but that's going to be tarnished, taken out, going on through to Deliverance, and that's going to be a huge amount of damage. Desert Ridge going to be able to find these picks and send them going on home. And I mean, this is exactly what Desert Ridge needs. And they are going to be able to go ahead and get a good hold here. I can definitely feel it. And it's all up to Liberty High School to maybe try and find a way to get into the back with the Rocket, with the Punisher, and of course, even the Emma Frost, you know, it's going to be tough to get pure value out of these divers. But even then, still, Liberty High School are finding these angles.
I'm just worried with how one-sided that first fight was. The ults are going to be a lot in the favor of Liberty High School.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We already see the World Breaker coming in, matching up with Final Judgment. The Annoyed One going to be able to take Butterworks down, taking him out of his own ult. But even then, it's going to be the Fisty the Abyss that feasts on the Punisher, taking them all out. Now, Fade across both worlds, but getting popped up from J-Bro Diff. Going to be able to grant a lot more healing and, of course, even some damage boost. The Eye of Agamotto going to be able to find 3 members of Liberty High School coming in just in time. Came in from Hey Lemon, and that's going to be the KO secured. There's that double coming in through, and Hulk going to try and run away. The Incredible Monster not going to be able to make it just in a time, and Puny Banner is just going to get wiped off. This is the hold that Desert Ridge needs to secure this win.
I mean, the win condition for Desert Ridge there was get Lootberry their ultimate, right? You had the Rocket, but it wasn't going to be enough to sustain you through all of that. They needed to play just to live. They eventually get there in the end, and props to Desert Ridge for realizing what their win con was, because in the end, it comes in at the perfect time. Courtesy, probably just because it came up, but now here, you're going to have to make up this lost ground. This initial dive catches you off guard.
Absolutely. We already see the Living Chi coming in, going to be able to secure 1 pick by the looks of it, and looks for the Daredevil here. As we see already, we are letting the Devil out. And I mean, Daredevil, one of the strongest divers in the game, and with the objection being popped up, being able to bounce things back, able to find that pick onto the Invisible Woman, and of course now looking for the Doctor Strange. And Liberty High School finding the pick that they need at the right moment are going to send them on back. But this is where you have to be careful. You can't really fight a Punisher in such a closed area unless you chip off that damage, and that's what we see. Devil's Cross going to finish off that pick, and Liberty High School are going to take map number 2.
It looked so good. Like, honestly, they had a good defensive hold. It's just that, unfortunately, that one dive, one player sending them to the grave in map 2. They had everything that they needed to have, but they make one mistake and it all goes for naught. So, very unfortunate there. I mean, obviously, you hope that they can bounce back in this next one, but the tide's certainly against them. They now have to fully reverse sweep in order to win this series. And as well, I think that it starts with taking down Zyther. Bro's got 0 deaths.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a completely phenomenal performance coming on through Zyther. And I mean, that's just, you know, Venom received a little bit of a ghost buff, you know, with the entire tenacity changes, of course, you know, because CC obviously is one of the main ways to go ahead and counter the dive, you know, having that crowd control, those stuns, those slows and whatever, but having that tenacity buff, you know, getting stunned for about like 5 to 7 seconds, I believe, is really what grants you CC immunity, and that gives Venom a lot of potential to go ahead and escape, because obviously you pop out that symbiotic resilience, you pop up your E, you get that bonus health, and then you're able to go ahead and swing on out of there. So I feel like Desert Ridge, what they really need to do is just find a way to go ahead and get these picks up on the backline, you know, because of course they tried running dive, but it didn't really look like it was working out that well. Still, they've been putting on a really good performance. We're able to find these picks when they needed to, but it just came down to the fact that Liberty High School just moved in with phenomenal coordination to go in and secure. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see an early ban come in for the Venom here, but that just goes on to the question of like, okay, hey, maybe Liberty High School is going to get the read and secure the Venom first, and then that puts you in a bad spot. Okay, do we ban out the Venom first instead of the Loki, or is Venom really that big of an issue that we have to waste a first ban on it? A lot of brain power has to be used onto this pick and ban phase.
I think as well, you saw the peel from Liberty just be so strong. I mean, I'm looking at, Daredevil especially because we kind of got to see them a little bit more than the rest of the characters, but, they have that ability to go and jump in, go do that damage, and then bounce back for the supports if there is some sort of dive, which the only problem was it was only an Iron Fist for Desert Ridge. So that's why you're seeing that only one piece just didn't fit with the rest of the puzzle that was trying to be pursued by Desert Ridge, and so they end up kind of just losing one player, they lose another one, they use more resources on a player that's probably not going to get as much value, and then they don't have it for themselves. They don't have that sustain, and what ends up happening is they fall flat, and now they're down 2-0 about it. I think strategy-wise, we saw on Domination a much more confident Desert Ridge, and then they kind of just let it slip here in map 2. I want to see them go back to being confident. They don't need to change one element like, say, Liberty did every single time they lose a fight, but it's just about having that identity and knowing what to do with it, having a call that goes for that hard engage.
Yeah, 100%. And, I do like the idea of Mr. Fantastic going in because, I mean, like I was saying, has that gray area of being both a Vanguard and a duelist, able to dish out a lot of damage, but also tank a lot. And, maybe, like, I'm not going to say maybe we should have stuck with Mr. Fantastic, but I mean, a lot of potential there for peeling because, of course, not even mention that. Yeah, I feel like that was the biggest thing that they were lacking on a little bit. They didn't really have proper safeguards for their backline. And that just allowed Zypher, Tarnish, Siki to go ahead and move on back and secure these picks them in at the end. I mean, with Mr. Fantastic, of course, you got that reflexive rubber. You got that basically you eat things, you shoot it back out. And of course, when you go in over to your big buffy form, of course, you're able to dish out a lot of damage. You're able to tank a lot. And also you can give a shield to your teammates. Go ahead and maybe find a pick. Mr. Fantastic definitely is pretty versatile, but I feel like just lacks in overall, because one of the biggest things that comes down to, especially when I talk about, DPS pool and strat pool, a lot of times, they're good, but there's just other characters that can do what they do way better.
I know we've been seeing a lot of 2-2-2, and that's 2 Vanguards, 2 Duelists, 2 Strategists, but do you think that a Desert Ridge could benefit from a third Vanguard, take out the one Duelist, and then just kind of play for that sustain battle, go for that tempo, because it seems to be what they're trying to go for, and it's just not working, so I think maybe another piece that would help them get there, so where they can use additional resources if they need to or feel it. I think that's the benefit, but what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can definitely see them benefiting off of maybe even a triple. I mean, we see a lot of those coming in over the Convoy and Convergence, of course. And I mean, most typically we see it combined with a Vang pool. A Vang pool that obviously being the strongest version of all 3 Deadpools and has been putting in a lot of work. And is just such a strong off tank. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Vang pool get played. Moving on with the triple, of course, because one of the biggest I think misconceptions about triple support is the fact that they just have pure raw healing. But while that is kind of the case, the biggest case also just comes down to the fact that you got an Adam Warlock, you got a Mantis. They're able to dish out decent amounts of obviously Mantis with the health regen, and of course Adam Warlock with that burst heal. But then also it's the ultimates that are really impactful, especially with the Adam Warlock. You got the Karmic Revival. Guess what? You're in a fight. Boom. They take you out. They use a lot of resources, but then everybody is born again, and now they have to try and do that again with less resources. So, I definitely do believe that they could benefit off of going maybe triple Vanguard, triple support, and rocking it with, a Mantis. If, I feel like maybe we try to play the Loki here. We get that Vibrant Vitality team up. We secure that extra damage boost with the Mantis. And while, it is a scary thing to think about, giving up the Loki, I feel like definitely Desert Ridge can benefit a lot from it. So, I think that's definitely just something that they got to go ahead and maybe think about. But I definitely wouldn't be surprised if we see a Loki and a Vangpool and Adam Warlock come in soon.
I mean, even think about the fact that Desert Ridge, we're going toe-to-toe with Liberty when they had about the same number of ultimates. Like, the ultimates played the key factor. And if you go that triple, you're going to have those support ultimates farmed up a lot quicker. The Vanguards will be taking a lot more damage, so yeah, they might not get as much charge, but they're constantly going to be in battle, cycling their cooldowns, and then they'll be allowed to kind of flourish with those strategist ultimates. That's something I'm keeping my eyes on as well. We're talking a lot about Desert Ridge. I mean, obviously, Liberty, they're doing anything that they need to in order to get this win. Like, they haven't needed to answer a call ever since domination, so they just keep doing the same thing, and it's been working, right? This Venom and Daredevil dive, they just keep on going with it, and it works. My question is, I guess, what is their plan if it goes a different way and that stops working? But at the same time, they don't need to yet. They don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, it does look like map number 3 has been picked. We're going to be jumping on over to Convergence, and it's going to be, not my favorite map. And the reason because of it is because this is the map where I see a lot of draws come on through the Hall of the Jalia. We are jumping in over to Wakanda. And I mean, a very, very beautiful map. I don't have anything against it besides the fact that I see so many draws coming in here. And I don't want to cast or curse it, but even then, this is where our teams need to go ahead and lock in, because now Liberty are on match point. They win this, they take it. But of course, the reverse sweep is always possible. We've seen it happen a lot. But if I were to see Desert Ridge change anything up, it definitely would be, all right, let's run maybe the Thing, Groot, and the Vangpool. Having that tank lineup, you're obviously going to be able to soak in a lot of damage. You have the Thing to counteract against the dive. You have the Groot to go ahead and provide a lot of extra peeling, a lot of damage, a lot of pick potential as well with the ultimate. And of course, the Vanguard Deadpool to go ahead, secure the picks. And basically, to kind of fill in for the damage, as well as, either the Mantis and Adam Warlock. And of course, Invisible Woman, because Invisible Woman, I remember having this conversation with one of my good friends, Soren, when we always talk about it, watch partying, Ignite, and whatever. Gambit being very, very strong. Invisible Woman has recently kind of been a little bit of a replacement for the Gambit in terms of okay, hey, Gambit's banned. Okay, we'll go Invisible Woman. She's just as strong. And that's what we've been seeing coming in from this game start to finish. And Wolves Woman is getting so incredibly strong. So I think maybe we see Invisible Woman banned out. Who knows? A lot of potential is available here to go ahead. But definitely the pick and ban phase, one of the most important phases of the game. This is definitely where a lot of games are either won or lost, determined on if we ban out the right characters. If we ban out the right characters, you just gotta put in that brain power and figure out, okay, all right, what do we want to go? What are our threats? What can we do to just go ahead and stay in this, get this reverse sweep going on and take it all the way and prove that, we are the best?
I got two things. One, I seem to see a lot of Phoenix on this map when there is some sort of Phoenix player. We did see one earlier in the day, so that certainly is possible to come through here. The other thing I have to mention is that with what we've seen from Team Strength so far, not even taking them against each other, I think this map is going to favor, once again, Liberty a bit more, because you have that high ground that seems to be Team's kind of falling point where they don't exactly know how to attack it or approach the point before addressing that high ground or without getting dove from that high ground. And I think if you are Liberty, right, they're either going to dive that high ground going from an off angle, or they're just going to jump off when they're on defense from that high ground onto the players or the vanguards waiting below. I'm curious to see what Desert Ridge's idea is going to be here, because they've tried a few things. It hasn't worked well. Honestly, I want to see them just commit to an idea, and they don't need to stick with it, right, if it doesn't work. But I want to see them fully commit to the idea. If it doesn't work, whatever, you can change the comp. That's my vote of confidence for them, is just commit to something, go for it.
Yeah, 100%. And, not even to Phoenix, one of the biggest topics that is always discussed, and this was really, it was mainly discussed more before Elsa Bloodstone came into the mix, because when you talk about okay, who's the queen of the duelists? Who's the queen of hitscan? Obviously, the first names that would pop up would be Hela and Phoenix. But of course now, Elsa Bloodstone's in the mix. You can't really compare the two anymore. But yeah, I mean, Phoenix has been very, very strong. And Phoenix is one of the biggest flaws that comes down about Hela. When you compare Hela and Phoenix, of course, Hela, you only have your Astral Crow available to go ahead and, get the distance, run away, get a little bit of and of course, your Soldier in or your CC to go ahead and get that stun in. But I mean, Phoenix can do almost everything Hela can do, but just a little bit better. Hela is more stationary compared to Phoenix, because Phoenix can go ahead and fly around, look for a better vantage point, look for, okay, where do I go? And also the marks, the sparks coming in from Phoenix, being able to dish out a lot of AoE damage. And of course, the Endsprung Inferno being so incredibly strong to go ahead and find all deployables, get those picks as well if you combine it exceptionally well. And yeah, I mean, the biggest things is just that a Phoenix can reposition better at any time compared to Hela. And also, Phoenix ult is a really, really big counter to Hela ult. So it enables you to get that one-shot combo. And yeah, it's just a lot of things you got to go ahead and start considering about, because I mean, it's this game, you know, a lot of more brain power than I think people expect it to be. But anyways, moving on with the pick and ban phase, Gambit is going to get banned out first, and as well as the Daredevil.
Yeah, we were talking about what would be the first ban, Daredevil versus Venom, and it looks like it is going to be Daredevil here. With the Namor save, that's going to be your anti-dive character. That's what they're hoping that will do. I'm worried that Liberty High School might just, you know, replace their Daredevil with something like a Magic, things like that, but what do? They opt for the Phoenix save here, and it looks like we know what we're talking about. Yay!
Yeah, and this is where I feel like, I speak it into life. You know, I'm talking about the Hela versus the Phoenix, and this is like the big thing because, of course, you have the Namor go ahead and secured. So you're guaranteeing yourself the Namor, and Namor as being so incredibly strong, of course, when you combine it with the Hela team of the Deep Raft, that empowers both characters by a lot. So having that Phoenix secured, maybe to prepare yourself to go against the Hela, maybe. Not really sure if we are going to see a Hela coming in through here. But still, the Captain America gonna get banned out, so we're not gonna be seeing Tarnished on that Captain America because, of course, you know, has been an absolute nuisance in the back. Has just been able to go ahead and just distract, and of course finish things out. Rogue is gonna be secured coming from Desert Ridge, and I'm not really sure if, you know, I personally at least go ahead and vibe with that a lot. You know, Rogue, like I was saying, you know, hasn't been that strong. We've been seeing value coming in, especially from Hey Lemon, but also with the fact that you don't have the Gambit at your disposal. That's going to make things a little bit more tough, a little bit more rocky. And then, of course, you don't really have full-on access to, like, you know, I just feel like Rogue maybe isn't something that I think Liberty High School were really considering banning out.
Right.
But there's that Hela getting banned out last, so no more Deep Raft coming in from Desert Ridge.
Yeah, it's... For me, the fact that Rogue won't be banned by certain teams just won't happen a lot of the time. And with this current tank lineup, that Vanguard lineup that we're seeing right now of the Silk Song on the Magneto and then the Rogue for Hey Lemon, I'm just wondering where that damage comes from. Like, obviously, yeah, you have the Annoyed one, but in terms of that Vanguard line, you're playing somebody that is kind of a support tank, almost an off tank, if you will, in Magneto, and then Hey Lemon's supposed to be that big damage dealer, but they can't get up close to deal that damage unless they're directly behind Magneto, which is a tempo tank. I'm curious. I'm curious to see how that plays out, but my initial thought is that maybe they're going to struggle a little bit. I would love for them to gladly prove me wrong. But Liberty High School, I mean, you look over towards their comp, you see, is that a penny that they're sticking with? Are they going to stick with the penny?
Oh no, are they going to try and cheese? Oh, they are. This is one of the most common penny cheeses that we've been seeing. Got the lineup primed up and ready. I would be surprised if we see this actually get a pick going on. But yeah, Liberty High School, I mean, I gotta say, I'm really vibing with their comp. I mean, of course, we see the Vanpool going in, and I mean, just like I was saying, the Mantis, of course, to go ahead and work with the group, because I believe Sicer is going to be playing that group. So, oh, never mind. All right, I got baited. But still, you know, Mantis is up and available to get that Vibrant Vitality. That extra damage reduction can definitely be a lot to deal with coming in. But Desert Ridge High School, of course, they have also a very, very strong comp of their own, you know? So I think it can definitely go either way. But I feel like Liberty High School are definitely going to have a little bit of an upper hand coming in at the start.
I think it's important to break that wall that you're seeing these players kind of through right now, because that's the safe passage that they're able to just kind of go up into this off angle and not have to really take all of that poke damage. But there you go. Maybe a little bit too late for that one. Instead, it'll be a first pick on a Hey Lemon, and there's the Rogue struggles already. I know it's maybe just an isolated incident, but still, let us pick and choose our battles there.
Yeah, and I mean, it just came down to the fact that also Zyter was able to match it up so well with the Thorn Slash Walls. Ironwood Wall, of course, to go ahead and close things out, and granting him just the immunity. And look at Tarnish. Tax evasion, I mean, it's just going to find himself in such a bad spot, and that's already going to be the mission area secured by Liberty High School, but not without retaliation coming in with the portal coming from Doctor Strange. But it doesn't look like they're able to go ahead and jump in just barely right in the nick of time. And now this is where the battle begins. We already see the first pick coming in. Hey Lemon going to be taken out. Moving on to the back, of course, we already see once again, but the Banhammer, or I think it was actually the big test coming in from Tarnished. of course, going to be able to not pop out that jackpot. And honestly, I like to see that. You know, I am a Deadpool OTP now, going in from Iron Man to Deadpool. And every time we see Vangpool get played, we always see the banhammer getting popped up. But now it's actually the big test. So unfortunately, no jackpot. But still, I mean, I like to see that. That's definitely a breath of air. A breath of fresh air. I keep messing that term up.
I do that all the time. That's called spoonerism, if you didn't know. There's an actual term for that. But yeah, I think Liberty High School, that was a very dominant first take. And Desert Ridge, again, just didn't have that game plan going into that fight. They obviously had one going into that second one, but it was a strange TP, and how much value you're going to get when everyone's staring at one tiny portal.
Yeah. But we do see now the Glartrox was popped up. Doesn't really look like it was able to get any value. There's a boundary, of course, going to be able to block out that damage. But now we see Loopberry matching up with his own. And, of course, now more going to be able to move on back, going to get picked out. And this is exactly the edge that Digital High School needs. They're using a lot of util to go ahead and get it. But even then, still, they're finding it. Strangling Prison going to be able to find a huge chunk of members, matching it up with the Ensong Inferno as well. That's going to allow Liberty High School to secure that pick onto Tax Evasion. And, I mean, wow. The team coordination coming in on both sides is just so immensely strong already. Psionic Seduction now coming in just in time. Going to be able to negate a lot of damage. And especially with that float that they have after destroying the wall, that's going to allow them to go ahead and find that pick onto Danny and send them back. And this is going to allow them to get a good hold in, a good setup, and that's exactly what they need to do.
That was really costly from Liberty High School. They had 3 players go down. The Luna Snow ult gets popped just a tad late. 2 players would have been saved from that. And then on top of that, now you have 3 players using all of their ults in a 3 versus 6. And it just, yeah, they use all 3 to get 1 elimination, but then just 1 is required from Desert Ridge, and it's bounced right back. So Liberty High School, they're going to have to go in with a dry fight here and kind of just hope for value, because right now they invested a lot of that previous. Now they're kind of just hoping for that initial value in that ult charge.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, so far, you know, Rogue going to be able to use that Fatal Attraction, going to be able to take Groot, and that's going to grant her a lot more extra health. The Glartrox was popped out, the Apex Predator coming from the Annoyed One, but unfortunately was not able to find anything. And I mean, look at the walls coming from Groot, playing a little bit of Fortnite now to go ahead and match it up. But now the Deadpool ultis are available. It's either the Big Test or the Banhammer to go ahead and match things up. King Metal going to be able to find that pick onto the Groot. Horn of Proteus coming on the back, going to go find Loot Berry. But now the Heartbreaker coming from Hey Lemon still going to get taken out. The Banhammer now coming in over to the back onto the Emma Frost. And Liz going to go ahead and be able to secure. Actually, no, it was the Cloak and Dagger. And yeah, that secures that pick. I mean, that's one of the most common strats that we see coming in front of Vangpool, of course. You got so much damage with your Desert Eagles and Katanas, and then you match it with a Banhammer. But look at that, the Invisible Bouncer coming in. Unfortunately, didn't get any value as Butterworks was able to pick Loot Berry off. Oh, no.
That's a straight up bonk moment if you've ever seen one. Just, oh, I'm going to go use my ults. I'm going to go, you know, throw it on the bonk. Oh, okay. Yeah, Liberty High School, as much as they might not have ults all the time, they certainly have aim. And it's been working for them so far.
Wow, that's so incredibly unfortunate. But I mean, yeah, Liberty High School, you know, charging up that ult economy really, really well. You got a Strangling Prison, and definitely could see a Strangling Inferno coming on through, matching it up with the Phoenix and the Groot ulti. But of course, we see the Carbon Crush coming in. That's going to put Groot in a really tough spot, but still, the healing coming in is just a lot. Of Little Boundary going to go ahead and match it up against the Living Chi, and you see that happening. Of course, match it up with the Eternal Bond. Go ahead and get both support ultimates out to try and stall the fight out just a little bit longer, but the fate of both worlds now going to get popped out. Last stand coming from the Annoyed One, going to be able to find a decent amount of members, but of course, Luna Snow going to be able to get there just in time. Strangling Prison going to be able to go out, going to get blocked out by the Wall of Ages, though, and that's going to allow Silksong to pop out that Psionic Seduction, can begin able to find 2 members, make it 3, and this is just going to allow them to go ahead and find these picks. We already see the pick coming onto Danny. That's support gone. It's up to J-Bro to go ahead and try and hold the line, but for Liberty High School, they have to go ahead and retreat. They put themselves in such a bad spot, but Silksong going in with a double KO to secure a little bit more time. Time is money, and so far, Desert Ridge are draining Liberty High School's time bank dry.
2 very big fights that are won by Silksong's ult. Like, that's just the final nail in the coffin every single time. So, if that is the case, I worry for them a little bit just because how quick can you farm up that Emma Frost ult. But at the same time, Liberty High School, they have met their kryptonite in one way. It's about addressing it now. How will they rise to this challenge? And it's maybe with the Horn of Proteus in the back line. Nope, that's not going to land either.
Oof, yeah. Definitely very, very tough. But of course, we see the tenacity is being popped up left and right. But I mean, the Annoyed One definitely living true to his name as he's moving on through with Wolverine like an angry, fierce cat, go ahead and claw things away, but even then, still, they might have overextended just a little bit here. Now, 2 picks coming in. Both duelists are gone and away from the fight, so that's going to be able to go ahead and tank out your damage output by a huge chunk. And Song Inferno going on to the back, but look at that block coming in from King Metal. Gonna deny the Ensong Inferno from getting any sort of value. And we see the Heartbreaker now being popped out with the Eternal Bond, but even then, that damage coming in with the Elephant Gun from Elsa Bloodstone is just gonna go ahead and wipe out the Dream. Pivotal Boundary coming from Danny to go ahead, extra sustain, extra survivability. Last stand coming from the Annoyed One, what we saw was stunned out by the Luna Snow. A huge shot coming in from J-Bro. The Living Chi now moving on to the back to go ahead and try and find something, but maybe a little bit overzealously has to go ahead and kick his way on out. Didn't really look like much value was gained there. Psionic Seduction and the Banhammer now coming from Liberty High School. Go ahead and push on through. Push. 50 seconds still left. Headshots coming in, and the damage is huge.
I'm looking at that Emma Frost ult because once again, that's how they're winning these fights, but instead just not up online right now. Very close to this finish. Is there going to be a touch? Well, there's one player. What do they got?
Ooh,
Nothing.
close.
I mean, when Liberty High School get rolling, they most of the time cannot be stopped. I mean, it was all off of that initial punish with the 2 players going a little bit aggro. I believe it was a Wolverine and Cloak and Dagger, maybe. They get picked off early. That snowballs into a fight, even though it's a 3v3 or 4v4. Players are still coming back for spawn from the side of Liberty, and in turn, they take that fight. They snowball it all the way through spawn. A lot of the time as well, you're seeing Desert Ridge struggle to cut their losses and full reset so that they can use their ults in a more profitable position. A lot of the time, you're going to see one player hang around, pop their ult, try and hope, try and be the hero. And a lot of the time, it's not going to be the right decision because, yeah, you're going to have to give up that space. Chances are you might slow them down a bit, but is it going to buy you an extra touch in the end or a fight win? I'm going to say no.
Get ready.
Yeah, it's just immensely tough for Desert Ridge to go ahead and find a crack in the armor, but still, you know, they were able to get in a phenomenal hold around the end there. It was just an unfortunate last fight due to the overextension coming in, and yeah, that's definitely going to set things back a decent chunk. But even then, so far, right, I do like the comp that Desert Ridge are kind of running right now. I mean, we saw the Penny coming in. Definitely looked like they were trying to cheese in through, but the Annoyed One now going to be rocking on the Phoenix. I saw Bucky, and I was like, I'm going to be like, okay, yeah, Bucky definitely could be very, very strong here, but the Mr. Fantastic, I feel like is gonna definitely be a bit of a strange pick in my eyes. But even then, still, I believe is gonna be able to get work done here. And still, you know, Desert Ridge, they've been putting in a really good fight, not backing down just yet. Mental's gotta be up, like I was saying before. You know, you gotta make sure that, like, okay, hey, we're goated, we're good at this game, we know that. Let's go ahead and lock in and secure this down. And so far, you know, starting off already coming in hot with a great engage. No picks coming in just yet, but a lot of damage is being chunked down coming from Desert Ridge.
This is where Phoenix shines, though, right in this particular hallway. You can just fire into the abyss and throw your blast damage, and it's gonna do a lot. There you go. I mean, they fall down early, but it's the Phoenix from the other side just as well flourishing. It's the Annoyed One that's actually gonna propel them to potentially this fight win. Deadpool, well, it was a nice attempt, but unfortunately, a lot to deal with. Too many players staring at you. Falls on down.
Yeah, definitely was an unfortunate spot to go ahead and
Invisible
use
barrier?
that big test. But we see already Invisible Boundary now coming in from Danny at that last moment there. Of course, Ensong Inferno going to go ahead and maybe try and find his pick on the Luna Snow. Barely going to be able to find it, leaving her at such low HP. But even then, so far, Desert Ridge, they are able to go ahead and get a push and maybe claim the checkpoint here. But TP coming from Tarnish, going to go ahead and jump on back, give them a little bit of an extra fight. But Silksong going to go ahead and take him out with the diamond form, and this is the kind of tempo that Desert Ridge needs and to push on through. A phenomenal take coming in, 5 minutes added onto the clock now. They have a lot of time available, but still they cannot slow down at all.
You know how I was mentioning that Desert Ridge have a lot of time cutting their losses and they dump ults into fights that they're probably going to lose? Liberty does the same thing, by the way. If you couldn't tell, it's important to, you know, hold on to those valuable tools. Obviously, you saw the vision, the teleport in to try and stall that point. I guess that's a solid idea, but I would have rather maybe a solid regroup instead. Either way, now you have this next fight where you're kind of down in ults again. Instead, you're just having to match up and hope for the best, but it's the Eternal Bond back that hopefully negate it.
Oh my, what an excellent fight coming in from Liberty High School. I mean, starting over the Psionic Abduction, of course, that's going to go ahead and charm them up towards you. And of course, silence the ultimates. They were unable to go ahead and use their own invisible boundary. And even the Eternal Bond, as it looked like it was caught out, but a little bit of a misclick coming in from J-Bro. You know, it happens. It happens. No shame in that.
We're dancing.
A little bit of a victory there. Yeah.
Well, okay. How do you approach this next fight now? I guess you have to engage with ults early, but that's not going to happen. And Loopberry just kind of chucks an invisible barrier on the point, and now you're kind of hoping for the value to come to you. Finally, yours goes up, and now you can start to breathe some fresh air.
Yeah, a fresh of breath air, you know, as previously said. But the Glartrox is going to get popped out. Didn't really look like it was able to find anything. It was immediately taken out. And yeah, definitely a little bit of an odd spot to go ahead and use it. Loopberry moving on through with a double KO, though. Still going to give Desert Ridge the opportunity that they need to get this push going on. And they are moving up really well. Their timing is just phenomenally. And Liberty High School, you know, losing that tempo up a little bit. And Song Inferno now coming in from the annoyed one, moving onto the back and try able to find his pick onto the Vang pool. Doesn't really find it just yet, but the amount of sparks applied is going to allow him to dish out a lot of damage. Heartbreaker coming from Hey Lemon, going to be able to take a lot of these ultis away, and that's letting them go ahead and close this fight out. Picks are falling. The scoreboard turning blue once again. The KOs coming on through over on both sides, making it a double for Hey Lemon, and King Metal finding that last pick onto Scyther is going to allow them to claim up that first checkpoint. 4 minutes are still left, but it's around the middle area on to the way to the second checkpoint that things really start falling down for a lot of these players. They have to make sure they don't falter. They don't lose any of the momentum that they've grabbed onto it. They have to grip it tightly.
I want to see a swap from Liberty High School. I think right now they're kind of just bashing their heads into a brick wall over and over and over, hoping something will change. I think it is honestly the Bank Pool that needs to be swapped. Right now, it's just too much damage that's being output, and that shield from Emma Frost is only going to do so much. This is another engagement where they're barely staying alive in. They have to use a lot of resources, but finally the pick starts to go their way.
Yeah, and this is the momentum shift that they kind of need to start getting going on. We see a Venn diagram being popped up once again. Psionic Seduction coming from Scyther. Going to be able to get a decent amount of charms, but you can't really see where you're going. Brainiac and Bounce going to be matched up onto the backline. Banhammer and Song Inferno, fate of both worlds. It is just an ult Fiesta coming in. Song Inferno not going to be able to get any value, as unfortunately did hit the top of the wall. And look at his damage. The combos coming in from the Elsa Bloodstone. This is what Liberty High School needs to take them out and send them back. Retreat, because again, what have I been saying? You know, a broken record up in here. Time is money. The more seconds you delay, the better it is going to be for you. So definitely Desert Ridge, you know, realizing that, have to go ahead and maybe find a new angle to approach, because now everyone is just converged in onto the same point. Now Eternal Bond is going to allow them to go ahead and get this fight going on. And of course, with no ultis really available except the Apex Predator to go ahead and match it up, this is probably where we're going to see Liberty High School fall. And we see it. And Song Inferno going to be able to secure that pick. And yeah, I feel like using all those ultis from Liberty High School earlier is what set them back this fight. They didn't have those resources available, and Desert Ridge utilized that. They used it against them and were able to find these picks.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I think maybe the saving grace here is that they had enough distance, right? That fight was over so quick. They farmed up the ult charge from going down and actually still have one left for maybe a miracle touch, something of that sort. But let's see, what do we got going on here? It's chaos, it's pandemonium, but still no picks.
Yeah, it is just going to be a little bit of a stalemate now. Moving on through, we see Deadpool, of course, Jackpot now activated, going to give a lot of extra damage reduction, a lot of extra movement speed, some healing, everything that you need from a Deadpool player to go ahead and move on through. Invisible Boundary now coming from Danny, of course, is going to be over now, but still 1.31 meters left for Desert Ridge to go ahead and secure it. And it's going to be the final KO coming in with King's Metal Fist and taking it over to OT with 2 minutes on the clock. That's a lot of time available for Desert Ridge, but still anything could happen here.
Okay, interesting. See, this version of Liberty, I'm just not familiar with. Like, obviously, we're used to them being a little bit more dominant, you know, never being on that back foot. But now that they're here, it seems like they're really struggling. I don't know what happened in that domination compared to this one, where they're just kind of sticking things out and not swapping it up. But it's been their downfall right now. Maybe that overconfidence of just being up 2-0 could cost them one of their first games. I mean, they've only lost one map in the entirety of this playoff stage so far, 3 total on the season, but you can't take this team lightly. This Desert Ridge team can really give you a run for your money, which is, I guess, giving you a run for your time as well.
Yeah. But I do have to say, I think we're gonna be seeing the possibility of an early cheese coming in. The Annoyed One popping up with a strange TP might try and catch a little bit of them off guard, or maybe try and do a Boger strat. Go ahead and wait for them to start TPing in, because of course it looks like they are going to be getting the read here. I mean, we see Zyter with the Doctor Strange, and with 1 minute left, of course, you want to get onto the point as fast as you can to try and claim it up. But oh, this is definitely going to be a very, very interesting one to see. We already positioned and ready, trying to get it in. Can we see it? The Annoyed One. Oh no! No, I saw the vision. No, but that's so unfortunate. Still, though, is gonna block them off. I think actually that was the point of it, actually. So never mind.
They can still get
I thought it was just to try and get the picks, but oh wow, yeah. Both supports are not there. They're not there. They're not there for the fight. Silk Song, it's 2.
You just can't depend on the TP strat. Everyone knows it. It's been a thing since Season 0. Now you're playing big old gamble game with no Vanguard utility to get you closer to that. I mean, these players may just go down. You need a miracle touch.
Oh my days. And that set them back by 45 seconds. 3 seconds still available here. Are they going to be able to touch to get the OT? And no! They are not Liberty High School! Don't get... Oh no. I've seen this happen before.
You know, I was thinking in my head earlier when you were talking about all these draws, I was like, I've never seen a draw while I've been casting. And I just didn't say it. I just didn't say it because I was like, no, we're not going to speak it into existence. So Desert Ridge, they have to have a plan. I mean, remember how quick they took this initial point last time? I think they've got this.
Yeah, and I mean, wow, that was just so definitely very, very heartbreaking from Liberty High School. You know, I mean, the TP play was there, but of course, smart coordination coming in from Silksong with that strange TP, or the Annoyed One, I mean, coming in with that strange TP, gonna just completely negating everything from them, not allowing them to get that TP in, and standing them back by just 45 seconds. And I mean, that right there was what was the crack in armor that they needed. So now all they have to do is just get 1/3 in. And Desert Ridge High School, with just about 2 minutes left, it is possible, but they have to play it smart. They can't falter in just yet. They can't get overly confident. They have to play this smart, calculated, and just ready for anything, because Liberty High School are not going to make this easy. They have that triple Vanguard, of course. They got the Magneto, the Thing, and the Deadpool. And with the Phoenix, of course, there also to back it up with a lot of damage. It's going to be a grueling battle.
Teleport strat maybe right off the bat here? Yeah.
Ooh.
And no counter.
Yeah,
this is a big gamble, though, early on.
Oh, no. It's going to be tough. And I mean, already now both teams are just pushing through. Oh, no.
Hey, guys, we saw what they did, and it didn't work. Should we try it and hope that it works? Well, I guess that might have been their thought. Unfortunately, it does not work. It's a bit too obvious. And again, the strat punished on out. I think you should have just gone for what you did in the first place because it worked. And I think now they're going to swap it over, but they're still obviously going to keep the Strange just for, you know, whatever reason. Maybe that little bit of old charge will matter in the end. But other than that, yeah, a struggle now for both sides.
Yeah, and I mean, they lost almost a whole minute there. And yeah, that was just a huge time waste. And with just 1 minute left, they have to go ahead and push this on through. They want to take us to a map number 4, but of course, you know, it's going to be very tough. It's going to be very tough indeed, as now the defense coming from Liberty High School is just too much. The Banhammer coming in onto the back, of course, going to send him on back and, of course, delay a lot more coming from there. But yeah, Desert Ridge, they're unable to go ahead and push this on through. And I mean, there's that pick coming on through. And still so far, the bit of magic now coming from Luke Berry. The Thing, go ahead and try and match it onto the back. The Venn diagram being spawned in once again. It is just not looking good. The clobbering time coming from the thing, of course, is going to be able to provide a little bit of stun. Earthbound right there onto the point. 22 seconds left. And Inferno came in. 2 picks. Make it 3 coming in now. Make it 4. And yeah, Desert Ridge are finding members left and right. And with 13 seconds left, I don't think they're going to be able to make it in time. They are going to be able to get overtime, actually. Venom is there in position. No. Oh!
It's just, yeah, it's going to be a damage fest. There's no way you can live through that.
No way! They're just moving on through, but still, Desert Ridge High School are unable to find any picks. And what was I saying earlier? Oh no! But still, Eternal Bond actually coming in just no! They got off point!
2, 3.
We go again. I mean, obviously the series wouldn't have been over. It had the map been taken, but there you go. There's a draw for those of you guys who might have been curious what one of those looked like. Yeah.
You know, I shouldn't have said anything, honestly. Like
Really
I just
should've.
it's always Hall of the Jolly. I don't know what it is about this map. It is always this map, and but anyways, you know, looking at the scoreboard, of course, medals galore coming in over on Liberty High School's side. Definitely, you know, they were putting in a lot of work, but I mean, look at that 16 final hit coming in from the Annoyed One, and definitely, you know, being able to find these picks when they matter the most definitely allowed them to gain in a lot of tempo. But I mean, man, what else can you say except that this was just an immensely tough game, honestly. I mean, both sides, they played really, really well, but just when it mattered most, they were unable to go ahead and lock it down at that last second. And I mean, the draw has been enabled. So I mean, yeah, definitely very, very, very tough. You know, very tough. Very, very unfortunate.
With Liberty, their Deadpool pick, I don't want to say it was a bad pick, but there were probably better ones. I think they were kind of going for maybe a bit of comfortability or just trying to stick, wanting to get it to work. And I feel like you just should have went with something you're more comfortable with. Now, obviously, the picks and bans definitely shaped this game into a different light, right? There was a Daredevil ban, so they didn't feel super comfortable going for the dive, but at the same time, we didn't see that Venom dive even with an additional character, or maybe a Star-Lord, maybe a Magic, something like that. I feel like they're straying away from what they're comfortable with, trying to get something that'll work, and, well, it cost them. Well, I guess it didn't cost them, but they could have won it there, and instead they got to play more and tire themselves out, because, again, the winner of this game still has to play another game today. So this is just going to tax more for their mentals.
Yeah, absolutely. But while we go ahead and let the players huddle up, figure out, hey, what exactly are we going to do here? We're going to go ahead and just send it to a quick little break. So don't go anywhere. You know, make sure you got your snacks, you got your water, because when we move on to, I guess, map number 3 still, it's going to be an absolute banger for sure. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We're back. We're back again, and for map 3 again, because we had a draw, but that's in the past. Let's kind of gloss over that. As much as we did talk about it a lot, and we're harping on the fact that it's a draw, we gotta see the next style of map, which is going to be domination, by the way. So if you're more now for those high intensity fights, quicker maps, this game mode's for you. Remember, this was the closest map that Desert Ridge didn't draw or win, but like it felt like they were one fight, one pick away from winning that map, and they just couldn't get it done. So honestly, I'm excited to see another domination.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we've seen like coming in from map number 1, of course, right? Definitely Desert Ridge having the upper hand at the beginning, but I mean, the adaptability coming in from Liberty really was what sealed their fate basically around the end. So I do believe we're going back to Wakanda, burning T'Challa. And, you know, when I think of domination, burning T'Challa is the map that I really think of, because a lot of possibilities in this map for different kinds of strats, you know, different types of shenanigans. You know, when you jump in over to Warrior Falls, of course, you know, one of the biggest things about the map is in Warrior Falls is just the overall, like, you can change the map. The amount of change that the map has is just so incredibly strong. You can cut off a lot of corners there. And then Stellar Spaceport, you know, the weakest out of the 3 points, honestly, but still a lot of Institution of Science, whatever that point is called, definitely I think the weakest out of 3. Stellar Spaceport is actually, you know, where we see a lot of flyers tend to come around, because it is fairly open, but there are also those 2 little pillars you can go ahead and hide behind. But still, you know, the question of flyers coming in is definitely not likely. You know, I mean, there was a little bit of flying meta coming in at one point, especially when Human Torch did have that team up with the Fantastic Four. You know, that Fantastic Four team up, one of the biggest strats just came, protect the Human Torch. You got an Ultron drone, you got an Invis team up. Excuse me. You have the Luna Snowflake. Human Torch just does not die. But I mean, Human Torch has slowly been coming back. You know, of course, that little mini rework he did get with the dashes definitely might have, you know, set him back just a tiny bit. But I mean, still, a lot of possibilities here. I don't think we're going to see any flyers, but hey, it's possible. You know, anything is possible in a world of Marvel Rivals.
The only reason I'm going to say it's not is because we've seen both teams willingly play hit scan against no flyers, and they just love it, and it's a lot of value. Yeah, I'm going to say probably not. I mean, the one thing I am considering is, do we see maybe a Black Widow? Does that come into the picture because of the nice long sight lines? I played against one in ranked the other day, and I can't lie, it was the most annoying thing I've ever had to deal with, and I wouldn't think I was saying that against a Black Widow, but here we are. The character, this is the map that they're viable on, for sure. And I don't think the players probably are the most comfortable with, but if they have that inkling or they have the idea, I think you're either going to see Black Widow, Hela, or maybe just, of course, that carbon copy and paste of the Phoenix coming in.
Yeah. I mean, there might be some potential for a Black Widow. I mean, I'm not really 100% sure,
Nope,
but I mean,
we're
yeah,
back
I mean,
to
you
Venom
are
Dive.
right. Oh boy. Well, I mean, yeah, Burning T'Challa is a lot where we see Dive also getting a lot of value too. But I mean, when you're playing for the vibes, definitely it's going to be very tough for you to go ahead and, you know, try and secure this thing down. But still, you know, it looks like so far we're keeping around with the same kind of comp. No switches coming in. Tax evasion still is going to be in here. Daredevil getting banned out first. Going to be matched up with a Gambit man. Secure probably maybe the Loki. I mean, we do see Danny hovering over the Loki, so we might see a Loki Protect coming in here. But we could also just, you know, stick to our roots, maybe make sure we keep that Venom locked in. And yeah, there it is. Venom is going to go ahead and be secured first. And of course, you know, Zyther just been so incredibly strong with that Venom, matching it up with Tarnished either on the Captain America or the Hulk. Just go in, wipe out the backline, and just be an absolute menace and allow either Butterworks or Siki to go ahead and, you know, get those final hits in. But of course, recognizing that, like, okay, hey, all right, they picked Venom, they're going to go dive again. Let's just secure the thing.
Interesting. I almost feel like I would have rather than secure the Emma Frost, not because they're immediately hovering right now, but I feel like it's just more that feels like more their identity. For whatever reason, the Emma Frost just seems to be where the success is for Desert Ridge. So that's kind of the idea in my mind. Obviously, they're going for the Hela band here as well now, so that spells out to be either an Elsa Bloodstone in the mix, or honestly, it might even make it tougher for themselves, as now you're playing Dive versus Dive, and we saw how that went for them, which was okay, but they didn't end up on top in the end, so something to keep your eyes peeled for.
Yeah. Absolutely. And, on the topic of Emma Frost, a lot of the things that we see in a lot of these games, right? Emma Frost currently in solo queue and ranked and whatnot has the lowest win rate, almost every percentage just being below 50%. But then you go ahead and, you take a look at a lot of these competitive kind of matches, team play, 6v6, LAN, and obviously, Ignites, a lot of these tournaments. Emma Frost is actually really, really picked a lot. And once again, to call back to one of the talks that I had with my friend Soren, Emma Frost is basically this game's equivalent to for those who play League of Legends, Ryze and Azir. You don't really see those kind of characters picked a lot in your solo queue games, but when you drop them in a competitive team environment, that's where we really see the true potential. And it just comes down to having that peer coordination coming on through with a lot of these players.
What's this ban gonna be? Wow, they sniped it. They found it. The annoyed one is going to be, well, annoyed. Yeah, that's not going to be fun for them. Of course, they will swap over to that Bucky, which, honestly, arguably, depending on the submap here, is going to be a lot more favorable for them. I'm just thinking about these comps in terms of the big area with the two walls in the mix, and I think that dive versus dive is going to be a bit messy. I'm worried. I don't know if I really like that Deadpool pick. It didn't work out as well for them last time. I want to see that dive, and they're just not going for it.
Yeah, but I mean, they have the Loki, so it is going to be the Imperial Institution of Science that we're going to be jumping in first. And I feel like this is where we might see Daredevil get in it, not Daredevil, Deadpool get in a huge, decent chunk of value. I mean, of course, Loki, I think when it comes down to it, this is Loki's favorite point. A lot of areas we can go ahead and close in that can do a lot of damage as well, especially around the mission area, a lot of healing, a lot of damage. And with how well we've been seeing Danny play the Invisible Woman, definitely would not expect anything short of just pure phenomenal strategist gameplay coming in here. But it just comes down to if Desert Ridge is going to have a proper response to it. I mean, they do have the Winter Soldier, they do have Bucky available, and that's going to allow them to go ahead and maybe secure these picks with the Bionic Hook and do a Trooper's Fist or whatnot. But still, I mean, I feel like both comps, looking pretty solid, honestly. I don't really think there's anything I would really change. But it looks like they are going to go in strong with an early range TP to just go ahead and secure already a good spot onto the mission area. And Cloak Levitation going to be a little bit of a mix up there, but still.
Well, there you go. The initial brawl set the stakes here. It looks like nobody wants to take the high ground instead. It's just a straight up brawl in the fight. And honestly, I guess I can't say I'm surprised, but I was curious what the game plan would be going in, and, well, it's Liberty that take the first pick. It's courtesy of that Phoenix. Make that a second one. And a third.
Make that a triple. Okay, you're already coming in and looking for the fourth here. The quad to go ahead and close things out, and Liberty High School, and there it is, the quad coming in right at the right moment, right at the last second. And that's going to secure them the mission area first. And like we were talking about before, of course, you got to go ahead and get up to 100%. The more percentages you have, the better you're standing in. And already, of course, the wall going to get chunked down. Of course, the demolition coming in, and that's going to allow it to spawn in these, I forgot what they're called, but it allows you to basically kind of fly in just a little bit there. Go ahead and, spawn in, just get into a different angle for, a lot of these characters that don't really have the proper dashes or tools to get there. But even then, Liberty High School, they're zoomies. Yeah, just go ahead and get the zoomies to go ahead and cross on through. But still, Liberty High School, they're moving in with great timing. They have a lot at their disposal. And Desert Ridge, they have to try and find a way. Maybe they're going to try and play for the ultis here. A lot of strong ultis at disposal. But there we see the Deadpool ulti being popped up. Banhammer mashing it up onto the back, onto one of the strategists. Go ahead and delay it. But still, it's the annoyed one with the Elsa Bloodstone that's going to take Tarnished out of the fight.
Honestly, I like the idea for the Loki to just put all their clones as close as possible and then just kind of fire out as mass healing as possible. Now, obviously, that is going to be a copy used and then an Eternal Bond back out from the other side. We're going to have a bit of a stalemate until someone else has something to say about it.
Ooh, and it's going to be the Klartrox, the Apex Predator, that's going to be able to find two members of Liberty High School, and that's going to allow Desert Ridge to go ahead and get that missionary. The retake coming on through, 5% and counting. 61% coming in over on Liberty High School, so, a decent chunk of percentages there that you have to try and climb back up to. But with control of the point, this is where really you now have the opportunity to go ahead and just take it all the way. So with the ultimates available on both sides, this is about to be a really, really tough battle coming in. We've got the Cloak and Dagger ulti, the Magneto, the Phoenix, the Punisher, Just so much utility coming in overall. High school, but we already see the Eye of Agamotto getting primed and available. Going to find 4 members. A quad Eye of Agamotto coming in, but Regenerative Domain coming from Loki. It's just going to go ahead and stall it out. But even then, it's going to be a Loop Berry that gets those 2 final hits and going to be able to get that ultimate popping up with a Vital Bounty. Now moving on through Magneto with the Metallic Bulwark. Try and take up a little bit of damage. Still not going to be able to find much. Meteor M still primed and available. Might be saving it in case the Dagger ultimate coming in through. Even then, Liberty High School are just going to get pushed all the way back.
I like that though. I mean, it was a bit of an aggressive Loop Berry ultimate. I don't think they really needed it, but I guess if you felt the insurance was necessary, so be it. Liberty, though, they didn't invest the ult there, and that's what I'm proud of them for. They're growing. I see the change from map 3 to map 3, I guess is what I should be saying. Brainiac Bounce, though, coming on in, and it doesn't find too much, but this is, again, just more stall, more percentage for Desert Ridge.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest issues with Mr. Fantastic. You know, Ultimate not really able to get too much value, but Reflexive Rubber is not going to be able to tank the Massacre that is Final Judgment. Matched up with a Meteor as well, and Liberty High School are just going to mow things out, secure these picks, and there's the KO now coming on through. Elsa Bloodstone is going to fall, and the retake coming in swiftly from Liberty High School, but still, 82% was claimed from Desert Ridge, so they are sitting pretty comfortably, but they have to be very, very careful here. The God of Mischief, Danny, is available with that ulti, of course, to pop it up, get a copy in, and secure them an Eternal Bond, or maybe even the Invisible Boundary if he decides to go for it. A lot of room of possibility here to get a lot of shenanigans in. You got to get the brain power going on up. But we have the Apex Predator coming from the Annoyed one too. So a lot of possibilities for them to move on to the back and secure these picks going on through. But it's just a matter of if they're able to find the timing, if they're able to find the opportunity. And it looks like the Annoyed one is going to be able to find the timing for the Glartrox. Not going to be able to secure a pick as Loki's Regenerative Domain is just so incredibly strong. We see RCD, the God of Mischief, being popped up into the Eternal Bond. They're going to match it up from Tax Evasion to get another Eternal Bond going on through. The Banhammer also came out from Tarnish. And yeah, this is just a swift back and forth coming on through. Overtime has been initiated now. I've talked about a Prime available from Silk Song. Eternal Bond now coming in from J-Pro Diff. And this is going to be a tough battle here. I mean, this is just insane. Everyone is converging on through. Ultimates popping in when they get the chance. And the Eye of Agamotto is going to be able to find the Punisher and the Loki and help secure those picks barely.
Ooh, they're still hanging on, but there's officially the flip. Now, what do? Do you go back and regroup? I say yes. It looks like the players are saying yes as well. Oh, no. Well, got sniped. The kill stolen, but still, the players now needing a touch. And is this a strange moment? It might have to be. Is there anything in the works? They're gambling. Can they get it in? Yes!
Just barely. Brainiac Bounce going to go ahead and start up the Massacre. King Metal going on through, finds that KO onto the Cloak and Dagger. Tarn is going to be to match it up with the Elsa Bloodstone pick. And look at Dr. Strange, so incredibly low. Silent Seduction being popped up from Hey Lemon. Going to be able to find 1 and 2 and 3 charms, and that's going to send them on back. But the Ensong Inferno coming in from Siki, going to be able to go ahead and move on through. Dish out a lot of damage, and Emma Frost going to have to back up just a little bit here. We are overtime, 99% to 99%. And looking at Liberty High School are going to be the victors of round 1, able to take onto that point. It's all up to if Elsa Bloodstone can go ahead and secure it and lock it down for just a little bit longer. Are they going to be able to make it? Doesn't really look like it. Then the Strange TP was used. Oh no, that's 300-second cooldown. Might be what ends Desert Ridge here.
Did you see that? Did you see the MVP? The most valuable portal of all time? I mean, a fraction of a second perfect. You just don't get those often. And you know how we were talking about the effectiveness of the TPs from the Strange last map? That's how you should use them. A last-ditch effort. You don't need to go for a full gamble play with a lot of time left. Instead, use it when you need to, or use it as a fake. It's really, really effective when you can do that. And then on top of this, by the way, Zyther is now on the Venom with a full ult ready. Like, somehow they've worked this out to where now you're back on your comfortable role after just one swap. I'm seeing this as a really good momentum swap for Liberty.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, on top of the swaps, you know, definitely doesn't really look like there are much happening here. We do see Zypher, right, still sitting on the Venom. If you see the Abyss primed and available, you got that OT, and that's going to allow you to, of course, get a lot of bonus health, apply that anti-heal, maybe find a little bit of something there. Living Bullet going to be able to do a decent chunk of damage right there, being able to find 2 members. And still, I mean, right now, Liberty High School, all they have to do is just take Warrior Falls, and they take it home they're going to be able to go ahead and win the first match of today. But still, this Desert Ridge is not going to make it easy. We see already the Glock being popped out, going to be able to find one pick onto the Punisher. You see the Biz, though, moving in onto the back. It doesn't really look like it was able to find anyone there, not any picks at least. And, you know, still, I mean, Danny back on the Invisible Woman now, primed up and available. We might see a Venn diagram happening here, and there it is. Both invisible boundaries being popped up. That's going to be another stalemate here. Liberty High School do have the advantage, about almost 2/3 secured here onto the point, but they are going to get a shot on back. AIA Wakamoto primed and available. We do see the Cloak of the Levitation coming in there. Maybe going to try and find something in the back, but unfortunately was unable to. Desert Ridge, though, are finding these picks, and they're going to be able to take up the mission area first.
Sometimes whenever I play Strange, I'm like, how do you get value in damage? And it's honestly about supporting our team and then playing off of them, getting that final blow on that last sliver HP that a headshot might deal to them and kind of leave them with. But now, ults galore, what do we got going on?
Ooh-wee. Final Judgment popping up first, coming from Butterworks. Was able to chip the Strange down, but not being able to find that pick just yet. But Liberty High School are still turning the KO feed blue as they are finding it and sending Desert Ridge back. Lootberry gonna have to go ahead and regroup with his teammates because, you know, being put in a rough spot like that, it's just not really what you want to happen. But Liberty High School now claiming up the mission area, 11% and counting for them. So still sitting in a really decent spot, you know, 20% coming in on Desert Ridge, not that hard to go ahead and catch up onto. And as they take up this space, you know, go ahead and try and deny it. This is where I think things are going to get a little bit more tough now. Ultimate's available, Meteor M and the Unsung Inferno, but the Glock being popped up is able to find 3 members and secure 2 KOs. And I mean, that's how strong the Glock can be. The Punisher and the Magneto are out of the fight, but still Liberty High School are holding their ground in the Invisible Boundary now coming in on both sides. Of course, another Venn diagram onto the point. PC the Abyss popping up on the back and apply that anti-heal, but the Carbon Crush is not going to let him escape or get any value. Their damage coming in is just too much, but the swing cooldown did come back in just in time. But even then, the Symbiotic Resilience going to hold it down by just a little bit longer, stalling, and that's why Venom is so strong. The Brainiac bounce to move on to the back, maybe try and find a pick here. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get those extra bounces. We see the Meteor Emerald, of course, also come in, but doesn't find anything there. The Psionic Seduction now coming in through from Hey Lemon, going to be able to get a decent amount of charms in, but no picks secured just yet. And as I say that already, here we go. We turn the KO feed orange as Desert Ridge finds the picks, retake the mission area, and now they're in control.
I was about to say that invisible barrier usage was maybe a bit questionable, but it works out because not only do you bait out theirs, you still hold on to the point, you still farm up about 30 additional percent. Works really, really well for them. I think Zyther may struggle now as that Deadpool comes back out, and now you're kind of looking for a bigger source of damage or sustain. Either way, I think Liberty will be okay, but with these ults in their face, might just be kind of getting farmed for ult charge right now and farming up ult charge for themselves as well.
Oh my days. Silksong was able to hit a 5-man AIA Wakamoto, and still not any picks were found there. And I mean, that was just insane. A 5-man AIA Wakamoto is not a small feat to have. But a Banhammer coming in onto the back, matched up with the Glock now. Going to be able to dish out a lot of damage and secure the picks here. Desert Ridge are just in it to win it. They are finding all the opportunities that they need. The ultimate's coming in just in time, but the Unsung Inferno going to be able to swing on through, but a Temporal Shroud coming from Cloak and Dagger is just going to negate it. The timing was there and it was perfect. We see Butterworks moving on through the spawn. Might switch over to Doctor Strange or something here to get that TP in, because 95%, you have to be really, really quick about this because you're not going to have too much time. 98, 99, and they're unable to make it. A TP doesn't come in time, and Desert Ridge take us to point number 3, Stellar Spaceport.
I think that's actually a really costly swap because not only do you lose that Strange cooldown, right? You know, the 300 seconds now, but also you had 98% to a Punisher ultimate. And now it's down to 50%. Yeah, now you have to re-swap back and you're losing more and more every time you do. It's gonna be tough for them to kind of bounce back in this one. I think as well, Desert Ridge, this Elsa Bloodstone is a force to be reckoned with. Every ult finds 2. I mean, King Metal has been doing a really good job of just staying alive, which is important, just absorbing all that damage. You don't even need to do a whole lot, but they're just hanging around, blocking various ultimates, making sure the dive isn't effective, and yeah, you're gonna see Zyther, knowing that they're struggling, swap over to that Magneto. Tarnish now on the Hulk, and I actually like Tarnish on the Hulk here, from what I've seen at least.
Yeah, and definitely, Spell Spaceport is one where we really see Hulk get a decent chunk of play. But Warrior Falls, I feel like, was the Hulk point. So, maybe this switch is really what they need to go ahead and take it home and secure it. The Exiles definitely are going to be extremely strong. And, of course, the Indestructible Guard, having that shield there, being able to dish out damage into your ulti, and, of course, block out a lot of damage as well, especially if you time it well and get a decent chunk of your teammates. As we see right there, that shield, it can be so extremely strong despite getting taken out really easier. But already we see, of course, tax evasion going in with Eternal Bond, going to be able to match it up with Danny's Invisible Boundary now. Blueberry still has the Invisible Boundary available over on his side, so still, a lot of potential here to go ahead and match it up. Eternal Bond coming in from J-Bro, going to be matched up with that Invisible Boundary now. Both support ultimates already gone and used so early on. Brainiac bounce getting popped up from King Meadow. Eye of Agamotto coming on through, is able to find only the Hulk though, as a shield came in just in time from the Magneto. And Song Inferno going to try and find his pick onto the Emma Frost. Unfortunately, wasn't there in time. The damage reduction coming from Diamond Form is just so immensely strong. But the picks are coming from Desert Ridge. They're finding it and sending Liberty High School back.
Looked a little close there, but they got there in the end. It was a brawl and a half, but Desert Ridge ends up out on top. And if they do end up winning this map, reminder, they would stay alive here. They are playing for everything here. 1 point to decide if they are staying alive or going home. Liberty just need to get across one more line, but Desert Ridge not giving it up easily by any means. Liberty are actually kind of struggling here to win these fights in the end, and these ults just don't seem to be as effective for them as they'd like.
Yeah, but I already see Hulk smash the World Breaker getting popped up, but Glartrox is going to go ahead and negate it, taking Hulk off of the map, and that's going to be huge coming in for Desert Ridge. Psylocke Seduction going to be able to pop out and go ahead and maybe try and close things out here. 41% encounter coming in, but that's going to be a really tough loss coming from Liberty High School. They lost that World Breaker, they lost the Gamma Monster himself, and that's going to send them back a decent chunk. Final Judgment, though, primed and available. Can we see it pop T here? We're going to be really, really risky, but not just yet. Deliverance getting into his hands. Final Judgment now primed and available. Eternal Bond go ahead to match it up against it. Maybe try and find a pick here for the bounty to save the Punisher. Getting very, very low there. That can be huge indeed, but still the damage is not going to be there. Final Judgment got no value.
Yeah, I mean, countered out. I mean, that Mr. Fantastic shield so effective, just can absorb infinite damage, it feels like. And now Silk Song has never had a bad eye of Agamotto. Oh, okay, I cursed it. I'm sorry.
That's the curse. An unfortunate Eye of Agamotto coming on through, but a Meteor M now coming from Scyther. Not going to be able to get any damage there. We saw the dunk come in, but unfortunately was not able to find that pick. And yeah, it is just a lot of back and forth, but Desert Ridge are just not letting up at all. And Song Inferno coming in with the Eternal Bond to go ahead and maybe find these picks. Double KO coming in over from Tarnish. Scyther going to be able to get another one, the Annoyed one, to get it taken out. And the KO feed turns over blue as overtime is popped up, but Liberty High School are able to secure it. But this is where things get very, very tough now, because you can't let up. You can't lose a single fight here now. With the TP coming from Silsong, and they recognize that they are going to have to bring in their absolute A game to go ahead and match it up. Ulti's going in, out, and about. Invisible Boundary with the Brainiac and bounce, matching up with the backline, but a World Breaker Hulk once again achieved and try and find something, but a Psylocke Seduction going to be able to get these charms in at the right moment. Hulk getting taken out, shot all the way back down to Puny Banner. Glartrox coming on through as well, finding the picks. Double KO coming in over to Silksong, make it a triple, and they're going to be able to go ahead and find these picks and get the retake in. But the Strange TP came in just in the nick of time as all members spawn in. This is their last fight. They cannot lose this. And with Cheeky going a little bit overzealously, the Carbon Crush is going to take him out of the fight. Just barely, though, but they're still able to find that pick.
That might just do it here. I mean, all the players are flooding on in. The invisible barriers here, but is there stabilized? Okay, Tarnish finds two, and that's on both the supports. They just need to stay on this point. They should have it down, and it looks like they, with the third, secured it, but still, where's the rest of the team hanging on for dear life? This Strange is still giving problems, looking a little funny, a little weird, and there you go. It was the deforming of the Hulk that stopped the touch, because when you change forms, you leave the point. Desert Ridge secure themselves a first map.
Yeah, definitely is a huge tempo shift that they needed to go ahead and get this moving on. And I mean, wow, such an unfortunate last fight coming in from Liberty. I mean, they had all the potential there. Tarnish was going absolutely crazy. And I mean, yeah, when you're transforming or de-transforming from the Hulk, you are not counted as a player. So if you're on the point and it's overtime, you're not going to be able to stop that timer. And that's really what led Liberty High School to go ahead and fall down. Tarnished was doing such good work there at the last moment, but it's getting down to the fact the Annoyed One was just going absolutely crazy with the Elsa Bloodstone. And I mean, yeah, that's really it at the end of the day. I mean, they timed their ultis very, very well. Emma Frost as well with those psionics deductions to just go ahead and move through, not let them use their ultimates. And I mean, yeah, 19 final hits coming in from the Annoyed One. I mean, he's just been playing absolutely phenomenally all across the board.
For the love of everything, please ban Elsa Bloodstone. You can't deal with it. It's been proven. Every ultimate gets at least 2. I mean, it's knocking your ult and Hulk off the map. Ban the character. I think they did the first map, but it's time. Yeah, you gotta set the ego aside, say, okay, we can't deal with it. We can't even match it. Chalk it up as an L and just move on there. Adjust your plan. I mean, I did like the tank line there in the end, right? The Magneto and the Hulk. It was looking pretty good. It felt like with all the pressure that was being applied elsewhere with the Elsa Bloodstone, it was just not enough to support the rest of the team. It felt kind of split of the front line, the back line's way back, and it just, yeah, didn't end up as a win.
Yeah, which is very unfortunate coming in for Liberty. You know, they had a tempo to move on through, but it's just at that last second, they were unable to close it. And I mean, yeah, it was definitely tough, but still, you know, they're still in the lead. It is 2-1 now. And I think we're going to be moving on over to Convoy for game number 4. And I mean, whew, it is just insane. So I do believe because we already played on Tokyo 2099 Spider Islands, it is not going to be available this time. So, you know, we do have potentials for maybe Midtown or let me see, Midtown, the Hellfire. No, not Hellfire. No.
Yggdrasil?
I don't remember the Convoy maps. Yeah, Yggdrasil. Museum of Contemplation is also a really good one to move on through. I mean, I think definitely fits Liberty's comp a lot, but man, it's gonna be tough.
I almost wish that we had seen for a convergence map instead of Hala de Jalia. I almost wanted to see these two teams on Clintar. I think it would have been really cool to see how exactly they navigated all the different lanes, and especially you have to see the Phoenix battles of just having off-angle versus off-angle. But, of course, we're on just the convoy mode, and the point capture has been, I think, the most even out of everything. It's been the momentum that has heavily favored one team or another based on the map. So we should get a pretty good feel right off the bat for what exactly is going to be the team's game plans, but also which team is in favor.
Yeah. Absolutely. So I do have the lineup. You know, it is going to be either Midtown, Araco, Yggdrasil's, or the Museum of Contemplation. And yeah, I mean, I feel like we could either see. I feel like Araco, you know, the Hellfire Gala Araco. It's definitely a strange map to go ahead and, you know, start jumping in through, because I mean, like a lot of odd points for you to go ahead and maybe secure. A lot of flyer possibilities coming in there. But I mean, like you mentioned earlier, of course, you know, the amount of hit scan warriors that are on both teams can just completely shut down the flyers. I mean, if we move on over to Midtown, of course, that's where we see a lot of the triple comps coming in. Jigsaws Path, definitely a really, really good one for both the Penny and the Wolverine. And Museum Contemplation, you know, just an overall brawly kind of map, you know, definitely so enclosed. A lot of opportunities there for both sides to just go ahead, pure fisticuffs, and just duke it out. But yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of good possibilities coming in from convoy maps, but I'm not sure. A lot of options.
And reminder, this is the first time now that Liberty actually get to choose what the map is going to be. I think it was ever since that first map, it's always been, well, it was the lowest seed, which was Desert Ridge. Then they kept losing, so it was Desert Ridge every time. Then it was draw, and I think it defaults then still back to the player or the team who had chosen before. And then finally, you get to see this one. So this is their secret tech. This is the one they should be the most confident with, and honestly, should be the one they're most dominant with if we haven't, I guess, played it already. But I'm going to say, prediction-wise, I think they're comfortable on Yggdrasil. I think they just go there.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, but going over to Yggdrasil, you know, definitely we might see, of course, the Annoyed One get his Wolverine band out once again, because, I mean, that's definitely a very Wolverine kind of map. You know, a lot of possibilities there for you to get these good grabs in. And it's just, a lot of different like possibilities, endless amounts of possibilities coming in from all of these maps. And I don't know, it could be very tough to really determine 100%. But I feel like definitely, yeah, I can. Well, actually, yeah, I can see definitely Liberty going for the Yggdrasil, going for Yggdrasil's path. Going that back down over to the land of Asgard. Yggdrasil as it's turned into now, thanks to Loki, I guess. In game lore. But yeah, I mean, definitely, I can see it.
I think as well, the way that the picks and bans have been managed by Liberty has been a struggle for them. They are banning characters that hard counter the comp that they want to play. They are not banning the characters that are giving them active problems throughout the day. And so that means that they're kind of struggling to see the value from these characters, because it's not a one-for-one matchup that you need to be dependent on. It's a team versus team matchup. What is giving your supports maybe the biggest problem that need to be addressed through the ban stage, right? Is it a dive character? Is it some sustain that just you cannot get over? Either way, I think they're going to learn their lesson after that first loss, and they should see themselves start to flourish.
Yeah, absolutely. And excuse me. And also just one of the biggest things when it comes down to Yggdrasil's path is, of course, the possibility for the environment to just completely go and rebuild itself. So you definitely have to keep your eyes out. If you try and destroy all of these walls to go ahead and get yourself a new off angle, go ahead and the fact that it's going to just immediately get rebuilt. But even then, still, we don't know what map is going to be just yet. But yeah, definitely 100% would assume it would be Yxgard. But even then, still, I mean, both players, right, both teams, they've just been going so incredibly strong. And now that it's 2-1, the possibility of a reverse sweep is now possible. It is in the hands of Desert Ridge to go ahead and try and lock this down. But yeah, a lot of pressure coming in, especially on both sides, because a reverse sweep does not feel good at all. But still, gotta keep the mentals all the way up. Liberty has been playing exceptionally well from the beginning, and they just have to go ahead and try and find a way to go ahead and lock things down. But it looks like it is gonna be Midtown, so we're going right back into New York. And I mean, yeah, Midtown, kind of the same thing. Like in my eyes, Midtown is just the standard convoy map. A lot of teams, especially in a lot of these tournaments, just prefer to go down over to Midtown. And I think it's because, obviously you have a lot of set comps, a lot of set ideas. And I mean, overall, just a lot of different possibilities of just getting absolute immense amount of work in. But I mean, it is also really tough when you head down over to Grand Central Station, when you're in that subway in the area where it can be so enclosed, and there's just a lot of angles there that you can't really expect someone to come in through. So I don't know. I mean, it's all dependent on how well they do in the first checkpoint.
Yeah, I think as well, just that confidence needs to kind of stand out. Like, right now, you're seeing what is potentially the most prolonged reverse sweep we've ever seen. I mean, it would be crazy to go up 2-0, have a draw, and then come back and win 3 straight on the other side. Like, that would just be absurd. So I think the fact that you need to stay strong, you need to stick with these game plans and not get overzealous. I mean, we're seeing good progress, I think, from Liberty to, not invest ults and lost fights, things like that. As for Desert Ridge, I mean, they certainly have not given up. You saw the coach kind of shaking the shoulders of the kids earlier, saying, hey, you're not out of this game yet. You can still lock in, still get a win here. And honestly, I think I have to congratulate both teams just for bringing it this close, this far already, because I'm enjoying myself. And the fact that the series is not over and still we have more is pretty redeeming. The fact that we still get to see at least as well one of these teams in a grand final, what is that matchup even going to look like?
Yeah, and it's just so insanely, like, it's insane. It's insane coming in over on both sides, because like, just the biggest thing for me is just like, of course, these are high schoolers, right? They're in the middle of their school year. I think, definitely, obviously graduation, I think, coming in slowly, but still, I mean, it's just like, you're in this beautiful venue here, and you're putting in such great work, and you're performing for both your friends and your parents to go ahead and see. And I mean, you're putting on such a great performance, putting in so much time into this game, working with your teammates, of course, getting those scrims going on. And I mean, it's just really, at the end of the day, nothing short of just impressive. I mean, the Grand Canyon University right here, it's awesome. I mean, like I said before, I wish we had something like this happening in my high school. It was boring. I think the biggest thing we had was just I don't know. We watched Coco in the auditorium. I think that's basically it.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Honestly, I think I've watched Coco in my Spanish class like 3 times in high school, so I completely get that. But yeah, just esports programs in general at a scale like this, even no matter how small, if you put in the effort, if you have the players with the talent, even if you just have the drive, you can put yourself in a place to have a team like this to go the distance, right? Even if you don't have the fancy jerseys, the crazy mice and keyboards, you just put it up, the results, and you've got yourself a program that can be sending a long way.
Yeah. But now, as we jump in over to Convoy Midtown, of course, the first ban is going to be no one else except the goddess of hitscan herself, Elsa Bloodstone, taken out of the game. And of course, we already pretty much expected that. I mean, you don't want to go ahead and give the annoyed one that Elsa Bloodstone, Captain America, going to get taken out. Of course, don't want to give Tarnished access to that. And I mean, yeah, when it comes down to Midtown, of course, definitely, like I was saying, I think this was the birth of the triple comp to come in through it. I mean, we see Ultron being hovered from Lootberry. This is also a pretty strong Ultron map. I don't really believe we're going to see the Ultron getting played, but I mean, with that new change coming in over to the Rage of Ultron, being able to cover a more wider area, definitely could see the possibility coming in there. Emma Frost going to get secured over for Desert Ridge, and Daredevil for Liberty High, with the thing getting banned out. So no Earthbounds coming in over from both sides.
Well, you got the Daredevil, but you lose the Venom. And that's the problem with having a very consistent duo dive comp that you kind of rely on as a crutch. I think this Liberty side's still probably going to opt for maybe the dive tank of Hulk, would be my guess. If you can't have the Venom, at least have the Hulk, then you can go for the Magneto as well. I think as well, Desert Ridge, or which team is this? This is Liberty up on the top. This is a very crazy composition switch just based off the hovers. Now, are they going to stick to it? I don't know, but like Black Widow, Ultron, you're having Flyers in the mix as well. I'm surprised at what we're seeing.
Yeah. And I mean, Angela, actually, now that I really take a good look at her, she's someone that I'm honestly surprised we haven't been seeing too much of lately. I mean, she's so incredibly strong, especially with the assassin charge, being able to go ahead and get a decent amount of disruptions in and just be an absolute mosquito around. But it looks like the Magneto is going to be the last member banned out. The Gambit, actually surprised he made it this far. But yeah, both teams immediately insta-locking that Daredevil and, of course, the Punisher and Invisible Woman. But we do now have access to the Hulk. So it might be a Hulk Vangpool. I wouldn't really... Okay, yeah. I'm not really expecting a Vangpool to come in here unless we are going to be trying to rock that triple. Just go to Vangpool. I guess Hulk could fit in there. But then, of course, the Groot and then just a Mantis, Loki, Adam Warlock. Because, I mean, they are available here. And, I mean, I think arguably the strongest triple strategist comp is having that Mantis, Loki, and also the Adam Warlock, because you can just completely, it's practically almost impossible to take them out. I mean, that's really what spawned in the birth of Assassinate the President, because, I mean, Protect the President comp is basically that triple, and you got that Adam Warlock, but then you have the Assassinate the President comp rocking it with a Storm and a Moon Knight, because obviously you build up the Hand of Khonshu so incredibly fast, and you're able to just go ahead and just dish it out over and over again and find these picks on the strategist. But of course, with the 20% ult negation, we have seen that entire playstyle kind of dive down.
We also have double Daredevil, by the way, one on each side. So it's not just the Daredevil being allowed for Siki, which I believe was the original Daredevil player, was having that value with the Venom comp, but now we're seeing King Metal as well. Let's see what they can find for their team, and it's a little bit of damage as they fall off a ledge.
Yeah, big damage coming in already, and of course finding that early pick onto Tax Evasion 2, it's going to allow Liberty High School to go ahead and get a huge amount of distance here. And I mean, yeah, losing a support that early on, Invisible Woman is able to hold her own. He is able to dish out a lot of heals, but still, the daggers of the knock, the autos coming in from Zyther is just going to find these picks and moving through with the Hulk. You don't typically see this. You don't see the Strange all the way up in the front with the Hulk, but of course they are going to move back. The more members you have onto the payload, onto the convoy, you're just going to be able to go ahead and, of course, speed it up. You move it faster. You move that cart faster.
It just feels like that first fight, Desert Ridge kind of moved in slow motion.
Oh, wow.
Like Liberty High School are just going so fast with this dive, and it's working. The damage output is insane. And again, they find themselves up 2 with players just being staggered out, not with a team. This is disastrous, dare I say.
Yeah, and I mean, now 5 seconds on the clock for Liberty High School, able to go ahead and pass through and enter Grand Central Station. And I mean, that was just so insanely quick. And I mean, yeah, that just comes down to the overall team coordination coming in from both Tarnish and Zyther. But then, of course, also Siki, Butterworks, Danny, and J-Bro. I mean, having this coordination over with your team to go ahead and be like, okay, hey, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the front, walk with me. And then they walk, they find these picks. It is just immensely impactful because, of course, coordination is what you need to go ahead and find these picks and go ahead and secure it all down. And I mean, they've been doing really good work on this. Both sides have. With the final judgment primed and available on both sides, this could be a devastating battle. Bullets galore, as Invisible Boundaries are also available. So we might see Mirror Ultimate happen here. Invisible Boundary, final judgment, matching up with Invisible Boundary now coming in from Danny. And of course, a World Breaker, AIA Wakamoto, going to be able to find 3 members and going to be able to mow them on through. Tarnish getting that pick onto Loopberry. Moved on through, finds tax evasion. And then Zyther finding the annoyed one. Gamma Burst going to be able to get that triple KO. And I mean, that's what you want the Gamma Beast to do. Hulk just tears them on through, and that is why he is the strongest there is.
The problem with the kind of mirrored supports on both sides is you have that game where whoever uses that strategist ultimate first is going to be the team that ends up falling down short in that fight. They're not going to have the response. Their heals are going to jump out or fall out a little bit early, and even here a big stagger on tax evasion will mean that this could be an even further punish than was bargained for. And again, Liberty High School, we talked about how this momentum would favor one team right off the bat, and I think we know who it is.
Yeah, I mean, Liberty High School, they've just like 5 minutes back onto the clock once again, and they're already halfway through, making their way over to Avengers Tower. Tax evasion gonna start this off, popping up with the internal bond, but that's just gonna allow Jaber to match it up with the Fate of Both Worlds. And the final judgment coming from Butterwork, gonna be able to mow through Strange Shield and send him back. Hey Lemon gonna have to go ahead and find some cover, but now letting the devil out. So Siki, double KO coming from Butterworks, and that's gonna allow them to just go ahead and build up this tempo. But the annoyed one now on a Hella is able to take Siki out, but even then, not without losing 2 more members. And it is just not looking good at all. Desert Ridge, though, still being able to get a decent hold every now and then. Over 4 minutes and 15 seconds left onto the clock here. Liberty High School are just not letting them get a chance of freezing room here.
I feel like it's that one meme of the vampire going, no bloodstone? Because that's the crutch ult that they just don't have in these fights to get them over. I mean, the Eye of Agamotto is good. It'll get them this one, especially with the annoyed one landing some headshots. But how much value are you going to see past this? Oh boy, they're forcing the issue. They want to try for it, and I don't know how well that's going to work, but I offer you the best of luck.
Yeah, AIA Wakamoto was only able to find the invisible wound, but now we see the World Breaker being unleashed once again. The Goddess of Death gonna get popped up, though. We're gonna be able to find Danny, and is looking for more onto the main point. Find Siki, and the Hulk is gonna get taken down. Tarnished, sent right back into the spawn, and with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, Liberty High School, they're still sitting with great amount of time, but being right there at the end and losing a fight that bad definitely is gonna do wonders for you. So Desert Ridge, you know, they're still holding down the fort just barely, but with 3 minutes and 50 seconds, they have to go and just get the hold of Doom and just not let them get all the way.
I think the 2 ults invested at the end of that fight were solid, honestly, because they baited out 2 more ults. Now Liberty can actually take one of the closest fights I think they've had with being down in ults, right? There's only 2 from the side of Desert Ridge. Of course, those are getting farmed up relatively quickly, but they need to end this fight here and now, and with that first pick, that's going to be their best chance in.
Yeah, but the Eternal Bond is going to come in just in time, and that's going to delay even more time. But Danny going to match it up with the Boundary Deliverance, still going to be able to find the Doctor Strange And with 2 members down from Desert Ridge, Daredevil coming in just in time, though. It's going to be tough. We see Silksong popping up with the Psionic Seduction. Going to be able to find 1, going to be able to find 2. Not going to be able to find much else as the Doctor Strange shield came in just in time. And that's going to be Emma Frost taking out. Double KO coming in over onto Siki. And that's going to be the payload launched all the way to Avengers Tower. 2 minutes and 22 seconds left onto the clock here for Liberty High School. And they took it all the way.
Indeed, and last time I think that was what? It was a minute left on the clock. It was 34 seconds for the convergence last time, and then it was Desert Ridge that actually one-upped them and had like a minute 34, something like that, and that obviously rounded up to 2 minutes when the calculations were done. But Liberty, this is the start that they need for this map, right? They obviously banned out one of their biggest problems. Desert Ridge are trying to rise to the challenge. They had a decent few fights, but it took them a while to get their footing set. Now, you're coming into a picture where you need to be the ones that make the move. You can't just sit there and take things. You are on the attack. You need to complete this full course with more than ample time left, because that's how you're going to match up against this other side. We are seeing a swap over to the White Fox, though. What are your thoughts there?
30 seconds before you attack.
I mean, I don't know. It's like, it's hard. It's tough to really get a full idea, and I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, if we were to really go ahead and look, I mean, the scoreboard I think kind of speaks for itself. I mean, we already see just 1 pick coming in all over Liberty High. You know, 1 death coming in over to a decent chunk, 5 members. And that just comes down to the fact that it was just that last fight that set them back. So, I mean, Desert Ridge, they have to have the attack of, I don't even know. But with the White Fox, right? That's, I think, like I remember talking a while back and when White Fox came around, you know, White Fox definitely is, I'd say, a decent chunk of equivalent to the Elsa Bloodstone. Not as dominant in the strategist, but still can be very, very versatile in a lot of different comps. You know, he definitely works so well in front to back, in dive, in brawl, in bunker. You know, just so many different comps that these kind of heroes can work in. But Liberty High School are already going in absolutely strong with such a good hold coming in, not allowing Desert Ridge to get any distance in just yet.
Lemon's kind of struggling to stay alive and actually deal out that damage without Silksong in the mix. Both of them need to be basically on top of each other, and that allows for Liberty to kind of throw as much damage at those 2 tanks as possible. It's tough to get out healed by the White Fox, which is why you've seen the swap on out. Of course, even still with that swap onto the Cloak and Dagger, it will still be a tank going down. Make that a second one, and again, no ult's even needed here, but just this poke damage, this poke game is so potent for Liberty High School right now. They're just on top of things.
Yeah, and you see the switches coming in all over the place, coming in from King Metal for sure. Mr. Fantastic not working out, going to try and make the Iron Fist work out here. But yeah, I mean, this just comes down to the fact that Desert Ridge needs to find what they can do to just find the cracks in the armor here and just take Liberty High School out. But even then, the Invisible Boundary now coming in from a Loot Berry right onto the mission area. And of course, Hulk popping up, Hulk smash, World Breaker up and unleashed. And, I didn't really... Okay, I didn't see anyone there, but still, the Gamma Burst going to be able to find 1 KO. Matching it up with Invisible Boundary now coming in from Danny, and the Eternal Bond coming from Taxivation 2. Eye of Agamotto is primed and available coming from Zyther. Final Judgment and Fate of Both Worlds 2. They have the ult advantage, but they have to play it quick because Desert Ridge are slowly creeping up to their own. The Final Judgment, the Fate of Both Worlds, of course, popped up, and they're just sent right back into spawn. And of course, you know, the picks still come in. That's a team up coming in with the Invisible Woman and the Doctor Strange, being able to pull them into the Maelstrom of Madness and find those picks.
A little risky, I think, to use that Luna Snow ultimate when you didn't need to. I think I had it even just with the Punisher, but I guess the sustain was nice enough. My only worry is that how do you combat this on the way back? 3 ults, they're starting to use theirs a bit more aggressively, and that means they don't have anything to respond with if things go the way back. But there's 2 picks on the front line of things, and that'll end that fight pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Liberty High School are just not letting Desert Ridge even escape. And I mean, typically when this happens, this is where actually we see Squirrel Girl get some play in. Of course, you know, you just go Squirrel Girl, you sit in the safe zone of your spawn and just shoot out those acorns and just hope for something. But Psionic Seduction matched up with the Living Chi is going to be the crack in the armor that Desert Ridge need. Finding a double KO, finding 3 now. And this is the picks that they needed to go ahead and get this payload moving. And I mean, yeah, that's all that really came down to. they found the opportunities to go ahead and combine those two ultimates, and they were able to go ahead and move on through. But the fact that they were sitting in spawn for about 3 minutes and 30 seconds, that's gonna be a really big hit in the time bank. But still, halfway through now, 30 seconds to left on the clock. They have about 2 fights left in them, so they have to play very, very carefully here.
Yeah, it was 3 ults actually using that fight, and now that makes things even here. I mean, this is a very even fight, honestly. One that will shape the entirety of this game. Final fight territory for Desert Ridge, and they need to find a way into it.
They were able to take down World Breaker, but Avagamoto now coming in from Zyther. Going to be able to find both the Cloak and Dagger and, of course, the Iron Fist. Lunar Snow getting that final pick there. And moving on with the boundary coming from Danny. And just a little bit here maybe to go ahead and secure a little bit more time. Hulk is back into the fight, mashing it up. Puny Banner not going to be here. It is the Green Behemoth himself. Go ahead and rain terror across the board. But as we jump in over to overtime now, Desert Ridge are just doing whatever they can to try and hold it down, but it's going to be Seeky who can be able to find a double KO onto the Iron Fist and a Loki moving on through Strange, trying his best to hold it down, but even then, it doesn't look like it's going to be possible as Seeky with a quad KO might finish things off here, make it a penta, and I think that's going to be it right here. Desert Ridge not going to even hold it, and Liberty High School take map number 4.
And with that, they are your champions, no? Right? That's all 3 maps now their way. They've officially closed it out. It was a doozy. And they found the first 2. They got stalled up in the 3rd, stalled in the 4th. Or excuse me, they move on to the final round, I should say. They are the champions of this game. But yes, they have put up an absolutely phenomenal fight. I think both teams as well. It honestly felt like a grand final in and of itself. But one more game will still await the victors of this. And that'll be Liberty High School.
Yeah, I mean, wow. What else can you say about that game except that it was just immensely tough for Desert Ridge to go ahead and try and get value there. I mean, they were playing so well, but it's just getting down to around the end of the time that Liberty High were able to find all of the angles that they needed to in that moment. And the fact that they were just able to hold them into spawn for almost the entirety of their attacking phase, I think is just really what started sealing the deal. I mean, they were able to get that good fight in, but it costed them about 3 ultimates. And I mean, when that happens, you know, that's just how you know you're in a really tough spot. But still, they held their grounds. They held their head up high. They were able to take 1 map off, but just at the end, it just became really unfortunate. I mean, Tarnish on the Hulk. You know, Hulk is strong as there is, but, you know, maybe we should start considering that Tarnished is the strongest there is with how he was handling Hulk there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you saw it drawn up perfectly in the end, and I think we saw the value of why they chose it as their map, why we didn't go to Yggdrasil, why we didn't see the 3-3-3. It's because they had that confidence. They just needed to have that daredevil back with them as well, ban out the Elsa Bloodstone, and I think that's honestly maybe a bit of a mistake from the Desert Ridge side to let that daredevil go through. I mean, they'd kind of thought, okay, maybe we can deal with the character now because we have bigger problems. Nope. You let it back in, and it immediately will make you pay. I mean, every single player on that team had great solo work and team play at the same time. You just got to give them congrats.
Yeah, absolutely. GG's all across the board. But that's going to be it for our first match of today. We do have one Benwart banger after this. We got Copper Canyon going up against Hamilton. And I can already tell this one is about to be another banger. 2nd seed going against 14th seed. Literally practically the same thing in kind of numbers, except, you know, by just 1. But we're going to go ahead and check that game out in just a little bit while we send it to a quick break. Make sure you don't go anywhere because if this game was a banger, I already know this one is going to be another banger. We'll catch you in the next one.
We are back here at West Oahu, major event that is known as the Hawaii Esports Invitational. There's still plenty of action here as we go round robin with 6 teams inside of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Clutchkey alongside with Henry here for your entire weekend as we get set to play for the surfboard, the trophy, unlike any other here at AIA.
One could be Michigan State, bringing us to 5.
Michigan
Is that
State,
one going to land?
Almost had it. Needed to get it through the pocket. Doesn't do so. Boise State will have a response now. Woozy on the 1-on-3. Can he get it through? No. Good tip. Gets it back up. Good bump on Michigan State as well. Oh no. Preston's have a chance. Here comes Preston. Preston looking for his
double
first
tap.
ball. Dumps it in. here in overtime. It's an infinite clock till we have a winner. Somebody needs to blink. It's a staring contest. Nobody blinking. Going on the edge. Wide open.
It's open!
Sicko Bears. Baylor takes the victory and a new school. Yes, there he is, Mr. Zippies himself right there. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much. Zippies, our presenting sponsor, 3rd year in a row. Of course, big thanks to GG Circuits, Prodigy Chain, as well as Southwest Airlines. Thank you very much to all of the sponsors here for HEI. They come out of the tunnel, they come out of the soundstage, champions of HEI, the Baylor Bears do. There you go.
Trophy ceremony on the other side, but let's check in on the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Room.
Man's aggressive.
That's cool. It's not the. It wasn't the inner hitbox, so. It's not the classic air check.
So Michigan State will go away with a surfboard for the 3rd year in a row, mind you. So they are 3 for 3 in number
Wow.
of.
Today is a huge day, not just because it's a state championship, because it's the first one ever for Kansas. So we'd love to bring home a state title for the first time ever.
I've seen students absolutely come alive in this environment. These are students that I feel are not represented within school very much, and this is a place for them to call home. They get to come in every single day in a very competitive atmosphere and just continue to do what they love and get better and better and better at it, and hopefully earn some kind of a scholarship to go to school for it. It's really, really important.
This program got started at Andover High School specifically because students wanted it to happen. There was an esports club without an official sponsor for the first year. They just did their thing and found colleges to compete that were already doing esports. They went out and did that and got publicly recognized. And then the year later, I heard about that and was like, let's do this, let's make it official. So I sponsored that for 5 years, and then Keisha picked it up this year, making us an official activity, and it's just blown up since then.
So the Activities Association in Kansas sanctioned esports because we recognized an activity that was gaining popularity from a grassroots approach, and we saw kids were interested in it. The number one thing that we have to remember is if kids are interested in something, we have to be plugged in and give them opportunities in the school, because when we know kids are plugged in school, they become better students.
Students, parents, faculty, gamers, welcome to the Play versus Upgrade Arena featuring Marvel Rivals. We have the best high schools in America, guys, joining us.
The 4 teams you're going to be witnessing today in front of your eyeballs.
Yes, we have our regional finals of the East and the West.
Let's talk quickly about the pricing as well. Our pricing here is distributed for schools and their esports programs. It's given over by our partners. And this is really good for so many of our schools and their programs to make sure that their athletes can perform at the highest level.
We are ready to start our first semifinal between Fury Royal and Suncoast. Oh, just the impact of the kills of Fury Royal. First to take out the Bucky. The Jeff ult from Suncoast gets nothing. Fury Royal are getting so much value out of these strategist plays, and they may just go all the way to force a round 3.
Letting the devil out, going in with Shinatato. You can see already the Thor's trying to make moves towards the back. Pepperlock's down, even more so. Mason just tearing through them. And while it may be an attempted escape here for the Star-Lord, the chase down is going to be brutal, and it's going to be immediate. SPHS are wiped off the map. Fury Royal are back in control, and they will claim the series and the Eastern Seaboard. Their Science Academy, they just utilize their raw talent to mechanically outduel.
What a wall from Dude Guy, bro. At least you got the stagger on Jarvis. You're going to need everyone involved in this final push for point B, because these fights are going to get extended. Science Academy need a nice group up.
And he combines the damage with the Magneto to make sure the survivability is going to be on the table. Ivy Dragon's down. Zombie round the back. And it's Chef Eat to remember as they take one of the Vanguards off of the point. Slushy can return to a fight, but there will be no such mercy for Magneto. Science Academy are running low on friends, low on time, and low on hope as Leemore High School, with a flawless record 3-0, should be able to get themselves into the winner's position and the inter-regional finals.
And that just simply wasn't enough. The wires get crossed. Leemore High School get crossed up. Fury Royal, they win this fight. They could go all the way to win the map. This could be what dictates if Leemore High School are going to be your champions.
Right now, it's still or die. Shinateta goes to the wrong portal, ends up in a fiery grave below. Slush has already taken out their counterpart. Mason is stunned as they attempt to release the devil. And Leemore High School, they rise above it all. They rise up as your champions, region versus region, after dominating their own. Leemore High School take away Fury Royal's signature map and the series as well.
Winter Soldier or Star-Lord? Which mains have better aim? We'll be putting these 2 Winter Soldier mains and these 2 Star-Lord mains through 5 head-to-head competitions that are designed to push the limits of their aiming skills. Let's jump into the first competition, 1v1 sniper duels. Each team will have one person set up in a 1v1 sniper duel, Black Widow versus Black Widow to even the playing field. And they'll be dueling at 10 meters, 50 meters, and 100 meters.
And go.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I've like never.
There we go. All right, first round goes to Jester. Ready, go.
Oh my god. I don't like Widow. This is why I don't play her. That's so fair.
All right. So first round goes to Team Star-Lord.
Yeah. Accuracy. Okay, now that we've gotten through one match, let's actually meet our competitors.
Hi, my name's Roland, aka Jester, and go by either or. I'm from Adairsville High School in North Georgia. We are currently 3rd place in the state, and we are hoping that our actual first year actually playing goes well, and we hope to be state champions as well.
Y'all can just call me Riot. I go by Riot in like everything. I go to Winter High School. I'm from Michigan. This is my first year doing competitive like play versus and my stuff, so it's been pretty fun.
Hi, my name is Madeline, aka Captain Rex. I am with Elizabethtown Area High School, and I main Bucky for our team, and we're hoping to be state champions this year because right now we're on a winning streak.
Hi, I'm Riker or Reiki. I also go to Mount Shores High School. I've been playing pretty much since the game came out.
Next up is a 1v2 hit scan competition. Now in this 1v2 event, we'll be testing their tracking skills. The team of 2 will try to stay alive as long as possible without using any abilities, only movement. And the other team will have one player that's either playing a hit scan or being character, trying to eliminate both those 2 as fast as possible. Whichever team can do it faster, wins.
3, 2,
1, go!
Oh wow, I suck at it.
So how long do we have to survive for? As long as possible?
Yep, as long as possible.
Who's got better guns now?
Doing it. Hit scan.
No!
Justice, pure and simple.
3, 2, 1, go!
You made your last mistake.
Okay.
Well, we lost.
All right, 13 seconds. That was pretty quick.
Going to game 3 is 2v2 Squirrel Dodgeball. and Starlords could win it all right here, right now. In this 2v2, we're basically playing backyard dodgeball. Whichever team wins 2 rounds wins it all.
3, 2, 1, go. Got him. GG.
Nice. 26
Alright.
I got beamed just a little bit.
3, 2, 1, go.
The one near the door, the one near the section is almost dead.
My back hurt.
Team Starlord did in fact 3-0 this competition, but we're gonna make this last round triple the points so the Winter Soldiers can save face and possibly tie it up with a win here. So with this last battle, we're going to go to a 2v2 Hawkeye challenge. This challenge tests long distance aiming and projectile skills. One team will select 2 Hawkeyes and the other team can select whatever heroes they want. The Hawkeyes must stay on top of this building, while the Vanguards must stay on this road. The goal is to eliminate both enemies as fast as possible, and you can only use piercing arrows.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's
me.
Oh no.
Got him.
No! You were purposely targeting me.
Another one for the good guy.
I just the person and then went for him. So if it was you or not.
Oh, the
Ow.
hitbox manipulation did not help.
I earned that one.
3, 2, 1, go.
Nice.
I am too good at this.
Nice shot. Nice.
There we go.
Star Wars for the win again.
There we go.
Alright.
Oh.
Starlords it is. With a 4-0 sweep, Starlords have proven that they have the better aim. If you're Winter Soldier main, go off in the comments and let us know if you think there should be a rematch. Thanks to all the Play vs students who participated, and let us know what we should do next.
This high school Valorant team has a problem. They've never made it to the playoffs. So we thought, what if we bring a pro Valorant coach to carry them?
Are you down to try to coach this Valorant team to playoffs?
Oh, I'm down. Will he be able to turn them into cracked demons?
Nice. Beautiful shots.
Or are they destined to stay hard stuck?
Unlucky guys, you know what they say, we're fine.
Find out and coach me up, powered by JBL. So I'm here at Mountain Vista High School in Colorado. I'm about to meet the Valorant team. They're trying to level up their program. Yeah, I don't know how it's gonna go, but it's game day. We should go get inside. Should I call you Mr. Lee? I guess I'll call you Mr. Lee for this.
Mr. Lee's fine.
Yeah,
Mr. Lee's fine.
Man, how many computers do you have here? You know?
Oh, I don't know the total number actually, now at the top of my head. But we would just have 2 computers over here that we would plug in some of our consoles to, and we had 3 kids that just wanted a club to play video games, and I was like, sweet. I play some of these games, and I'd love to play against you guys, and so over the years we grew a little bit. Now we're at 20 kids roughly. So Valorant was a game that wasn't on my radar personally. Some of the games that we have here I was comfortable with. I played myself. I'd never played Valorant, but I had kids come up to me, hey, can we do a Valorant team? Play versus added the game, and I tried to say yes to my players and figure it out and let them play the games they love to play. And
So last year we missed playoffs.
Yeah.
This year, playoffs? What's it looking?
I hope so. I hope so. We all hope so. The team seems to think that they're capable of doing it, and I think if they keep working hard, I don't see why not. Mr. Lee, what's this for again? Is that a wireless adapter? Is that what it is? I think so.
You might have missed.
What year are you, and what do you mean?
I'm a sophomore here at Mountain Vista, and right now I'm maining Chamber and KO.
Ooh, Chamber and KO. They're really different.
Yes.
You have an Initiator, and then what is Chamber?
Sentinel.
Sentinel? How's that?
It's interesting. I started maybe 8 months ago.
Oh,
Into Valorant, and I've so far gotten myself into Bronze 3.
Nice, nice, nice.
I play Duelist.
So who are your favorite agents?
I play Phoenix, Reyna, Jet, and Raze mostly.
What is your thing that you bring to the team?
I think I bring like a kind of energy, and I also believe that I bring I think I bring the kills a lot of the time. I can't lie. That's why I play Duelist, you know. I think I bring a lot of like the entries and that kind of thing. I think I do a decent job at it at least. You know, I could probably get 1 or 2 on the entry depending on what team we're playing. But,
Sure.
Yeah.
I am a junior and I play Clove.
What do you bring to the team?
I personally bring a lot of energy. I am also the team captain and I do, scouting reports. So I love like looking ahead at, teams we're playing. And so I bring a lot of that, outsider, almost analyst energy.
I'm sophomore and I play Reyna and a Duelist.
Okay. The other Duelists or just one trick Reyna?
Just one trick Reyna.
Wow, that's scary, man. Playoffs, yes. Playoffs, no. Playoffs, maybe.
I think yes.
You got it? Okay, all right. I love the confidence.
I am a junior, and I am most of the time our Sentinel player.
How's the season going, and do you think the team will make playoffs?
I think we should make playoffs. Even like right now, we could probably make playoffs. The only game we've lost so far was to, in theory, the best team in the league. So I think we yes, did poorly, but we could have done better if we had our full team. So I think it's very likely that we should make playoffs.
We're bringing in a professional coach for you guys. How are you feeling about that? What's going through your head about that?
I love that. I actually pretty sure I watched him play pro a few years ago under EG. And I seriously am so excited to have a coach that can, make us a better team.
So my name is Mike. I go by Foe in game. I've been coaching Valorant now for 2 years, starting in 2024 with Evil Geniuses. And before that, I played professionally for Evil Geniuses and in the beginning of Valorant for a team called Built by Gamers.
Lockdown coming out. Foe's gonna toggle. It forces the peak and an ace from Foe to win the round.
Coaching experience over the last 2 years, it's been something that I've been really focused on because the transition from playing to coaching, and I've really enjoyed the whole process. Every chance I get, I really like to take these new opportunities.
And before we jump into the game, our friends at JBL wanted to make sure they helped the team even more. So before their match, they gifted the entire team brand new JBL Quantum 910 wireless headsets to make sure they have crispy, precise comms and high-res audio in-game.
All right, this is some high quality packaging, bro. And they comes with a bag. This is super high quality.
Thanks, JBL. Vista Esports. With their new JBL headsets, Vista Valor cruised through a Week 3 win. They dominated Cumberland Esports 13-4 with good vibes all around.
That's what we call GG's.
How are we feeling now about our playoff chances? It's 2-1, right?
Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah. Definitely better. At least a little bit. I mean, we still destroyed as we did our first match, so it works out pretty well.
And then you also had a PB, personal best today, right? Tell me about that.
Out of our 3 matches, I've performed the best that I ever did.
Nice. Congratulations. How are we feeling about going into coaching session now?
I think we still have a ton to work on, but I think we're feeling better. I think it'll be a great experience for all of us, and hopefully it will improve us all on some significant level, and hopefully our teamwork goes up,
Very excited to start this. Usually what I do is I will give 5 fundamentals for every person that I'm coaching. And basically the long term should just be, I want to get good at these 5 things. And am I working towards that every day? Very simple. Something very simple but tangible for you to focus on, because this is what will help keep you focused while you're playing and not lose sight of the fact that, yeah, I'm playing a game and having fun, but also I want to get better. Communication. You're going to have a way that you communicate with your teammates that can allow you to play at a level you're not going to get in ranked. And it's going to be something that you'll get used to the more we talk about it. It's like the number one thing that aspiring teams will need to learn how to do is how to talk to your team so that you can get those plays to happen. I'm going to use the VOD of week 1 that you guys had provided me. Honestly, NT.
Yeah, no, that was unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Now notice for the way that we're communicating with each other right now, we're not really giving each other direction here. The number one thing we want to do for communication is give each other direction. This is how we're going to peak with each other. This is how we're going to be able to actually, double peek, peek off me, swing off me, things like that. This is how we're going to do that, is just constantly directing each other to do something. Keeping in mind that we should be directing each other at all points. What should we be doing before the barriers ever drop that we're not currently doing?
Discussing positioning.
Someone said it. Discussing positioning. Absolutely. Yeah. Everyone should be talking about what they want to do this round and how they want to make their teammates play so that they can accomplish their goal. For example, it starts usually with a duelist or an initiator or a sentinel. Those three agents, what's going to happen is duelist says, I really want to do this thing. I need this utility. Our sentinel says, I want to play retake on B. I want to play to hold B. I need this person with me. Constantly think about opportunities where you guys can talk to each other and just do anything. It doesn't matter if you do the wrong thing, as long as you do the wrong thing together. If you're constantly doing the wrong thing together, you will win. As the next exercise is we're going to do some training with peeking. I'm gonna show you guys roughly what it should look like from your perspective on peeking on some of these angles, and we're gonna go in. We're actually gonna drill it where you guys are gonna do this on your own, and we're gonna talk about different styles of peeking. Who would like to have a 1v1 on a couple of angles with me? Who wants to do it?
Anyone.
Anyone? Okay, we can have a couple of.
I think we all want to. To be fair.
Yeah. First, the whole on angle idea. So, when you're peeking me here, I'm going to hold a different type of angle every time. And first I'm going to hold an on angle and you just peek in normally. And I'm going to show you, based on how you peek, we're going to talk about how you should peek me on this angle versus how you do peek me. We'll see how you do it. For me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't care. You can stream snipe me. Go ahead.
Okay. Ooh.
No, I'd prefer you stream snipe me because when you know I'm holding this angle, okay, so if I'm holding an on angle like this, you don't want to just do a slow peek into it because I'm holding the on angle. What's going to beat it is a wide swing. So if you think I'm holding an on angle like this, you want to swing wider than I am and you want to go for me. And so I either have to go for the fight there and dodge out of the fight, or you're going to kill me. That's the way that this works. There you go. I wanted you to wide swing that. I was hoping. When you see me like that, that's instantaneously when you want to wide swing.
When I see you, I tuck back and think wide swing, right?
Yeah. So this is the whole rock, paper, scissors game of peeking. The rock, paper, scissors game is if they're holding an on angle, you want to wide swing. If they're holding an off angle, you want to slow peek them and hard clear them. Because typically the thing about off angles is they're not as favorable angles. That's why they're off angles, because they're not quite as good of angles. They're meant for catching people off guard. Every time you're going to an angle where they could be sitting like that, you want to wide swing it because you want to win that fight if they're there. And they're most likely to be there. And then all the other off angles, you want to slow clear on your way to the next on angle. So that's the way that you are building the progression. So the progression starts with, I'm finding all of the on angles going onto the site. I am off angling any angle leading up to the next one. Slow peeking and angling it out. That should be your idea every single time, methodically, when you approach each of these sites. This is the biggest thing for your guys' mechanics that's going to improve your ability to win these gunfights. This is what's going to win. 80 to 90% of your gunfights are going to come down to this mechanic.
All right, so that was a great coaching session. What do you think are the three main things this team needs to work on?
Yeah, so I think if they stick with the three things that we talked about in the coaching session, number one being their mechanics. If they're working on their mechanics day by day, they're going to see great improvements and it's going to elevate them. Two, if they can work on their teamwork and communication with each other, it's going to be the most important thing that they can do to elevate each other as they're playing. And three, it's their mental game. A lot of the students had concerns about how can they be focused and feeling good about these games. And hopefully with the tools we've given them to not only work on it within themselves, but to elevate each other in those hype moments, get each other gassed up and feeling ready to play. Hopefully they'll be able to use those three things and be the best team that they can be.
What concerns do you have about the team? And, the goal is, can this Valorant team make playoffs?
Yeah, I think the biggest, I wouldn't necessarily say concerns. I think I have a lot of faith in that group to implement the things that I'm saying. I guess my biggest concern would be, do we actually have enough time to make progress? Because it's very limited. We're almost 3/4 of the way, I think, through their season now. So I don't know if there's going to be enough time to make a gigantic impact, but given enough time, there will always be an impact.
Now it's time to see if we're able to do enough. With only a couple hours of pro coaching, will that be enough to get this team over their playoff hump? We're about to find out. It's now week 8 of the regular season, the final week. And if Vista wins, they make it to their first playoffs. But if they lose, well, then their playoffs is all up to tiebreaker. So let's hope for the win.
I do have a feeling they're gonna come B, but I wanna just be careful. I'm gonna play just for my boombot, and I'm not gonna swing off of it probably, like unless there's only one there. I doubt it.
I'll find you.
Boombot saw one. Okay. Puka. I'm not picking that. I'm backing off. Yeah.
All right. We got Cypher A.
Oh,
they're all
there's
good.
3 There's 4.
I'm playing back.
Yeah, run off.
Through
Look at your
C's
team.
and
I'm
TP.
rotating.
Gonna rotate through back.
Nice shot, dude.
Ooh, good pick. A pick.
Nice.
Pick.
Pick up.
I can Prowler out too.
3, 2, 1.
Spike planted.
Hard right.
Elbow. One enemy
Close right.
remaining.
Hello everyone, we're back. It's been a hot minute, but we still have more Marvel Rivals for you. Of course, this is the Play vs. Spring 26 season high school championships for the AIA. And it's been a blast here so far, but we still have that second semifinal. The grand final will be played later today. My name is AriCast, here with Reezy. We'll be your yappers, continuing for today.
Yeah, and I mean, we just saw a phenomenal banger come on out with Liberty taking that dub 3-1. Technically, it was 5 maps. We did see a little bit of a draw coming in, but you know what? That's all right. You know, it happens. It happens. But yeah, now we're jumping into what I already know is going to be another banger. We got Copper Canyon High School taking on Hamilton High School. And man, Copper Canyon, I got my money on them going on because they know what's up. They are playing for the food. They are playing in for Dave's Hot Chicken. And I got a quick little story about Dave's Hot Chicken. You know, I saw, you know, I'm not a big pickle guy, but, you know, I thought, you know what? Let me try pickle and some honey, and that changed my life. I'm not gonna lie. So Dave's Hot Chicken, you know, I got a box sitting right beside me right now. It's finished, of course, but you know what? That's all right. So hey, they got the motivation primed up and ready. They got Dave's Hot Chicken fueling them, 2 controller players, and I think they got that. And this is a team that has Squirrel Girl banned out. So I mean, it's definitely curious to see. Are we gonna see the Squirrel Girl come from them out of spite, maybe?
I think so. I think at one point, if they think the mouse won, I think they got to do it. Yeah, that is the number 2 seed coming in. Of course, they are up against the number 6 seed, it says in our little stat sheet, but they're also ranked number 14 in the playoff stage, so maybe just that was their one rating one place and other rating the other place. Either way, we had one upset earlier today, so we very well could have an upset again. It was 1 versus 13, now 2 versus 14. Anything can happen as long as you ban Elsa Bloodstone.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, the Goddess of Hitscan has just been putting in absolute work. But I mean, with these players' rosters getting up and ready to go ahead and get this show on the road, I am certainly excited for it. We are going to be jumping into the Hellfire Gala Krakoa, the mutant utopia that it is. And yeah, I mean, domination first up, you know, definitely Krakoa. Interesting map indeed, you know, definitely like it. I think it was the first new map to ever drop in. Actually, no, I'm wrong. It was it came out in season 2. So you know what? Don't listen to me. I'm washed. You know, there's a reason why they call me the washed collegiate caster. But anyways, we are here and we are ready for this.
Yeah, we want to talk to you guys a little bit about Play vs. and their recruit program. Still figuring out what's next after high school. What if gaming could take you there? Play vs. Recruit is a free platform that connects you directly with college esports programs across the US and Canada. Get discovered, get recruited, and turn your passion into your path. Sign up at playversus.com/recruit.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely, you know, one of the biggest things that I say is like, you know, collegiate, it's definitely the path to pro. You know, a lot of times we see a lot of these strong players go on out and, you know, start out with the collegiate and then move on to the great. You know, I typically see collegiate as your way of getting into the T1 programs. You know, a lot of different collegiate teams have been up and about. You know, I think one of the biggest ones, Maryville, of course, especially their League of Legends team, you know, being able to go ahead and get players all the way on up with Team Liquid. So, you know, to go ahead and move on up, go from like, you know, one of the strongest collegiate teams and then move on to actually play Tier 1, definitely, you know, that's what collegiate should be. It should be a path to go to pro, you know, but yeah, that's a whole nother debate that I'm not really going to get into right now because I have my opinions on it. And we're here for some Marvel Rivals. But one of the biggest things that we have going on about here too is also Zenny. The road to the Play vs. Cup has begun. The best high school teams across the US and Canada will once again gather to determine who is the best of the best and crown an ultimate champion. Let's give a huge thanks to our Play vs. Cup sponsor, Zenny. Go ahead and use code PlayVersus at checkout for 10% off your order site-wide at zenny.com. That's PlayVS for that code. And yeah, I mean, hey, a lot of the biggest things that comes down to, especially for players and us casters up here is, you know, we're staring at the screen constantly. You know, we got our eyes on the monitors, and a lot of parents, you know, they're definitely looking like, ah, man, these kids these days always looking at a screen. So that's why it's very important for you to have a good set of glasses to go ahead and, you know, kind of counteract a bit. I mean, these have definitely been doing wonders for me.
Are those Zenny glasses? Okay, well, I have a pair of Zenny glasses myself, though, so I can actually say that the blue light function is actually really, really good. And also, they look stylish. I don't look super hot in the glasses, but you put them on and they're looking okay. So I'll take that one for the road. Of course, we do want to showcase our venue for you guys just to show everything that is going on. We've got team cams, we've got awards up on the stage. I mean, a big shout out to the university hosting this because it would not be doable without them. These players are fiending to get underway. You can't lie.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's like I said before, it's just a huge thing for these players to have because you're able to go ahead and show up your performance and just get absolute work done. And it is just an experience for sure.
Yeah, let's take a peek. What do we got going on? There we go.
Not really gonna get into right now because I have my opinions on it, and we're here for some Marvel Rivals. But one of the biggest things that we have going around out here too is also Zenny. The road to the Play versus Cup.
Firstly, I want to say that last game between Desert Ridge and Liberty was an extreme match. I loved every moment of it. There were some blunders on both sides, but they had really good high points on both teams. But sadly, Desert Ridge wasn't able to take the win, and Liberty walked away with the W. And getting into these next games, we're going to be going against Copper Canyon and Hamilton. These teams, I'm very excited to see how they play. I want to see if they carry the energy from the last set, and I'm just really excited to see how we get down. So we'll catch you guys later.
And a lot of parents, definitely looking like, man, these kids these days always looking at a screen. So that's why it's very important for you to have a good set of glasses, and gotta counteract a little bit. I mean,
You heard it there. You heard the teams. You heard the scales. You heard what happened. And now we get to see what's going to happen relatively soon. I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. Excitement's definitely got to be shooting through the roof for this one. Everybody loves a good game of Marvel Rivals. And I mean, look at our players right there, primed up and are ready to go ahead and start getting this show on the road. Already drinking up that water. Make sure y'all are staying hydrated throughout this entire time because this is about to be an absolute banger of a game. Everybody's up and ready. There are our folks right there, primed up. And these are gamers. I mean, look at that. They have everything set up and ready. And I mean, once again, like this is just such a huge experience to be in a venue like this, working at a LAN. And obviously, it's definitely like you get your taste of what it's like to go ahead and be an actual esports player. And so, and the fact that you're starting off this young, with just being in high school and already putting in such a great performance you're basically already starting off and getting your stones set in your paths to go ahead and move on up and maybe one day play among the greats, But so far, as we jump over to a domination up first, we already see a little bit of a different kind of picks and bans that we've been seeing before. First ban coming in from Hamilton High School is going to be that Groot. Copper Canyon going to ban out that Moon Knight and secure themselves the Luna Snow. And I mean, of course, Miyu having that animated Lord icon definitely is going to be a huge comfort pick to have. And I mean, Luna Snow, despite a little competition that we did have compared to Luna is a little bit of a not really as strong as a lot of these other options. It's still able to go in ahead and put in a lot of work there.
I mean, we saw a lot of value out of the character in the previous game. That CC ability, just the Fate of Both Worlds being kept up a lot of the time. It honestly does a lot more consistent healing off the rip when it's on that heal function, as opposed to, say, an Eternal Bond with, the carpet kind of being laid across various points. But this also then allows you to kind of hang around, move with your team, and help them as you should please.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, already, Emma Frost going to get banned out from Copper Canyon. Magneto secured. Black Panther going to get banned out from Hamilton High School. And this is definitely a huge switch up from what we saw coming in last game with all these pick and bans, because of the fact that, obviously, Black Panther and Magic aren't really characters we see picked or banned out a lot. But I mean, of course, Magic being secured we already see Phoenix Zero with that Magic covered in. So definitely looks like Hamilton is leaning more on towards having these comfort picks up and available. While Copper Canyon, they're going out to pick and ban what works best for the kind of comp they're trying to run. And I mean, looking at it, of course, the Magneto, the Luna Snow, and Wolverine and Phoenix weren't really played in, but the Gambit did slip through, and so did Loki. So we already see that Loki being picked out over from Hamilton High School. So I'm not really sure if maybe we're going to go ahead and see a Gambit matched up for it. Doesn't really look like it. We do see the Jeff probably the strongest strategist to have when it comes to these dives, simply because of the fact that his Joyful Splash can reach such long distances. But we do have the Mr. Pool's Dimensional Toy Box team up available over on Copper Canyon, the duelist Deadpool right there. And honestly, you know, we don't see much of this either, but having that team up with the Elsa Bloodstone is definitely going to empower her a lot.
I was just doing my research to check how these teams were doing in the tournament stage, and every single matchup that either of these two teams have played have been a 3-0. So dominant fashion for both of these teams so far. Of course, technically, I believe it was Copper Canyon that had a bye in the first round, so you could argue maybe they have a little bit less experience, maybe they're a little bit colder, but at the end of the day, this matchup should be one to be etched in history. Similar to the previous matchup, this one's sure to be a banger. So let's see what happens as the gates open for the first of 5, potentially 6 maps.
Oh, hopefully not 6 maps. I'm fine with just 5, but but yeah, I mean, we're definitely gonna go ahead and see. And I mean, both comps definitely looking very strong. The duelist Deadpool is definitely something that I'm gonna be very excited to see, because like we don't see much of this. And I mean, of course, having that headshot when you have it upgraded, you're going to be able to dish out in a lot of damage on this round. And of course, the final exam, 2 very, very strong ultimates to have. Most Deadpools often go to resort to having that final exam, getting that jackpot, and just making quick work with your katanas, your Hadges, Hinjix, and just a lot of the things that you're able to get a lot of work. The Hulk gonna move on over to the back, gonna miss time the incredible leap by just a little bit, but still get right on time. And first blood now has been popped up. Finnick gonna get taken out by the Elephant Gun. Elsa Bloodstone already putting in a lot of work, and Copper Canyon already having the upper hand, being able to find these picks early on too. Dum Dum moving in with the Iron Volley, gonna be able to take out both strategists at the same time, and that's gonna send them back.
Add a few more M's to that, because that is some value out of one shot taking down 2 players, and the cleanup by the rest of the team is phenomenal. Copper Canyon, we could argue, obviously winning that first fight, their comp is maybe a bit towards meta more as opposed to Hamilton, but Hamilton, they're running this comp for a reason. They have some sort of strength that we just haven't seen yet, so I'm waiting to see what that is. Unfortunately, it's not going to be started just quite yet, as that's a quick stagger out that'll cause a reset for a little bit while longer.
Yeah, Daredevil getting taken out right there. Cherry going in with a quick selfie for the gram. Go ahead and move on through. 30% and counting coming in for Copper Canyon, and still, you know, so far so good. They're able to hold it down here. They got the Glartrox available in just a little bit here. Deadpool ulti as well. And yeah, I mean, Aya Vagamoto is available for Deku Warrior. We do see it being popped out. Unfortunately, was red and just immediately got no value. And now we see the final exam coming in from Deadpool. Gonna be able to get that jackpot so easily. Double KO coming on through, make it a triple KO and make it a quad here soon with this Magneto maybe. Not going to find it just yet, but I mean, yeah, there's the strength that we see coming from Duelist Deadpool. And I mean, yeah, personally, my favorite Deadpool to play, because it is just so flashy and so incredibly fun when you're able to go ahead and get in that value. And especially when you're fully upgraded, you're just so incredibly strong. And the fact that Cherry is getting so much value out of Deadpool so early on the Duelist is definitely just, you already know he's going to be so empowered once he reaches that max level.
I was just thinking about being a support in the back line, trying to CC that Deadpool while he's flying over your head. I think it's going to cause a few problems, but here you go. A few ults now invested into the mix, and the Dark Child may be good for 1. No, the Luna Snow says nuh-uh.
Yeah, and the Jeff Ultimate is going to be able to find 3 members as well, taking them on down. The double, maybe, I think it was a triple, and an unofficial triple KO coming on through, but I mean, Copper Canyon is just going in so incredibly strong. We see the Raging World Flush now being matched up with the World Breaker, finding these picks left and right, and the KO feed is just blue as Hamilton High School are unable to go ahead and find their footing, and point number 1 is going to go over so dominantly over to Copper Canyon.
I mean, yes, that is a quick 100-0, but you still have to offer some hope to Hamilton, right? Obviously, they might have started off slow to the day, but they have 3 ults going into this next fight, as opposed to Copper Canyon's just 1. And they said, okay, we're going to cut our losses on this point in that fight, and let's take it into this next point. Now, the only problem is if they don't win this next fight, they're going to be struggling a lot more than they were. Of course, that is a swap up onto the Namor now that'll remove one of the ults, but still keep a lot of that ult charge with them. Hamilton, I'm excited to see what this team play looks like, because right now I think they're depending on solos, but let's see what they can do together.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, this might be a little bit of repeat of what we saw happen last game. I mean, the switches are coming on through to Hamilton now, so hopefully this is the kind of change of pace that they need to go ahead, find their footing, and finally start getting some percentages onto the board. Because Copper Canyon, I mean, 3 members still haven't fallen just yet. And I mean, of course, the Gambit being end disposal. No Rogue here, but the Magneto still with that sword is going to be able to dish out a lot of AoE damage. And I mean, yeah, that's definitely going to be so incredibly strong. The Explosive Entanglement are going to be one of the strongest team-ups in the game, but still, Hamilton High School are going to be able to get onto the point first. And as they move on through, they're still trying to find maybe a pick here, especially onto the Hulk. Swio is just going to be hippity-hopping his way on out. Instructable Guard, Ben popped up. AIA Vagamoto moving on to the back. I'm going to be able to find 3 members taking Hulk out into Puny Bandit, but the Glottrox marked in onto the back. Unfortunately, was not able to find anything, as now Hamilton, finding their footing, are able to start getting some percentages here onto the board. The stagger coming in onto the Hulk as well is going to slow things down for Copper Canyon exponentially, and they're moving in really well.
I mean, that's what we talked about. We said Hamilton High School needed to cut their losses and use those ults in the next fight. That's what their decision was, and they win it out. So Copper Canyon, I believe they also used a few ults of their own if they had them available, and of course that is going to mean that they're going to have a tougher time trying to approach this point in this next fight, just trying to find a way in. It's going to be just sending in the Hulk, going for a dive, and, well, it's going to be unfruitful at first.
Yeah, and I mean, Hamilton High School, they're playing so grouped up right now with the Loki clones as well. The Regenerative Domain is going to get us so much value. Hono Proteus moving in over to the back and be able to knock Deadpool out, find that pick. Cupid securing it with the Trident of Neptune. And now the last stand coming for Wolverine. Going to be able to find 2 members. Double KO coming on through, making trouble here with the Pharaoh Leap, but it's going to get taken by Cupid. But even then, still, the setup was perfect there. Copper Canyon now going to have to get a couple of switch-ups happening here. They are switching up and around. They got the Pain Brothers now activated here. The Thing and Hulk are here ready to go ahead and get the work in. A fastball special as well coming in with the Wolverine, and this might be the change of pace that they need. Of course, you throw the Wolverine on there, you got the Pharaoh Leap passive going on through, and then you just go ahead and find 1 member. Didn't really look like there was anything there. You're gonna have to go ahead and back up. The Meteor M primed and available coming from Atomic. Not gonna get popped out just yet, but there's a grab coming in onto the Hulk. Gonna be able to send him on back. Gamma Burst to go ahead and dish out a lot more damage. Domain gonna pop up. Gonna be able to give it a lot of extra healing and survivability there. But Dum Dum gonna be able to get a rock iron. Gonna be able to get a rock haymaker in there. We already see the Javelto coming in. Raging Royal Flush not being matched up with a Meteor M to move on in the back, but the Monster Hulk, we already see Worldbreaker being unleashed onto the point there, and there we see it once again. The KO feed turns blue as Copper Canyon get the retake.
Phoenix Swap will do that for you. I mean, you see a lot of immense value, especially with those final blows towards the end. It was an interesting engage at the beginning, right? Obviously, throwing your Wolverine in is part of the team up, but with just no follow-up behind it, it was lucky for them, I would say, to get out. They still managed to, though, draw out some cooldowns, make sure that players are looking at different lanes, and then, of course, they kind of collapsed on and played the Sprawl sort of dive. Now, can this be punished in future comps? Sure, but for right now, it's working okay.
Yeah, AIA Vagamoto is going to go ahead again, cancel it out there. Tenacity being popped up, the stun, which is a little bit too much. And with the ult economy coming from Copper Canyon, they are going to be able to hold this down for just a little bit longer. Hamilton going to be able to fall. There's the last stand coming in, able to find 3 members, finds 1 pick. Horner Proteus coming in from the back though from Cupid. Going to be able to find that pick onto the Luna Snow, and he's looking for the Gambit now. Hits coming in just in time, but Wolverine is right there with the Pharaoh Leap. Going to be able to take him out. Bubble coming in, not going to be enough to hold him out as Dama is just right there. The Phoenix getting in so much damage. And I mean, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I was saying earlier, they were all so insanely grouped up, and this Phoenix now is just going to be able to go ahead and pop things out. They're just going to melt on through. Dama putting in such great amount of work. And Song Inferno also primed and available, and they are going to be able to hold it for just a little bit longer here.
It was the Elsa Bloodstone at first, now the Phoenix, kind of just swapping up the hit scans, finding which one's going to be more viable against your opponent's comp, and right now it seems to be Phoenix the meta, and with 3 picks on the way in, Hamilton tried to just walk forward, and they weren't even allowed to do that, so Copper Canyon certainly finding a rhythm now. Hamilton High School have to break it.
Yeah, Monstro's going to be popped up, Trident of Neptune, going to be able to get that pick onto Dama, and that's going to be the Phoenix down. That's an ulti away. We see Strange TP now coming from Deku Warrior. The fastball special to move on through, throw him onto the back, and be able to maybe find a Loki here. Does find it, takes him out of the regenerative domain, and going to be able to go ahead and secure that pick, but not without Think Zero going on and barrel leaping himself and taking him out. But the Jeff ulti is going to be able to find just the Hulk, but still, that's a lot of healing being dished out, and the Thing trying his best to go ahead and save his fellow brethren. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do it, falls on down, but still, you know, a little bit of a risky play coming in. Ansong Inferno now moving in onto the back and be able to take out the Wolverine and all deployables as well. And Copper Canyon are going to be taking map number 1, 100% to 99.
Wow. I mean, honestly, that game felt super, super quick, but like at the same time, that final point was intense. It felt, though, that both teams were really streaky when it came to their momentum. They just had it or they didn't. And for the first point, it was all one-sided. It was all Copper Canyon. And then Hamilton High School, they kind of wake up, they kind of pull a comp out of the weeds and surprise Copper Canyon. And then as soon as the adjustment goes through, whether that is the Phoenix, whether that is that double Payne Brothers comp, like you kind of mentioned, at the end of the day, they made the necessary switches and it worked out for them. They adjusted, and we're seeing similar successes to what happened in that previous series.
Yeah, and I mean, Jan is just going to go ahead and move on through with a perfect KDA as well. MVP rightfully deserved. I mean, Gambit is just one of the strongest strategists, of course, because of the ultimate and the amount of utility that you're able to dish out. I mean, your ricochet healing, your purification, and then also the knockback you have on your spades, and then also the anti-heal that you can apply, your Bayou Bash, being able to do a huge chunk of burst healing, your Cajun charge to just move on through and just gain a lot of distance. Gambit is just so insanely strong. And I mean, no Loki was needed here to just go ahead and, you know, amplify it. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal to get that work undone. And I mean, Copper Canyon have just been, yeah, they're playing really well right now.
I was looking at those heal totals, and it was like 20k combined for one team, and it was like 40k or like 35k for the other side. I'm not sure which one was which, honestly, because, you know, on one side you're like, okay, one team is doing a lot of healing because they need to try and sustain their team, and the other side is like, well, we're just kind of going down off the rip, so there's not too much damage we're taking in and healing we're needing to do. Of course, that could be flopped the other way around logic-wise, but I just wanted to make note of that number differential because that's how the game can sometimes work. It's not just about the stats, the numbers on which total is bigger, because sometimes the losing team is the one that might have a better statistic in one category, but just maybe not that game plan in the other one, the final blows that we talk about a lot being super important. And yeah, I think the comp worked out really, really well for one side. The other, you know, maybe just waking up to the party now. Of course, we saw and we said earlier that domination can be very different from the rest of the series. So we're going to have to take a few seconds and see if that truly is the case when we find out what the next map is and what those team comps look like and how the cards fall.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe it was Copper Canyon that had about 33k healing, but yeah, I mean, you know, one of the biggest things about this game is that, like, you know, there is such a thing as doing too much damage. Because if you're unable to really secure those picks and you're just dealing damage, all you're really doing is feeding the supports, the strategists, their ultimates. And so that's one of the biggest things, you know, like you look at the stats and you're like, oh, wow, I did so much damage. I couldn't carry this game. But like at the same time, really? I mean, because there is a thing as doing too much damage. If you're not able to secure these picks, if you're not able to get those final hits, then really, at the end of the day, you're just feeding in over to the ultimates. But I do believe that one of the biggest things with the fact that I think it was just the Jeff that didn't really work out too well around at the end part of the comp, you know?
I don't mind the Jeff necessarily, but to have that value opposed from the ultimate is tough. And it felt like their team didn't utilize the Jeff without the ult. It was mainly just for that ability. I do want to go back to your dealing too much damage point because I am a Squirrel Girl player. I'm a nerd. I just like to throw in a bunch of damage. And, you know, one of the coaches was saying, hey, we're not allowed to play Squirrel Girl because maybe the character design or just not liking the character or whatever. But that is one of those characters where you're saying, okay, we're dumping in way too much damage and the picks don't come through. You might say, okay, the stat's really good, but you might also feel the need to swap to a different character to get those final blows to help your team with whatever the other team or with your team's identity and whatever that is. So keeping that in mind, making the necessary adjustments is something that these teams, I believe, are trying to do, and it looked like they did, but one side just did it out a little bit better than the other.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that's how a lot of these games would work. I mean, I feel like the Loki, was getting in a lot of value. But I mean, one of the things about Loki and what makes him so strong is also having that extra ulti in your pocket. I mean, Loki, I don't really think I saw Seabass get any copies in throughout the game. Maybe I'm just, not remembering properly. But, like one of the biggest things that Loki makes him so strong is obviously, the amount of energy that you need for your ultimate is substantially lower than a lot of these other supports. So I mean that's why we often see Loki paired up with Adam Warlock because Adam Warlock has about like 5,400 energy charge cost compared to Loki's 3,800, and that's a decent dip. And I mean you get that ulti much faster. That's a strong ulti already in your pocket. So definitely having a really strong strategist to match up with the Loki definitely empowers it. I mean that's why we go ahead and say that Gambit Loki is so incredibly strong because you get that ultimate so much faster. And then, of course, guess what? That 20% ult acceleration that you grant your teammates gets applied practically twice. You use God of Mischief into Raging Royal Flush, then bam, Gambit gets his actual ultimate, another Raging Royal Flush, and then everybody in their team has ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned a really good kind of valuable partnerships, and I don't want to zoom out too much from Marvel Rivals for a sec, but we do have a partner that has been really valuable and can take your gameplay to the next level. That is going to be Respawn. You can use code PLAYVersusTeam to get an extra 10% off the sale price at respawnproducts.com and their store. So keep your eyes peeled there. I mean, truly, sometimes that's the difference. Your peripherals, on top of your confidence, your team play, your mechanics. Sometimes it really is just, oh, my headset's low-key better than yours, or like I'm feeling comfortable with my gameplay that allows me to do the best possible gaming that I can do.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, definitely I got to hit up I got to hit up somebody to get a new kind of headset because I'll let them go ahead and show what I'm working with when I get a chance here because, I mean, it's not good over in the world of Reezy, but look at the teams over here just, go ahead and group dub already looking through and like, okay, what can we do to go ahead and switch things up? Definitely. And I mean, this is what you need. You have a bad game. Things don't really go the way that you want, but just regroup, keep the mentals up to see, all right, what can we go ahead and do to go ahead and fix things up, get our groove going on. And I mean, that's a lot of the things like, being a varsity player for a bit, this is one of the biggest things that helped me when I was in a part of the Legion team, getting these reviews in every time, seeing, okay, what did we do wrong? What can we do to improve it? Just keep up that tempo, to make sure that we lock it down and, maybe switch up what we were doing in the pick and ban comps because, I mean, definitely I feel like it was that magic secure that was kind of tanking things up a bit and also the BP ban because, I mean, like, obviously after first point, we didn't see magic spawn in through. So definitely wouldn't be surprised if that's a good switch up that we see. Not to say that, Phoenix Zero isn't probably a magic god, but definitely played a lot better on that Wolverine. So definitely, maybe divert away from these kind of comfort secures and just go over through to figure out, okay, what is it that we really, really need here?
I was just looking at those two team cams, and I was looking at kind of how one was a little bit huddled up, the other maybe on their phones a bit, kind of just relaxed and chilling, and to each their own, right? Sometimes just playing relaxed, playing like it's any other game can help you out a little bit more. For others, they might need to lock in, take it seriously, treat it like a competitive, organized environment, because that'll get the best result out of them. But quick into these hero picks and bans. I think everyone's decided kind of what they were going for already.
Yeah. I mean, we do see already a good switch up coming in here. Luna Snow immediately going to get banned out. So Miyu not going to have access to that Snow. Emma Frost, of course, is being secured up, matched up with a group ban. And so definitely, a huge increase already moving on through from the pick and ban phase. Invisible Woman going to go ahead and get secured. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see a Gambit get banned out here. Or maybe we just take the Loki out. Or, just kind of keep the same tempo that we had going on last game and just ban out the... Oh, yeah. There's a Cloak and Dagger ban coming in through now. And the secure could possibly be Magneto again, but not really sure if Hamilton High School will really want to go ahead and ban out the Magneto, considering that Atomic was getting in a lot of value. But either way, Magneto is going to go ahead and get secured.
I was thinking maybe either the Elsa Bloodstone or the Phoenix would have been saved, just kind of to have that as a threat in case they need it, because chances are the Magneto ban doesn't come through. I mean, even if it does, you can opt for the Strange, you have the teleport, so that's something, but it is the magic save once again. So will we see that magic? Will it yield results? That's for the cards to kind of display. Honestly, I was going to say maybe another support ban onto a Gambit could come through, but maybe not. Maybe it is just that Hulk.
Yeah, Hulk gonna get banned out, and I mean we saw Sueyo getting in a lot of value out of the Hulk, so you know I guess it definitely makes sense. You know, get out what they're really comfortable with, but it's just that magic secure that really is just making me scratch my head a bit because you know it's personally not something that I think we should go ahead and you know really prio. I mean, Magic of course does have a pretty decent win rate coming in across the board when it comes into solo queue, but I think it's just a little bit of a reverse from what we talked about with Emma Frost. You know, I mean, despite Magic having a really strong win rate in solo queue and ranked and whatnot, when you drop her in a competitive environment, it just, I don't know, it just doesn't really seem like she's able to go ahead and really get as much value there. I mean, of course, you do have that team up, which of course empowers you a decent chunk, especially with the Doctor Strange. I mean, Arcane Order, you know, having the chain of Thorak in your disposal to link two enemies, slow them, and of course, you know, the greater they are apart, the slower that they are. So definitely is a really strong team to have. Combine that with the Invisible Woman, I can definitely see that actually being a pretty decent game plan, but still, I mean, not really sure, but maybe both players will prove me wrong in the mindset of the Magic.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the difference in this series to the previous one in terms of comfortability versus meta, right? The previous one a bit more meta-based and having that identity based on which version of the, you know, a winning comp would you want. But this one's like, okay, which can we play the best on? And so that might get taken down by a meta comp per se, but this is giving them the best effective chance to play it with themselves, feel like they have that value, and play as a team. So honestly, gotta give them props, and let's see what they can do. I do like this Magic Mirror, but it's gonna be Swile that falls early here. And on the defense, that's not super great because then that's going to mean more space is closed on up.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, already, you know, Copper Canyon, you're getting picked off so early, it definitely is going to be a bit of a tank on to the back. But I mean, Psionic Mayhem on the Doctor Strange is definitely going to be able to prove in a lot of value. You know, you're going to be able to go ahead and position many players. Dum Dum getting another double KO to move on through. I mean, that's the Magneto player making a triple KO now and putting in a lot of work there. And I mean, yeah, that's what we like to see coming in. But, you know, the thing about Magic, of course, is also, you know, if you're able to get those combos in, you're able to just actually get in a decent chunk of value because she has a really, really strong one-shot combo, especially in the Dark Child form, being able to just go ahead and if you catch them off guard, you're able to go ahead and just move on through and just get it on out.
Keyword being if there. It's not a when, it's an if, because a lot of CC is available in this game. I mean, there's a lot of damage. And now the mirrored ults, we've seen this one before. This is kind of familiar, but I was not expecting to see that Gambit kind of fall in the middle of that Venn diagram.
Yeah, I mean, you know, so far, ultis, of course, are coming available now. And, I mean, it's tough. I mean, it does look like Hamilton, you know, they're moving on through. They're able to get a good chunk of distance here. But, I mean, Copper Canyon, they have a decent amount of ulti to go ahead and hold the line here. But I think the overall damage coming from Hamilton is just wiping things out. And I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about before, you know? I mean, Hamilton High School being in a really good spot now. You can't really determine how the rest of the games are going to go based off of domination. Copper Canyon, you know, I feel like they have to kind of maybe start switching something up here. I mean, Magic instantly getting bursted down. ID Emma Frost, Meteor M now being dished out here. You're going to try and look for a dunk, able to find it onto the... Oh, excuse me, able to find it onto the Gambit. And that's going to be a huge pick coming on through.
Touch? Any touchers? Nope.
Boom.
I mean, you used the one ult in the fight. It just felt like that backline was feeling a bit too much pressure, and I don't think that's honestly a strategist kind of point of view. I think they just need to commit to one of these fights a little bit more, make it a team deathmatch style at some point, and they just never fully committed. And now it's going to snowball into them losing the space, getting staggered, feeling the brunt of all this damage.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of an odd Eye of Agamotto coming in there from Atomic. Was unable to find anyone as Doctor Strange just had that portal, had that shield available there. So Eye of Agamotto got no value there, but even then was able to bring in a decent chunk of members all the way back, which is going to go ahead and of course let them take up even more space. And they're just moving in with great timing. Dom Hado going to be able to get that pick onto Cupid, but overextending just a little bit. But the Dark Child is available coming over from Sueyo, so we could probably see a really big fight coming in here. 5 ultis compared to 3 is about to be a massacre. We see Glowshock now, Raging World Flush being matched up against a Psionic Seduction. The Dark Child as well being popped up. It is an ult Fiesta now coming in over on both sides. Dark Child is dishing out a lot of damage, but no picks coming in just yet. That Eldritch Whiff, of course, getting in a lot. But even then, the AIA Agamotto coming in from Chariot, going to be able to find no one. And that pick is just going to come into him just barely, though. Atomic gonna get picked off by Miyu, and this is gonna be a hold now coming from Copper Canyon just in the nick of time.
I was almost internally screaming, invisible barrier, do it, do it, do it. And then I was like, wait, no. Actually, they're kind of chilling. Like, they had a very scary 1v1 that I feel like would have determined maybe the entire fight, but they ended up winning it. And so they get to keep that invisible barrier nicely safe in pocket. 2 minutes of change still for Hamilton, so no panic button just quite yet, but Copper Canyon's starting to feel the burn, right? You're gonna need to hold on for a few more fights. It's gonna be easier said than done.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we do see the Invisible Boundary available coming from Miyu, but a pick coming in from the back. Daredevil making it just in time. Not going to be able to secure that pick, though, but still, both of the boundaries available. We might see a Venn diagram coming in just a little bit here as we're right at the edge of Grand Central Station. Go ahead and move our way to Avengers Tower. There it is, Mia matching it up with the Invisible Boundary, but of course, it's just going to allow Hamilton to use their own Invisible Boundary. Sherman moving on through with great timing, and still Bucky getting in a lot of value there. Kraken Impact timed up and available, but no touch is going to be coming in here. Bionic Hook would have hit there, but of course, you got to give huge credit to Dama for that reaction speed, the telepathic illusion. Going to be able to go ahead and bring her back.
It's once again one of those scenarios where Copper Canyon generally have the numbers, but they lose one, and that one is their front line, and so they have to just give the space. They can't go for a recontest, and that's why twice now you've seen them not be able to find a touch because the rest of the team just can't willingly walk forward and do damage that they will just be taking and eventually go down to.
Yeah, and I mean, it just comes down to the fact that I feel like Copper Canyon are really unable to go ahead and get a proper engagement, but Psionic Seduction actually, as I say it, is just going to bring them all close, and the picks are going to be coming in just in time too. Sueyo moving on through with a double KO onto the back, finding the picks and sending Cupid running away. Moving on to the back, actually, kind of yeah, I mean, was a choice definitely, but I guess you know, you dive on in, and yeah, the stagger definitely is gonna hurt Hamilton just a little bit here. But even then, Psionic Seduction available from Deku Warrior. A lot of ultis. There's Original Royal Flush to go ahead and start this massacre, as the AIA Agamotto going to be able to find the Phoenix. Kraken Impact as well, going to finish things off. Wes Bellwood's letting the devil out. Darkchild going to get popped up from Sueyo to maybe try and find a pick here. Kraken Impact not going to be able to get a reset there. Miyu finding that pick on the Cupid, and the Darkchild is going to move on to the back. A lot of damage just, but not going to be able to find this pick onto the Invis. He was so low, but I mean, Magic, just Darkchild, despite Eldritch Warp being so incredibly strong, it's not a good finisher. But even then, still, Hamilton High School are falling just a little bit behind. 1 minute and 20 seconds left here.
Yeah, the pressure and the cooldown was the cooldown bait out was enough from that Darkchild to eventually get the pick onto that player. But yeah, it was a lot invested. It was time that now, honestly, Hamilton High School have to start worrying about. This is going to be an ult that maybe isn't the most effective. I mean, there are a few charms in. They do find the one. Not sure how that happened, but it actually works out in their favor. And now you have everyone trying to throw their ults and trying to scramble something together to win this fight.
I see shiny Q button. I go ahead and I press it. We see Sherman moving on through with a bit of a boundary. Hawkeye now in the hands of Fing Zero, and also a Hella. Two heroes that have just been so incredibly dominant at one point. Hasn't seen much play here, Hawkeye, but still, you know, Hamilton are being able to go ahead and start pushing this just about past halfway now. 25%, 25 seconds still are left here onto the clock, but even then, Dum Dum with the Psionic Seduction could end it right here, right now. Diamond form to go ahead and get the extra damage reduction. Wall of Ages as well. Psionic Seduction not being primed up and ready, but not going to be able to find, just finds one charm, actually finds two. And as soon as I say that, we see Dama moving on with a triple KO, Miyu with a double KO of their own. And that is going to close things out for Hamilton High School. First up here, 2 points with a distance of 136 meters. 0 seconds left. Copper Canyon now on the verge to take map number 2, but they have to play this smart.
That Emma Frost ult was honestly a bit of a gamble, but man, was it efficient. It looked so good. You had a gamble play because you had to go over towards the left side of that cart, kind of leave the rest of your team alone, hope that they're going to be surviving for that moment, and then you get the charms. You had to walk past 2 full shields in order to happen before you even went down and found that value. Really risky, but a play that paid off. And then, of course, Dama with that swap at the end, capitalizing on those charm players. And then the final Q by Miyu as well. I mean, it was like clockwork when they can get their plans going, right? You saw the initiative taken by, what was the player's name? They must have swapped off. Was it Dum Dum on the Emma Frost? But either way, they had a very clear game plan in that final fight, and when executed, it looks beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've just been putting in great work across the board here. And I mean, you know, one of the biggest things I think just came down to the fact that really, I think Hamilton High School have to go ahead and, you know, start getting value out of their ultimates, because I feel like one of the biggest things that I just go ahead and jump back on was Atomic and that little bit of a mishap with the Eye of Agamotto, you know, using it when the Doctor Strange had shield available, and you know he has shield available, definitely was a bit of an oddball, but even then still, you know, was able to get a lot of value either way, send them all back. But I mean, already moving in Dama with a Hela to match up against Cupid has been putting in a lot of work, and now both teams, of course, running the deep raft team with it more. And yeah, so far, Copper Canyon are already moving on hot, already halfway through in just the first 30 seconds of the game, sending Hamilton High School back, taking up a lot of the space. And we're now moving in with the Venom onto the back, gonna pop out the bubble. More really quick, gonna be able to barely get that pick onto the Hela 2. Dama getting that nice headshot at the end. And I mean, that's really what you want your Hela players to do, you know? I mean, of course, the argument of Hela versus Phoenix is still there, but I mean, the overall pick potential coming in obviously ultimately goes down to the Hela.
I mean, the target priority, the focused fire from Copper Canyon is so great. And Hamilton High School, the reason why they were so successful on that first time, or at least it made as much space as they did, was because they were scrambling Copper Canyon. It was on to them to realize, oh no, we're kind of looking at multiple different angles. We can't really focus this fire. But if Hamilton don't do that, that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a shredding of the HP bars, 3 straight KOs, and that fight is done and dusted.
Yeah, Blue as the sea, as the king of the oceans. Cherry is just moving on through. The Monstros just getting in so much value. And then you combine the Deep Wrath ability, being able to apply its own anti-heal, and of course your extra little Monstros too. It can just bring in so much value. When you have a good No More player and a good Hela player on your team, you're able to just go ahead and just get in so much work. But even then, so far, Hamilton High School, 4 minutes and 35 seconds left, and they have to try and defend this because there is no possibilities of an overtime. It is make or break. The Goddess of Death being popped up here from Dama, matching up with Ensong Inferno, though, and that's what I was talking about when it came to the Hela versus Phoenix. It is just an instant counter with the ultimate, and that's what we saw happen right there. Goddess of Death immediately matched up, but Feast of the Abyss moving on to the backline, matching it up with the Horn of Proteus, and of course the Raging Royal Flush to go ahead and close things off and hold it by just a little bit longer. They are going to be able to find that pick onto Dama, but even then it's going to get immediately traded out. And with 5 minutes and 30 seconds left, Copper Canyon are already making their swift way over to Avengers Tower.
And you can see potential staggers maybe, but it looks like the rotate comes on through and the players do get out for the most part. I always lose my marbles trying to watch a Venom player because there's so many thoughts going through their head. I mean, the aim has to be reliable as well, along with these high intensity decisions that they are making. But Swile has had some decent value so far. That's going to be a player maybe staggered away trying to find value or get back to their team, but instead maybe going to get punished for it. Isolated down to 2 HP, almost taken down by the turret.
That was definitely rough. Definitely rough. You know, the Silent Selection came out, wasn't able to find anyone, and then the Monstro just being able to take Deku Warrior out. It was definitely tough. Meteor M going to be able to drop in, does find a dunk, but wasn't able to secure that pick. But the Iron Volley, of course, is going to go ahead and secure it. Sherman getting taken out of the fight, and losing a support this early on is going to make the fight a bit more grueling. Wolverine going to get picked off by the Magneto, and Dum Dum has just been going absolutely berserk with the Magneto. Definitely brings the question, okay, maybe we should get this Magneto out, as that's going to be a team wipe coming on through, and I don't think they're going to make it in time to hold it down, as Copper Canyon are going to be able to take map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the tank line and how much value they'd found, but I feel like as well, it's kind of the team up, right? Magneto normally doesn't do that much damage, but along with that team up, you're seeing so much value, and of course, then that makes it a way and a world where now you have to think about which person you're banning. Is it the Magneto itself, or is it the team up?
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of people, a lot of Magneto players as well have been saying that, like, oh man, I really miss the great sword, the sword that came in through with the Wanda team up. But even then, now they can get a huge taste of that with the Royal Blade coming in from the Gambit. I mean, Explosive Entanglement, of course, like I was saying, arguably one of the strongest team ups in the game because it empowers the Rogue, it empowers the Magneto so insanely well. Having that Ace Great Sword, being able to just go ahead and deal so much damage with your explosives, it's what every Magneto player dreams of, and that's what we saw happening over from there. So definitely wouldn't be surprised if Hamilton looks at this and like, okay, you know what, maybe we either get the Gambit out or we either get the Magneto out, or what is it that we really need to do? And I mean, don't secure the magic, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm just also looking at the fact that Hela and Namor, they also have a team up, correct? Right? On the final blow, there is a squid that kind of pops up. And I'm just thinking about, like, they really have meticulously crafted these comps to suit whatever they feel like playing, because that's double team ups now. If you're trying to target ban that, you're going to have to ban 2 out of those characters, leaving only 1 for yourself and maybe comfortability. On top of that, now you're also having to worry about the bans going back the other direction and saves that you might not even get to keep on one team up. It's just a lot going on, and honestly, well played.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these team ups can just absolutely shake the game completely. That's why a lot of players usually often target the anchors. That's why we see Hela banned out a lot more than the Namor. Because, obviously, Hela, it's like you get a 2-for-1 combo with that one. You get Hela out of the game, and you don't get no more empowered with all that, and that's also why Gambit has been banned out so much, because I mean, the fact that a team up can go ahead and bring a hero like Rogue up a whole tier is just absolutely insane. I mean, the Ace of Aces just being able to go ahead and get it, the Trickster himself still finding his way to get onto the battlefield and make quick work out of everything, but still, Hamilton, they're down, but they're not out just yet. The mentals still have to be all the way up. You've had a lot of good fights in throughout the matches. You have to go ahead and lock in and start securing this reverse sweep. It's reverse sweep time. You're down by 2, but you're not out just yet. And I believe in the homies.
I think it's just time to look back at that previous series and realize that this series is not even close to being over. I mean, there's a potential draw that could come in. Then you're talking about going back to domination, which was, again, your sort of closest map that you were looking to win. And then on top of that, they had won a round previously. It's like, okay, we're finally cooking up something, but you got to get there, right? You got to start this train in order to see the caboose all shiny and sparkly at the end. You got to somehow set this foundation in order for you to reap the rewards in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we are staying in New York, the Empire of Eternal Night, as we hop down over to Central Park. So teams are going to be fighting to get Ratatoskr all the way over to Dracula's castle. And I mean, this map definitely is such a bizarre map. And I see this map get picked a lot. But, my biggest issue when it comes to Central Park is just getting the missionary. Because even with a lot of these tier 1 teams, Ignite level teams, they have just struggled a lot to get that push in and claim that mission area, because it is just so immensely tight. There's not many areas you can really go ahead and find. I mean, of course, little nooks and crannies, whatever you can go ahead and try and find. But even then, it's just so immensely tough. And, my biggest saying when it comes to this map, if you struggle to claim the mission area, you're gonna struggle when you start going on that upward slope, when you're just about halfway through that first checkpoint. And that's just a lot of what we see. And so Central Park, of course, is also where we see a lot of Ultron, a lot of Human Torch. So I doubt we're going to be able to see them. But even then, yeah, I mean, going from Squirrel Girl's treehouse to move on over to Ratoskar's prison and then get your way over to the castle gate is just really, really tough.
I'm thinking about the side selection, right? You don't know entirely which team is starting on which, but it comes down to, right, I believe the losing team from the previous map gets to choose side, and if that is the case, do you opt for the attack or the defense? Now, if the winner had a chance to decide what side they wanted for it, they would probably start on the defense first so that they wouldn't have to play the rest of the map, you know, kind of having that confidence bounce. But if you're losing, right, do you try and make this map as long as possible? Try and tire them out so that maybe they don't feel as strong on their own attack side, or do you opt for the defense yourself because you're feeling that you can win a few fights quick and easy, but if you give them time to adjust to the plan, you might start to sputter out ideas. So I think that's something to kind of think about. Of course, we'll find out in a little bit, but hero selection, it is time.
Yeah. And I mean, so far, it looks like pick and bans are kind of going a little bit similar to what we saw happen over at First Point and Domination. I mean, we see, of course, except Luna Snow. Luna Snow is being banned out first once again, getting it out of Miyu's hands. Loki being secured up, but the Moon Knight being banned out is definitely a huge one here. Gambit, the Trickster, is going to return back to his domain of just being banned out. And Emma Frost also going to get banned out as well. So, you know, definitely getting a lot of strong heavy hitters out of the fight. Moon Knight, you know, one of the biggest arguments when it comes to Moon Knight, of course, very, very strong against a lot of jump support comps. But the biggest thing about Moon Knight is that compared to other duelists, he has a very, very decently sized hitbox. So hit scan is very, very good going up against them. And also against the Groot too, because I mean, you get an Elsa, a Hela, or a Phoenix going up against the Moon Knight and the Groot. You can just be able to go ahead and wipe it. So the Groot going to be secured over for Dama. Kind of curious to see if we're going to finally see a team utilize the Vibrant Brutality team up, or, you know, just not really play it, because Mantis, I feel like, isn't really in these players' kits, I believe. So, you know, definitely will be very strong to have. I mean, the Loki, the Groot is secured. You get that team up going on through. You can set yourself up nicely. But even then, Cloak and Dagger going to be the last ban coming on through.
White Fox again? Over to the Rocket? What are we pondering over here? I mean, obviously, you have the Loki save, so for Hamilton, they're probably just going to opt for the Inviswoman Loki like we kind of expect. The other side, though, thinking to do... And Miyu, we saw forced onto the Inviswoman was doing a pretty good job, but it looks like Jen may be a bit more comfortable. And so now you're also thinking about, okay, the backline, that's where we have to start. Then we can focus on maybe those tanks, the Vanguards, and the Duelists to kind of get ourselves going. As for Copper Canyon, they are going to end up on this defensive side. Hamilton High School trying to put all they can into this initial first push. Hopefully, it will snowball their confidence and their successes into the rest of the map and the series.
Yeah, it looks like Miyu is just using the Rocket to go ahead and grant up those extra armor packs, and of course a jump boost on a Wolverine, definitely one of the strongest strats to have. You know, you got that jump boost to go ahead and move on through. Of course, you know, you can clear a lot of distance if you manage to kidnap someone. And White Fox, you know, just exactly like we were saying earlier, you know, one of the strongest strategists, can fit into almost any comp. So yeah, definitely a lot of room here to go either way. But I mean, the Black Panther being picked out over from Sueyo, you know, definitely we saw it banned out first game. So I'm curious to see, like, okay, what about this Black Panther made Hamilton High School ban him out the first time? Of course, they do have the Scarlet Witch this time. And I mean, look at that right there. Exactly what I was talking about. You saw the jump boost coming on through, but it looks like he was stunned out by the Wanda. So not able to take the Groot all the way down into spawn, all the way down into the cliff, I mean. And yeah, the thing is going to get picked out first by Cupid, finding that secure right there. Sueyo moving in over to the back with the spear toss into the Spirit Ren. But even then, going to get picked off by the Loki. Hamilton moving in very, very strong.
I mean, this is defensive dive. It's two tanks that have no ability to suppress damage other than maybe a Groot wall. And for the rest of the team, again, nothing other than melee. They are going for straight up hard engages on the defensive side against a point that it's really not going to work too well for them. It almost looked like the sides were swapped based on these comps, but, well, you went for a gamble play, you went for a defensive dive with two tanks, no shield, and that didn't work out. So you learned your lesson, and now you're into the convoy segment of this map.
Yeah, Ratatosker, the caretaker of the World Tree, Yggdrasil, has now been unleashed and is slowly making her way over to Dracula's castle. And as they make their way over to Dracula's gate, of course, they have to play this a bit carefully now. I mean, the Wanda, I feel like, is definitely going to be a really, really strong pick here, because it's going to be able to deal a lot of damage to the Groot and the Magneto, and especially with the Doctor Strange team up, of course, the Arcane Order, it is just going to dish out so much damage. But you have to be careful with those ultis. There's a Strangling Prison now being matched up. Going to be able to find 4 members, but the White Fox Kumiho is being unleashed. There's that Kaiju coming on through. Reality Erasure, though, being primed up over from Cupid. Is it going to be able to find anyone? And it doesn't look like it, as Dum Dum is able to secure that pick. Invisible Boundary coming in from God of Mischief. Going to be able to mash it up. And now another Venn diagram being popped up here on top of Ratatosker. And as they move on through, of course, they're going to be moving swiftly, sending Copper Canyon back.
No, please don't hit me. No, you don't see me. Nope. No, I see you. You're 1 HP, and I'm going to punish you for that one. Yeah, big stagger there. I mean, Hamilton High School, any ults they use here would be a little disastrous for them. Hopefully, they're just kind of playing to farm out ult charge, wait for the rest of the team, because, again, you don't have that main strategist. Oh, boy, I have Agamotto. It's blocked.
Oh, yeah. Very, very unfortunate. Was still able to find a Groot and a Wolverine, leading into that Wolverine getting picked off. Meteor M, though, moving up a little bit too high. Going to be able to get the dunk, but is going to get blocked off by the shield. But still, Hamilton High School are getting picked off right there. A mini team wipe coming in. Reflexive Rubber not going to be able to hold Deku Warrior alive for much longer. That's going to be a decent 4-second stagger coming on through.
I mean, maybe you opt for a TP here, free position if you have the Strange up, but at the end of the day, Hamilton High School, they gotta find something to punish whatever Copper Canyon has in store for them. And it looks like they've started kind of falling back towards their just normal tempo play. And while that can be good, you gotta be careful of now this dive, because now it becomes as effective as you would imagine it to be.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, as we slowly creep on up to Hamilton having that Strangling Prison ready, they do find the pick on the Black Panther, but immediately going to match up with the pick onto Atomic. There's that Strangling Prison now coming in, matched up with that Invisible Boundary, of course, to save her teammates. There's that last stand now coming out to the back and be able to get a double KO, and that's going to, of course, send Hamilton High School back once again. And I mean, Jan has been doing great work. He's just been timing these ultimates perfectly to go ahead and counteract against these Eye of Agamottos, against these Strangling Prisons, and I mean, just getting that timing down is just exactly what you need to do. So Decker Warrior now going to be switching off, going over to that Bucky, and definitely, you know, I can definitely see Bucky getting in a lot of value here. You know, you have to try and get these picks in, and of course, maybe try and secure something if, you know, we say the Wolverine goes ahead and dive it. You know, just use your orb to go ahead and provide that slow bionic hook at that pick, and we already see, of course, going to get that hook onto the Magneto. Not much is going to be happening there, but we see already Dame and Jan being able to get a double KOs of their own, taking them out, and that's a team wipe coming from Hamilton High School. They're just sitting there, just spawning in. 2 minutes are left in the clock for them, but still they have to get some movement going on here.
Is this a visual glitch, or what happened to the Bucky on Copper
Yeah,
Canyon
it's a bug. I've seen it happen so much with Bucky. I don't know. He's just cursed.
Well, maybe he can curse the other side as he finds a nice hook, but unfortunately not that value. Gotta be careful when hooking in a diver, though, because then it's just giving them a free dash and cooldown some of the time.
Yeah. Oh, the 4-man Eye of Agamotto coming in from Atomic is going to go ahead and set the stage for the Kraken Impact as they move on through double KO coming over to Atomic. And we already see, of course, Seabass securing 1 pick of his own, make it 2. And that was just huge moving on through from Hamilton High School. 1 minute and 20 seconds left onto the clock for them. And we could probably see a strength TP coming in from Copper Canyon. Doesn't really look like it. They have made it back, but still, that was a huge ulti coming in.
Well, they got the touch. They found the invisible barrier. Meteor M blocked by the... Oh, that's a beautiful Namor bubble. Love to see that.
Well timed indeed. Invisible Boundary came in from Sherman. But even then, I mean, Copper Canyon are here. 50 seconds left. Jan once again finding another double KO, and it is huge indeed. Still, though, Pinky Zero trying to hold the fort down. Dum Dum finding that pick with the Iron Volley, though, and with just 40 seconds left, we could see a strange TP. The Pentagram of Feral Hug coming in from Atomic, and it looks like they are, but Wolverine is just hawking his way over there to maybe try and get the stun in, but unfortunately doesn't make it in time. There's that TP right on top of Ratatosker too. Moving in over to the back, going to try and find this pick. Dama is going to go find Deku Warrior. That's already one of your duelists gone. Regenerative Domain popped up. We could see a God of Mischief coming in here to try and counteract up against the Strangling Prison, but no, not going to opt in to try and take a clone and save your teammates. And with 10 seconds left, that could be the end of it, as it is just a stagger. And Hamilton High School are not going to make it onto point just yet. They were taken out right before the first checkpoint, allowing Copper Canyon to have the possibility to end things right here.
Copper Canyon have mastered the ability to use barely enough resources to win fights. Like, it's always enough to scare me just a little bit when, like, they have me use White Fox Ultimate, and it's like, why are we not, popping that after the Strange TP, after the scary kind of 3 people kind of flying through with the Strange E being popped, but it's like, it doesn't matter. Their ult cycle is so strong. They know what they're using first, what their win con's gonna be, and what their failsafe is. And if they have 2, maybe that 3rd ult coming up, they decide that every fight, and it's beautiful. I mean, honestly, it is amazing to just watch how one ult comes up, the other's expended, and the other one is like actively farming about 80%. I want you to keep that in mind as we look through this defensive side, or I guess their attacking side coming through in as the sides swap. Hamilton, though, they had the right idea. They had some solid execution, but it's that consistency and the ability to kind of keep themselves going past losing a fight that has been their struggle.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, it looks like we are going to be seeing our first flyer of today with the Human Torch coming in from Cupid. And yeah, I mean, definitely had a really, really decent rework. And also the Penny is finally being unleashed here. Definitely very strong in the world of Central Park, being able to get in a lot of setup, especially at the gate, entering Ratosker's prison. So Copper Canyon, I'm definitely going to struggle a little bit to go ahead and get the entry here, as not really many utility at their disposal to go ahead and take out the Arachno Mines. So, you know, definitely going to be falling maybe a little bit short there when it goes in to try and get this entry, because the Bionic Spider Nest is just so incredibly strong, especially if you just have the Penny completely taken out. And I mean, there's a stun already. Huge chunk of damage coming in over to the Wolverine. And yeah, just barely going to make it out with his life. But the first pick did come in over the Hamilton side. Deku Warrior did get taken out. But I mean, everyone is just converging in, not even caring about the Bionic Spider Nest. They are just standing in it or farming just a little bit in the Arachno Mines.
They have that high damage capability, and they're just living it out. I mean, support dip, maybe you could say, because these heals are phenomenal. You have the magic as well in the mix. You have the Groot that's been the MVP, it feels like, half the time, and now you've got a clean wipe of the team. They're going to be back to spawn. You're going to get the point, and look at these ults again. Starting to see already the White Fox first, but quick contest with a TP. A big gamble.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Human Torch, definitely, you know, the new rework coming out of the Plasma Body, just being a dash into an accelerated ascent, definitely, you know, maybe making it a bit rough. But we see the Invisible Boundary being popped up right here, and it's going to allow Copper Canyon to, of course, secure Ratatosker's freedom. And all they have to do is just basically make it to the first checkpoint. 5 minutes onto the clock for them. It's definitely going to be tough, but it looks like there is going to be a quick tech pause coming in from Sherman. So definitely, you know, just a little bit of a pause, a little bit of a break to try and figure out, like, okay, well, what's going on?
All right, who kicked the power cord again? Who was it? We had word earlier that somebody had tripped over the power cord and disconnected all the PCs. Now, obviously, I don't believe that to be the case here, as I think we would have seen the mass disconnect that went on. Maybe just that slight tech issue that will get resolved and underway easily for you guys. But also, shout out to the crowd, by the way. I know they're kind of enjoying the game right now, and we're a little bit delayed, but shout out to you guys. And yeah, it's nice to see that you guys are supporting. You know, if your family, then maybe your kid or your student or just all of these players that have made this trek and have wished to go along this journey.
Yeah, I do believe it was a game crash that happened, so I think we're just gonna go ahead and get that fixed up pretty easily. I mean, nothing too big, but yeah, no, for sure, gotta give a huge shout out over to the crowd, because, like, you know, definitely looks like a lot of parents here just coming out here to, you know, support their kid. And, you know, like, they probably don't understand fully 100%, you know, in the world of Marvel Rivals compared to the kid, but still, you know, they're out here showing up to support, you know, they're watching it. And, you know, shout out to all of you guys, you know, all of y'all in the crowd just standing up here, you know, cheering your kid on, because we are here for the vibes and we are here to give in a huge performance. And so far, you know, Copper Canyon have been putting in a performance indeed. 4 minutes and 33 seconds left, and they're just about making their way halfway through the first checkpoint. There's that Supernova coming in from Cupid now, but gonna get grabbed by a Wolverine, and he's gonna take him down with him. What? No way!
Usually when I say snipe, it's like, you know, a Black Widow, a Hawkeye, Hela. Nope, a Wolverine this time.
Wow, the Wolverine getting that feral leap, taking the Human Torch all the way down to the ground. Vagamondo coming over to the back, not going to be able to find anyone. The Kumio is being unleashed once again. There's that Kaiju to move on through, and of course, giving a lot of damage. But the Kraken Impact going to be unleashed over there onto the point. Not going to be able to find many people, and so not going to be able to get that reset. A little boundary coming from God of Mischiefs as well. There we see Seabass, popping it up, buying a little bit more time, but you're using a lot of ultis, and Canyon has that Meteor M available, popping up, baiting out the Regenerative Domain, which is going to allow Swire to go ahead and get these picks with the Dark Child, and that's phenomenal coordination. They recognize, okay, wait, I'm going to pop up the Meteor M, I'm going to go ahead and use it, bait out that Loki Lantern, and just allow you to wipe things out, and it looks like Copper Canyon are going to be able to make it all the way and secure their spot into Grand Finals.
I mean, you saw even at the end there, a little bit of a confidence bout of just kind of zooming up in the air, trying to use that Wolverine ult. And, missing the snipe that time, but the thought was there. Yes, what a competition we have had. Although this series may be a little bit more one-sided than the previous, both teams still showed up. They played their hearts out. You could tell everyone was trying their best because you saw, honestly, the swaps coming through. You saw the solo plays. Those flashes of brilliance were there for the team that fell just a bit short. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep it consistent, couldn't match the pace of the team on the other side. That being said, our grand finals is now set.
Yeah, we're going to be able to go ahead and see Liberty take on Copper. And I mean, that was just a phenomenal game coming in for our second matchup. And I mean, you got to give a huge round of applause to these players. I mean, they've just played so incredibly well. I mean, what else can you really say? Copper Canyon went in with a mission and they took Hamilton out. And I mean, now they're going to be able to take on Liberty High School. And I mean, I'm definitely going to be watching that.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, you are going to have a different Yappers, or fortunately, depending on how much you like us. Smile. But yeah, we'll have more people along with alternate games as well taking place after this. After the series of Marvel Rivals that you just watched, we're going to have, if my run-up show is correct, Super Smash Bros. Semifinals coming in. So keep your eyes peeled if you are enjoying that game, or just stick around if you want to support, teams, the stream, whatever. Who knows? I had a blast with these series.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a while since I was here on the mic for Marvel Rivals, and of course, it was an absolute blast and honor as always. But yeah, it is going to be Super Smash Bros. Coming up next with our talented casters to come on through Sai and Script. It is going to be Queen Creek High School taking on Centennial High School, so that's definitely going to be a banger to watch. But I think that's going to go ahead and be it from us. Ari Kaz, an absolute pleasure being up here on the mic with you. I had an absolute blast.
It was great with you as well, Reezy. I think we don't have anything else to say other than to send it off to you. I'll let you send it off,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw a lot of great games coming up today, everybody. Thank you all once again. I've been Reezy, joined here by Ari Cass. We're going to go ahead and catch y'all out in the next one. Don't go anywhere because Super Smash Bros. Is going to be an absolute banger. But we'll see you in the next one. Peace out.
We are back here at West Oahu, major event that is known as the Hawaii Esports Invitational. There's still plenty of action here as we go round robin with 6 teams inside of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Clutchkey alongside with Henry here for your entire weekend as we get set to play for the surfboard, the trophy, unlike any other here at AIA.
Lead one could be Michigan State, bringing us to 5.
Michigan
Is that
State,
one going to land?
Ooh, almost had it. Needed to get it through the pocket, doesn't do so. Boise State will have a response now. Woozy on the 1-on-3. Can he get it through? No. Good tip. Gets it back up. Good bump on Michigan State as well. Oh no. Spartans have a chance. Here comes Preston. Preston looking for his
double
first
tap.
ball. Dumps it in. Here in overtime, it's an infinite clock till we have a winner. Somebody needs to blink. It's a staring contest. Nobody blinking. Going on the edge. Wide open.
It's open.
Signal Bears. Baylor takes the victory and a new school. Yes, there he is, Mr. Zippy's himself right there. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much. Zippy's our presenting sponsor, 3rd year in a row. Of course, big thanks to GG Circuits, Prodigy Chain, as well as Southwest Airlines. Thank you very much to all of the sponsors here for HEI. They come out of the tunnel, they come out of the soundstage champions of HCI. The Baylor Bears do. Trophy ceremony on the other side, but let's check in on the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Roam.
Man's aggressive.
That's cool. But it's not the. It wasn't the inner hitbox, so. Classic air check.
So Michigan State will go away with a surfboard for the third year in a row, mind you. So they are 3 for 3 in number.
Wow.
Today is a huge day, not just because it's a state championship, because it's the first one ever for Kansas. So we'd love to bring home a state title for the first time ever.
I've seen students absolutely come alive in this environment. And these are students that I feel are not represented within school very much, and this is a place for them to call home. They get to come in every single day in a very competitive atmosphere and just continue to do what they love and get better and better and better at it, and hopefully earn some kind of a scholarship to go to school for it. It's really, really important.
This program got started at Andover High School specifically because students wanted it to happen. There was an esports club without an official sponsor for the first year. They just did their thing and found colleges to compete that were already doing esports. They went out and did that and got publicly recognized. And then the year later, I heard about that and was like, let's do this, let's make it official. So I sponsored that for 5 years, and then Keisha picked it up this year, making us an official activity, and it's just blown up since then.
So the Activities Association in Kansas sanctioned esports because we recognized an activity that was gaining popularity from a grassroots approach, and we saw kids were interested in it. The number one thing that we have to remember is if kids are interested in something, we have to be plugged in and give them opportunities in the school, because when we know kids are plugged in school, they become better students.
We look to crown the Esports Team of the Year. To be recognized for Team of the Year, we look beyond just skills and competitive edge to showcase those teams that showed commitment, compassion, leadership, and of course, teamwork, both while competing and within their communities. Our 2025 finalists for Team of the Year. First, the Crimson Tide Splatoon 3 team from DuPont Manual High School in Kentucky. Then the Sand Lizards Rocket League squad from Dardanelle High School in Arkansas. Tidal Surge Splatoon 3 team, their Play vs. Cup team from Devon Prep in Pennsylvania. KFC Squids Varsity, their Splatoon 3 team from Klein Forest High School in Texas. And our lone Mario Kart 8 team, Unified Mario Kart 8 Van Cleve from Van Cleve High School in Mississippi.
The voting was really close, but at the end, only one team stood out. Your 2025 Team of the Year is Unified Mario Kart 8 Van Cleve from Van Cleve High School in Mississippi. Check out our video as we share the news with the coach and the team.
Coach Chatfield and the Van Cleve Unified Mario Kart team, you all have made and are officially our winners of the 2025 Play vs. Awards Team of the Year.
Yes, thank you. Super exciting. They'll be glad to hear it once they wake up from their slumber this summer.
This year's recipients are a shining example of what makes esports so powerful. As a unified Special Olympics team, they show us how inclusion and collaboration and shared passion can create something truly extraordinary. They build a culture that goes beyond the game and that's what makes them so special. They don't just race to win, they race together. Congratulations, team, and you inspire us all.
Just listening to Aaron describe what y'all are doing as a unified team and the success and dedication you've had to esports in Mississippi. It's why we do what we do, and it inspires us to get up every day and support coaches and teams like yours. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Just a special thanks to you, just a great member of our Discord community. Really, the product and engineering teams get so much great feedback from you, and helping out with your teams, getting feedback from them or other coaches, and then specifically in coach office hours.
Coach Chatfield, Brian Cooley, Chief Marketing Officer. I know we met in New Orleans at the
Yes,
Super
sir.
Bowl. It was great to connect with you and your wife and hear all about your passion and how you're really helping to shape lives in a really, really meaningful way. And so we kudos to your team for their great achievement.
Thank you very much. They definitely pushed me to be better. Well, the great thing about it was that I did not nominate the team. I don't know who nominated the team. So somebody thought enough of our team that's been around us and all that to nominate us. And so it was a surprise to be when I got the email saying we were a finalist. It was a true community affair to support this great team.
Dax, we have Esports Coach of the Year, the most important award when it comes to amateur esports. It's such a high honor, and for this award, we looked for nominees who showed the most commitment and most passion for their program, who left it all on the line for their students. So our 2025 finalists are Jonathan Ferranta from Omaha Central High School, Nebraska. We have Rachel Espinosa from STEM School Highlands Ranch in Colorado. We have Stefan Yuncha from Detroit Catholic Central High School in Michigan. We have Amanda Dillard from Pop High School in Georgia, and Marta Anderson from Del Norte High School in Mexico.
Yeah, and our 2025 Coach of the Year is... Can we get like a drum roll or anything? There we go. The winner is Rachel Espinosa from STEM Schools in Highlands Ranch. And we spoke to Rachel recently and shared the good news with her. Check it out.
Wanted to share and announce that you are officially our Play Versus 2025 Coach of the Year.
Oh my gosh! Thank you.
This year's recipient, Rachel Espinosa, stepped up into her coaching role after challenging circumstances, taking over the program mid-season when they were suddenly without a coach. And in just 1 year, she's been able to more than double the size of her program, including launching a brand new middle school program.
I want to say thank you to you guys. This has just been such an amazing experience for me taking this program over. I don't know anything about video games much, but my son was passionate and they needed a coach. And you guys have made this extremely easy for me to learn and to work with.
Hey, Coach Espinosa, this is John Chapman. I'm the CEO of Play Versus. I just want to personally congratulate you on an outstanding piece of recognition. Listening to those remarks and the impact you're having on your students is why we get up every day and do what we do. So thank you so much and congratulations again.
And Rachel, this is Brian Cooley, Chief Marketing Officer of Play Versus, and I am a fellow Colorado person, so congrats. I've seen these programs in action here in Colorado, and it's bringing so much joy and inclusivity to students, so thank you for being such a leader in this regard. Really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. I think the only other thing I have to say is thank you for giving this to my team. This gives my kids a great way for them to experience teamwork and playing on a team and being part of something that's amazing. And those extra 28 kids have become part of our family in ways we did not know. Still is like, wow, they're the coolest kids in the whole entire world, and I would never have met them had it not been for Play VS and Esports. So I'm very thankful.
On here, the Community Trailblazer Recipient of the Year. We're awarding 2 of these over these couple of days. The Play Versus Community Trailblazer Award is a recognition we give to individuals who have gone above and beyond to grow scholastic esports in their communities and across their state. And our first recognition of this award for 2025 is Mario Villalobos from Lancaster High School in California. Watch as we share the news with him and his administration.
It is my honor to present the Play Versus Community Trailblazer Award, a recognition we give to individuals who've gone above and beyond to grow scholastic esports in their communities and across their state, to Mr. Mario Villalobos.
Well, hey, thanks you guys. I'm an emotional fellow, so I was not expecting this, and it's nice fuel for next year, you know.
I want to thank Neil for recognizing Mario, and watching what he did with what he had was just so amazing. He had this little closet, but somehow he put computers in there. And then watching Mario put together the first district tournament we had in the theater, and it was just awesome. But my favorite part was Mario's inviting other families and watching parents enjoy food trucks and sit outside and watch the game on a screen that we attempted to put up, and watch parents understand that this isn't video games anymore, that is the largest industry when we're talking about visual and performing arts.
Mario, it's been an honor to work with you, watch your program grow, and honestly, man, there aren't enough awards or trophies that we could give you for the work that you've done. This is so well deserved, and it's been a long time coming, my friend.
I'm always trying to think with my wife's blessing, of course, and try and broaden what we do, and still continue to change kind of the stigmas that exist at our campus about esports, which it happens. It's a slow process, but I ask the kids, I'm like, hey, what are people saying about our program? And it's just funny to have, some of my players be like, yeah, I had friends that were, they would talk smack about esports, and then, spring semester comes around and who's joining the Fortnite team? And then they get in and they're like, oh, this was not what I thought it was. So it's good to have stories like that just naturally occur, because if the kids go back into their environment on campus and, they're like, oh, esports is actually pretty rad and we have a good time. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm completely floored.
The second and final Community Trailblazer Award. So, Play Versus wanted to take this opportunity to recognize another Community Trailblazer recipient of this year, and for this award, we would like to honor a duo in Michigan who has been leading the charge when it comes to scholastic esports in the state. Maggie Helmer and Ryan Pace, leaders of the Michigan High School Esports League. And for years, Maggie and Ryan have been at the forefront of legitimizing esports in Michigan schools, whether it's organizing events like the one they had at Michigan State University, which had like 400 players, coaches, parents, sponsors. They also advocate for everyone behind the scenes, and their impact is undeniable. So the Play Versus team recently surprised them with the award and shared their thoughts on working with this duo. So check out the video.
Happy to announce that both you, Maggie and Ryan, and Michigan High School Esports League is our Community Trailblazer 2025 recipients.
Oh, that is awesome. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, that's very cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have had the pleasure of working with Maggie and Ryan. They have been leading the charge in Michigan for the last few years of our partnership. And I just want to say they set the bar for what a state association partnership should look like. We are trying to replicate this amongst all of our other states because they just set the bar so high. We had our biggest season yet in Michigan with over 200 schools, over 3,700 students participating. This is just Michigan. And 14 Michigan schools made it into the Play Versus Cup. All of this to say thank you so much, Ryan and Maggie, and your whole team for all the hard work you do. Can't wait to see where we go this fall.
Thank you very much, everybody. Maggie's a great teammate to have. We have some other people behind the scenes that help do a lot of the work for the MHSEL staff, and we love seeing kids be passionate and find their tribe of people that they get to do something they love, and so that's been fulfilling for us to try and find a new avenue through esports to be able to do that. So thank you.
I will reiterate the thank you from Ryan. And honestly, it's always been about the kids for us. Our goal is to impact as many kids and just provide those opportunities for students that aren't involved. This means a lot. Definitely a shock. It's very humbling. So thank you guys so much, and thanks for everybody for being on here. It's a lot of faces here today.
I just want to say, Maggie and Ryan, y'all, the passion and advocacy that you're doing for your kids and your coaches, it comes through, and we appreciate it so much. And just really thank you for what you're doing to help move esports, not just in your state, but nationally.
Ditto. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo what Josh said. It's been amazing to watch everything that y'all have done in the last 4 years so aggressively. I've caught myself saying I wish I could clone Ryan and Maggie, and it's just a joy to see all the progress y'all have made. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, Maggie and Ryan, this is John Chapman. I've had a chance to meet you. I'm the CEO of Play Versus. I wanted to personally thank you for your leadership. You truly are community trailblazers, and that's why we all joined the call, because we just wanted to make sure we expressed our gratitude and appreciation, and look forward to working for many years ahead as well. So congrats.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John.
Our next Play Versus award for our Level Up recipient. The Level Up Award seeks to lift up an individual from the Play Versus community who has achieved a truly game-changing and leveling up moment, being a leader not only within their own esports program, but within the community at large. To be considered for the Level Up Award, a nominee must show remarkable growth, not just in gameplay, but in character, leadership, and their impact on those around them. Our finalists for the 2025 Level Up Award were Carter Casebeer, student from Muhlenberg County High School in Kentucky. Damian Duarte, student from Floyd High School in New Mexico. Aiden Willis, student from Greater Atlanta Christian School in Georgia. Victor The Wiz Palacios Jr., coach from Mayfair High School in California. And Isabella Nolan, Rushville Consolidated High School in Indiana. And the winner is Lemon.
Ooh, I got my drum roll. I don't have a drum, but with all the votes counted, only... Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We are excited to announce that our winner of the Level Up Award is Damian Duarte. Congratulations. And we have a video from Damian and his coach, so let's take a look.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the state semifinals here for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We have super fun matchups coming up with Queen Creek and Centennial. But before we get into that, I am Script, joined by my good friend Sai. How are you today?
Feeling amazing, enjoying this glorious Saturday, ready to get into some more Smash action with the homie Script, of course. Today we're going to be having, for our first semi-smash, we got Queen Creek High School versus Centennial Smash. And taking a look at the roster, there's a lot of fun characters here, a lot of like upper high tier kind of range characters, you know. Thursday it was a whole lot of DLC pack too. For really like an entire roster, so a little bit of a departure from that, but yeah, really excited to get into this with you.
No, it should be really fun. Really big shout out to the Play VS guys here too. Such good information on all these players, their characters, their tendencies, and even stages they like to go to, and their win percentage on it. So I'm very excited to see how these characters and stages work out.
Yeah, it's always really nice getting to work with a team that has like really good detailed notes for us as the casters, because you and I we've both spent a lot of time writing so much stuff down before we get on there, but we can just hop in and be like, hey, this team has us covered with all the info we need. It's super nice.
Shout out you guys. But to talk about how these teams kind of rank amongst each other, only one loss in the Centennial bracket this season, number 8, and the 8th ranked team. But if you want to talk about a Queen Creek 11-0 and up the 5 seed really well. I mean, honestly, being in a semifinals, neither of these teams are expected to be here at this very moment. So seems like they're punching above their weight today.
Yeah, you know, and sometimes it'd be like that, but we just did have a pretty decent-sized upset. Just on Thursday, we had the 7 seed overtaking the 1 seed in like a really close down to the wire, like last stop game 5 scenario, set 5 scenario, not game 5 scenario. Yeah. So, you know, hey, anything can happen. But taking a look at the roster here real quick. So it looks like for the Queen City High Smash team, Smash Varsity team, you've got Jermaine, who seems to mostly focus on running Toon Link and Greninja. We've got Chase, who's running Terry and Rob. And then we got Brian, who's got like a little bit more of a spread out here between Falco, Pokemon Trainer, and Peach. And those are 3 extremely different characters, extremely different matchup spreads. So we actually have a pretty decent amount of variety from the Queen City team, or from the Queen Creek team. And then peeking over at the Centennial team, we've got Troy, who also runs Terry and Incineroar. Big Incineroar fan. Love seeing that character get his shine. We've got Cole, who's running Luigi and Puff, and we've got Jeremiah, who's just a solo Nest main. So we're going to have some pretty solid, interesting matchups that we don't get to cast every day, you know? Like, sometimes I see, like, Aegis versus, like, a Gain, and I'm like, all right, I can probably tell you everything's going to happen with my eyes closed, but these closer matchups should be a little bit more exciting for me to kind of watch. I don't really have a strong prediction either way, but we should be getting into the matches here in just a moment. I think before we do, we want to give a quick shout out to Play versus Recruit. Yes, Play versus Recruit. If you're still figuring out what's next after high school and you're wondering if gaming can take you where you need to be, Play versus Recruit is a free platform that connects you directly with college esports programs across the US and Canada. So get discovered, get recruited, and turn your passion into your path. Sign up right now at playversus.com/recruit. Esports, it isn't just a hobby, it is an opportunity. So definitely give them a shout out.
Yeah, super exciting. All of the players playing today here too, definitely showing a lot of prowess in the game and probably opening up a couple of doors for themselves to move on and play this game at a higher level and find an education through that, which I think is super interesting. I mean, let's talk about it though. Do you think, where do we start for either team? What's our first? What's our lead player? What are we thinking like anchor wise? If you want to like, you know, get into the macro ideas of what the teams could be here.
So on paper, I feel like Toon Link for the Queen Creek team would be probably a pretty solid start. I feel like most of his matchups are like fairly even keeled. He can kind of set up his neutral against most of the roster, and the stages don't normally like throw him off too bad. So maybe we start with Jermaine. I feel like you save a player like Ryan for a little later, just because between Falco, PT, and Peach, there's so much counterpicking available when you have a roster that big. So maybe you start with either Chase or Jermaine and save Ryan for later, for the Queen Creek team. For the Centennial team, though, let's see. I feel like Luigi's a pretty strong crew battle start. So we could see Cole start off. And Ness is a solid start. If you can start with him instead of having him get counterpicked if he wins, that's probably a good idea too. Yeah, I'm not as confident on where Centennial should start between Terry, Luigi, and Ness. But if I'm Queen Creek, I'm probably keeping it really simple and throwing Jermaine in there first.
I mean, if you want to talk about it, the player who has the highest win rate across everybody will be Cole, or otherwise known as Mr. Sleeps on that Luigi. 89% win rate on that character, just barely edging out Jermaine and Troy's two best characters being that Toon Link and Terry, respectively. Yeah, a lot of different ways we can go here for sure. Talking about stages here, though, it seems like Town and City is the biggest outlier here, too. Jermaine has a really good handle on Town and City with an 83% win rate. Really high. But before we talk any further about these games, we have to talk about our friends at Zenni. You can get your eyeglass needs, anything you may need, be it sunglasses, be it prescriptions, or just fancy frames. You can use code PLAYVS at zenni.com. That is ZENNI.com. And thank you for helping us out here with the Play VS Cup and the best high school teams gathering together to determine who is the best and lead them to an ultimate champion. I'm excited to find out who the ultimate champion will be here today in Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Yes, it's always really exciting seeing because we get to pop in around like the finals area, so it's always the best of the best kind of like rise to the top here. But I'm always very pleasantly surprised. There's always a player where I'm like, oh, okay, I'm not familiar with them, but that was really crazy and high level and technical. So yeah, it's always a good time casting these, and I'm ready to get started just as much as you are. But again, yeah, shout out to Zenni. I mean, Zenni's on my face yet again. I don't remember the last block I've casted without Zenni glasses.
Honest
So
God's truth.
yeah.
Welcome back, guys. And if you have forgot, as a reminder, my name is Xander, and this is my lovely cousin Noah. Today, we just got done with our last Marvel Rivals game between Copper Canyon and Hamilton. Copper Canyon came through with a clean sweep, and now, after that, we can finally move into Smash Bros.
Well, can't wait for this game to start. You know, it's been a long time coming. All that overtime we just went through, tired of it. But anyways, now we have our teams, Queen Creek and Centennial over here. And also another like fun fact, apparently these teams have played around 67 games just to be here. So that's just great. Now, let's get into it.
All right, excellent. Thanks for the intro, everybody. Shout out Grand Canyon University as well, putting on a really beautiful venue here. But
Oh yeah, this is nice.
Excited to see who we're locking in here too. We obviously have Centennial on the left, and then we have Queens Creek on the right.
And yep, I just went ahead and checked the lobby. It looks like our first team, we're gonna have Ryan versus Jeremiah. So they're throwing Ryan in again. He was the one that plays like Falco, PT, and Peach, so he's got that really big character pool. And I feel like starting with Ness, kind of my prediction, just because I feel like he's a great character to start with, but a way worse character to get like hard counterpicked in the event that he like wins a set or has to run it back. So going to be getting Falco versus Ness. This is going to be a very, very scrappy matchup for both characters here. And we're going to go ahead and get started on Town and City. I feel like both of these characters really, really thrive on these shorter, like horizontal blast zones. So it's going to be an interesting game no matter what.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's kind of going to be the war of who gets in first. It seems like both of these characters and really want to get in close with their combo starting options, be it throws or some sort of tilt. But the first one to kind of get pause on either one of them, we'll start to see a lot of profit.
All right, I like that high recovery just to make sure that Ness isn't able to set up any of the like low percent like PK Fire into Dare or even Yo-Yo shenanigans. Because even at like 30-40%, Falco could potentially lose those stocks early. So I like that he's giving him no time, not even giving him the chance to adapt to see how he handles the ledge. But as I say it, another Yo-Yo coming out, Falco recovering high yet again, really doesn't want to risk going to that side B against the Yo-Yo. So it makes a lot of sense.
That grab was excellent as well, too. I love the way we were playing around that from the ledge. Oh, spamming here too. Dying to get back to stage, but just can't get past this wall that Falco puts up in the air.
Ooh, all right. A nice back throw is going to set up for... Okay, again, refuses to use a special move to get back to the ledge. Just does not want that to trade. So this up to Ryan. Got the first stock here. Only at 87%, which isn't too bad, but Town and City can be a big difference maker. And this recovery, barely going to make it back to the stage.
Yeah, we're really fortunate. We're able to place the yo-yo in the right spot, but the forward air dropping off ledge on the left side will secure with this stock for Ness.
All right, so let's see how Jeremiah adapts a little bit. I think the biggest thing here, I love starting off with that side magnet, showing us a little bit of that sauce at the beginning of this. The biggest thing here is avoiding those up tilt from Falco. Not only is that its craziest counter starter, Ness loves to start his shenanigans from short hop height, so you got to be extra careful. Speaking of, though, trying to set up for the down air, again, very, very good adaptation from Ryan, making sure that Jeremiah doesn't have a clear path to an edge guard.
Yeah, we're getting really creative here as well, as we want to keep this Ness off stage on that right side. So many different hitboxes are being used to just kind of contain this character.
Yeah, a lot of patience at the mid-range. Again, up tilt versus Ness nairs and back airs. Just whoever's going to finally find that big opening,
nice.
Who knows? It looks like Ryan still ahead here. A great anti-air up smash. Take that stock early. But again, kind of forced to recover. The taxi platform, not necessarily your best friend against Ness. It only gives him more extensions depending. But using that PK Fire to start that combo was really slick from Ryan.
Bit of dancing here, too, with the ranged options from either character. Finally going to break the distance between them with that falling forward air, and that's able to absolutely maul that with a run-up grab. Yeah, we can find a kill here, especially as this Ness. We're going for really fun options. I mean, you see like the short up airs coming in to try to find a drag down, but just playing really elusive here. There we go, finally call it.
Yeah, good patience, just throwing out those bears, knowing that Falco really wants to retake that center stage. All right, some pretty crazy custom combos coming out here. 30%. Could have been more had that side be not interrupted here. Ooh, that PK Fire had devious intentions. Again, Ryan's so good defensively, and I think he's starting to get a little bit more bang for his buck on some of these combos too. So now Jeremiah way on his back foot here, down 60%, still hanging at the ledge, trying to force maybe a back throw or some kind of like mid-percent offstage shenanigans, but Ryan is being really, really careful with defense.
Ooh, gotta watch out for the up smash standing on that platform, just barely reaching. Falco, such a tall character, able to find that connection.
Yeah, he's 2 for 2 on those because it's so easy for Ness to put out that pressure and thinks he's just going to land on that platform safely, reset, maybe even throw up, like try to drop down with more nairs and like down Bs or something. But no, Ryan's always got that covered. It looks like he does a really great job of tracing Ness as well.
Yeah, which is hard, very hard.
Ness has, which is very hard to do. He's got huge hitboxes. He's very floaty and kind of hard to predict, but he's really, really good about catching those landings. So game 1 is going to Queen City High Smash Varsity. Of course, the set is not over, and there's plenty of answers that Jeremiah can have here. I think we just need to see him either complete those combos or end them in a position where Ryan is off stage and then set up those edge guarding. That's what I think we need to see change out from Jeremiah, at least so far.
Yeah, like what you were saying, like we really farm these side blast zones. You didn't really see too many of those early kills that you're normally able to find, when you have the upper hand throughout most of the set.
Mm-hmm. Like there was one like kind of deep forward air at the beginning, but other than that, Ryan was just doing anything in the world but touching the ledge because he knows that Ness will blow you up for that. And again, according to our data, Jeremiah is a solo Ness name. I assume Ryan will run it back as Falco. I feel like he did really well, especially on that third stock when he started that combo from Jeremiah's PK Fire. That was really, really interesting. So I think we're just going to run it back. Maybe we come back to Town and City. I'm not sure, but yeah, we just need to see Jeremiah, if he can't like force him off stage, start adapting to the fact that Ryan is really comfortable going high and taking kind of risky recovery options to avoid the ledge. Like it's like you want to set up at the ledge, but if they're not going for the ledge, you don't have to set up for the ledge. He doesn't want the ledge, so that gives you more options on how to start punishing.
Yeah. I mean, both players, talk about that stage matchup and the stage choice a little bit more. Both players extremely proficient on small battlefield, but it seems like Ryan, our Falco player from the last game, 80% win rate versus like a 55% win rate for Jeremiah. So do you really, take the strength on strength option there? I don't think so. You probably gotta get more creative. In all honesty, I kind of like Ness on FD. I feel like if you can catch characters jumping, like if Falco has nowhere to land, you can kind of just like duff that character out for as long as you can.
Yeah, because I feel like his best way to really try to keep you out is like maybe him throwing a reflector, and that is like very risky if you're able to like catch on to the timing for it. So yeah, I feel like FD would be a pretty solid stage. Yeah. Maybe Hollow Bastion only because you've died off the top so many times, and maybe you want like a little bit more vertical. But yeah, I think either stage would be pretty solid.
No, excited to see. Another funny thing here is that when we talk about Ryan's character pool, the only character he's lost games on is this Falco, still with an 83 or 84% win rate. But then winning like all of games on Pokemon Trainer, winning every game we've played on Peach. So there's definitely some deeper options. I mean, Falco does plenty well versus Ness, but I don't hate Pokemon Trainer. I think that character has such massive hitboxes. I think that's kind of how you beat Ness, is with really big hitboxes. So it kind of feels like we have a entire, laundry list of characters that can do really well into this.
Yeah, I mean, Ivysaur alone from PT is such a tough matchup for Ness. Like, Razor Leaf goes crazy, Bear and Up Air go crazy, of course. And then, God help you, if you switch to Charizard, you find one good back air, like 40-50%, you can just blow Ness up.
Right.
So, but it looks like he is going to be sticking to the Falco after all. Running it over to SBF, perfectly fine stage. The biggest takeaway here for sure is you got to be so careful on how you're landing on those platforms. So you can already see Ryan taking advantage, even in just these first few seconds of the match.
Yeah, this is that strength on strength I was talking about. Both players extremely comfortable on this, this layout, this landscape, this small battlefield offers. Much more closer combat. You're going to be jumping into the opponent a whole lot more here, too. And both characters can really exploit that.
Ooh, I like the way Ryan's playing. He's staying back just outside of Ness's burst range. He's being really respectful about Ness's forward air, and he's throwing out those reflectors again just to cut off those short hops, and even a couple lasers here. I like that Jeremiah is starting to stall with those magnets, but yeah, he just can't get a huge opening. It's just kind of been one or two pieces all night. And up tilt to Bear at the ledge, just enough for Ryan to take that first lead.
Ooh, swinging big here, though. Again, this character, back air, middle of the stage, just barely not killing. I like to see, drop a down smash. Even get out there with, your up B, the PK Thunder would be really nice.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a whole lot safer and more consistent.
There we go. Oh, wow! Both of us completely shocked that down smash didn't do it. That one definitely should. Yeah, I think what was happening is he wasn't spacing it so the yo-yo hung over the ledge.
Right.
And it gave Jeremiah a couple extra chances, but he just cleaned it up there. So good stuff on Jeremiah, keeping this competitive for sure. Only down 45%, but I think he's got to work on trying to find some grounded approaches for Falco, which is easier said than done. Don't get me wrong, that character can scratch, but I feel like the short hops aren't necessarily the best way in against this character.
Right. Oh, looking for a down smash. Down tilt leads really well. Double air dodge down will get Glider back to the ground. Trying to go for a spike off the side magnet. Not going to find it. The double bounce colliding with the stage on the left side. Not able to get a second recovery option out.
Yeah, real unfortunate stuff there. And even if the ledge hadn't eaten that, Falco was also there just to take that PK Thunder, so that was kind of just a green stop. Down smash, not going to hit. Would have been the entire game, though. Oh, yeah, I love the inspo for it, for sure.
Good reflect away here, too. I love the short hop jump away options coming in from Falco here as well. If you can just keep feinting this character in, it's so often you can find openings. Connecting with the back air here, though. Drop it down. Not going to find the down smash in time.
Ooh, okay. We see a little bit of a parry coming out. Just a couple jabs. Not enough to really be a difference maker, but at least enough to show you that your defense is sharp. All right. Sharking under with the up airs. Falco still being able to land pretty consistently, but as I say it, gets caught by the fourth up air, and that is going to be the stock here. But with 108% down, it's still kind of going to be a rough day for Jeremiah, unless we see a huge combo right now.
Which is not uncommon for this character. Oh, he could have found a grab there potentially. Cross up with the side magnet. I mean, I like the movement option. We look very confident, but you have to find something to connect.
One thing I really like about Ryan's play is that was a scenario where there was a regrab, and he's like, okay, maybe I don't have the timing to get the optimal punish, so he doesn't want to overcommit. He just kind of fades back to center stage, so great.
Oh!
Wow, that killed?
Up to that. Oh. Dang. Really, really crazy forward air knockback there. Dying off of the top when it seemed like we definitely had a lot more space to work with going to the left.
I am genuinely shocked. I know his percent was 150, but I did not expect that to. I don't know if I've ever seen that kill off the top outside of you being in the magnifying glass.
Right.
Well, okay. And now we know why Ryan has an over 80% win rate on that character, because he played that fantastic.
I definitely think the one thing we have to talk about there, animal characters in the middle of like their the recovery, because side B is so predictable and like telegraphed, and the way that up B is so predictable and telegraphed. If you just drop an up B down there from Ness while you're standing at like roll distance, you will have so much more consistency punishing this character off stage, and it sets up for forward air. There's so many things that you can do in a much safer way than going for like down smash in the corner or like a smash attack in the corner. Because as you saw, Ryan slipped through so many times.
Yeah, there were a lot of situations where you brought up PK Thunder 1 pretty early, and I'm like, yeah, that would be a good idea. We just never really saw it. I think the big difference between these two players is that I was watching Ryan adapt really fast to what Jeremiah was going for. Like, it started off, okay, Jeremiah's being really saucy. He's going for a lot of like side magnet, like combo starters and stuff like that. But when Ryan would just kind of like back off and give him space, he was still trying to find those saucier like openings. And Ryan's like, oh, I know you're going to do this. I'm just going to fade back here. Oh, I know you want a short hop. I'm just going to start reflecting right here. And then when it came to offstage, yeah, those yo-yos, I think one of them worked out, but the rest of them were either misspaced or mistimed.
Right.
PK Thunder 1, I mean, that tail, it's so active. It covers so much space. And yeah, I fully agree. Just one of those, like a drop down fair, literally a drop down and any aerial from Ness, I feel like would have been a little bit more consistent there. And maybe he's a little gun shy because he doesn't want to like trade with the side B and get himself spiked, but that doesn't happen that often. I don't know.
It's weird because like I feel like when you're using the up B for Ness, you're kind of like in stasis with like your actual character model. So it feels like if you were to miss that option and Falco goes high or something like that, like he sneaks in there and gets a free up tilt and starts to go open season on the combo game. But I think that's a risk you're willing to take. I really do.
Yeah, I think you're a lot less likely to mess up that PK Thunder than the yo-yos. I mean, there were even times where he would grab the ledge a little bit late, but he'd still be able to just use the involve from get up attack because yo-yo was still happening. Sure. Just keep himself alive there. So, yeah. But coming into this next match, it looks like we have the Terry Ditto. Ooh. So that should be pretty interesting. That is going to be quite the fight, I'm sure, there. So Terry versus Terry for Queen City and Centennial. Wow, I don't get to cast a Terry Ditto very often.
I mean, let's just talk about it real quick. So we got the Fatal Fury hat on the left side. We got the Terry phone case on the right side floor. We have a lot of Terry fans in the building.
There's dedication here for sure. The spirit of Riddles is in this room. I can feel Riddles in this Chili's tonight. Like I know some crazy Terry stuff is about to go down. This Ditto is going to be interesting. It kind of makes me, before we even get into it, it makes me think of like kind of what like a Lucario Ditto looks like, where okay, you know that Go is such a huge, huge problem for Terry, and they both have to be so careful about giving the other person Go first. Because if you're playing like a very close match, you're both like 75% at around like the same time. That first person to get Go, that is just a nuke waiting to happen to you.
Right.
So it's going to be a lot of really careful decision making on exactly how to end these combos, or trying to find ways to end them before Go happens, because I feel like whoever gets Go first is just going to probably take the first stop. And then it's just going to kind of be like a cycle, at least in theory. But we'll see how it works out in practice as we get into this match.
Yeah, so we have Mist or Chase coming from Queen City in the green Terry. And then obviously Queen City and Alf happening for the red Terry.
All right, well, right now, red Terry way up, 87%, and only just now getting a little bit of damage on the green Terry there. Excuse me, the green Terry's way up. It's like a Christmas Terry thing.
Right.
Sorry.
Holidays.
Threw me off here. Holiday Terry happening. But like we predicted, the first Terry to have Go is ready. The green Terry only at 29%, and he's really, really being aggressive and just not giving the other Terry a chance to land here. But as things start to like slow down into neutral, that's when things get dicey. Even that F tilt right there at 29 could have led to so much, as we're seeing 50% right there from that F tilt, which has intangibility on his leg, because I guess that's just how they do it at KLF.
Oh my goodness, a 2-hit confirm there off of the strong up tilt. Not going to find its stock, but now Go Meter online for either player. Oh, jump caught out here too. Give me this. Dead off the side. Missed after a slight misstep to start this one. Finally able to find it.
Bars. I like that. So it looks like Mist got a little bit of a lead here, and now he's the one rocking the Go while he's up a stock. So those open tank confirmed can lead to so much more. This up B not going to be enough to kill just yet, especially not without any rage here. But that dash tag at the ledge is a great way to clean things up. So despite that really dramatic way we started, we're back to even here.
Yeah, and do we tell the same story again? Do we find, you know, a very early go from one of these players and they claw their lead back, or can we start to like differentiate ourselves from the way the set's already going?
Ooh. One thing that's definitely separating us here, Mist is so good at just spacing back with those F-tilts and just calling out those crack shoots, or even calling out those power waves that are maybe misspaced a little bit there. Calling out these air dodges too. Got the burn knuckle, not enough to kill just yet. And again, Alf has go first, and we saw him get so much mileage from those low percent hit confirms. Let's see if it happens again, especially with Mist trying to make it back out of the corner.
Oh my goodness, shield pressure here too. Great roll away. Missed so close, barely missing the grab. Not going to take much damage at all. Crack shoot going to bring us in over the top here too. Really, really close to options on the shield there. Oh my goodness, falling out in so much mishap and misfortune happening across the screen. But finally the dust settles and Mist is up a stock. Wow.
Yeah, and he really needed that stock right there too, because a 62% F-tilt or a jab or anything could have been it. And as I say it, Mist taking this with the 2 stock, only 2 interactions on that 3rd stock there for Troy, just blowing him up with that spike. So really, really strong start there.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was an incredible combo find there to end that game. But as we were talking about, Side, those, you know, first stock and, you know, 25%, we're extremely close. And I think, you know, we've seen prowess from both of these players that allowed them to find that options, but just seemed like Mist was the one in that game one to be the one to pull the trigger on it.
Yeah, and I feel like he had the lead pretty much throughout. And there was definitely a moment at the start of that match where it's like, all right, you've done all this damage, you've barely been touched, and now you've been hit twice. You barely lived that power gazer, and things could have really snowballed from there. But Mist was just in so much control over the neutral for that entire match that even once it became like 2 stocks apiece, it was all kind of like sealed up from there. So maybe we can see some adaptations here. Or maybe even a switch. I'm not sure if they want to do the mirror a second time, but it definitely seemed like Chase had that under control there.
Interesting. We will have to see.
Yeah, we will have to see. But right now, Queen City is up not only the first full game of the series, but now up another round in the second part of the set. So we need, Queen Creek is up. I keep saying Queen City. Sorry, I live in Queen City. Queen Creek, way up right now. Centennial has yet to take a game. And as predicted, we are actually going to be getting a switch after all. So now we're going to be getting Terry versus Incineroar, which this is a really interesting matchup because both of them are so scary from the exact same ranges. They both have so much early kill power. If I were to guess who might come out ahead on this matchup, I feel like Terry might have slightly better buttons to deal with Incineroar, like that F-tilt being intangible, maybe crack shoot to throw you off. But, man, Incineroar kills you fast. It doesn't take too many interactions. So we're definitely going to need to see some really careful neutral like we were seeing in the last game from the Queen City team.
Yeah, I mean, extremely Terry-like character, if you even want to call it that. In Incineroar, you're able to do very similar things and a very similar amount of options as Terry does. It's just like, do we find our early kills? Do we find our darkest lariats or like lowland whips, or do we find our our go meters and our burn knuckles for Terry? Do our big options hit? Is kind of what this comes down to.
Yeah, and I feel like on paper, Lariat could be really good against Terry just because it's so active and it has so much knockback.
So close.
So if you're just running up hoping you can get like a down tilt or a jab, you can definitely get blown up for it. But on the opposite side of that, if he's able to call it out, Chase could really, really go far here.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully Troy can figure something out. But I like the Incineroar switch. We just need to see if it'll pay off. But let's get into this game too.
Excited to see it immediately, hot off the presses. We have Mist immediately drawing first blood and finally going to find some more damage here too. Oh, revenge as well. I forgot about that option side.
I did too. That's why I went silent for a second. I said, ooh, I forgot about revenge. Oh no, that could be a huge problem with this matchup. But Mist looking relatively unfazed, getting a lot of shield damage, trying to set up for that early spike yet again this time. Troy not going for it with the aggressive up B on stage. Does not want to risk losing another sub 60. And Centennial was pretty far down. You gotta be careful.
Dude, one thing that's kind of like sleeper about both these characters, really good vertical juggle options. Like Incineroar up air and Terry up air are really good moves.
Oh yeah, if Incineroar up air was on any other character that had like even relatively normal jump height, we would be talking about it nonstop. That
Yeah,
move
it's
is
incredible.
criminally underrated.
Yeah.
It's so good. Okay, yeah, a lot of respect being shown here. Great use of that back air.
Oh,
Revenging the recovery was so smart.
Yeah, that's definitely a counterplay in this matchup. Kind of some nothing really you can do about it if you're Terry here too. You're just gonna have to let that damage fly onto the counter, onto the revenge, I should say. But first stock taken. Mist kind of plays these similarly scripted games where you get your go meter after finding a huge lead and then closing out the stock with that.
All right, looks like he's trying to at least get some semblance of corner control here, trying to get more revenges. I like the way that Mist was adapting and just coming back to the ledge with just those air dodges there. But now we're starting to see Mist shark below with those up airs, something you don't normally see with Terry. And a perfectly spaced spot dodge, gonna avoid that Buster Wolf. Really smart stuff from Troy.
No, that was awesome. Awesome find. Really good on the defense. Yeah, I got to get away from that with that shield. Down air was really, really good idea.
You know what, low-key, even at literally 0%, if that shield had been broken, I'm like, I bet Instant will
There's
have
something there.
Like,
There's something there.
I bet there's a method.
Yeah. Oh,
Ooh,
great
nice.
call out.
Yeah, that's so smart to just hang back, like, even a little bit past roll distance just to give you that illusion of safety.
Yeah.
And be able to just blow you up with that burn.
You can cover it. You can cover that distance like nobody's business.
Oh, yeah, it's got crazy burst range. But now, pretty much lapping percent here, and even getting a little bit of cheeky extra damage with that up B. Now, Troy really struggling to find something here. Spot dodge is getting called out back to back. This is looking really, really good for Mist. Just needs to close this out and find one more big opening here.
Oh, good weight on the landing from Terry. Did not pull the trigger on a grab, which would have probably been the highest profit option there. I'll smash that. Okay, Lariat. I'm with Lariat.
Oh, wow.
Gotta revenge that. Next time we see an uppie coming in there. Oh, the turnaround! What an input!
The stove was hot. That's the really frustrating thing when you're dealing with Terry. Like, oh man, I really can't kill this character. I hope I find something. And then obviously all the go moves are super strong, but as the rage is building even further on top of it, even small interactions like that can just be a disaster for you. So great stuff to chase. That is going to put the Queen Creek High Smash varsity at a 2-0 lead over Centennial. Again, like you were saying, their players have great win rates, and we're definitely seeing why they're doing so well in this series. So Centennial is going to have to really, really come alive and throw their anchor in here and hopefully switch things up because it could be a sweep if we don't see some big changes, or maybe at least a solid match from their third player. Maybe they'll get a bit of luck on player 3 than they didn't have on players 1 and 2.
I mean, if you want to talk about the anchor here for Centennial, I mean, Cole has the highest win rate character across every player and every character combination that we have amongst these people. So this Luigi being the anchor makes a whole lot of sense. I really like this character's matchups into stuff like Falco or into stuff like Terry or into stuff like Greninja we've seen from Jermaine or Rob you can see from Chase coming in later. There's so many options that Luigi plays well into.
Oh, yeah. It looks like we're going to be locking in with Toon Link versus Luigi. So
that's the best matchup, I think, that they have.
Yeah, I think so, too. Toon Link is so floaty. So even if you do find your opening, it's going to be hard to get those combos. And he spends so much time peppering you with projectiles, it's going to be harder and harder to get those grabs, let alone if he's sending you to like higher percents where your combos like potentially stop working. So I feel like that's a solid matchup idea. We'll see if we're able to execute and fully keep Toon Link at bay. But I can definitely see things being tough for Luigi. It can be hard to get in. I could see it being hard for Luigi to recover just because side B and up B are so extremely linear predictable outside of like a misfire,
right.
which, even considering a misfire might be kind of tough. So I mean, this could be an interesting matchup.
Funny thing is here too is like Toon Link was one of the few characters that can get himself out of 0 to death range at will on Luigi.
Mm-hmm.
That's a funny way to think about it too. It's not something I see come into play all too often, but I mean, I've seen darn near every single Toon Link player I see play against a Luigi immediately bomb themselves twice for like 13% so they can't get 0 to death.
Oh yeah, I mean, as a senior citizen of the Smash scene, back when I played Brawl, Falco also had a lot of those 0 deaths, and I would play Snake. I would just grenade and C4 myself to like 45, 50, be like, now we start the match because I'm not letting you. I'm just not going to let you get this gameplay going.
That makes a lot of sense. I get that.
Yeah. So, could potentially see that from Tink. But like you said, Cole has like a really, really high win rate. And I mean, the highest win rate of anybody in this bracket. So I don't want to necessarily say the matchup specifically can count him out, but it's definitely going to be a little bit of an uphill battle.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Jiggly Buff on the shirt there? Okay, wow.
That's Centennial on the left and Queens Creek on the right, still being Cole and Jermaine. Here we go here to Toon Link versus Luigi. Not going to opt to do intentional damage to yourself to start this one off to avoid those combos from Luigi. See if that comes in to bite him. Luigi with the opportunity to do it. Oh my goodness, drifting out.
Okay, got really lucky being able to drift out there, but that was a ton of damage just to interaction, 66% here. But now that you're a little bit out of that range, and I feel like down throw up B is the main thing you'd be concerned about for 66%, can probably slow things down a little bit. Getting a grab of his own here, too. Good stuff for Jermaine, just to make sure that Luigi can't like hang out and shield and just get everything he wants out of a shield grab. Here comes the first recovery. Side B going relatively unpunished. I feel like a drop zone fair from Tink would be a disaster for Luigi to deal with, but Cole makes it back regardless.
Yeah, or you can even do like down throw bomb onto Luigi's recovery to set up for an even safer forward air.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you can get that timing right. I do like the projectile onslaught coming in from Jermaine. Finally able to jump through that minefield and find a grab for it to set it to the other side. But again, regularly scheduled programming here for Jermaine. Gonna let those projectiles fly and slowly work you in until you can't breathe.
All right, let's see what's setting up here. Oh, had the bomb, didn't go for the fair. But wow, that was a disturbing F-tilt angle. That was insane.
The F-tilt's like that.
Will Cole make it back? Wow. I've never seen the behind my ear Toon Link F-tilt, but now I'm very afraid of that move. That was crazy.
Down throw the bomb to give yourself some area to work win. Ooh, the dash attack from Toon Link is crazy. Going to get caught for the rundown. Hype in the chair here too, though. I see how you're moving. I see how you're moving, Link.
Oh yeah, I like that. I mean, soft nair, being able to be the hit confirm there is so important for Luigi because he gets so much mileage out of that nair otherwise. So the fact that it can set up the kill, even better. So slight lead here, definitely just getting peppered by these projectiles, and Luigi going on the platform saying, you know what, I'm above this. I'm going to be here. These projectiles are probably not going to lead to my death. I'm going to make you approach me. And here it is. One whiffed grab. Will it be the stock? No! Misses the up B and dies for it. Oh, my goodness. Jermaine needed that so badly. That would have been a huge two-stock deficit otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, count your lucky star there, too. There's nothing really you can do about that Luigi combo once they get to the point where you go for that falling Zaire to finish off into the up B. That's just a misclick on behalf of Luigi there.
Yo, my man is chucking everything. He is throwing something from every item in Windbreaker. He's about to throw the boat next. He is trying to make absolutely sure Luigi does not get another opening like that. Oh, but a little bit off of the timing. Boomerang hadn't been back yet. Ooh, interesting. I like using that down B invul to just try to like fight through the projectiles, but yeah. As soon as that up B missed, he has not been touched. Just been really, really on top of the neutral here.
Oh,
nice. There it is.
That's what you were talking about, Sai. Really, really good find. It feels like there's been a stark change in the way that you know, Jermaine's gonna be going at this game. Oh, barely tapping that ledge to get back on the left side.
Yeah, I was really concerned. I wasn't sure if his double jump had actually refreshed from down there, but he's still in this, really struggling to deal with the zoning. And this is kind of, I feel like the theory craft of this matchup is starting to come into play here. It's like, all right, now you're way down. That was a really well-placed neutral air, but wasn't able to confirm it like we saw in that first stock, and now just taking so many chip hits, and every time it feels like Jermaine is about to get punished. That up B out of shield has been doing wonders for him in the match.
Yeah, it just feels like Jermaine's completely different approach to this game has kind of come to fruition here to close out this last stock. We are using a lot of our get off me tools that are pretty good for Toon Link. He's not a slow character by any means. Roll away, dash attack so close, hero spin, pushing to the left, it will, not dead.
Wow, I'm actually shocked he lived that, but now there it is, down throw the bomb, miss, spaced it. The Z drop bomb for extra coverage is really smart too, but was not able to confirm for the kill here. Hopefully we can see Cole find something, getting a little bit desperate, trying to force that up smash out, trying to find any way to stop the bleeding from this Toon Link. Back throw not going to do it either. There's no up B, but I mean, Tink has such a great recovery. Going to be able to rinse and repeat this situation if nothing else.
Ooh, perfect shield timing there too. That forward tilt from Luigi, really well spaced as well too. I would have not been able to shield that one in time.
Oh yeah, he's putting him in the projectile factory.
Yeah.
Even the parries he's getting from it, like it's kind of a nice flex that you're able to parry these, but you're still not able to take that space back. And but Toon Link back throw going to give Jermaine a 2-stock win in this third set. Really needed that.
And one final game away here from being able to take home the state championship here for Arizona in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and move on further into this bracket that we'll be seeing a little bit later too. So this semifinal one is hangs in the balance.
Yeah, it's getting tough. I mean, I hate to say it, but unfortunately, the Queen Creek High Smash team has not dropped a single game this entire semifinal. So that means that not only does Cole need to win these next two, they have to lock in an unbelievable way to stay alive here in the tournament. But it's really looking sealed up well for Queen Creek if Jermaine is able to keep playing at that level. And honestly, the way Luigi was getting shut out so hard by those projectiles, I don't exactly know how easy it is to adapt to that. The only big difference maker I would say is that we saw the low percent combos, but none of them led to the stock. We didn't get to see the sweet spot up B. We didn't get to see even like the ladder into the down B. And as soon as those combos didn't work out, you were just in projectile city, just face first.
A lot of deliberation.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of thought here too. Yeah, not much on. No more room for error.
Yeah, very little room for error here, but hopefully Centennial Smash can figure something out here. I mean, you know, you're down 5 games. Your opponent's having a good time. His shirt says Jigglypuff. He's got the world in his hands right now. You know, it's tough on the mental, but we are at least going to try this again. We're still locking in Luigi against Toon Link here, but yeah, we're going to need some really good coaching from the Centennial side.
Yeah, and can't lie. It seems like Queen Creek has the whole team together off camera here too. No leaking of the secrets. Got to take it back there to the locker room. Everyone gets figured out. Like, don't get too crazy yet. We're close, not that close. There it is.
Don't dump the Gatorade just yet. We're still, we're still working. We're still working on this.
Yeah, job's not finished.
Yeah, job's not finished. That's right. Legendary quote. Man, this is such a cool venue.
It was really nice. It was really nice.
I'm so jelly. I wish I had this growing up.
Mm-hmm.
I probably wouldn't have had time. I was a performing arts kid, so I was plenty busy. But if I wasn't, I would have loved to have had something like this set up for me by the school. So yeah, if you're the Centennial team, what are you thinking on this? What do you think is the best way to keep your head in this when you're down 5-0?
Dude, I don't hate like Jigglypuff into Toon Link. I think you can contest that character off stage like super hard, and you know Jigglypuff can kind of just play the airspeed game against Toon Link where Luigi kind of can't. Luigi gets up in the air and just like moves like molasses, but is able to like slide around on the ground floor of most stages. But Jigglypuff can kind of play air to air with Toon Link. I think you're a little bit faster on aerials. Let's let that Jigglypuff sing, man. Gonna stick with Luigi. Again, it worked well. It worked fine. I liked what we were able to do in a couple of situations, but when the wall truly came up, like it was quite hard to break down.
Yeah. Well, 3 for 3 on these low percent grabs. None of them really leading to the exact strength that Luigi wants. Still, 63%, not too bad for your troubles, but this is kind of what we saw. You get the early lead, get Toon Link to those mid percents, and then just really, really struggle. I mean, he's hitting the parries for sure. The only big openings I'm really seeing for Cole were just like when we see Jermaine like whiff a grab. But other than that, like, yeah, just trying to force his way in. Let's see what the edge guards look like from Luigi's side. The plunger not really going to get it done there. And that bomb there is going to set up for another drop zone fair. And after all that work, here we have Jermaine still in the lead.
Oh, great knockdown there, too. To find the grab, that down tilt, putting in perfect hit stun to find that and then find the further up B.
Yeah, and this is what we needed. That was the big difference maker, being able to take those stocks early rather than dealing with this death by 1,000 cuts neutral you get from Toon Link with all these side Bs and all these arrows. And yet again, hero spin out of shield looking really solid here, just as a great way to just keep Luigi off you. Yeah, even trying to crawl under a projectile possibly, but not really working out so far.
Oof, that forward tilt has been perfectly timed. Time after time. Forward smash gonna miss, but still dead off of that SD on the missed up B.
Yeah, that's a rough one, but don't count yourself out of this yet. You are still both sub 10%, and we know Luigi has horrible tactics for you. Starting to find things, at least with the fair and up airs there, but again, not able to get the full combos. Miss input on the side B, not going to help out either. Right now, all that Jermaine has to do is just keep things calm, keep spacing things out, especially with that F tilt that we're seeing, and it's just going to be kind of like sealed up for Cole unless he finds some big answers here.
Ooh,
like that
really
upbeat.
Fine on the cross up there. Not dead though. My goodness.
Yeah, he really needed that to take the stop. But we do have down throw up B as an option here. Ooh, late fair. I thought that was going to be able to set up, but I don't think Cole believed. Not like this. No! Gets clipped by like the 9th hit of that hero spin and unfortunately has to go down there. Rough show of it there for Cole, but that does mean that Queen Creek takes it 3-0 in the series against Centennial with 0 games dropped. That is what we're in the finals, and good work for them.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I'm stomping and sprinting straight into that potential finals matchup between whoever our next set's victor will be. But I mean, it's hard to think that there could be a team out there that looks as strong as them right now.
Yeah, I mean, they played that phenomenally. Every single person on their team, we watched them adapt in real time. We watched them have really optimized combo strings as well. I mean, I'm absolutely sure that once they start getting to that college age and they start able to, figure out who's going to recruit them for collegiate esports, they're going to be just fine. They definitely have all the markings to make it further in this Smash world. But yeah, unfortunately there for the Centennial team, that means they're going to be out of here down 0-3. They fought well, but they just weren't able to actually clutch the dub on these individual rounds. But still, congratulations to them making it this far. The semifinals is no easy feat. But yeah, Queen Creek is going to take that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just to look ahead a little bit here too, we have Carl Hayden High School with their esports program and Coconino with the Panthers coming in as well too. So a 2 versus 6 matchup. It's interesting because Carl Hayden, the only team that's kind of expected to be here in this semifinals, slot of 4 teams. A lot to uphold with those expectations. They've not been one to make an upset to this point because they'd normally be facing the 1 seed of the entire bracket here too, though. So they've only kind of fought underdogs to this point. I'm excited to see how we get into these other teams that have played so many more sets against higher level opponents. Kind of shakes out how they're ready for this moment here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have another big uphill dog. Sorry, what's up, dog? Gonna have another big uphill battle here coming up in just a moment. But before we get into that next match between Carl Hayden and Coconino, we're gonna throw to a quick break while we reset everything. We'll be back with you all in just a few moments. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. More Smash Bros. Action coming your way in just a few.
The Hawaii Esports Invitational. Clutch Key alongside with Henry here for your entire weekend as we get set to play for the surfboard, the trophy, unlike any other here at AIA.
One could be Michigan State, bringing us to 5.
Michigan
Is that
State,
one going to land?
Almost had it. Needed to get it through the pocket, doesn't do so. Boise State will have a response now. Woozy on the 1-on-3. Can he get it through? No. Good tip. Gets it back up. Good bump on Michigan State as well. Oh no, Preston's have a chance. Here comes Preston. Preston looking for his
double
first
tap.
ball. Dumps it in. Here in overtime, it's an infinite clock, so we have a winner. Somebody needs to blink. It's a staring contest. Nobody blinking. Going on the edge of the seat. Wide open.
It's open!
Signal Bears! Baylor takes the victory and a new school. Yes, there he is, Mr. Zippy's himself right there. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much. Zippy's our presenting sponsor, 3rd year in a row. Of course, big thanks to GG Circuits, Prodigy Chain, as well as Southwest Airlines. Thank you very much to all of the sponsors here for AIA. They come out of the tunnel, they come out of the soundstage, champions of AIA, the Baylor Bears do.
Trophy ceremony on the other side, but let's check in on the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Room.
Man's aggressive.
That's cool.
It's not it wasn't the inner hitbox, so.
The classic air check. Michigan State will go away with a surfboard for the third year in a row, mind you. So they are 3 for 3 in number of surfboards.
Today is a huge day, not just because it's a state championship, because it's the first one ever for Kansas. So we'd love to bring home a state title for the first time ever.
I've seen students absolutely come alive in this environment. And these are students that I feel are not represented within school very much, and this is a place for them to call home. They get to come in every single day in a very competitive atmosphere and just continue to do what they love and get better and better and better at it, and hopefully earn some kind of a scholarship to go to school for it. It's really, really important.
This program got started at Andover High School specifically because students wanted it to happen. There was an esports club without an official sponsor for the first year. They just did their thing and found colleges to compete that were already doing esports. They went out and did that and got publicly recognized. And then the year later, I heard about that and was like, let's do this, let's make it official. So I sponsored that for 5 years, and then Keisha picked it up this year, making us an official activity, and it's just blown up since then.
So the Activities Association in Kansas sanctioned esports because we recognized an activity that was gaining popularity from a grassroots approach, and we saw kids were interested in it. The number one thing that we have to remember is if kids are interested in something, we have to be plugged in and give them opportunities in the school, because when we know kids are plugged in school, they become better students.
We look to crown the Esports Team of the Year. To be recognized for Team of the Year, we look beyond just skills and competitive edge to showcase those teams that showed commitment, compassion, leadership, and of course, teamwork, both while competing and within their communities. Our 2025 finalists for Team of the Year. First, the Crimson Tide Splatoon 3 team from DuPont Manual High School in Kentucky. Then the Sand Lizards Rocket League squad from Dardanelle High School in Arkansas. Tidal Surge Splatoon 3 team, their Play vs. Cup team from Devon Prep in Pennsylvania. KFC Squids Varsity, they're a Splatoon 3 team from Klein Forest High School in Texas. And our lone Mario Kart 8 team, Unified Mario Kart 8 Van Cleve from Van Cleve High School in Mississippi.
The voting was really close, but at the end, only one team stood out. Your 2025 Team of the Year is Unified Mario Kart 8 Van Cleve from Van Cleve High School in Mississippi. Check out our video as we share the news with the coach and the team.
Coach Chatfield and the Van Cleve Unified Mario Kart team, you all have made and are officially our winners of the 2025 Play vs. Awards Team of the Year.
Yes, thank you. Super exciting. They'll be glad to hear it once they wake up from their slumber this summer.
This year's recipients are a shining example of what makes esports so powerful. As a unified Special Olympics team, they show us how inclusion and collaboration and shared passion can create something truly extraordinary. They build a culture that goes beyond the game, and that's what makes them so special. They don't just race to win, they race together. Congratulations, team, and you inspire us all.
Just listening to Aaron describe what y'all are doing as a unified team and the success and dedication you've had to esports in Mississippi, it's why we do what we do, and it inspires us to get up every day and support coaches and teams like yours. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Just a special thanks to you, just a great member of our Discord community. Really, the product and engineering teams get so much great feedback from you, and helping out with your teams, getting feedback from them or other coaches, and then specifically in coach office hours.
Coach Chatfield, Brian Cooley, Chief Marketing Officer. I know we met in New Orleans at the
Yes,
Super
sir.
Bowl. It was great to connect with you and your wife and hear all about your passion and how you're really helping to shape lives in a really, really meaningful way. And so we kudos to your team for their great achievement.
Thank you very much. They definitely pushed me to be better. Well, the great thing about it was that I did not nominate the team. I don't know who nominated the team. So somebody thought enough of our team that's been around us and all that all that to nominate us. And so it was a surprise to be when I got the email saying we were a finalist. It was a true community affair to support this great team.
Dax, we have Esports Coach of the Year, the most important award when it comes to amateur esports. It's such a high honor, and for this award, we looked for nominees who showed the most commitment and most passion for their program, who left it all on the line for their students. So our 2025 finalists are Jonathan Varanta from Omaha Central High School, Nebraska. We have Rachel Espinosa from STEM School Highlands Ranch in Colorado. We have Stefan Yuncha from Detroit Catholic Central High School in Michigan. We have Amanda Dillard from Pop High School in Georgia, and Marta Anderson from Del Norte High School in Mexico.
Yeah, and our 2025 Coach of the Year is... Can we get like a drum roll or anything? There we go. The winner is Rachel Espinosa from STEM Schools in Highlands Ranch. And we spoke to Rachel recently and shared the good news with her. Check it out.
Wanted to share and announce that you are officially our Play Versus 2025 Coach of the Year.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
This year's recipient, Rachel Espinosa, stepped up into her coaching role after challenging circumstances, taking over the program mid-season when they were suddenly without a coach. And in just 1 year, she's been able to more than double the size of her program, including launching a brand new middle school program.
I want to say thank you to you guys. This has just been such an amazing experience for me taking this program over.
All right, and welcome back for some more Smash Ultimate action here with the Play versus Spring Finals. This is Sai once again being joined by the one, the only Script, and we're happy to get into more of these semifinals with you. This time, we've got Carl Hayden Falcon Esports against Panther Smash Varsity. Script, any early predictions so far on this next match for the semis?
I mean, one thing we have to preface here: there's a Steve on the Panther Smash Varsity team here, so really got to worry about that Steve. See like where we kind of line up with it character wise. I think that is a centralizing idea here to counterplay around if you are the Carl Hayden Esports team.
Yeah, and the format we're getting here is not the other crew battle format where you normally see, where it's just a matter of stocks being shared. This is sets being played. So there's a whole lot of decision making in Yomi that comes around Steve only having 2 stocks or 1 stock or whatever at the end of a match. That is not the same here. They're playing full sets out, and Steve's going to be able to always have access to all 3 of his stocks and his resources accordingly. So could be an interesting problem. Taking a look here at the Carl Hayden roster, we've got character-wise, we've got Joker being shared with Aegis and Me Brawler from John. We've got Little Mac, Hero, and Aegis. And we've also got a PT, a Rob, and a Min. Wow. What a collection of characters. I think that's every matchup. They did it. I think they covered just
every
about
matchup that has ever mattered.
Every matchup that's ever been in the game. From the Panther team, we've got Little Mac. We've got, of course, the Steve we were just discussing, and Jahane. We've got for Link, Zelda, and all Triforce. I respect that. I respect that so much. So it should be pretty interesting here. But our very first match, it looks like we're going to be getting a Little Mac Ditto from Amare and Eric.
We have seen some Little Mac throughout a lot of these other high school or collegiate events here too. Very popular character when it comes to this running of players.
Yeah, so that's going to be pretty interesting there. But before we get into this first match, let's talk a little bit about Play versus, of course, we're going to talk about Play versus Recruit. If you're still figuring out what's next after high school and you're wondering if gaming can take you there, Play versus Recruit is a free platform that connects you directly with college esports programs across the U.S. and Canada. So once again, get discovered, get recruited, and turn your passion into your path. Sign up today at playversus.com/recruit. And remember, esports isn't just a hobby. It is a college opportunity.
Yeah, super exciting. Excited to see how these players kind of pan out on my first viewing, kind of see what the prospects are here too for some of the other great esports organizations that the collegiate ranks in the area that they're operating in, being Arizona and all across the country.
Yeah, so again, shout outs to the Play Versus team. It's so cool to be able to see all these different schools from all these different places getting their shine, getting their opportunity to compete and grow, and more importantly, make some friends,
Right.
Make some friends along the way, and hopefully parlay that into a scholarship, because we could all use some scholarship money. So good stuff to them. But again, right before we start this, we also want to give a shout out to Zenny real quick. Script, if you'd like to tell us about Zenny Optical.
Shout out to our friends at Zenny. The road to the Play VS Cup has begun. The best high school teams across the U.S. and Canada will once again gather to determine the best of the best and crown an ultimate champion. And thank you for Zenny for helping us put this all together. Make sure you do check out Zenny and their amazing lineup of eyewear, of prescriptions, of sunglasses, or of very fancy frames. You can use code PLAYVS, that is PLAYVS, on Zenny, ZENNI.com, if you are interested in supporting the cause here at Play VS and with Zenny.
Yes, sir. Shout outs to Zenny. So I'm not going to make any big predictions here. It's Little Mac versus Little Mac. It is. I'm just not gonna. I bet someone's going to get punched really hard.
Yeah,
that's
more than a few times. It's going to be a quick one, too. These characters move around on the ground so quickly. They have such quick attacks. I don't see this game going over, 2 or 3 minutes.
Me neither. I think the biggest thing that I'm interested to think about for this is who is going to be able to edge guard the other Little Mac? Because I feel like on paper, Counter could probably beat both of the other recoveries, but we'll see. But we're going to throw it back to our host real quick, who are live, boots on the ground at the venue.
Welcome back. Welcome back is Noah and Xander again, and we're here to introduce you to another match of Smash. But before we get into it, let me introduce you to our two teams, Carl Hayden and Coco Nino. I don't know who's going to win, but like I would love to see it. Stay tuned.
Loads on Steam, and it already has like 8,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews. It's a very good game.
I will have to check that out. And you all don't get to hear what we were just talking about. So we are back here again. It's going to be Little Mac versus Little Mac. Carl Hayden here against the Panther Smash team. I'm just really curious to see where they're going to go. I mean, honestly, just say let's go to FD. You know,
Yeah, I'm not mad
maybe
about
even
that.
maybe even gentlemen and go to the Little Mac stage just because.
That'd be
Which
tough.
I don't
The
recommend,
Omega
but they
version,
could.
maybe? I'd be
You know,
with
just
that.
to do it. Just to do it, but either way, we're going to be figuring out who's going to be starting us off here first. And it looks like the stage actually has been selected. It's going to be small battlefield, actually. So we should be getting to that in just a moment here. But looking at the rest of the rosters here, got a lot of interesting characters. Like we said, laundry list of really important meta-relevant characters from the Carl Hayden side with like Joker and Aegis and Brawler. We'll get into that later because now we are finally starting off the match here. We've got Larry for the Coco Nino team in the green default code Little Mac versus the Puerto Rican flag Little Mac. I don't know what you call these pants, actually. Oh, but the spirit of Bad Bunny is in there because that was a very fast first stock, only 20 seconds off the clock. So
Yeah,
great stuff to Carl.
he made too much photos on that last stock right there, too. Should have took some pictures with it.
Yeah, he hit on like his album of the year. He really did. So, man, I love the way that we're seeing the Carl Hayden Little Mac play because he's so good at just running in and out, getting that damage, not overcommitting. Has that KO meter ready as well. So if we could have seen that confirmed, that could have been a nice two-stock start for the Carl Hayden team. But Coco Nino still fighting back here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, down smash a little further away from the ledge that we need to be. Playing around the ranges really well, too. Not going to scoop into an uppy punish. I thought we could maybe find a stock there, too, but maybe slightly out of the range. Counter off stage. Saved our jump, though. That was good.
Yeah, and a little bit too overzealous, trying to find that down smash in the corner. Oh, barely missing those jabs that we really needed there. But now, Coco Nino's Little Mac has that KO punch, and the armor going to keep him alive here.
We're both players hunting for an option rapid jab. Not going to take it off the top, but will knock off the KO punch. Ooh, this simple potentially. Maybe look for jump up B.
Yeah, maybe jump up B or maybe even just jump side B, but either way, definitely not that charged neutral B. It has its purpose, but that was not it right there. So, Carl Hayden still up here about 95%. No KO meter really being a threat right now, but that read on that platform is huge. Thank goodness Larry's able to jump out just in time.
Ooh, just a jet upper on the smash attack, clearing out that stock. Fantastic lead we've seen to have built here for our friend Gigamac.
Ooh, okay. I like the way he's moving, starting to shark below, starting to take advantage of forcing Gigamac to land on those platforms. So definitely playing as well, keep this competitive, but I feel like the bigger strings just been on Gigamac's side, and the KO punch immediately gets cashed out, giving Carl Hayden a nice start to the set, going up 1-0.
Yeah, that was really good. I thought we saw a lot more grounded movement from our friend Gigamac there, too. And I think that was the big difference of it, kind of dominating the speed of the game as being played.
You're not an air fighter. And
live by that. Live up to it. Embody that.
Yeah, it's very rare that the game gives you direct advice on how to play a character, but they're right. You're not an air fighter. So, like you said, the ground movement was really strong. I love the way he was just able to flow in and out of the burst range from the Coco Nino squad. Just being able to go, hey, I'm going to jab you once or twice. I'm going to wait for you to overcommit to a side B or a smash attack and then just go right back in and restart the pressure. So, strong start right there for sure.
Yeah, dude, just looking at what I'm seeing from this this Carl Hayden team, being up one, fantastic, obviously. But then you have players like Biff who are still in the waiting in wings to go in. Looking at the data, unless the data is wrong, which I don't think it is, Play VS does not get data wrong. Has not lost a game on a single character they've played. They've played 26 games on PT, 100% win rate. Games on Rob, 100% win rate, and games on Min 100% win rate. So this is a very, very strong roster. You can kind of see why they're the 2 seed.
I don't even know where you start trying to counterpick character or stage-wise against PT, Rob, and Min. those three alone could make up a full team, and they'd go very, very far. So definitely going to be a tough day for the Panther squad. But they do still have a Steve player waiting in the wings, and of course they've got Jahane in the background with the entire Team Zelda here. Well, minus Tink and Yink. But either way, the whole Triforce of Power being represented right there. But before we can even get to that, we got to see if Eric can maybe claw this back. That was a pretty dominant start for Amare right there. I mean, just took that really clean, knew exactly when to throw out that KO punch. We even saw some pretty good platform chasing, trying to set up for that get up into the up tilt up B stuff that Little Mac can do off the platform that kills you like 60, 70. So we're definitely seeing some higher level Little Mac play from Amare. We just got to see if Eric can kind of slow that momentum down a little bit for their team.
Definitely characters that can slow momentum as well, too. I mean, obviously the Steve is very good at dictating pace, but also characters like Link can cover you with so many projectiles as well. We saw in the match we saw previously where Toon Link was doing really well, but building a wall and taking games slowly. So I think it's similar. A similar game plan can kind of be implemented here.
Mm-hmm. But who's to say? I kind of wonder where they're going to go, actually. Let me take a look over at the lobby.
Yeah.
Yeah,
as you look at that,
though,
neither of these teams have dropped sets throughout this entire season as well, too. So 11-0 in match play for Carl Hayden, 11-0 in match play for Coconino. Obviously, Carl Hayden being the 2 seed, as we said earlier, but the 6 seed here, too, punching above their weight in their very first year in Arizona Interscholastic Association match play. So this is a very, very good result just in your first year of inception.
Yeah, being able to be year one already up into the semis and with such an incredible record leading up to it that's no small feat. So obviously, no matter what happens here, shout outs to them and shout outs to their team, to their coach and everybody just for being able to take it this far. But it's going to be quite the uphill battle because Carl Hayden is really, really scary here.
Yeah.
Looks like game 2, we're going to be going into Town and City, which, again, like we said, those shorter horizontal blast zones in the Mac mirror, I mean, both of them could be taking devastatingly early stocks, especially if you start to see like those down tilt side B shenanigans on the corner.
Right.
Like that blows you up on a normal stage. It really blows you up on Town and City here. So Eric is going to have to be really, really careful on how he gets back to the stage because I feel like Amare was very good about tracing when Eric would stand on the stage and then just reacting really well to him rolling or jumping or what have you.
Mm-hmm. Back into it here, though. Interesting choice. I mean, you get a really good layout for this character about a third of the time. But, I mean, like, if you can't reach the platforms, do they really even exist, Sai?
Exactly. What the other one going to do? Circle camp you? And do what? You know? Like, you're basically... It's not happening. But that counter is happening. Second one we've seen from the Coconino team. And now we've got the KO punch ready, but didn't pull the trigger on it. Just went for the jabs instead. Ooh. You've seen what Gigamat can do when KO punches on their side. And right now, got another big opportunity here. Down tilt into just F tilt. Not even taking the risk with side B to take the stock and still got that KO punch ready. That is huge for the Carl Hayden squad.
Finally knocking off that KO punch, but I mean, really good recognition. Realizing the Little Mac you're playing against is a fast-falling character, you need a quicker and shorter like burst option to get that kill off the side. That's really good match awareness.
Ooh, great parry. He knew that could have been a really early stock if he wasn't careful there, but just the defense we're seeing from Amare is really, really good here. And I'm sorry, how did that stock get taken? I looked away for half a second. Script, what just happened?
No, it was incredible. Kind of the same situation that you saw Larry put Gigamac in on that right side. Gigamac did the same thing to Larry, but actually found the final hit with that side B.
Wow, blink and you miss it, literally. And that's probably going to be the game. Yeah, wow. Little Mac cannot recover even against another Little Mac. That charge down smash just took all that horizontal momentum away. And now they're up with a 3 stock going into this. So comfortably up game 1 of the series, Carl Hayden. Panther Smash, gonna have to dig deep and figure this out.
Yeah, I think in that situation, that is a game that's very... if you're looking at the further set play for Coconino, you definitely want to be able to take that one, especially with the stronger players waiting in wings. But I'm very excited to see, because we can kind of get into... you know, if you want to count the Little Mac versus Little Mac as like kind of a coin flip game, I don't blame you, because it's either character. It's really hard to find an advantage on either side, just who's playing better that day. I think the counterplay options we have in hand for Panther Smash could prove to be very fruitful for some of these. You know, there's Pyramithra, there's Joker, there's PT, there's Rob, there's Min Min. There's really meta options in the side for Carl Hayden, but it's not like the side for Panther Smash doesn't have answers.
Yeah, there's definitely some decent answers here. Of course, Steve being the big bad threat, potentially could see Steve coming up next. I'm not sure if they want to like throw that out now or if they want to wait for the anchor. I can't really call it, but Steve is just good against pretty much the entire game.
Right.
So
No one's mad
even
about that.
considering, so even considering characters as strong as like Rob or Min Min or even Hero on the right day, and you better hope it's not the right day for you, they're all threatening, but Steve can technically handle, I think, everyone in the entire roster at this point. But if it does go up to Jahane, it could get a little bit dicey. I feel like Adult Link, pretty solid character, but if he's dealing with Aegis, if he's dealing with Joker, if he's dealing with PT, especially a player like Brandon with a 100% win rate, I'm not necessarily counting that character out, nor Zelda and Ganondorf, but there's definitely a bit of a gap between, the Triforce squad and the characters we see on the Carl Hayden squad. So who knows?
Yeah. Exciting to see. It's very unique the way this format makes you think about characters and think about choices going forward. You talked about it earlier with like the no need to drop stocks in like a normal crew battle setting. I think the longer set play here is like extremely interesting. I'd like to see this kind of thing transition into some of the other formats we see Smash Bros. Played in.
Yeah, I like the format a lot too. It's definitely really interesting. It gives you a lot more chances than the traditional crew battle format. Because, I mean, hey, anything can go wrong from one stock, and it can just be so devastating. There's so little room for error, which makes it hype because obviously the stakes are high. But it is nice to go, you know what? I goofed up on this recovery, but that doesn't mean my whole team deserves to suffer over it.
Dude, imagine a team like, I don't think this team's beatable. Imagine like a Mia and a Hurt and then like an Aquila team going up as like a group of 3 versus like Mutae's Tweak and like I don't know, somebody else, some other fantastic player.
I don't even know.
That'd be super fun. I'd be seated for that one.
Mia, Hurt, Aquila? Yikes. I don't know what you do about that
I'd take
roster.
them versus the field of everybody.
I really would.
Yeah.
I think the Avengers would have to call the Avengers against them. There's just no way.
There's only one way out.
I've looked at every future.
Universe.
I don't know what we do. Somebody start messing with the Bluetooth settings. I don't know. We gotta do something here.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the next match. We're gonna have Brandon coming up against the Steve player from the Panther squad here. So, like we said with Brandon, incredible roster here. That's PT, that's Rob, that's Min Min. I definitely would send Steve against that team because that's whoever Brandon decides to go there. You got to just have a solid character against any of those 3 because they're all big and threatening. But with that said, Steve is a monster. I mean, we're in such a position in the meta where even when we're seeing counterplay videos come out against Steve, it's just not at the same rate as we're seeing tech videos being found in favor of Steve.
Right.
Like
the
even
counterplay
just the other
versus Steve is growing like exponentially fast. Whereas like when the character was first coming out, the options that Steve was like starting to discover to have like availability to were like almost seemed limitless.
Mm-hmm. And it even got to a point where it was kind of funny on social media where like I can't remember what tournament was just happening last weekend, but Steve was doing so well that people were going back, finding top players' old tweets about Steve saying, I guess his character is all right. He's probably like a mid-tier, and just retweeting them back to back to be like, man, look what we thought a couple years ago. Like, we just didn't know. But yeah, that character is quite a nuisance. But as scary as he is, there is somewhat of an executional floor you have to be able to pass to play this character at a good level. So we're going to have to see if Panthers Steve can do it.
Yeah, I imagine so. I think like nobody wakes up one day and just decides to pick Steve blind. I think there's like a very conscious effort in a lot of people who decide to take it with this character, and they like put in their 10,000 hours. They practice every single option. Definitely a grinders kind of character.
For sure. On the opposite side of that, it looks like Brandon is selecting the PT, which again, perfect win rate. I don't think this is too bad of a matchup for Steve. There's definitely options I see. It depends a little bit on how Team Panther Steve is going to be playing, but I feel like Razor Leaf could be pretty decent. I feel like Ivy and Charizard have solid options to deal with Minecart on paper. Squirtle, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Squirtle in this matchup. And as I say it, before the GO was even off the screen, he's already hit 30 for whiffing an almost lagless Squirtle attack from Steve.
Yeah, the thing is with Squirtle is really good, but you have to be airtight and playing, like, damn near perfectly if you want to be able to make this character work around Steve, because as soon as a little bit of water starts to seep out from the seals of your combo game, Steve can really open that up.
Yeah, we need some Flex Seal for that combo right there. So I'm going to go ahead and swap over to the Ivysaur. That was a very unk thing for me to say. But we're going to go ahead and swap over to the Ivysaur here. So the thing I was concerned about, depending on the block height, Razor Leaf could either be really useful or not that useful. And it looks like Steve is already figuring things out on like making sure there's at least 2 or 3 up there so that Ivysaur can't get that free pressure. But great, amazing punish on that minecart. I was sleeping. I thought Ivysaur had decent options against minecart. No, that was a fantastic way to stop minecart. Wow, great work from the Carl Hayden team.
Up smash, gonna catch. Not gonna send to the blast zone or magnifying glass even just yet. Kind of a weaker option there too, but still only 80% as it hit. Double up air, fine. That is such big damage.
Yeah, you see Ivy hit double up air. You just pray, dog praying that JPG. I know I'm about to eat so much for this. Oh, and speaking of eating a lot, not sure on where to DI that throw and getting hit by that sweet spot of Vine Whip. So that's 2 stocks in a row from that Ivysaur up B. Haven't even seen Charizard pop out yet. This is looking amazing for Brandon.
Double back air coverage, looking for the DI in. Great catch on the no-tech on the ground, finding so many sharking options. This has been a fantastic show of offense.
Yeah, Steve just trying to get his footing, trying to at least get some resources mined, but the pressure from Brandon is just looking so amazing. And now we see the Charizard, now that Ivy's starting to finally hit those higher percents, those triple digits. But of course, with all this rage, a back air, a seismic toss, all kinds of things can be the difference maker. Even Flamethrower being able to step off that minecart was huge and led to a really easy punish with that Charizard forward.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, really good showing. I mean, that's how you have to play Pokemon Trainer versus Steve as well. You need to kind of flow through all of the options and use them at the different times, types of percents you're at. Because Squirtle can do some things. Obviously, gets the damage a whole lot easier, a whole lot safer. If you're playing to the top echelon of Squirtle can be, and then you can play the sleight of range game. I think Ivysaur is really good at breaking down block wall. I think like back air and forward air are really good options, especially versus dirt. I think it takes him down in one swing. And you saw that snipe with the Vine Whip to take the stock from the minecart, and then Charizard just an insurance policy, if you will.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Charizard, you're in his hands for sure. Like, oh, we're at high percents and it's getting dicey. Well, this back air will have me covered. I didn't expect Flamethrower to be that effective against minecart, but wow, I'm kind of learning in real time. Pokemon Trainer does have some really solid options, and I think if you can keep Steve out of the air and you can kind of just ignore his blocks and force him to try to like fight you with just his normals instead, which are very good. If you're able to outrange him consistently, I can see things going really well. So, yeah very, very strong start for Brandon right there. Game 2, still going to be locking in Steve versus PT. We're going to have the stage selected in just a moment here, but I hope we don't see another sweep because Carl Hayden is already up 3-0.
Yeah. Halfway point here. This is kind of like you've gotten 50% of your victory throughout this entire match under your belt here, too. Can we find the switch? Because it seems like whenever it comes to like 2-0 or 2 down, without taking games to that point, that's a very stark indicator.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of doing because that was a solid 3 stock. I mean, all 3 of the Pokemon put some work in, but especially Ivysaur. I mean, those Vine Whip angles were ugly.
Yeah.
I don't know who would have survived those Vine Whips. And I don't even know how you necessarily like adapt to it. Do you want to instead of recovering high with Steve, go to the ledge and hope that Ivysaur doesn't call you out? That's kind of a dangerous game too, I feel like going into this second match, Steve is going to have to, instead of just saying, I'm going to minecart and just, kind of bully my way to the stage, get into that range where you can start building the blocks near the ledge and then just kind of resetting your jumps and going from there. Because, minecart is looking a little bit offline, at least as far as getting back to the stage.
And there are some options we were seeing from the characters that didn't even come to fruition at that point. We had things like Charizard in there. We had things like Ivysaur in there. They're really good stuff out options, especially towards close opponents that can still, come in and cash in big time for the set. We haven't even seen it yet.
But let's see if we get some changes here. Going to be going into PS2. Again, Steve, starting off with the wood tools, so you already know those up tilts are super, super dangerous. In theory, this could be really tough for Squirtle if he gets clipped by one of those up tilts, especially from behind there. But not the way that Brandon is playing, getting really aggressive. I thought we were going to see like a low percent waterfall, but this is, you don't necessarily want to throw a stock away just yet. But either way, racked up that damage, and now we have the Ivysaur switch, and Ivysaur was a huge problem for Steve in the last game. Let's see if that downtime in between, maybe there's some coaching to kind of clean things up.
Really like playing at roll distance here too. Grab gonna perfectly catch on the approach. Not even going to have enough time or space to find a punish for it, but still a good option to choose. Oh my goodness, Vine Whip off the top once again, covering space. Down air misses its mark on timing, but up air brings us so close. And the Vine Whip again! My goodness, the risk that we are seeing taken by Biff here has been paying off so much. It's really fun to see.
Ew, brother, ew. That was a rough angle, and that 55% combo from Squirtle not going to make things too much better for Steve here. All right, finding a nice catch on that grab yet again. Great grab placements from Steve for sure, but I don't think... Oh, another Vine Whip. Never mind. Carl Hayden going to go even further up in this set. Now just one stop keeping Coconino alive here in this game too. That's rough. It's only been about a minute and a half.
Really good coverage on the blocks here too. Blocks being used, the higher tier blocks being used to cover some of these walls. Makes life a little bit easier, but finally finding our way through is Biff. Down air. Ooh. Coverage, double dip here. We find an air dodge. You're dead. 3 stock once again. Carl Hayden up 2-0.
Carl Hayden smoking that second round. That was so well played. I mean, no stocks lost. The double down air was a little bit rough, and when you're in that panic scenario, you're like, oh, do I need to take the stage? But I think Steve's percent was so low, just wasn't able to figure out how to get back up there.
Right.
We saw Minecart getting punished so hard that they didn't want to go for it at all in the second game as far as recoveries, unless they had to, which I get. But again, when you're in that territory where you can build a block near the stage and maybe reset things, could have potentially saved yourself there. But yeah, Elytra just wasn't getting the job done. And that's not even necessarily Steve's fault. I just feel like the aggression from Brandon was so strong, he had no time to mine those resources for iron, let alone diamond or gold or the other things you really need to make Steve successful. So, yeah, he just got smothered out really hard there. So, wow, shout outs to Carl Hayden. Okay, they're up 2-0 now.
And that's what the transitions between, especially Squirtle and even Ivysaur with how big the hitboxes are. Not a fast character, but can put out so much damage in a very interesting area around that character, too. So it makes you... really have to fight for your defensive space, which is something that Steve does not like to do.
No, it's especially being on the back foot and trying to catch up there too without resources. It's just a long uphill battle. So going into this game 3, it looks like we're gonna have John Bennett rocking the Cloud. We're gonna have Jahan running Link this time. We're gonna start off with Adult Link, go on to small battlefield. So Cloud versus Link, battle of the protagonist here. Cloud, of course, a little bit more threatening in the meta. We've seen this character succeed since day 1 of Smash Ultimate and almost every day of Smash 4 leading into it, nerfs aside. So Cloud's still really relevant. Adult Link, on the other hand, not bad, just very, very underrepresented. So hopefully Jahan can kind of put this character on the map a little bit. But Cloud's been good for a long time. It's a common matchup, but even though we all know how to fight Cloud, can you fight Cloud? It's a different question.
Character can be extremely overwhelming, especially in a tight, close space like small battlefield will offer. That climb hazard is going to be a big boon in the side here for our friend Link.
Ooh. Okay, but we're seeing some pretty nice movement here. Seeing her being able to float in and out with those nairs. I like trying to set up for the boomerang forward air with those low percentages to get those combos going. All right, this might not be your average everyday Link. And as I'm being reminded, Link's neutral air is unbelievably good.
Right.
It's a character we don't see very often, but that specific move is out of this world. So makes us why we're seeing it so much. That could have been a disaster though for Coco Nino.
Yeah, we even waited for the boomerang to come back so it didn't get interrupted. So it's extremely unfortunate that it didn't find its hit.
Nice. All right. I like the way that we're seeing Singer move around with those bombs, trying to exploit that very, very linear Cloud recovery. Wasn't able to take the stock just yet, but now we're since pretty much even here. Climb hazard out of shield. Gonna maybe set up for an edge guard, but I feel like this Link has a lot of tricks in their back pocket.
Exactly. We're keeping the projectile coverage persistent as well, too. I feel like a lot of Links and projectile players in general really stray away from their strongest and safest options, like these boomerangs and these bombs.
Yeah, I feel like the main thing is that we just need to see if Singer can find some stronger answers to Climb hazard, which, I mean, are all of us looking for that, But as I say it, even getting hit by the second part of that after the limit up B, gonna set up for another edge guard scenario here. Not gonna get caught by the dare, but the F tilt is a great way to punish that roll in. So Carl Hayden once again up in the series.
Yeah, that was a banger first stock from both the players too. I'm thoroughly impressed with what I saw on either side.
Oh yeah, this might be one of my favorite sets I've seen all day. Parry into the up B, shockingly not gonna kill, but the bomb just going to be a little bit extra insurance. I stand corrected. Cloud cannot survive that level of horizontal knockback.
Oh, great nair coming off the platform. That was really well timed. Oh, give me this grab here, too. Not going to find the up tilt. That would have found it if we didn't have the platform there to interrupt the landing.
Ooh, good patience to try to parry the climb hazard, but still got clipped by the landing hit. But you can tell that the wheels are turning over there for Jahan Singer, just trying very hard to figure out how to deal with that cloud up beat. Because if you can't take it offline from every interaction with the shield, you're going to have to deal with it just straight up and take that free damage.
Ooh, great blade beam there, too. That was really good. Because you can get caught. That can go through the other projectile options from Link. So, sneaky good, sneaky fast.
Mm-hmm. You think you're going to trade it, but no, that is a transcendent, dangerous move there. Great use of that up tilt. Once again, calling out those rolls. I feel like this was going so even, but Singer really struggling at disadvantage to find their way back down to the ground. I feel like it's been a lot of like landing neutral air, a lot of landing aerials, which aren't bad, but if they're getting scouted by your opponent, gotta mix it up a little bit here, or else it's just going to keep resetting like this.
Oh, forward tilt finally to be found. Threatening those aerials a ton with the short hops, but never pulling the trigger on it, just waiting for the defensive option to slip coming out of Singer. So I really like how patient we're playing.
All right, avoiding the limit side B right there. Still got that bomb for a little bit of extra insurance, just to maybe dissuade Cloud from going in. And as I said, he goes ahead, he takes his ball and he goes home, just steals the bomb right back from him. But Singer looking unaffected, trying to put that delay into the F smash is really smart, but not able to actually secure the stock here. But still, great coverage on the ledge regardless.
Ooh, down throw bomb, looking to get a knockback into the up smash. I really like the idea, but just not going to get up off the ledge in time to be hit by it. Great boomerang. Good for a second when we had a punish window. Up smash that? No, just down tilt.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see maybe a boomerang fair. I know it gets a little bit dicey at those higher percents, but either way, not able to take the stock here. Again, reading that roll over and over again, covering this time with up tilt, trying to set up for more damage. Singer way on their back foot here, and Limit is on deck. That is no better to deal with.
Oh!
And just barely got enough to kill, but a grim reminder that you cannot drop that shield early with Cloud Ice Limit.
Good option, really good hero spin option. That's like your own climb hazard you have in Link's Kid. That's a really good get off me from shield.
All right, we need something huge here. Maybe like an early percent there. No! Up smash out of shield going to cover that move is fantastic. And now Carl Hayden, one single game away from making to the finals here. And again, we're looking down the barrel of potentially another sweep as they go up 5-0 in the series. Unfortunate start. Well, unfortunate series for the Panther team. Not out of it just yet, but got a lot of work to do.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking really, really good here, though. I cannot lie. I'm impressed with how the Cloud is moving. So many patient options, so many things you don't see from, less seasoned Cloud players. Usually you're, pulling back airs in bad spots. You're putting on nairs in bad spots. But just kind of waiting for the opponent to play into their hand and not biting, a moment too soon on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really good patience. I mean, I feel like the entire Carl Hayden team seems really, really strong. You can tell they grind with each other and are very good about knowing, when to push the offense and when to kind of like let your opponent give you those openings by standing and doing nothing. So good about like threatening those pressures. Like we saw, you commented earlier, John was really good about threatening those back airs, but honestly just trying to bait you into rolling, and that paid off like 3-4 different times so far in this match. I feel like Jahan, again, I think the tradition for the Panther team is that they start off strong, they have some flashy movement options here, but they're not able to really like secure those stocks, and it just kind of the momentum snowballs out of their favor. But maybe the next game on Town City could go a little better for them. We saw some up Bs out of shield, either killing or almost killing. Those shorter horizontal blast zones definitely going to help here. And so far, Singer is untouched, so much better start to this game too.
Yeah, and we're able to use this horizontal space. I think Link is a much better character at training you like east to west, left to right, where Cloud is a much more vertically inclined character on the juggle. So the space to work with should prove very, very useful.
There we go. That's the adaptation we want to see. Singer finally finding an answer to that climb hazard, able to get a big punish with just hero spin, and that looks like a really consistent answer to there. So, gonna have to kind of refocus a little bit on how we're gonna do that from John and the Carl Hayden team. But either way, percents really starting to rack up here. This is really crunch time for Coco Nino, and Singer's putting on quite the clinic.
Yeah, I agree. Something seems to have woken up, at least in that first stock. Trying to wait for the option. little too early on the grab attempt. We're punishing some, you know, very small but open windows here.
I like the delay. Doesn't want to go up to that side platform. You know that's a disaster. Being able to get out of dodge and not only avoid the limit, but get a little bit of free damage from that bomb there too. Nice stuff. And he thought he had a way to take that stock, but was not correct on the timing. And now potentially looking at a 3-stock here, especially with these bombs at the ledge on a character like Cloud. If you take that jumper, it is a huge struggle to make it back to the stage.
Oh,
nice.
Wait, do we have a jump here too? No, we could be dead. Up B barely gonna grab ledge back. Up smash to cover the get up, still not dead. 3 stocks to 1 here for Coconino. Finally.
Okay. Finally losing that 1 stock. Limit will be on deck here shortly at these low percentages, if anything, just to cash out for early damage. Oh, but even that, not being able to combo the fair to the side B like I expected. So, Singer way up right now. Great work.
Great forward air, force to the jump. Explosion not going to come out too, but yeah, landing has come at a premium here, my friend.
Ooh, okay. That time the climb hazard poking the shield, which you can tell the Stinger was waiting. Another up B, just barely not enough to kill. Limit is on deck, but this is a giant mountain for John to climb here. I fully expect the game 3, and that fair seals the deal.
Yeah, really good response there too. Seems like we changed our game plan up entirely. How we wanted to confront Cloud, making sure we only approach from, like, you know, the air to air, going side to side, not going to try to get above or under Cloud, where our reversal options are super strong, like down air and like up air. That was very, very good and present-minded play.
Yeah, that was a huge turnaround from the first game. I feel like the first game we saw some ideas that just didn't pan out. The second game, they locked in. They were so much cleaner on their punishes. They were so much more aggressive on their edge guards. I really could see Panther getting some points on the board here if Singer can keep that momentum. That was an amazing response, especially being down 5-0 entire bracket on your back. To have a game like that for game 2, that's a good sign for the Panther team.
Yeah. Excited to see what stage counter pick will be here for our Cloud mains trying to get another win here. You got to go back some platforms. I'm thinking if you can get like a Battlefield, if you can get like a Smashville or like a Hollow Bastion, I think this would be really good. You can kind of play the keep away game around that central platform or around the biplat or triplat if you do get it. I don't think there's a bad stage to choose as long as it's something with platforms.
Yeah, definitely something with platforms for sure. Even running it back to Town and City might not be the worst idea here, but yeah, you need to be able to chain those up airs, especially on a heavy character like Link. Like, he can kind of fight back with Nair and Dare, but Cloud up air should shut a lot of that down.
Yeah.
But yeah, the flatness area of Town and City was just working out really, really well for Singer. So this, you know what? You were saying they hadn't lost any sets coming into this, both teams here.
Yeah.
Panther could really turn this around potentially if they're able to keep playing on this level. But even if they do win, they are still going to have to win 2 more sets to take this, and that's going to be a very uphill battle, especially with the way we were seeing that Pokemon trainer earlier. I don't know who at any high school is beating that Pokemon trainer right now. So, but hopefully game 3, we can at least see the series extend a little bit if Singer can keep up that momentum. And they are going to be running it back to PS2. Makes a lot of sense here. Cloud really, really profits on that stage, but let's see who can execute better.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you want to talk about it, both teams have not been defeated in match play, but 12 more losses across games specifically for Coconino. So definitely not a team that isn't like, you know, taken their punches throughout these sets and come out victorious. So still no reason to believe this team is out of it yet.
Okay, Boomerang coming out and being helpful, causing a little bit of that hit stop so that falling up air can't lead to too much here. Singer, once again, I like the way he's playing. Boomerang on one side, Nair on the other. A lot of pressure coming out here. Oh, hopefully John can adapt, though. Trying to space him out those fares, but a little bit off. And Singer's perfectly fine to just reset to neutral if possible and just throw out as many projectiles, almost like we saw from Carl Hayden in the very first game for 2.
Right. Got to get around. Gonna let the limit fly early. We've been kind of using the limit extremely offensively and not for its, you know, intangible bonuses to your speed and to your airspeed. I'd like to see those come in a little bit more frequently. No real reason to rush pinging it or dropping your limit when, you know, it expiring but putting you in a better like stage position is well worth the wait.
Ooh, that air dodge, not the best from Singer. Didn't lose the stock for it, but you can tell that John smelled blood in the water and definitely smelled it with that back air. So gonna go up this first stock here, only at 60%. Still, Singer fighting back, using that bomb really well. Both of them just kind of playing hot potato with it right there. But at least Limit Blade Beam didn't come out in the way that John wanted. But Singer's got to find a way to take this stock fast, because Cloud can really rack up damage quickly if you give him even just a couple of small openings.
Great throw here, too. Explosion
Nice.
forces the Snock off of the bottom of the stage. Really good use of the remote detonation on that bomb.
Yeah, and rough for John as well. You normally see that expected to get sent out, but the fact that it's sent in didn't know to detect that. So great response. Still down in percent. And now John coming alive. John with an off the heezy on Singer's own bomb. That is pretty intimidating. And again, this single round determines if Panther can stay alive or if Carl Hayden is going to win the semifinals here. So got to dig deep, way down in percent. We need to see some of those big combos we saw in game 2.
When it's going to take Carl Hayden's Cloud to miss a few more of these approaches here, too. Again, the limit being used a little bit early. I'd like to use that for our air drift here, too. Not going to find to grab both players, putting in really close options on each other's shield. Up smash, hunting for it. Not going to find.
Oh, yeah. Hunting for up smash, just like you said, looking for those up airs as well. This is why you go to PS2, because those up airs are in such prevalent positions that your opponent always wants to kind of like recover to if they can help it. But that blade beam, gonna set for an awkward angle. Oh, the dash attack misses, and Singer has another opportunity on this stock, but you got to be so careful, especially next to Cloud Shield, because you know that up smash can easily shift things in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Back air finally going to find its mark, but this is still well within reasonable percent here for Singer. Just have to close this one out early, and Link has big hits to do so. Climb hazard has to be avoided, though.
All right, using the Nair to at least clank with the blade beam, and Boomerang Fair just barely not killing, but a very awkward recovery from Cloud. Unfortunately, not going to work out. Hesitated from the bomb explosion and had to throw that stock away. So now one stock will determine if Carl Hayden will be our semifinals match or if Panther can extend the series. Down 53%. Got to find some big openings here, but still got to be careful because that climb hazard out of shield has been so effective for John this entire set.
Oh, gonna miss the grab once again here too. Just have to be persistent with his damage. Coconino on the ropes here. Carl Hayden just has to tap this one in. You cannot take any big risks here too. This is a risk prevention area.
Ooh, okay, starting to parry those projectiles. Big percent lead and limit a single molecule away from coming through.
Big knockback.
Hero spin in the corner. That was really important. And John able to make it back without burning that limit. This is for everything for the Panther team. Blade Beam not going to work out. Like you said, using that limit early pretty often, but still pretty far down here.
Oh, just got to find one backer here too, though. But again, big knockback hits coming in from Link, and this Coconino team going to have to find something here. Up B back reverses the hit. We have to use our jump and our up B back. Air dodge perfectly timed.
Oh, yeah. Perfectly timed air dodge. And unfortunately, in those high pressure situations, rolled into a shooting Cloud and up smash. Gonna be what ends it all for the Panther team there. So Carl Hayden takes it. Not a completely perfect sweep. They did drop a game, but it is going to be a 3-0 for the series. Congratulations to them. Moving on to the finals. But amazing work from their anchor, Jahan. I think he played that really, really well.
No, and I mean, this sets up beautifully. We have a fantastic matchup coming in your final, being Hayden versus your Queens Creek team. Excited to see how those teams will, head off against each other because they were really, really dominant in both of them.
Yeah, both of those teams were going insane. So very excited to see how that pays off later today. But I guess that's going to go ahead and do it for our semifinal series. So I do not know who's going to win it all. I could not tell you who's going to win the finals. I definitely want to be on the side of Brandon just based on that PT alone. I feel like that's the kind of person you can throw in and just like sweep entire teams, depending on the format. So they're going to be really strong, obviously. So we're going to go ahead, I think, do another ad read or two before we get out of here. But coming up next after Smash, we are going to have more Marvel Rivals action for you. So that team is going to be Liberty High School versus Cooper Canyon High School, featuring Keg and F-Dot. So that's going to be really exciting. Don't go anywhere. Smash will be back in a couple of hours here, starting around 9 p.m. Eastern. So that should be really cool. But yeah, Script, as always, has been a pleasure. Can't wait to do this again here shortly. Yeah.
All right, everybody, keep it locked here on Play Versus. We have Marvel Rivals in the Smash Brothers final coming up for your Arizona Interscholastic Association Esports. We'll see you real soon.
So Boise State will have a response now. Woozy on the 1-on-3. Can he get it through? No. Good tip. Gets it back up. Good bump on Michigan State as well. Oh no. Preston's have a chance. Here comes Preston. Preston looking for his
double
first
tap.
ball. Dumps it in. Here in overtime, it's an infinite clock till we have a winner. Somebody needs to blink. It's a staring contest. Nobody blinking. Everyone on the edge. Wide open.
It's open.
Sick of Bears. Baylor takes the victory and a new school. Yes, there he is, Mr. Zippy's himself right there. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much. Zippy's our presenting sponsor, third year in a row. Of course, big thanks to GG Circuits, Prodigy Chain, as well as Southwest Airlines. Thank you very much to all of the sponsors here for HEI. They come out of the tunnel, they come out of the soundstage, champions of HEI, the Baylor Bears do.
Trophy ceremony on the other side, but let's check in on the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Room.
Man's aggressive.
That's cool. But it's not it wasn't the inner hitbox, so. Classic air check. So Michigan State will go away with a surfboard for the third year in a row, mind you. So they are 3 for 3 in number of.
Wow.
Today is a huge day, not just because it's a state championship, because it's the first one ever for Kansas. So we'd love to bring home a state title for the first time ever.
I've seen students absolutely come alive in this environment. And these are students that I feel are not represented within school very much, and this is a place for them to call home. They get to come in every single day in a very competitive atmosphere and just continue to do what they love and get better and better and better at it, and hopefully earn some kind of a scholarship to go to school for it. It's really, really important.
This program got started at Andover High School specifically because students wanted it to happen. There was an esports club without an official sponsor for the first year. They just did their thing and found colleges to compete that were already doing esports. They went out and did that and got publicly recognized. And then the year later, I heard about that and was like, let's do this, let's make it official. So I sponsored that for 5 years, and then Keisha picked it up this year, making us an official activity, and it's just blown up since then.
So the Activities Association in Kansas sanctioned esports because we recognized an activity that was gaining popularity from a grassroots approach, and we saw kids were interested in it. The number one thing that we have to remember is if kids are interested in something, we have to be plugged in and give them opportunities in the school, because when we know kids are plugged in school, they become better students.
gamers, welcome to the Play versus Upgrade Arena featuring Marvel Rivals. We have the best high schools in America, guys, joining us.
The 4 teams you're going to be witnessing today in front of your eyeballs.
Yes, we have our regional finals of the East and the West.
Let's talk quickly about like the prizing as well. Our prizing here is distributed for schools and their esports programs. It's given over by our partners. And this is really good for so many of our schools and their programs to make sure that their athletes can perform at the highest level.
We are ready to start our first semifinal between Fury Royal and Suncoast. Well, just the impact of the kills of Fury Royal. First to take out the Bucky. The Jeff ult from Suncoast gets nothing. Fury Royal are getting so much value out of these strategist plays, and they may just go all the way to force a round 3.
Letting the devil out, going in with Shinatato. You can see already the Thor's trying to make moves towards the back. Pepperlock's down, even more so. Mason just tearing through them. And while it may be an attempted escape here for the Star-Lord, the chase down is going to be brutal, and it's going to be immediate. SPHS are wiped off the map. Fury Royal are back in control, and they will claim the series and the Eastern Seaboard. Their Science Academy, they just utilize their raw talent to mechanically outduel.
What a wall from Dude Guy, bro. At least you got the stagger on Jarvis. You're going to need everyone involved in this final push for point B, because these fights are going to get extended. Science Academy need a nice group up.
And he combines the damage with the Magneto to make sure the survivability is going to be on the table. Ivy Dragon's down. Zombie round the back. And it's Chef Eat to remember as they take one of the Vanguards off of the point. Slushy can return to a fight, but there will be no such mercy for Magneto. Science Academy are running low on friends, low on time, and low on hope as Leemore High School, with a flawless record 3-0, should be able to get themselves into the winner's position and the inter-regional finals.
And that just simply wasn't enough. The wires get crossed. Leemore High School get crossed up. Fury Royal, they win this fight. They could go all the way to win the map. This could be what dictates if Leemore High School are going to be your champions.
Right now, it's still or die. Shinateta goes through the wrong portal, ends up in a fiery grave below. Slush has already taken out their counterpart. Mason is stunned as they attempt to release the devil. And Leemore High School, they rise above it all. They rise up as your champions, region versus region, after dominating their own. Leemore High School take away Fury Royal's signature map and the series as well.
Winter Soldier or Star-Lord? Which mains have better aim? We'll be putting these 2 Winter Soldier mains and these 2 Star-Lord mains through 5 head-to-head competitions that are designed to push the limits of their aiming skills. Let's jump into the first competition, 1v1 sniper duels. Each team will have one person set up in a 1v1 sniper duel, Black Widow versus Black Widow to even the playing field. And they'll be dueling at 10 meters, 50 meters, and 100 meters. And go!
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice.
I've like never.
There we go. All right, first round goes to Jester. Ready, go.
Oh my. I don't like Widow. This is why I don't play her. That's so fair.
All right. So first round goes to Team Star-Lord.
Yeah. Accuracy. Okay, now that we've gotten through one match, let's actually meet our competitors.
Hi, my name's Roland, aka Jester, and go by either or. I'm from Adairsville High School in North Georgia. We are currently 3rd place in the state, and we are hoping that our actual first year, actually playing, goes well, and we hope to be state champions as well.
Y'all can just call me Riot. I go by Riot in like everything. I go to Lotus High School. I'm from Michigan. This is my first year doing competitive like play versus and my stuff, so it's been pretty fun.
Hi, my name is Madeline, aka Captain Rex. I am with Elizabethtown Area High School, and I main Bucky for our team, and we're hoping to be state champions this year because right now we're on a winning streak.
Hi, I'm Riker or Reiki. I also go to Mona Shores High School. I've been playing pretty much since the game came out.
Next up is a 1v2 hit scan competition. Now in this 1v2 event, we'll be testing their tracking skills. The team of 2 will try to stay alive as long as possible without using any abilities, only movement. And the other team will have one player that's either playing a hit scan or being character, trying to eliminate both those 2 as fast as possible. Whichever team can do it faster, wins.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh wow, I suck it.
So how long do we have to survive for? As long as possible? Yep, as long as possible.
Who's got better guns now?
Doing it. Hit scan.
No, no, no!
Justice, pure and simple.
3, 2, 1, go.
You made your last mistake.
Okay.
Well, we lost.
All right, 13 seconds. That was pretty quick. Going to game 3 is 2v2 Squirrel Dodgeball. And Starlords could win it all right here, right now. In this 2v2, we're basically playing backyard dodgeball. Whichever team wins 2 rounds, wins it all. 3, 2, 1, go.
Got him.
Nice. 26.
Alright.
I got beamed just a little bit.
3, 2, 1, go.
The one near the door, the one near the section is almost dead.
My back hurt.
Team Starlord did in fact 3-0 this competition, but we're gonna make this last round triple the points so the Winter Soldiers can save face and possibly tie it up with a win here. So with this last battle, we're going to go to a 2v2 Hawkeye challenge. This challenge tests long distance aiming and projectile skills. One team will select 2 Hawkeyes and the other team can select whatever heroes they want. The Hawkeyes must stay on top of this building, while the Vanguards must stay on this road. The goal is to eliminate both enemies as fast as possible, and you can only use piercing arrows.
Nope.
3,
I threw mine
2,
away.
1, go.
It's me.
Oh. Oh no. No! You were purposely targeting me.
Another one for the good guy.
I just the person and then went for him. Oh, if it's you or not.
Oh, the
Ow.
hitbox manipulation did not help.
I earned that one.
3, 2, 1, go.
Nice.
I am too good at this.
Nice shot. Nice.
There we go.
Star Wars for the win again.
There we go.
Alright.
Oh.
Starlords it is. With a 4-0 sweep, Starlords have proven that they have the better aim. If you're Winter Soldier main, go off in the comments and let us know if you think there should be a rematch. Thanks to all the Play vs students who participated, and let us know what we should do next.
This high school Valorant team has a problem. They've never made it to the playoffs. So we thought, what if we bring a pro Valorant coach to carry them? Are you down to try to coach this Valorant team to playoffs? Oh, I'm down. Will he be able to turn them into crack demons?
Nice. Beautiful shots.
Or are they destined to stay hard stuck?
Unlucky guys, you know what they say, we're fine.
Find out and coach me up, powered by JBL. So I'm here at Mountain Vista High School in Colorado. I'm about to meet the Valorant team. They're trying to level up their program. Yeah, I don't know how it's gonna go, but it's game day. We should go get inside. Should I call you Mr. Lee? I guess I'll call you Mr. Lee for this.
Mr. Lee's fine.
Yeah,
Mr. Lee's fine.
Man, how many computers do you have here? You know?
Oh, I don't know the total number actually, now at the top of my head. But we would just have 2 computers over here that we would plug in some of our consoles to, and we had 3 kids that just wanted a club to play video games, and I was like, sweet, I play some of these games, and I'd love to play against you guys, and so over the years we grew a little bit. Now we're at 20 kids roughly. So Valorant was a game that wasn't on my radar personally. Some of the games that we have here I was comfortable with. I played myself. I'd never played Valorant, but I had kids come up to me, hey, can we do a Valorant team? Play versus added the game, and I tried to say yes to my players and figure it out and let them play the games they love to play. And
So last year we missed playoffs.
Yeah.
This year, playoffs? What's it looking?
I hope so. I hope so. We all hope so. The team seems to think that they're capable of doing it, and I think if they keep working hard, I don't see why not. Mr. Lee, what's this for again? Is that a wireless adapter? Is that what it is? I think so.
You might have missed.
What year are you and what do you mean?
I'm a sophomore here at Mountain Vista, and right now I'm maining Chamber and KO.
Oh, Chamber and KO. They're really different.
Yes.
You have an Initiator, and then what is Chamber?
Sentinel.
Sentinel? How's that?
It's interesting. I started maybe 8 months ago.
Oh, okay.
Into Valorant, and I've so far gotten myself into Bronze 3.
Nice, nice, nice.
I play Duelist.
So who are your favorite agents?
I play Phoenix, Reyna, Jet, and Raze mostly.
Oh. What is your thing that you bring to the team?
I think I bring like a kind of energy, and I also believe that I bring I think I bring the kills a lot of the time. I can't lie. That's why I play Duelist, you know. I think I bring a lot of like the entries and that kind of thing. I think I do a decent job at it at least. You know, I could probably get 1 or 2 on the entry depending on what team we're playing. But,
sure.
Yeah.
I am a junior and I play Clove.
What do you bring to the team?
I personally bring a lot of energy. I am also the team captain and I do scouting reports. So I love looking ahead at teams we're playing. And so I bring a lot of that outsider, almost analyst energy.
I'm sophomore and I play Reyna and a Duelist.
Okay. The other Duelists or just one trick Reyna?
Just one trick Reyna.
Wow, that's scary, man. Playoffs yes, playoffs no, playoffs maybe?
I think yes.
You got it? Okay, all right. I love the confidence.
I am a junior and I am most of the time our Sentinel player.
How's the season going and do you think the team will make playoffs?
I think we should make playoffs. Even right now, we could probably make playoffs. The only game we've lost so far was to, in theory, the best team in the league. So I think we yes, did poorly, but we could have done better if we had our full team. So I think it's very likely that we should make playoffs.
We're bringing in a professional coach for you guys. How are you feeling about that? What's going through your head about that?
I love that. I actually pretty sure I watched him play pro a few years ago under EG. And I seriously am so excited to have a coach that can, make us a better team.
So my name is Mike. I go by Foe in game. I've been coaching Valorant now for 2 years, starting in 2024 with Evil Geniuses. And before that, I played professionally for Evil Geniuses and in the beginning of Valorant for a team called Built by Gamers.
Lockdown coming out. Foe's gonna toggle. It forces the peak and an ace from Foe to win the round.
Coaching experience over the last 2 years, it's been something that I've been really focused on because the transition from playing to coaching, and I've really enjoyed the whole process. Every chance I get, I really like to take these new opportunities.
And before we jump into the game, our friends at JBL wanted to make sure they helped the team even more. So before their match, they gifted the entire team brand new JBL Quantum 910 wireless headsets to make sure they have crispy, precise comms and high-res audio in-game.
All right, this is some high quality packaging, bro. And it comes with a bag.
This is super high quality.
Thanks, JBL. Vista Esports.
With their new JBL headsets, Vista Valor cruised through a Week 3 win. They dominated Cumberland Esports 13-4 with good vibes all around.
That's what we call GG's.
How are we feeling now about our playoff chances? It's 2-1, right?
Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah. Definitely better. At least a little bit. I mean, we still destroyed as we did our first match, so it works out pretty well.
And then you also had a PB, personal best today, right? Tell me about that.
Out of our 3 matches, I've performed the best that I ever did.
Nice. Congratulations. How are we feeling about going into coaching session now?
I think we still have a ton to work on, but I think we're feeling better. I think it'll be a great experience for all of us, and hopefully it will improve us all on some significant level, and hopefully our teamwork goes up,
Very excited to start this. Usually what I do is I will give 5 fundamentals for every person that I'm coaching. And basically the long term should just be, I want to get good at these 5 things. And am I working towards that every day? Very simple. Something very simple but tangible for you to focus on, because this is what will help keep you focused while you're playing and not lose sight of the fact that, yeah, I'm playing a game and having fun, but also I want to get better. Communication. You're going to have a way that you communicate with your teammates that can allow you to play at a level you're not going to get in ranked. And it's going to be something that you'll get used to the more we talk about it. It's like the number one thing that aspiring teams will need to learn how to do is how to talk to your team so that you can get those plays to happen. I'm going to use the VOD of week 1 that you guys had provided me. Honestly, NT,
Yeah, no, that was unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Now, notice for the way that we're communicating with each other right now, we're not really giving each other direction here. The number one thing we want to do for communication is give each other direction. This is how we're going to peak with each other. This is how we're going to be able to actually, double peak off me, swing off me, things like that. This is how we're going to do that, is just constantly directing each other to do something. Keeping in mind that we should be directing each other at all points. What should we be doing before the barriers ever drop that we're not currently doing?
Discussing position.
Someone said it. Discussing positioning. Absolutely. Yeah. Everyone should be talking about what they want to do this round and how they want to make their teammates play so that they can accomplish their goal. For example, it starts usually with a duelist or an initiator or a sentinel. Those three agents, what's going to happen is duelist says, I really want to do this thing. I need this utility. Our sentinel says, I want to play retake on B. I want to play to hold B. I need this person with me. Constantly think about opportunities where you guys can talk to each other and just do anything. It doesn't matter if you do the wrong thing, as long as you do the wrong thing together. If you're constantly doing the wrong thing together, you will win. As the next exercise is we're going to do some training with peaking. I'm gonna show you guys roughly what it should look like from your perspective on peaking on some of these angles, and we're gonna go in. We're actually gonna drill it where you guys are gonna do this on your own, and we're gonna talk about different styles of peaking. Who would like to have a 1v1 on a couple of angles with me? Who wants to do it?
Anyone.
Anyone? Okay, we can have a couple of.
I think we all want to. To be fair.
Yeah. First, the whole on angle idea. So, when you're peeking me here, I'm going to hold a different type of angle every time. And first I'm going to hold an on angle and you just peek in normally. And I'm going to show you, based on how you peek, we're going to talk about how you should peek me on this angle versus how you do peek me. We'll see how you do it. For me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't care. You can stream snipe me. Go ahead.
Okay. Ooh.
No, I'd prefer you stream snipe me because when you know I'm holding this angle, okay, so if I'm holding an on angle like this, you don't want to just do a slow peek into it because I'm holding the on angle. What's going to beat it is a wide swing. So if you think I'm holding an on angle like this, you want to swing wider than I am and you want to go for me. And so I either have to go for the fight there and dodge out of the fight, or you're going to kill me. That's the way that this works. There you go. I wanted you to wide swing that. I was hoping. When you see me like that, that's instantaneously when you want to wide swing.
When I see you, I tuck back and wide swing, right?
Yeah. So this is the whole rock, paper, scissors game of peeking. The rock, paper, scissors game is if they're holding an on angle, you want to wide swing. If they're holding an off angle, you want
Hello, Marvel Rivals! We are back for the Play versus High School Championship. We have made it all the way to the grand finals. We're here talking to you virtually from the nebulous outer space of our casting booths. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by the one and only Mr. F. Dot himself. I'm very excited to be here, man.
Yeah, should be exciting. You know, at the end of the day, got to tie a bow onto the season. That's what we're here to do.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it all plays out. All these students have been working hard all day to get to where they're at right now, facing the finals, going through bans, and working together as a strong team through multiple different games. But for our case specifically, it's up to Marvel Rivals now, F. Dot, and I'm very excited to see how the journey of each of these players comes to fruition.
A lot of different ways to go when it comes to Rivals, which is why it's so fun to kind of keep in check with a slew of different scenes. We patch the game regularly, just like most of the games that are played out here, but there's a ton of individual prowess when it comes down to it, so I don't really care if dive is meta or if long-range snipers are meta. How good are you? And what are you good at? And that really dictates the mini-metas that we get in these tournaments.
And what's really important too is that when it comes to, you know, scholastic or collegiate, any form of school level of play, it really goes to show that being able to study the games, work with your friends, work with your teammates is a lot of important skills that you need going forwards into a lot of different schools, colleges, careers. And speaking of which, though, we have ourselves the recruitment. Still figuring out what's next for after high school? What if gaming could take you there? Play vs. Recruit is a free platform that connects you, that's right, you, directly with college esports programs across the whole United States and Canada. Get discovered, get recruited, and turn your passion into your path. Sign up at playversus.com/recruit.
Always a good way to get involved here. You know, this is just one step into the bigger scene. You go jump into collegiate and start to see, wow, what a big world of esports. There are so many people involved. You know, I've been involved in collegiate stuff for longer than the guys have been in college. So definitely a lot of fun to see the big, strange, crazy world that we call home.
Absolutely, and of course, a lot of people, when it comes to the pro teams, they're always looking at the collegiate players, the ones that are the hungriest to see, like, okay, can we take these players and can we mold them like clay or like a really fine jelly and make them some of the best in the world? But that requires some good eyes to see too. I can see my good friend F. Dot over here is wearing glasses, but let me tell you, glasses are the way to go because the road to the Play Versus Cup has begun. The best high school teams across the US and Canada will once again gather to determine who is the best and crowned an ultimate champion. We want to thank our sponsor for this event, Zenny. Use code PLAYVERSUS at checkout for 10% off your order site-wide at zenny.com.
Thank you so much to Zenny for helping us out here and just giving it up for the kids.
It's in consolidation. Zenny, if you want to send us some glasses, I could always use some more. But, you know, these glasses are okay. They're not Zennies, but, you know, they do help you see a lot. And especially when you're in front of a screen all day, you don't want your eyes to get all crusty and dry. That wouldn't be good. But Zenny's always there to help us out and save the day. And I'm sure these players are keeping themselves nice, prime, and healthy to give us the best action coming up.
It's all we can ask for. You know, whether you can see it or not, Daredevil doesn't necessarily have eyesight, but he certainly brings the pain. True. One of the #1 characters in Marvel Rivals right now. And, of course, just an extra bonus because he's from New York, you know, just saying.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Now, I love New York, and, you know, some days I wish I could just respawn in New York, man. Oh, but the road to the Play Versus Cup has begun. The best high school teams across the United States and Canada will once again gather to determine who is the best and crowned an ultimate champion. Thank you to our Play Versus Cup sponsor, Respawn. Use code PLAYVERSUSSTEAM to get an extra 10% off the sale price at respawnproducts.com store. Sounds good to me. I wish.
Again, thank you so much to all of our sponsors that get involved here at the Esports States Championship level. Got a whole bunch of different teams getting out and ready to go.
That's right. Look at them all geared up and ready to go. They're ready to get into things. And I think we've heard insider info behind the scenes. Bans for the maps are already done. So each player is geared up and just wants to get into it.
It's exactly where we want to go, man. Very excited to jump on in and see where we wind up. Like I said, a number of different options for these different maps. Whether we go dive, whether we go long range, either way, we're going to have a good game.
Oh, we're pointing the finger up, and then we go. The finger goes down. Oh, up, up, up. Down, down.
Not semifinals, just the finals. They made it. Speaking of finals, though, what's happening next, Xander?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because we're actually moving into the Marvel Rivals Finals. The two teams that will be competing against each other are Liberty and Copper Canyon. I am so excited. I am so ready to see this ending result, and I hope that both teams put their best foot forward and try their hardest.
True words never said. Best foot forward here. I got a question for you, though, F. Dot. What are the chances that we see Iron Man in our finals?
You know what? I think that's the fun part about doing Scholastic content is that like these contests are very different from the raw professional world. At the end of the day, Iron Man's got his space and can find a space for himself as a flank character, surprise people. So listen, if there's not too much hit scan on one side of the map, I'm always looking for Mr. Stark.
I mean, you know, in the pro matches, we did see some Iron Man yesterday over in Oceania, so anything is possible. I'm just super geared up to go into our first match, and word on the street is that we don't have to wait too much longer. Seems like we're heading in the first map right now.
Picks and bans coming at you. Should be fun to see where these characters go. Right away, the Punisher banned off the top. That's going to be by Copper Canyon, but you can see Liberty High School. Butterworks thinking about it. Punisher is just a strong... I feel like Punisher is one of these deceptive characters who really runs things, especially with the shotgun look, anti-dive for sure, but also kind of floats below the radar. Sometimes he doesn't get banned out and then runs the game, and you're like, well, we had to ban the Gambit. We had to ban the whatever. I don't mind a Punisher ban, and I'm very happy to see it.
I think the reason why we see the Punisher ban early on is that everyone's on TikTok and sees that rappel into the backline shotgun instantaneously destroys the backline of the enemy team. That's destructive, man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the movement abilities, the movement coming from him, and then just the all-out shotgun, definitely a big, big deal. Whether you're looking at the TikTok smokes or otherwise, Punisher shows up. He's got two different options, and the ultimate demands a response. Either you hide and give up space, or you drop a support ult and fight, or, well, you find yourself in the respawn room.
Magneto Reserve comes through and goes to show that Copper Canyon, they're getting a little rid of a lot of comfort picks, like the Punisher's gone, Invisible Woman's gone as well. I'm curious to know if the Magneto's going to be a mainstay, and we see maybe like a Cloak and Dagger from Liberty High School, and the idea is to go for a quick Magneto ultimate to shut him down.
That would definitely deter me from playing the Cloak and Dagger if there's a Magneto on the other side for sure. So I don't think we're going to see the Cloak and Dagger if the Magneto is the way to go. I also think that Magneto is just... You're never wrong playing Magneto. Even if you're playing full dive, you got a Captain America, a Daredevil, a Psylocke, a Loki, and a White Fox. I still don't mind seeing a Magneto in the front line shielding some of my dive characters. I think this character is literally evergreen. He was already S+ tier and evergreen, and then they split the bubble, giving him another cooldown. He's just always going to be good, and I mean, honestly, I'm not that mad about an anchor tank being good. So a great protect here from Copper Canyon. Going to be a strong look for them whether they play it or not. But at the moment, looks like they're looking towards the Thing.
Okay. Pretty happy with both these compositions. We have a very dive-heavy stack from Liberty High School. You have yourself the Venom, the Captain America, and Daredevil to worry about if you are Copper Canyon. Butterworks, of course, with the Phoenix and the Punisher band. The next best hit scan's going to be that Hela to play some more off angles. They're going to have to worry about Jan a lot. That Hawkeye should be having that Hela's number, and this should duel out quite a bit.
Really, this just comes down to individual prowess. Does the Hawkeye have the hot hand? That is what this comes down to. Liberty High School doesn't really have a tank. And so as a result, Jan's just going to be able to click him, if he got him. So yeah, Hawkeye above the Hella if the accuracy is on point. We'll have some trouble with that Daredevil because the Daredevil dive, Danny diving as well on the White Fox. That is what counteracts that long-range sniper that winds up being Hawkeye. So Liberty High School having the Venom and the Captain America and the Daredevil and the White Fox. That dive is how you beat Hawkeye. It's going to be tough for Jan.
There's the magic, though, that can help reprieve things just a tiny bit. If you're Liberty High School, the strategy is you need to take this initial space. You have to win this first fight and push up. You need to take some extra space over Canyon High School. Early fights have started, though. Butter finding some value early on, does get the heals coming out from J Bro. That's going to help quite a bit. The Hawkeye, the difference maker in terms of damage, is finding success early on. The duality between Hawkeye and Magic winning these initial fights. And don't forget, too, we don't get to see him too often, but the Duelist Deadpool coming through as a triple lineup is making things tough for Liberty High.
And not something you see all the time. The dual pool, generally not considered too strong, but there are some sequences that you can get some big damage out. Does enable a little bit of the dive coming out from where you want to go, but big picture-wise, Liberty High School kept on their heels. They need to be pressing forward. If they press backwards, they lose. So Copper Canyon puts them on their heels, does a great job of doing so. Now Liberty with a bite back here. Butterwork doing all of the work. Tons of damage coming out from this Hella player. And as a result, the tank goes down after the Duelist. And that opens up the entire door. Quadra kill for Butterworks the third. And he ain't done just yet, chasing all the way back to the respawn room. Liberty High School grabs control, counting up from 10.
This is the strategy I wanted to see from Liberty High back when they have a Captain America and a Venom, man. The fact now that we switched to the Payne Brothers, you have melee up close, you can absorb all that damage. Copper Canyon are like, you know what? I think that's a pretty good idea. I'm going to go for the same thing.
Definitely a good look to deal with the magic that was coming at them. Liberty, that is, deal with the magic, the thing, with some control there, and couldn't really get to the back line. Liberty High School, same strategy, but a different size screwdriver. And right now, they've got the Phillips head for what's going on.
Oh, Butterworks once again popping off, trying to be an aim demon, shuts down by the hands of Jan. Pretty close to the hand of Khonshu. 4 ultimates on the hands of Canyon to work off of. Monster Hulk is out. So many ultimates that Liberty High can bring to the table. Who's gonna be the next one leashed? It's the hand of Khonshu for the hands of Cherry. That's J-Bro gone. Plenty of other strategists in the back line from Liberty High, no longer in the equation.
Big tools available here for CC High. 50% of the way through. You've got ultimates that matter. And the Thing. I think the Thing definitely provides a bunch of control, but it's usually a response. Whoa, you guys getting too aggressive. Clobbering time. On the other side, I look at Jan, I look at Mew, I look at Loki, who's able to do whatever he wants. Those are buttons that I can press whenever I want to make things happen. And so Copper Canyon's got a slew of them. Liberty High School as well, and Daredevil's going to let him out.
Letting the devil out, Eternal Bond and Goddess of Death directly on top. Liberty High are bringing everything they can out, but there is a Fate of Both Worlds that's negating all that damage. Monster Hulk, and of course you have Hawkeye to help out quite a bit as well. So many ultimates all at once. A double Fate of Both Worlds from the hands of the Loki, extending the invincibility and shutting down any sort of heals that Liberty High could have brought.
Almost to the end here. 99%, and Liberty High finally wrestles a little bit of control, but just a little bit. That left side is open for the blue team to filter in here, and with Doctor Strange making some moves, that will be the answer. Liberty High snatches control at the last moment, overtime included. And so Copper Canyon, 1 fight away from claiming it. Liberty, more like 2.
I'm loving how back and forth this matchup is. Not a stomp for either team. A lot of adjustments being made. We were on the Payne Brothers for quite a while. Tarnish, like you mentioned, has swapped to the Doctor Strange. Agamotto is ready. Doctor Strange just got some buffs where he can fly deep into the back line, go for a team-wide stun. Let's see if that's possible. Oh no, Tarnish hit with the Exile from Hulk. up to now to maybe fly, but instead it's going to be the Earthbound affecting against him. He's got the run away. The shields protecting his team. Can he fly? Find the Agamotto, hit with a clobbering time instead. Eternal Bond, the go button for Liberty High. Oh, but he gets stuck. Can he go into the back line? Find that ult once more. That's going to be a critical body gone off the hands of Copper Canyon. Agamotto comes out. A cleanse underway. And now double overtime. It's a reclaim from Copper Canyon. Are they able to claim this through overtime? The answer is no. No bodies available from Copper Canyon as we go into overtime. Dum Dum swapping over to the Doctor Strange. That portal has to be a make or break moment, but there's simply barely enough time to get back on. Fate of both worlds. Hannah Conchu online needs to come out immediately. Suddenly now this Elsa Bloodstone, Apex Predator abound! Clark Trogs is spun out and sends so many players down into the blast zone. Double KO, make that a triple! Possibly off the hands of this Elsa. It most certainly happens. Who's left? Not them! It's a quad into a penta to close out the first sub-map.
Huge plays from that Elsa towards the end. She is definitely not the incredible Archangel that she was once upon a time. Brought down to reality. That 2-second dash turned into a 4. And a whole lot of numbers taken away from her. But she's still doing numbers. Siki here, 15-3-4 with 8 finals above 8.8 thousand damage just in one round. And it was a last-minute swap to the Elsa, but a huge moment. That is certainly a map where I like to see the Elsa. Medium range, giant end zone to just shove people off with respect to the Apex Predator. So definitely a strong look there. I like the swap, no complaints. And I'm with you. The back and forth of the match, a lot of fun to watch. Not really sure who's got the upper hand as far as power is concerned. I do look at the YOLO tank trip damage from Copper Canyon and say that's audacious, especially for this map where if you're not first on the point, it's going to be real tough retaking it with this lineup.
Yeah, we thought that first point was snowball heavy. This one's even more snowball heavy. You have to win this first fight or it could be doomsday for the losing team. That being said, though, this Venom is set up and ready to go when it comes to Feast of the Abyss. We're going to look for maybe a dive into the back line, most certainly setting up for it. Realizes, oh, this is a little too hot for me. Force the back out. Goddess of Death set up and ready into a small corner. Should be guaranteed at least 1 KO. No. Instead, all the heals are abound into the back line. As I say, that double KO to shut down the strategists.
Even if there were no limbs, we do not care. It's about the space created. Everybody shoved into the corner there, and the point was earned before any elims came out here for Butterworks. At the end of the day, you can win this game with 0 KOs. It's all about the stuff after the stuff. So you create some havoc, create some space, and earn the objective. This is not Skullball or anything like that. You just got to get the point. So Liberty High School, 1/3 of the way through, trying to maintain it. But Swain on the Magic, trying to make things happen in her direction.
Liking this, Agamotto is out now. That's off to the Feast of the Abyss. Double stuns on the strategists into the back line. Call has been Liberty High School. Focus on these strategists. That's going to be the Cloak and Dagger, the Luna Snow that you have to worry about the most. These healers are everything, the backbone of both of your teams. But if you can snap the back of Copper Canyon, that's going to be a great way to move things forwards. 56% going forwards now. Dark Child is out with the hands of Magic. Eternal Bond directly on top. The floor is lava. A snipe from the sky. Wonderful work from the hands of the Magneto. Dum Dum shuts down that Eternal Bond, and that is the go time for Copper Canyon to get back into it.
We were talking about that interaction earlier. Go to the sky with the Meteor Meatball. The Cloak and Dagger doesn't really have anywhere to go. You want to find some interesting ways to protect yourself. You can go into this sort of door on the left-hand side. You can find yourself behind. There's a number of places to go. Danny didn't have anywhere to go. So the Meteor M just lands on top and negates the entire situation, which that was the difference maker and the reason why Copper Canyon is counting up.
I like the ultimates that Copper Canyon have stacked up. Dum Dum well on his way to get himself another Meteor M. Fate of both worlds, though, could be a great initiation tool. Agamotto, though, in return, forces out an early Fate of both worlds, getting directly onto the point. Through it all, though, that's at least one. Glartrox is out with the Apex Predator. anything Damha can do to fight things back. We had seen some major role swaps. This Elsa was once a Loki, but going into the second point, they have swapped over to the duelist role. Cherry themselves were starting off on the dual pool, and now on to the Doctor Strange, and it is once again the tool to make yourself go in. 53%, 20 seconds left for Copper Canyon to even things up.
That's one of the fun things that you see here in Scholastic is the difference in role swaps and just everybody kind of sharing the responsibility. Jan started off on the Hawkeye and was no slouch. The aim was there, but now on the C&D, more about utility and finding different spaces to occupy, help heal the squad, and then say what you were talking about before, Cherry, just raw ricochets coming out from the Moon Knight, now on the big man with the shield, and the Agamotto from the other side. Liberty High School trying to make something out of nothing. And it looks like Tarnished able to do just that. Heels go down, double, make it a triple for the Thing player. And this point still belongs to Copper Canyon, but for how long?
Yeah, it's looking like this could go to a third sub-map now. There's only 3 available, and so it could become a tied game. Unfortunately, though, the Daredevil once again on track for a quad. It's a take-back by Liberty High.
Strong play here. Again, Zyther getting the triple kill on the Thing. And the portal comes on through from Copper Canyon. Should be a good start.
Eternal Bond is out. That's the go button for Dum Dum to look for an opportunity off of Meteor M. Snipe once again. Eternal Bond shut down entirely. Jan gets away with it. Brings out the Dark Force. Can use the cloak of Cloak and Dagger to get some extra hits in, and Dum Dum's there for a double. Once again, take that from Copper High. Don't see anybody around except for Luna Snow, desperately running in for a chance to bring it home. Dam has swapped over to the Hela, and we're going to a third sub-map, my friend.
Well earned here by Copper Canyon. Magneto play, fantastic. Like I said, you really can't play the Cloak and Dagger into the Magneto unless you know the map. Like, when you start that ult, you just got to know where you're ending that ult. And the best Magnetos will just toss the rock before you're done. But what you can do here is just make sure that you're somewhere safe by the last leg of your dance. So, Liberty High School leaving Danny on the Cloak and Dagger, despite some unfortunate ultimates. But look at the numbers: 33k healing for Danny.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Not a bad situation. It's just that the ultimates haven't really lined up.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate from Danny's side. Looks like a change of strategy, recognizing now that Dum Dum is going to be locking in that Lord level Magneto, which means he has played this Magneto so much he has a mastery over it. Instead going to the Loki and choosing to take Clone over Fate of Both Worlds at the very least. Now Copper does have another Cloak and Dagger to work off of. We could see a reality where Danny may want to opt to go for God of Mischief and take that Eternal Bond, but again, that would activate Dum Dum to bring out his ult.
It'll be a fun game to play. Back and forth with whatever tools you got. Point opening here in 2 seconds, and the Devil's out.
There we go, letting the Devil out. It's a sphere of hurt, and we're seeing it go through. That's Liberty High getting a full team wipe, all but one, and Jan, sole survivor, but not by much, loses the 1v1, and one heck of a way to start things off.
Was that a 1v1? It just looked like Daredevil beating him up.
Well, it was a 1.
It was a 1. And right now we're on round 3 here. Liberty High School started us off strong in the first go. And the second go was close as well. But one more time, the all-in, fall-in. Double dive tanks on the Vanguard side. Single dive deeps on the Duelist side. Cherry's got a giant ult available. We'll see if you get the Agamotto this time.
There it is, though. Feast of the Abyss, Goddess of Death, and of course a double Goddess of Death. It is an anime battle up in the sky. Shutting that down right away, forcing out Fate of Both Worlds. All the while, we see Tarnished bring Freedom Charge for that Singularity to have auto heals onto the Captain America. It is just carnage all over the entirety of this domination point. No real discernible winners or losers coming out here, but at 50%, Copper Canyon end up winning the group fight and are able to take it back.
Magic is a character that doesn't always find success. You can kind of shut her down a little bit with some choices, with some character choices, like Danny's playing the Loki, which sometimes does a good job. You put some clones next to you, turn on the lanterns, and her damage largely negated. Luna can stun her out, and obviously the Thing has a giant area of immobilization, so she can't get the dash down. And Swain has been kept in check a little bit, but not a lot of it. These decision-making fights have had Magic's name all over them, so once Liberty pushes their buttons, Swain finds a way back on in and is able to do it.
The initiation tool for Liberty High to get back into this. They don't have clobbering time available, but J-Bro does have Fate of Both Worlds. That could be a good lead in. You need all the health you can get. Any sort of invincibility would be huge. Early on, though, we see the Meteor M brought out. It shuts down Butterworks. We're not going to be seeing them anytime soon, but that being said, as soon as ult comes down, Danny was using that as the go button. Doesn't want to be countered by the Eternal Bond anymore, but a second one comes through at the saving moment, right at the nick of time. That's going to be Jan to save the entire time, though. Darkchild in return is going to help mitigate a lot of that damage. That's many power players gone. Copper Canyon continue the streak to keep it going.
Really strong sequence there coming out from Copper Canyon. Dum Dum goes up, and I think this was drawn up. Dum Dum goes up with the Meteor M, knowing that Danny's going to go ahead and be like, oh, he doesn't have the meatball. I get to Cloak and Dagger ult. Out comes the Cloak and Dagger ult. You wait 2 seconds, your own Cloak and Dagger ult comes out, so you win the support ult trade, and then Darkchild. Yeah, they drew that up. They made it happen.
Great work overall now. Damha does have Goddess of Death available, and that could be a great way to push all these players off of Liberty High at the last second. You can see it, though. Initiation comes through, getting in deep. That's going to be Regeneration Domain procced out early. You're not going to have that for a very long timer now. Fate of Both Worlds. Butterworks gets taken down by their own doppelganger. And through it all, Fate of Both Worlds. Freedom Charge available. Tiki does have Apex Predator. That's the Glartrox spot out once again. Shove people off this point into an Agamotto. There we go. Liberty High are taking it back. They've gotten the recap.
Unfortunate. The tools available for Copper Canyon were pretty strong. I liked a couple of the choices. Thought we might have been able to put that one to bed, but a better fight here from Liberty High School. Fantastic back and forth. Zyther now off of the Thing onto the Magneto. Wants some protection themselves. Swain's still going to be an issue. So now you have some different options.
They were waiting for that portal. It was unusually quiet from Copper Canyon's side. Goddess of Death immediately procced out in response, trying to funnel in anybody from this portal side. Still, though, points are going up in Liberty High's favor. Butterworks getting some initiation. Double duelist removing the entire front line of Copper Canyon. The Shadow just now exposed. They fall all the same. 91%, and with no way back, no portals available, Dum Dum makes a desperation move to bunny hop his way over to the point. Is there going to be enough time? No Invisible Woman to push them off, but it doesn't matter. Liberty High steal it out from Copper Canyon's feet and take it back at the last second.
Tough one. A lot of back and forth action here. I think we saw a number of different things that we can identify, which is always real fun. Game number 1, don't know what to expect. Don't want to know what to expect, because it's more fun to just watch everybody throw their spaghetti at the wall, and then we see what sticks and read the tea leaves. So both teams wanted to dive, okay? That is the meta. That's what you see the top teams doing, but didn't really work out 100%. So the Hela is what we leaned on real hard. We saw some Moon Knight action, a lot of mid-range gameplay, and then this Magic. Look, the scoreboard says 17, 10, and 2, 7 finals over 22K. It's not overwhelmingly impressive compared to the 17 apiece from the Duelist line on Liberty High School with a slew of damage, but every single time Swayo, by the way, not Swain, every single time Swayo was able to really make an impact, it made an impact and earned the point. So if I'm looking at Copper Canyon, I'm not upsetty about how this Magic played. If I'm the Magic player, I need a little bit more support. So looking at how this team kind of approached, like the front line, little bit of other choices we could make to really assist our players. And I need my glasses checked because couldn't read the name.
Gotta get my Zenny glasses out, I suppose. That's okay though. We live and learn, and we get to go into our next matchup relatively soon. Gotta say, love the teamwork coming out from both teams. It's a lot easier when it comes to a LAN environment just like this. You have the communication, you get to work together, and if you're a parent, faculty, whoever that doesn't play a lot of competitive games, think of it as one big interactive group project, except each team should be getting an A because their communication looks great.
That's always what I like to see. I really enjoy when I can see the communication. The biggest being the kind of exchange of ultimates that I was talking about earlier. When we saw Copper Canyon kind of draw everything up. The Magneto is to draw a counter to that Cloak and Dagger carpet that gets rolled out and basically gives everybody invulnerability. Magneto can kill it. So Magneto goes up to the sky early, and then Loki says, hey, it's my turn. I can do the Cloak and Dagger thing. And then after all of that completely communicated by the team, drawn up like a traditional football squad, A+, thumbs up, green light, you know the rest. Just a great look.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where we go for the next matchup. I don't really know what to expect. It could very well be a convergence map. Could be maybe another domination. Could also be convoy. And if you're not as familiar with Marvel Rivals, the game is not limited, but it's sectioned into 3 different game modes. We had domination, which we had next. Oh, and thank you so much. We only have convoy as the next option. So instead of domination, where it's just one circle for 3 different submaps, we have this apparatus, this vehicle that goes on a linear path, and it's up to one team to push it through 3 separate points, and it's up to an enemy team to defend it and ensure that it can't go all the way to the end. I am so curious to see how this goes. It should be Copper Canyon that gets to choose which map we go to next, but we're just waiting for our players at Copper Canyon to get back to their seats before they choose where they want to go. I don't know, man. There's a lot of options.
Yeah, different maps will definitely change the way the game is played. At the core, you've got 3 different mentalities when it comes to characters that are chosen. Well, first of all, you got the 3 different positions, right? You got the front line, which are your vanguards, tanky, beefy dudes. That's your offensive line. Then you've got your duelists, your damage dealers, and then all the way in the back, your strategists. They're just healers. And when we look at the different maps showing up, we just played domination. Yeah, it's King of the Hill. So the character Magic that I was talking about, she kind of flourishes there because she just got a big old sword, spins around in a circle. And one of the ways that you can deal with Magic is simply spread out. But on a map where you're trying to converge onto a single point, you can't really spread out. So Magic makes a ton of money there. Moving on to Convoy, pushing the payload, very different scenario. One team on offense, one team on defense, and so that all-in, fall-in. We saw the Hulk in Captain America. We saw the Hulk in the Thing. Those are characters that want to press W, move forward, come at you. Well, they're playing defense. It's not really what they're made to do. A lot of people can do a lot of different things with these characters, sure, but that's not what the sticker says. So when you're playing offense versus defense, that'll change things. And then another one, the geometry on the maps itself. Some maps have giant skyscrapers, which means flyers, who are traditionally bigger and slower than characters that sit on the ground, usually susceptible to just shooting out of the sky. Well, if they've got giant buildings to hide behind, all of a sudden a little bit more viable, a little bit stronger, a little bit more able to use their arsenal. So a lot of different options change as we change maps and where we choose to go.
So it sounds like we might be able to see an Iron Man for the next match, right?
I mean, it depends. It absolutely depends. Convoy does have a couple of options available as far as tall, big buildings are concerned, but if we're going to see a flyer, it's probably Storm, is what my brain would say. Outside of Ultron, actually, let me check myself. There are like 4 or 5 flying characters, and most of them are not good. Ultron, on the other hand, that's a character that people really kind of lean on. He's sort of a healer, sort of a dealer, sort of a just nuisance. The weird thing, the USP, unique selling point, of Ultron is that he ain't got no range. From a zillion miles away, he can just easily poke down anybody you're dealing with. So that's why we see a bunch of Ultron, and even in the top levels of play, we see Ultron.
Yeah.
So certainly
I'm
a choice.
happy that you're mentioning that because we started seeing this renaissance of Ultron starting this year where in the recent patch he did get some buffs. His damage amplification has been a big point of interest for a lot of teams at the pro level of play. We saw Gambit banned out in this matchup. He is the #1 banned hero in this game at the top level. Mantis is oftentimes reserved, which allows her to have that flexibility, sort of like Ultron, but on the ground, where you have that damage amplification and heals. But F-Dot, you're completely right, man. Because Ultron can stay in the sky, normally not get targeted as much when teams like to focus on, heroes like Daredevil, you can put your 2 drones on 2 different players within a certain metered radius, and you can just give them a 10% damage amplification. It's going to make your ult go up quicker, and it's going to make them win fights a lot easier.
That's the other side. The ult from the Ultron also got a recent change that's pretty dang big. Before it was this sort of targeted, focused laser, which compared to the other support ults, and support I use lightly, he's a swing character for sure, just wasn't it. Now, he still doesn't have the Fate of Both Worlds, the dance, he still doesn't have the big stop sign red light that are a lot of the traditional support ults, but it's wider, more of a big blast, and can handle, or rather can hit more characters at once. So it is a bigger impact, in my opinion, than it used to be, and all these little things kind of combine to make him just a really strong pick lately.
Well, I'm happy to say that our next match will be Midtown, and this can be a really good starting spot for a lot of attacker-sided Ultrons. So maybe, Genie in the bottle, we could make this a reality? Maybe?
I mean, almost certainly. Yeah, Ultron is a meta selection here. He is... as far as how difficult he is to play, I don't know that he's relatively difficult to play, but he isn't the most played hero. Like, he's somewhere in between. That magic selection, you can't just tell somebody on your team, hey, yo, go play magic. There's a number of different technical combos. You got to weave in melee attacks and base. It's very strange. But when it comes down to Ultron, he's a guy that you can sort of ask somebody to give a shot. Not for the first time, but a little bit less specific, I would say, than some of the other characters that sort of demand a specialist. So Ultron, this map, this matchup, more than likely.
Yeah, it could very well be a possibility. I think we saw Copper Canyon early on Carousel bring out the triple strategist composition. So I could see a reality where if we come back into that before we head over into bans and picks, maybe they could opt to go for an Ultron if they want to remain with 2 steadfast healers, like we saw the Cloak and Dagger, we saw the Loki, we saw the Luna Snow from both sides. We could have a 3rd strategist be Ultron as that flex to allow damage amplification. We're just so Ultron heavy right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's really where the Ultron winds up going in that tertiary role, because while he does provide some healing, I would never really call him a healer. He's a strategist for that reason, similar to the Mantises and the Adam Warlocks of the world, where a little bit of healing, but not enough to be a primary for the most part. So you usually see him tossed out there as a 3rd support character, which winds up doing a ton of damage. Listen, the strong Ultron players are going to put up competitive damage numbers and competitive finals. They are not just there as healing bots and as damage amplification bots. You do need to provide some damage. So when we look at triple strategists, we look at 2-2-2 versus 2-1-3, what we're talking about is the different spread of the 3 classes here. It's very, very important to realize that classes are not fake, but there are a number of heroes that span 2 different sort of columns there, and the game doesn't really tell you that. So we look at the Ultrons, yay, the strategist, but that dude's a damage dealer as well. I expect to see your damage dealer players on that character.
That's what I love about this game, is that with every hero getting released, and if you're not familiar with Marvel Rivals, we get a new one almost every single month now, but they're all unique. They have really interesting properties. No 2 hero is the same, but there are minor overlaps. A good call out here from Copper Canyon to reserve the Namor. Fantastic option given how Liberty High School have been wanting to play very dive heavy. Daredevil, like we saw back on Krakoa, the first map, was going in, engaging a lot of the backline duels, catching Copper Canyon out by surprise. The Namor, having 2 octopus monsters as auto turrets, can keep an eye on someone like Daredevil and at least give some information about when he's going to approach, so it's not a big surprise.
The bigger thing here for me is, no pun intended, but the thing itself. We saw how strong this character could be against that magic and against some of that dive, and so Liberty High School want to protect that. They take that option out and they protect their dive for themselves. And the other one is the Hella. Hella for Butters, Hella for, I mean, not just Butterworks, but for a number of players here, was really strong. And Butterworks says to the team, listen, I can play other stuff. Let's ban it out and see if we can overcome what the opposition has.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. There's plenty of hit scan opportunities now, and Butterworks seems to be going for the Punisher pick. I think that's good to melt down a lot of that early opposition, both attack and defense, for this first point of Midtown. It is an instantaneous fight right outside of spawn. If Butterworks can get a good angle on Punisher's turret, you have yourself a giant shield to work with.
Magic banned. Very fun to kind of see that one happen.
Okay.
I mean, just keep them at bay, right? We've swapped sides, by the way. Liberty now in the red trunks with Copper Canyon over there in the blue trunks. And Copper Canyon was the team that brought out the magic heavy. So Liberty High School waits to the last moment and they ban out the magic. So we're going to have to see a very different approach here from Sueyo. And it's interesting. Characters have overlap. I don't think that, like you mentioned, I don't think that Magic and Winter Soldier have any overlap as far as their approach, as far as their gameplay. But they're the same. The same person plays both of these heroes. You're looking for giant moments. You're looking for the highlight reel. Magic's ultimate just turns her into a giga version of herself, and she just spins around like a Beyblade and takes out 4 players at a time. Whereas Winter Soldier's ultimate resets every time he takes down an opponent. So these are both, hey buddy, look at me type heroes, and Sueyo is that player. That's Mellow Ball, baby. I'm here for it. I love these spotlight players.
And pro teams are going to be looking at players that have a lot of flexibility. You can play Magic, you can play Winter Soldier. That's a lot of coverage in team compositions. I gotta say, Liberty High School not starting off with the Gambit. Very interesting, considering he is the best in the game, I would say. You have a lot of damage amplification, a lot of heals, but the comes back for Danny to work off of the White Fox, maybe get early Kumiho unleashed for the ultimate would be a good way to have a good get-off tool. Jan rocking the Gambit early on, going to show these long-range heals, the long-range damage amps, keeping Liberty High School at bay has been a fantastic starter option.
Gambit is, one, a little bit tough to pilot for sure, and a large win more character. So I think Liberty High School kind of stepped outside, saw if they could do it with the White Fox if they just had that waterfall momentum. Surprise, we don't. Bring out the cards.
There we go. That's going to be huge. And of course, his ultimate, the Raging Royal Flush, is just a go button for any team to just be supercharged en masse. And with how linear and how big Midtown is for point 1, you're going to need to use that ultimate to get as much space as possible.
Can't group up here. That's what makes this Moon Knight so terrifying in this moment. Dum Dum gets 2 final hits for that one, but that's all Moon Knight damage. That is what you got to be careful of. This is not the most potent character, but he punishes proximity, and ain't nobody spreading out.
He sure does, and still having Hand of Khonshu ready to be released right now. Strangling Imprisonment 2, that's going to be Groot's ultimate. You combine those 2 ultimates together, you're looking at a team wipe. So far, very calm, serene, collected. Heartbreaker is out. That's Rogue's ultimate. You suck away the ultimate percentage from enemy players, and you get it into yourself. It's going to work out well early on, though. Zyther is creating so much space for his team. Raging Royal Flush is now out from both players. We see the double from the Gambit. Supercharged everybody that you see across the board. And still, Cherry losing capability of having that Hand of Khonshu. I want to see that Groot and Moon Knight ultimate combo. It's not going to happen, though. Liberty High School, team wipe up against Copper Canyon.
Huge gameplay, earns them the single point. We love to see that one. Refresh on the clock. A $1:30 turns into 4 minutes for the next one. And what's really important is this hallway is not easy, but this is a good place to play defense. So Copper Canyon aren't going to really make it to this hallway just yet, and with the extra push out from Tarnish, pretty much secure it. But through the weeds comes Copper Canyon. Yeah, that's what we call Caster's Curse here, folks. Copper Canyon finds the other avenue, shuts down the opposition, and dig their heels into a good place to play defense.
3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, though, that gets this convoy to that second marker. Things are looking pretty good for Liberty High School. Struggled in the beginning, went back into their spawn, reoriented themselves to a double duelist composition with the Rogue to help clear some space. Keep in mind, though, with the Hulk and Rogue, you don't have shields outside of Hulk's Gamma Shield to work off of. So we're seeing these duelists take more environmental space off angle and allow players to take a bunch of different angles to shut down the enemy team down below. And it's working in spades.
Yeah, just a really rough tank lineup. I see. You've got the Groot and Dum Dum on the not Doctor Strange, the Magneto. You can see where my mind is going. I appreciate the anchor tanks, but there's too many. I do need someone to answer this Hulk who's just jumping the backline every single time. Hulk's not getting a ton of takedowns, but he's getting a ton of attention being dealt to him, and that pretty much can be the same thing. So good staunch defense here for the moment. But a couple of ultimates thrown out, and I use that phrasing intentionally because ain't nothing doing. And the Copper Canyon squad have their heels in the mud.
Yeah, Raging Royal Flush into a hand of Conchu. Fate of Both Worlds canceling it out. Dum Dum's there. Meteor M shuts down so many opportunities. Once again, Swayo falls. Copper Canyon trying to find an answer. They do get somewhat footing right now, capturing back that convoy, denying that second point with 2 minutes on the clock. But as I say that, Liberty High, Raging Royal Flush with the hands of Tarnish the Hulk, and Butterworks are there, getting that second point and making it work so well. Yeah, I mean, you're completely right, F-Dot. We have shields coming out from Dum Dum's side. You have space denial from the hands of this Groot. Have we seen Groot's ult yet?
I don't believe so. And we're not going to see it here either. As the swap over to the damage dealer. Swayo going to go on to the Hulk, which playing dive before, now trying to do it again. Cherry on the Wolverine with the Hulk. That's always funny to watch, but will it be effective is the question.
Yeah, that is a big question that needs to be answered right now. Monster Hulk is out. You can isolate one player and smash them just like they do in the movies, but unfortunately, it's more so just a damage barrier, ensuring that you can create some space. Gamma Shield's out, and Song Inferno, direct shot, and the fire gets another. That's Cherry and Domhog gone. Two critical duelists off of Copper Canyon High, not going to be available for quite a bit longer, forcing a Fate of Both Worlds. Miu's ultimate directly from spawn, and even then, it's a shutdown with Miu falling mid-ultimate. Monster Hulk, a desperation move coming out, needing to be made. Domha maybe an Ensong Inferno in return. I don't know who they're going to aim at, probably directly onto the convoy. I don't see much results from that. Butterworks takes down Cherry, and once again, Liberty High are littering up the KO feeds in their favor. Dum Dum does give a moment of reprieve, but even then, Raging Royal Flush into the Rogue, soon to be a Heartbreaker. Just needs to move this point a few extra meters, and they will confirm all 3 points necessary for their attacking side to be complete. What are they waiting on? What can they do? Not many more meters to go. 3, 2, 1. That's 3.
96 seconds on the clock here for Liberty High School. So if Copper Canyon gets to the end, we'll see 2 minutes and 36 seconds up there. I like that push. Liberty had a good job. It felt like they had some momentum, and it felt like they were the slightly better team as far as offense versus defense is concerned. Things were more in their favor is the phrase I'm searching for. But important to note, it didn't feel like overwhelmingly in their favor. So once we swap positions over here at Copper Canyon and see the blue team on offense, really, it might wind up being the same.
It could be.
Offense on payload, yeah, I'll commit. Offense on payload is easier than defense on payload. Map specific, but here, outside of the first entry point, I believe that to be true. So it's not unheard of to see both teams look like the better squad once they're on offense on convoy maps, for sure.
Oh, Gen Z inside me has to point out that the accuracy for me right now is 6'7".
Very good, buddy.
Thank you. That being said, though, Liberty High are not switching up their composition at all, despite switching sides. No shields necessary. Frankly, might not need it. This is a very oppressive composition, but the double shields up against them could be a moment for Dum Dum and Cherry to help solidify things, but you're pretty much playing for ult build-up here for Copper Canyon.
Cherry will do a good job of denying some of the nonsense out of the Moon Knight. Big shield, no ricochets. However, Tarnished and Zyther can just punch through said shield. So the shield is a good look against one of the characters, but not two of them.
Yeah.
How you're able to kind of position yourself is definitely going to be reflective of this front line.
Yeah, Copper Canyon are expecting a slow start here, and that's by design. You're looking for that ult build-up. Damha already at 60% for Raging Royal Flush. That'll again be the go button to allow more distance to be created. The only duelist that Copper Canyon have at their disposal right now, outside of them having triple strategist and double vanguards, is going to be a singular Wolverine. There's not a lot of damage Copper Canyon has inside their arsenal. We do have, though, Hand of Khonshu set up and ready to go for the hands of Siki. Might be good to open things up, but with Swayo taking down Rogue early on and Raging Royal Flush in return, I'm expecting this Moon Knight ult to come out right away, but he's backing off and giving up a lot of space.
Gotta walk away. Cards have been dealt. Gambit pushing forward. Not a lot of forward-leaning momentum on this Copper Canyon draft, so you've got to find it in the moments. Big damage coming out from one side, turns around and answered by Tarnish, who grabs two for himself, and Butterworks on the back end off of the assist of the ulting, hulking, crazy play. So Liberty High School looks strong on offense, also looks strong on defense. I do want to mention, Keg, that Copper Canyon's composition is supposed to be more of a slow moving forward. It doesn't just dive to the back and siege like we saw Liberty. So
that's right.
This type of performance isn't the worst thing in the world, but we do got to see some movement soon.
Yeah, we were talking about how the composition for Copper Canyon is really by design a slower burn. You're relying off of Raging Royal Flush quite a bit more. You're relying on Jan's ultimate, the Eternal Bond, to find distance. Unfortunately, Dum Dum can't find it this time. Meteor M does not get away with success, and it's going to allow Jan to have that blue carpet of heals to come by. Cherry and Miu and company melting down the entirety of Liberty High School. This is a team that needs to play around their ultimates and always find success. The fact that Jan got away with that Eternal Bond, the fact that we saw Last Stand off of the hands of Swayo, who's going uncontested, really goes to show that this team composition is working.
Absolutely. You know, they can make things happen in the neutral, but this is just very defensive. Shields up, not by way of Invisible Woman, but literal shield tanks. And then Swayo just punishes anybody who dares to dive too deep and surprise two of them with tanks. So Wolverine, a tank buster type character, this is a fun composition that has a lot of meat to it. Liberty High School, though, raw aggression. 6 players up, 6 players down. And nothing really ceremonious about it. No ultimates used, nobody really pressed. Frankly, looked a little clean.
We just see the Raging Royal Flush from Danny used into that engagement, but even then, like, you're really, again, just relying on ultimates to engage in these team fights if you're Copper Canyon. Liberty High School, they have the benefit here of having a lot more damage at their arsenal. Pretty much everybody inside their composition can do a lot of damage. Speak of the devil right there. Hand of Khonshu, good for the double elim early on. Dum Dum has swapped away from the Magneto into the damage dealer for Emma to help mitigate things more. But even then, it's Liberty High in a 1-to-1 fight are always going to take that aggressive advantage. 5 seconds left though. Copper Canyon have to get their point directly, or a presence on the point, or this is going to be Liberty High School taking game 2.
In game number 1, I was looking directly at the Hulk, and in game number 2, I'm still looking directly at the Hulk. Liberty High School doesn't even let Copper Canyon get to the end. It's a 3 above none. And Hulkinator tarnished. Dang.
Woo-wee. Can definitely see a lot of prowess from these players, a strong esports future ahead for all of them. But I gotta say, so far, I'm really enjoying the bigger picture, the overall story of how these teams want to orient themselves, right? We saw two very different philosophies of how to approach attack and defense. One did ultimately end up winning out, but it definitely took a fight to get there.
Incredible one for sure. Taking a look at the numbers, Liberty High School still putting up big ones. 12 and 10 for Siki and Butterworks, the DPS lines respectively here for Liberty High School. Ton of damage out of the Moon Knights, what you should expect. More honest numbers coming out from Butterworks, but again, Tarnished up here. 8 finals above 15. One of the, almost a damage dealer in and of himself, and then quietly Zyther doing 15 above 21-7. Yeah, buddy. Real strong work coming out from Liberty High's front line in specific. Siki just doing the job. Listen, ricochets all day. Love to see it.
Yeah, just, individual prowess was huge. I think Siki and Butterworks really put a lot of the foundation down, and then Tarnish and Zyther came in and helped put the tile on top. Love how each of these team members have been able to play off of each other. I was very concerned at first by seeing Gambit available for both teams. Danny chose to go for the White Fox, but as soon as that first fight happened, he's like, what am I doing, man? I'm going to go back to the Gambit. And 29 KOs, 2 eliminations, and 36 assists. That was a fantastic swap.
Exactly what they... I feel...
Yeah?
Maybe not exactly. I was going to say exactly what they needed, but that just feels like caster filler. It was integral part of what they did here, absolutely. I truly think that the White Fox would have also been exactly what they needed. You know what you know what they needed? They needed Tarnished on the Hulk. That's who did it, baby. It's Tarnished on the Hulk. Listen, I see all the numbers. I'm this excited about the Hulk. The Hulk rarely, okay, listen, the Hulk just doesn't get this sort of spotlight a lot of the time. He is not easily controlled, but can be controlled. He is not easily beat, but can be beat. And there are answers to this character, one of which is the Wolverine on the other side, the other of which is the Emma on the other side. Copper Canyon had some choices to deal with the Hulk, but Hulk just did not care. Hulk just smashed. And there's something really beautiful of Hulk just coming out and doing what he can, because what we saw to the Hulk was tactical. Yeah, he smashed, but he smashed in the right spaces, he smashed in the right places, and he smashed the correct faces. Proper target acquisition, not just going crazy, finding the right people to do for it. I can keep going for like 20 minutes, dude. I have a lot of good things to say about this Hulk because he was fun to watch.
I think one big thing a lot of teams struggle with their Hulk lineup is that a lot of times when you're playing in ranked games, you're not with a full team comp, a Hulk can struggle a lot in finding a lot of selfish value for himself, but just not a lot for the rest of their team. The fact that every engage we saw from Tarnish started off with Gamma Shield, starting up, which is a temporary small bubble that comes around the immediate vicinity of this Hulk when he jumps in, helped a lot of teams get that extra step into a fight and insurance that, we don't have shields. We don't have a Magneto with a giant thingy. We don't have Magneto with a giant thingy in front of themselves. But we do have the Hulk, and we can be just as punchy with him when we have that extra protection.
Yeah, to that first point that you mentioned, when it comes down to the communication and just sort of the rambunctious nature of ranked, when you're looking at the competitive, when you're looking at the coordinated, organized gameplay, that's the biggest thing. You're in the rank queue, and your idiot Hulk player just continues to dive the Punisher over and over again, losing his life half of the time, and even when he does win the fight, who cares? It's just the Punisher. Whereas this Hulk was specifically targeting the healers in the backline, those strategists, bringing them down, finding a little bit of play onto the shield tanks and punching through the shield, because that's what he does. Very, very specific ruckus being brought here by the Green Giant. Just fun to watch and a pivotal, integral part of why this team was able to win. So with 2 in the pocket, the best of 5, we've got one more, maybe, obviously. Unbiased, I'm rooting for more. So I want to see Copper Canyon bring one so we get at least 4 games, but that's just me.
Yeah, I'd be happy to go to all 5. I think both these teams have been very entertaining, very sound to watch. I don't know what to expect going into this, but as we go to a new game mode, it will be convergence. Normally in pro matches, we will see a domination. The losing team gets to choose which match and map they get to play next. But usually you play domination. If you lose it, you want to go to a convoy, try a different mode out. If that doesn't work for you, convergence is your last option. And convergence is a mix of both of those other modes. You start off with a domination point. The attacking team needs to confirm a small claim to the domination point of convergence, get into a convoy, and just send it off to those few last points from there. That can be tough to do if you haven't won a domination match or a convoy match. You're really not coming into this with any advantages.
I just like convergence because they ask for two different disciplines. Domination and payload are two very different games, frankly.
Yeah.
Domination, King of the Hill, you're brawling, you're close range, map dependent, absolutely. I'm looking at you, Clintar. And there are definitely like a lot of different things that you're thinking about when it comes to domination. Whereas when you jump onto the convoy maps, they are a little bit more cut and dry, if you will. Offense, defense, you've got a little bit more front to back gameplay than you might anticipate elsewhere. And then when it comes to convergence, well, y'all got to do both. You like spicy or sweet? We eating hot teriyaki here on convergence modes. Yeah, I'm pretty hungry. But so like that's exactly what you're looking at is the idea of, all right, round one or like round minus one, you got to own the point. You got to defend the point. Characters like Penny Parker are attractive map dependent. Characters like 4-player dive are attractive when you're trying to own the point. But then when you get the point, you're on offense, you play quad dive, you get the point, you get the convoy, quad dive becomes less attractive. Now you need to play a little bit more front to back. You need a little bit more tank up front with a big shield. You call the Vanguard homie, and you say swap things up. So the differences in discipline that Convergence asks for out of our teams, I think is a lot of fun to watch, especially at the club level, especially at the collegiate level, especially at the scholastic level. We've got a whole lot of different variables going on. Earlier today, game number 1, we saw teams swap their support players onto their duelist line and their duelist players onto their support line. So we know these teams are flexible. Let's get it.
That's right. Players have gone away for a huddle. They are back now, and we are just about ready to get into what could very well be our final match of the day for the finals here of Marvel Rivals at Play Versus for the high school championship. But if this is any chance now, Copper Canyon could try to take it back here. I hope we go to all 5 maps.
Oh, yeah. Always rooting for bonus rivals. That's what I want to see. At the moment, Liberty has the ball. Now,
they do.
Copper Canyon has had some moments that definitely make me believe in them. I think there's a very real possibility that we make it to 4. I think it really requires Copper Canyon to dig deep and bop hard. I want to see some kind of reserve strategies, maybe even protect the Magic, which sounds insane, but Swale looked that good on it. That was really impressive watching the Magic play come out. That is a character that we ask for specialists on, and when you have the specialists, sometimes it's good enough. So I'm interested to see if we get a Magic Protect. It's a little crazy to ask for, Keg, I understand, but mini metas are forged in these BO5s, and this is where you start to see some of the stranger picks and bans just because you got to make it work.
Yeah, I think my big criticism from Copper Canyon, and again, it's no fault of individual players, I think the composition from Midtown was just not very damage heavy. And again, sometimes that could work. Oftentimes on defense for Convoy, you will see teams even opt to not use a duelist, period. Maybe not so much often on Midtown. Sometimes for the first point we'll see that, but on other Convoy maps like Museum of Contemplation, you'll see teams rock 3 Vanguards and 3 Strategists, and that can find a lot of value in the process. But as we head over to a Convergence, we don't see that nearly as much. So my highlight here for Copper Canyon as we get into bans shortly will be I want to see more aggressive duelists coming out, because we know Copper Canyon can do it FDI, but we didn't really get to see that outside of Sweo on the Wolverine for the last match.
Yeah, and like I said, that goes directly into what I was bringing up with the Magic. Now, who can you put in tandem with Sueyo. It's got to be one of the tanks. You know, I don't mind seeing the Hulk jump to the back line with the diving, whoever it may be. And also the Daredevil earned some cash earlier on as well. Important picks and bans. Liberty was able to take the Daredevil out of the conversation as well as the Magic, so protect at least one of them. I think dive is definitely where Copper Canyon feels a little bit more comfortable, which to their benefit, that's where our meta lies right now, if you are so inclined to be curious. The best teams in the world right now seem to believe that dive is the stronger of the handful of strategies, big picture that we have here. So if Copper Canyon fancies themselves a dive team in what we call a dive meta, well, everything coming up Millhouse, that's what you want to be at. But unfortunately, their opposition banning them out. So got to change things up in the draft.
Yep, and we should be going into our next matchup momentarily. We're just getting everyone's gear set up and ready to go. Maybe a monitor was off. Not entirely sure, but ooh, I want an energy drink.
I was looking at the hair. Shout out that guy's hair.
Yeah, very, very up-mine coated. Let's see, though. Just waiting for our next matchup again. Convergence, I don't know if we know which convergence map we're going to. I'm looking to see from our notes. It seems like not yet. We're still waiting on the map pick, unfortunately. It's tough with convergence because each of them do play somewhat differently. You highlighted Clintar. That's going to be the Venom style map. I don't believe, or is that in this pool? It is, but all of them do play very differently in terms of the map environment. You're looking at maybe Shin Shibuya, Tokyo 99, very wide open compared to, say, Eternal Night, which is going to be Central
That's my
Park.
favorite map to say.
Shin Shibuya?
Shin Shibuya.
Yeah, me too. I'll be honest with you, and maybe, you know, this is my geography class coming in. I didn't know Shin Shibuya was a real place until recently.
Really? Come on, man.
Look, I was too busy playing Marvel Rivals to know.
Come on, man.
You know what? I knew Central Park was a real place. I've been there.
Good.
It looks like that.
It looks exactly like that, to be honest with you. I'm from New York, so I can bring that one home. Absolutely.
Oh, I miss New York so much. Seems like we have maybe a tech issue
Squirrel
going
Girl
on.
actually lives there. Did you know that?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you met her?
Yeah, we're good friends, actually.
Oh, I knew it. Yeah. She lives in which tree was it?
Oh, I can't dox her. Come on now. That's
Oh,
not nice.
come on now. I guess so, but you know, was curious. I'm curious to see what's going on here. I think it's a tech issue from the looks of it.
We've got a couple of we've got a sub coming out on at least one of the squads, so that's what I'm looking at over here. Another confirm the subs are happening. I can't confirm who's getting swapped out just yet.
One sub.
So we will see where they wind up going. But this is what I like to see. Heavy is the strategy coming out. We've got the big X's and O's book on the laptop. And a little bit of notes being taken on the phone here. And this is really the important part about Scholastic Esports for me is that, you know, I grew up playing football, but also Counter-Strike, right? Like this was definitely a world where you learn valuable lessons. I'm going to sit here and say till the cows come home how important it is to play sports. And for a lot of my life, listen, I'm a turbo nerd. Always have been. Always will be. For a lot of my life, my friends who were hanging out at the comic shop and playing Magic cards didn't always necessarily get it. But as a result of me playing on a team, I truly believe that my coach and the experience that I had playing traditional sports and esports made me a better teammate, a better person in the workplace, a better man, a better individual. You have to have humility. You got to be like, listen, I'm not shooting well. where's my other duelist? You got to be like, hey, I need help, and know how to ask for it. You've got to be able to collaborate with your squad, and these are all things you're going to be asked to do in college and beyond. And so not everybody is made up for traditional sports, whether it's just a lack of interest or otherwise. But the lessons that you learn here are super important. Whether you're strategizing about a frontline Vanguard situation, you're strategizing about your group project towards the end of the season or semester rather, or you're strategizing about workplace synergy and how to maximize shareholder value at the real adult level. These are all lessons that you can take from something as seemingly silly as Marvel Rivals and inject into your experience as a real human being. So when it comes down to our esports state championships and what we got going on here at the scholastic level, it just really makes me excited to see people bring out the X's and O's, dive deep into the strategy, and really embrace the teamwork attitude of these games, because this is not ranked. This is coordinated competitive play, and you got to be a good teammate if you want to succeed here on or off the server.
So what I'm hearing is that to improve shareholder value, you should play Moon Knight.
Yeah, absolutely. Big ricochets, baby.
Okay. Ricochet, the stock market going up. I don't know anything about shareholders or making money.
We know you're an actor.
Yeah. Not wrong there. Not wrong there. It's okay, though. All these kids
Friendly fire! I'm too an actor,
lordy.
So. He's actually more of a successful actor than I am, so just letting everybody know
It's
this.
not
We
our
don't think we hate each other.
That's okay. We're pretending we hate each other, but I love FDA. My best friend in the whole wide world. But you know what? Do have something nice to say. Map is going to be Hall of the Dahlia. We're heading on over here. This is going to be one of the most complicated convergence maps, I would think, because there is some environmental damage that you can initiate and take, but just overall, the approach for attacking teams to get to that domination point to start things off is not a linear path. There's 3 different ways, really 4 different ways you can get to that central point, and it's very difficult to not spread yourself thin and very difficult to hold down the line for the defense on that initial main point.
Definitely can be a little bit tough. Number of different spaces for squads to sort of get stuck in the mud. You know, when you come through garage and everybody's just holding hands and Moon Knight makes that shareholder value. You walk up main and, I don't know, anybody really takes advantage and gets that shareholder value. Well, we see a lot of teams, and I'm just talking into the ether right now, but once we get into map, we'll kind of illustrate it a little bit more. Teams like to go kind of stick together, run up the side, and then make money that way. So we'll see if the defense is able to kind of keep them at bay, or if the different approaches from the offense is really where they decide to go.
We did have one PC crash. Think it might be online now. We're just booting up the game, and we'll be ready to go shortly. Increasing the shareholder value of these PCs, too. What is that controller? Do you see that controller in the camera? The white one with the black handle? I don't know if the players can even hear us, but...
Honestly, it looks like a drone controller.
Really? I was thinking a Switch controller.
Oh, like a pro, yeah, no way. That would be wild.
No, there's no shot.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah, I think it's just I think it's an Elite controller, which is absolutely an option. We know some of our top players, top competitors in the world actually are on controller, which makes this a little bit of a unique game. We've got some other games in the esports sphere that do feature controller players, but usually for well, straight up auto aim reasons. Not the case here in Marvel Run. Couldn't find a euphemism for it. Yeah, use roller on Apex. But here, really it's just about comfort. Do you prefer using your mouse and keyboard? Do you prefer using your controller? And that's really something when it comes down to input systems, if I, have a chance to detour a little bit. Really
I think you have time.
2026 really is just individual prowess. I've worked on a number of mobile games, and there are players out there that are better at first-person shooters on a touch screen using 8 fingers than me and Keg would be with cheats on our preferred input system.
You ever see those little babies playing those tap games because they grew up with iPads from the womb? Dude, I don't know how they do it, man.
No, I mean, I'm telling you, I've done some first-person shooters on mobile, and yeah, you're looking at these 15-year-old kids, and I've played first-person shooters on mouse and keyboard for 26
Double their
years. Yeah, literally, actually. And then I'm watching them, and I'm like, dude, I think you would beat me, and you have a iPhone. What's happening here? And like, really, it just comes down to comfort. So when you're looking at Marvel Rivals, where I would go far to say that a controller is generally less specifically precise than mouse and keyboard, for example, if you're not playing those Hela and Phoenixes, which are, hit scan is a small part of the cast. We've seen a lot of Vanguard players lean on the controller and even prefer it because the way the sticks move just feel more natural. So when you're sitting here in a high school and you're, 14 to 18, you have been born into a world of multiple different inputs. You can play M&K, you can play controller. There are... Bring a Wacom tablet like OSU players. You absolutely could. Nobody would look at you. I would look at you crazy, but then you would outperform, and I would just give you a high five. So really what it comes down to is, what are you comfortable with? Which makes me feel I like that, because, again, that's traditional sports. Pick your tool. Whether you succeed or not is up to you.
It's also worth noting, too, that we're extremely old. We're 1,000 years old. And so we didn't have these opportunities for big arenas, big things like these for high schools or even for a lot of colleges growing up. And so the fact now that they're sprouting up all over the United States and beyond, we have Canada as well. I work with a lot of schools for esports in California, and middle schools, high schools, colleges, so many of these kinds of arenas are sprouting up and is giving opportunities to kids that they normally wouldn't have had 10 or 5 years ago. The fact now that they can really truly shine, find friend groups, find people that they have commonalities with, and really harness that competitive edge that they've grown to love is a big difference maker and can give them a lot of stable tools for their future lives.
Yeah, I mean, before I was on my soapbox talking about how important the lessons we learn from playing organized sports are. And beyond that, the opportunities. There are real universities that give real scholarships for esports. You can absolutely find them. You've got universities like Northwood and such, but you also have universities like LSU or Alabama. Really strong historical universities that do offer opportunities like this. And once you get into the real world and you start exploring workplace opportunities, and just like traditional sports on your resume, you play and you win a national championship at your college of choice, all of a sudden you're in a very real world of very real rewards. So a lot of fun to be jumping into, and definitely a very important part of your scholastic endeavor.
All right, it seems like it's going to be a few extra moments before we get into things. We're going to go to a small break, but don't go anywhere. Game 3 of our grand finals for Marvel Rivals. We'll be back soon.
We are back here at West Oahu, major event that is known as the Hawaii Esports Invitational. There's still plenty of action here as we go round robin with 6 teams inside of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Clutchkey alongside with Henry here for your entire weekend as we get set to play for the surfboard, the trophy, unlike any other here at AIA.
One could be Michigan State, bringing us to 5.
Michigan
Is that
State,
one going to land?
Ooh, almost had it. Needed to get it through the pocket, doesn't do so. Boise State will have a response now. Woozy on the 1-on-3. Can you get it through? No. Good tip. Gets it back up. Good bump on Michigan State as well. Oh no. Preston's have a chance. Here comes Preston. Preston looking for his
double tap.
Dumps it in. Here in overtime, it's an infinite clock till we have a winner. Somebody needs to blink. It's a staring contest. Nobody blinking. Everyone on the edge. Wide open.
It's open.
Sick Bears. Baylor takes the victory and a new school. Yes, there he is, Mr. Zippy's himself right there. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much. Zippy's our presenting sponsor, 3rd year in a row. Of course, big thanks to GG Circuits, Prodigy Chain, as well as Southwest Airlines. Thank you very much to all of the sponsors here for AIA. They come out of the tunnel, they come out of the soundstage champions of HCI. The Baylor Bears do. Trophy ceremony on the other side, but let's check in on the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Room.
Man's aggressive.
That's cool. But it's not the. It wasn't the inner hitbox, so. Classic. Air check.
So Michigan State will go away with a surfboard for the 3rd year in a row, mind you. So they are 3 for 3 in number of surfboards.
Today is a huge day, not just because it's a state championship, because it's the first one ever for Kansas. So we'd love to bring home a state title for the first time ever.
I've seen students absolutely come alive in this environment. These are students that I feel are not represented within school very much, and this is a place for them to call home. They get to come in every single day in a very competitive atmosphere and just continue to do what they love and get better and better and better at it, and hopefully earn some kind of a scholarship to go to school for it. It's really, really important.
This program got started at Andover High School specifically because students wanted it to happen. There was an esports club without an official sponsor for the first year. They just did their thing and found colleges to compete that were already doing esports. They went out and did that and got publicly recognized. And then the year later, I heard about that and was like, let's do this, let's make it official. So I sponsored that for 5 years, and then Keisha picked it up this year, making us an official activity, and it's just blown up since then.
So the Activities Association in Kansas sanctioned esports because we recognized an activity that was gaining popularity from a grassroots approach, and we saw kids were interested in it. The number one thing that we have to remember is if kids are interested in something, we have to be plugged in and give them opportunities in the school, because when we know kids are plugged in school, they become better students.
Grand finals are on for the Play versus High School Championship. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by F. once again. It is a 2-0 right now for Liberty versus Copper Canyon. Is this the time to take it back and bring ourselves to maybe a Game 4, F.
Hopefully. You know, not that I'm necessarily rooting for Copper Canyon. More Marvel rivals. I mean, we got some good games out here. The last one was a little lopsided, if I'm brutally honest, but the first one wasn't. We got 3 separate rounds, back and forth as far as the sub-maps were concerned themselves, and there was a lot to it. I think a lot of what made the lopsidedness of map number 2 was the picks and bans. We saw some of the strong choices that Copper Canyon leaned on to make map number 1 very close, taken away by Liberty High School. So if I'm Copper Canyon, I'm definitely looking a little more intently at these P's and B's and trying to enable myself.
Yep, that enablement's going to be very important, my friend. We'll have to wait and see how this plays out. Gambit was allowed in that last matchup. Liberty High are saying, you know what? We're not going to make that a possibility. Maybe we don't need that Gambit. We won the first map without it, and we still won the second one too, but now we're going to make sure that you don't have that go button hero anymore to work with.
Certainly a big change as far as the big overall map is concerned. The Namor save here supposed to deter some dive. Liberty doesn't care. Daredevil locked in, pretty much going to be locked in as well, not just the protect. And the Thing ban after the fact further protects it. Thing makes sure people can't dash. A lot of the dive characters rely on their dash. That's it. That's the whole bit.
Yeah, thinking back at it now, Copper Canyon also locked in the reserve onto the Namor back on Midtown. We never saw it. So hopefully, as a contingency plan, it's still there, don't get me wrong, but I would really like to see the Namor just brought out and actually used this time around, that could be so beneficial for someone like Siki, who's already opting to want to maybe go in for that Daredevil.
Also, the Hella Protect here is going to be strong as well. Earlier we saw the Hell ban, but Hella and Namor have an important team up, which gives Namor an extra button, which provides some anti-heal, so just an extra button, pretty much. More damage. Namor doesn't even necessarily need it, but Hell is also very complementary to the Namor character, whether it's dive or not. So I like that this is preserved here. Copper Canyon not even locking it in just yet. We're going to see some lean on the ricochet of the Moon Knight off the rip, but there is some Namor. So likely Cherry going to play, like I said, the Moon Knight off rip, and then swap over to the Hella later on, should we need it. We'll see how it all cookie crumbles.
Liberty High School are egregiously dive heavy going into this next matchup. You have the triple team up here with the Jeff, the Vanpool, the Vanguard Deadpool, and the Venom. You get yourself a lot of shield capabilities, extra heals as well. This is, oh no. Zyther's gonna go for it. This is so cheeky. Did they not patch this? You can go for the mines across the map, and at a certain angle, they will land in Copper Canyon's spawn room and get a KO before the round starts.
There's that TikTok stuff right here.
Apparently they tried it in the semifinals too. It happened to me once, and I was like, what is happening? Right when it was first discovered. It doesn't seem like it worked out.
3, 2, 1.
Wait for it.
You have to stop them from securing.
No, it would have already happened.
Yeah.
The Phoenix chose me for a reason.
Like, it's the only time in this game you will get a KO before the round even starts, like before you even leave the spawn room.
So these are the three different ways of ingress that we were talking about. You've got Garage to the right, the main channel, which is obviously the main channel, and then here's the left-hand side, the internal kind of walkthrough. Everybody's grouped up, so the Moon Knight could punish this, but not if we get out first, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen here for Liberty High School.
Great work overall from Liberty High. Again, utilizing the environment, playing for off angles early on. Siki and Butterwork doing a fantastic job dividing things out and racking up that damage early on. Meltdown once more. And we talked about the domination point of convergence. 3 ticks needed to get that into a convoy. That's 2 out of 3 done. Miyu does alleviate things a bunch, but not enough to get back onto the point. Now we're in convoy territory. Oh, hello.
Little pause here. We'll figure this one out, but yeah, Liberty did a great job of kind of jumping into this one. As far as their approach is concerned, the internal, that's what you see out of the top teams for the most part. A lot of teams like to lean on that inside path. Garage can be a little bit stuck, and then main can be a little bit open. So, well, Goldilocks, right?
Yeah. Yeah, luckily no bears available right now, but even then we see a very great way of performing and getting that upper elevation to confirm the convergence point. Seems like one player was lagging before we got into before we went to our pretty faces again. So hopefully we can get that resolved. I maybe that'll just be a restart. I don't think we're going to be restarting the whole match. Maybe we'll have to wait and see. With oh, it's the same PC having FPS issues, the one that was crashing earlier. So hopefully we figure that out in due time.
We'll certainly see where it lands. Liberty High School having a good start off the top this one. Looking at the picks and bans, I think they're probably a little comfortable with how the picks and bans kind of let out. CC High, on the other hand, got to find something of their own. Magic is available. And for Sueyo, that was a big key on this team, playing the Magic. So if we want to see some of that magic happen, I think that's really where we go. We go some close range, dive type heroes. We enable that character as well. We surround it with choices that will make it do well. Magneto, I think, does well with magic, not just per the lore, but that's a character who gets in there, you give her a bubble, and all of a sudden, a lot of the tools that might have been anti-magic don't work. Because you got a bubble. True. So I think there's a number of ways you can enable that magic selection and make it show up here for our high school teams.
I did like the Daredevil Phoenix combo that we saw from Liberty before we went to our small little break here. I think that just covers all the bases really necessary. even though we've seen Namor be a great anti-flank for someone that can shut down a Daredevil, when you can overwhelm the Monstros or the Octopi that come out that can shut down those brawlers, it is such, it's the main tool of Namor is off the table. But we are going to be going to a small break while we get things figured out with this last PC. Don't go anywhere. We still got more Play Versus coming up, and we'll be right back.
I've seen students absolutely come alive in this environment. And these are students that I feel are not represented within school very much, and this is a place for them to call home. They get to come in every single day in a very competitive atmosphere and just continue to do what they love and get better and better and better at it, and hopefully earn some kind of a scholarship to go to school for it. It's really, really important.
This program got started at Andover High School specifically because students wanted it to happen. There was an esports club without an official sponsor for the first year. They just did their thing and found colleges to compete that were already doing esports. They went out and did that and got publicly recognized. And then the year later, I heard about that and was like, let's do this, let's make it official. So I sponsored that for 5 years, and then Keisha picked it up this year, making us an official activity, and it's just blown up since then.
So the Activities Association in Kansas sanctioned esports because we recognized an activity that was gaining popularity from a grassroots approach, and we saw kids were interested in it. The number one thing that we have to remember is if kids are interested in something, we have to be plugged in and give them opportunities in the school, because when we know kids are plugged in school, they become better students.
Students, parents, faculty, gamers, welcome to the Play versus Upgrade Arena featuring Marvel Rivals. We have the best high schools in America, guys, joining us.
The 4 teams you're going to be witnessing today in front of your eyeballs.
Yes, we have our regional finals of the East and the West.
Let's talk quickly about the pricing as well. Our pricing here is distributed for schools and their esports programs. It's given over by our partners. And this is really good for so many of our schools and their programs to make sure that their athletes can perform at the highest level.
We are ready to start our first semifinal between Fury Royal and...
Did you miss us? Because we are back and the action has not stopped. Well, maybe it did for a little bit, but we are back and no more PC issues, hopefully. And we're going straight back into things. Convoy was confirmed, my friend, and 5 minutes on the clock. Liberty High have plenty of time to get the P2.
Substitution in here. Slayo out. A different player on board, and right now Liberty High School certainly feeling strong. Tarnish pops the ultimate just for more space, because there is a ton of it. Copper Canyon unable to really make anything stop here. Jan throws up the invisible barrier and works for a moment, but I think we're going to hit the gas very quickly once Jeff is back.
Jeff is going to be such a great asset here. It's Jeff, the ultimate now, will convert the entirety of this convoy, has a chance now to eliminate Copper Canyon's aggressive lead that they're taking back now, taking the convoy in their control, but having to play together. Feast of the Abyss and Song Inferno, even letting the Devil out 92%. Siki, a lot of options here for Liberty High to maybe use all these ultimates at once and take enough of a lead to bring the P2 and get that timer up even more.
Certainly something you got to be thinking about is a couple of different avenues. You know, you talked about Siki, but who else can really provide the entryway? And that's going to be Zyther. This jump to the back line from the Venom player should definitely be fruitful. 3 players knocked up. Ultimate's going to chow down, but he's going to go down as well. So an important trade here as 2 blue takedowns on the kill feed. Looks good, and making a 3rd and a 4th. So Liberty High School stopped for the first time, it seems like, all night.
Yeah, it's a very scary moment for Liberty High School, even though if the timer's looking healthy for their attack. Losing out on Daredevil's ultimate, you lost out on Feast of the Abyss from the Venom. Not really the price you want to pay, considering only Fate of Both Worlds was used from Miyu's side. We do see double Legends hero swaps, though, so it's not going to be the end of the world, considering those ults were null and void. Siki goes back over to the Hela, and we do see Zyther now onto the Emma for forwards aggression. Dive not working out nearly as well now that we're not on domination anymore. Instead, it's going to be just taking down the frontwards line as much as possible. Triple ults are out. Cherry soon to follow with the Horn of Proteus. I'm sure momentarily there it is. Goddess of Death, Heartbreakers out. So much from Copper Canyon, learning from Liberty High School in the last 2 matchups to take what they've learned and apply against Liberty High. They've been doing a great job holding this choke.
Yeah, such an important play here from Copper Canyon as Liberty High has just been pretty much lights out. They're on match point, so if they win this one, that's all she wrote. Danny does have a support ultimate available that will be integral in this next matchup, and Zyther will have the Emma as well. The Psionic Seduction will come into play, and this is a great quarter for it. So Liberty High School didn't have the tools last time with the Venom. Now with the Emma Snow, certainly will. And in position for it, there's the Q.
All right, there we go. Psionic Seduction for the hands of the Emma now. Zyther finding a lot of value in the back line. Heals out just at the last second. I looked. Zyther was at 5 HP before a litany of heals came and saved the day. Danny still hasn't brought out Invisible Boundary. Not needed just yet. You want that directly on top of the convoy to ensure that you can gain some extra space. But once again, big struggle. Siki's forced to swap back away from the Hela, goes to the Phoenix. Butterworks now onto the Hela. Hopefully now this is the change necessary.
Double hit scan from a distance. Liberty High looking to make the push here. Danny has the ultimate, like you mentioned. I would have liked to see it used last time around in tandem with Zyther's, but, well, it didn't happen. So now this time around, it should. There's going to be the ultimate coming out from the Agamotto. Big control, and Danny negates it.
Agamotto's out, Invisible Boundary on top, not once but twice over. Miyu does have Fate of Both Worlds, but you do not want to stack strategist ultimates on top of each other. You need to spread it out as far and wide as possible. Miyu is still holding on to this ultimate, but it's working out well. Invisible Boundary's gone, and Song Inferno could be ready to go. Both of these Lunas holding on to their ultimates, waiting to see who will proc it first and have the chance for that extra second of endurance by being the second one to bring it out. Miyu's gonna get hit down to half HP. Double Goddess of Death could be huge here. Cherry up and above, Horn of Proteus looking to aim down into the back line, gets shot off of his position. I don't know if he's gonna be able to proc it the way he wants it to. He's forced to back off.
Not able to find that angle. Very important for Liberty to deal with it. And now this is the play I expected last time around. A full push around and pretty much a full wipe here. Confirmed full wipe as Rogue falls to the wayside as well. So that was the Psionic Seduction I was waiting for. Liberty High pushes there. Running a little bit out of time. The portal's going to stop him and send us to overtime right in front of the checkpoint.
Instant Goddess of Death, and this was the go button necessary. Goddess of Death on both sides, Song Inferno, Fate of Both Worlds, not once but twice over, and the Horn of Proteus confirmed to KO before the fight had even begun. So much of it all brought out at once. Miyu's Fate of Both Worlds does last to the last second, and Jen, fantastic job holding on to this Invisible Boundary, confirming that Liberty High on their attacking side for Convergence only gets 1 point. I cannot stress enough how great of a defense that was from Copper Canyon. They held that one choke point for nearly 5 minutes straight.
Very strong performance here by Copper Canyon. A couple of different approaches taken by Liberty High as well. And if This was the approach that worked. And if they had gotten here maybe 30 seconds earlier, we might see the checkpoint confirmed, the second point pushed, and might see a very different game. But, you know, ifs and buts, horses and beggars, right? So looking at Copper Canyon this time around, I'm not sure if this one is a full-out sweep. Copper Canyon looks strong. And also, we all know the idiom. Sports is a ton percentage mental. Well, Copper Canyon might have felt kind of some type of way after game 1, after game 2. Here in game 3, round 1, I'm feeling good. So all of a sudden, a shake of the Etch-a-Sketch, some quarterback mentality, and we're right back in it.
One of those mines detonated. It didn't confirm into a KO, but wow. All right, man. Had it been a KO, that could have been a difference maker. I think that's tourney legal even in Ignite, the Pro League.
Yep.
Someday we'll see it happen, but early on though, what we've noticed from Copper Canyon is that this is a team that does struggle up against dive, regardless if it's attack or defense. Liberty High, not as dive heavy as I was expecting for their defense, and granted, that might be for the best. We're running a triple Vanguard lineup, so very beefy, only 2 strategists. I prefer this a lot of the times over triple, where you would have 3 strategists instead. You're funneling these 2 to get their ult extremely quickly. Butterworks, unfortunately, not long for this world, will be the sole duelist. They fall, but look how quick already Danny is to getting invisible boundary before they fall. It's unlucky that they weren't able to do so.
Yeah, a very important deal here is Copper Canyon just get onto the point very quickly. Honestly, this might be enough time to portal, but choices were made. Seeky's not going to portal. They're going to play the Spider-Man and try to touch and allow the teammate to portal, but everybody needs to be able to turn into a Doctor Strange and portal on out, because that's not the case here. So
I will say, Seeky did touch for a second, lost the 1v1 Damha, and had it been like an extra half second, that portal would have come through and that plan would have worked.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. But Seeky's going to swap over to the Moon Knight instead, and just because of, again, how large this choke is, Cherry's been opting for the Namor to get that Horn of Proteus into the back line. Seeky's going to attempt to do the same with a little bit more mobility onto the hand of Khonshu once it's ready to go, but the invisible boundary will come first from both sides. A Venn diagram of doom, if you will, with Damha coming close now to getting that Goddess of Death. As soon as we see both those ults go to the wayside, Seeky's going to have to be, again, the go button to unleash these ults once everyone's grouped back up. But so far, Liberty High is doing a great job holding everyone at bay.
This is the same choke point the Copper Canyon kept Liberty at bay here for. An important one. That corner can be pretty tough to wrap offensively around a number of high points of moment, you can go tall, and it's tough to really deal with from different areas of ingress. Top right, top left, way top left, even just straight up and down. So Copper Canyon trying to push into Liberty High School. Here's Dum Dum looking for the group stun, won't find it, and put down to 50.
There we go, plenty of ultimates once again. It's a flurry of colors, and yet through it all, these players know how to manage and navigate their way through the chaos. Banhammer is out, great for the backline, shutting down a potential strategist, and that will be Jan, affected by the Deadpool ultimate and taken down in the fray. 3.5 minutes on the clock, but if it's anything like when the sides were swapped, Copper Canyon held for nearly 5 minutes on this defense. Liberty High on track to do the same.
Love the Emma swap here for Zyther. Did it on offense, now doing it on defense. This is, I mentioned before, there are different things that influence the way that you play. The number one thing that we look at is generally counter matchups. If you're a flyer, watch out for hit scan. If you're a diver, watch out for turrets. Well, geometry is also one of them. It is a long hallway. Zyther's Psionic Seduction just captures people here. It's so powerful.
There it is, Horn of Proteus early on for the back line. That's an invisible boundary directly on top. As soon as they saw that marker on the ground, Hand of Conchu from the back, unfortunately not finding any KOs either, but does allow Tarnish to absolutely pop off. Double KO in his favor. Butterworks waiting for all those strategist ults to fall before Ensong Inferno gets brought to the fray. Dum Dum forced to back off, cannot take this 1v6.
Not going to be able to find that giant. We've seen him try it a number of times here. Jump to the back line, get a big stun. It worked out before. Not working out anymore. Liberty's got throw diff here. That's just finding the stun by way of the Luna. A lot of different options for Liberty to deal with Copper Canyon. On the offensive, Rogue hits go, and Dum Dum finds a couple as well. That might be the play that brings it home, Keg.
Wow, wonderful work from Copper Canyon. We'll have to see an immediate portal come under. That's Butterworks swapping to the Strange. 2 minutes on the clock. Things are looking very confident for Copper High. They don't have to go all the way to 3. They just have to get to that yellow marker with 1 meter left, and it just comes out a little too late. Copper Canyon making not so much of a flawless sweep. We see the swaps over, and now we get to go ourselves to game number 4.
Incredible performance here from Copper Canyon, and so glad that it happened too. Extending the series as we needed to. I didn't want to leave here after a 3-0 sweep, so give me the business. 1 for Copper Canyon, and this was off of strong strategy as well. Zyther's swap over to the Emma was good, but not great enough to do the heavy lifting. Take a look at the damage. Damha here, 11 over 24 total, 24,000 total damage. Kind of the numbers that you were a little bit happier to see.
Oh, absolutely. Those numbers are very, very nice. Very, very healthy overall. I'm curious to see, because Liberty High School had a really good composition. They had the triple Vanguards coming through, but almost similar to how Copper Canyon struggled in the first few games, they weren't able to get consistent damage. And I think the opportunities to work around the environment from Copper Canyon were incredibly sound.
It's exactly what you're looking for. Find these cohesive strategies that are able to really bring everything together. We saw a couple of different approaches on offense and on defense. Dum Dum, though, switching things up, playing really, really well here on the Doctor Strange. Strong performance, really. There's not much analysis for me to do here about Dum Dum's performance, about the rest of them for sure, and we can dive deep. But when it comes to Dum Dum, I mean, homie just did it better than the opponent. Very, very fun.
Yeah, incredibly nice to see. Copper Canyon loved what we're seeing coming out from them now. They did have some swaps. We said Swayo get swapped out for Razanax. Razanax, again, first appearance of him in this Grand Final series. Was really impressed with his rogue overall. We didn't mention him a whole lot, but he was there. He was in the fray, and he did such a great job bouncing off the rest of his teammates, ensuring that, most importantly, the strategic lineup could stay afloat.
You know, it's funny. You're 100% right. He was there, but rogue players know that's what you need to do as a rogue. It almost sounds like a slight, but when you know the game really well, rogue presence is so important. She's got a number of PBA point blank area of effect abilities. Those PBA wees just emanating from her. She walks at you and you have to walk away. So rogue was there is some of the biggest credit you can give to a rogue player. The presence created space by itself. Because if you don't walk away, you're getting kick flipped into the sky, you're getting pulled in by the yellow nonsense, and then you're getting your life force sucked out of you once she hits the ultimate as well. So rogue presence, absolutely huge, and honestly, not where I was going to go. So I'm really glad that you brought that up, because the front line playing back and forth and just one boy, two boy, very, very important. This is a team game, and you need both main tank and off tank doing the work.
We saw a lot of those duelist swaps coming out, though, from Liberty's side. Just the duality between Siki and Butterworks, trying to find something that could work, and settling towards the end with the Moon Knight Hela combo, I think would have been a winning factor had it come out sooner. But again, it just takes time for adaptability, especially when you're facing up against a new player on your enemy team. Changes up the dynamic of everybody in the server completely. And so as we head over to Hydra Charter Space for domination, we started off here, I believe. No, we started off on Krakoa. So this is our first time on this domination matchup. I'm very curious to see how it plays out because, unlike Krakoa, some of these points are completely different from the others.
A lot of tight choke points here. If you do remember, game number
do my
one,
best to.
dive heavy. I know you do. I'm talking to the fans at home.
Oh.
Keg remembers everything. He actually has a photographic memory.
Yeah, maybe of like a Nokia phone. I don't see that good.
Sometimes I just like to say absurd things and see if Keg will yes end me. That's just what
I have to. It's a chronic need. It's an addiction to improv.
I have so much fun here. Map number 4, really, really all about dive. I think a lot of these sub-maps, the dive characters wind up being really effective, really attractive. Magic and Daredevil, both of those two things for sure. And the P's and B's are really going to dictate how we approach these games. Because as I said, map number 1, ton of dive. CC High did not win, but the Magic brought us to a third sub-map, letting us look really, really strong. So much so that we got a Magic ban in game number 2. The Daredevil is omnipresent on these lineups, and even with the Namor hanging out, we get to see some of the options. I'm expecting dive, baby, dive.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, I think Liberty have found the winning maneuver. They've been diving quite a bit up until Convergence. Even their initial Convergence point was dive, and that was the most confident we saw them in that whole matchup.
Yeah.
Frankly, I'm surprised they moved away, to a more conventional setup. I think Shields, as safe as that can be, I don't think that was the winning maneuver. If you find something that works, even if there's counter adaptation like that Namor up against you, if you can just overwhelm that one hero, you can still make dive work, man.
100%. You know, I think that's what's fun about Marvel Rivals is that sometimes Scissor does beat Rock. You just got to be good and find an angle.
Just need a lot
of
of
100%. Yeah, I mean 100%. You dive in there and you get smoked by the turrets. Just smoke the turrets first. And we see dive in tandem with long range nonsense, and that is a way in. So Daredevil just sits outside the club like, "Yo, can I go in yet?" And then Phoenix goes, "All right, I got the turrets." And then you walk in, no squids, able to chow. So I think that's one of the approaches that we might be able to see. Of course, Hela more so than Phoenix. We've seen a lot more Hela than the Phoenix. Very similar characters, but I digress. Number of different options here for map number 4. Eagerly awaiting dive. Can you tell? I want to go back to dive. I don't even like dive, but I like the way that these two teams played into it, with it, and against it. I think it made for an exciting matchup, and that's what we're getting so far. No sweeps here.
I like dive. I think dive is fun to watch. But to play dive or play against dive, definitely a struggle. Maybe not so fun. So I can see why Copper Canyon maybe wanting to go for anti-dive compositions very early on. And I can also understand why they struggle, because I think 9 out of 10 teams struggle fighting anti-dive a lot more than it is playing dive in reverse. You know, maybe best case scenario, we see dive versus dive into this next map.
Ooh, that could be. It's always funny when players just kind of like walk past each other and all the supports are mad. That's how that works. You get a Captain America and a Hulk. You get a Psylocke and a Daredevil. And the 2 supports on Team A and the 2 supports on Team B just cry. I'm not a support player, so I enjoy it too.
Okay. I like playing a lot of strategists, and I feel the pain, especially on domination. We're going to Hydra Charteris base, and let me tell you, this is a very dive-heavy snowball map where you can absolutely get punished by just existing as a strategist. So environmental control going to be very important. We'll have to wait and see.
Racking my brain for something else to really besides the dive, because for CC, that's where they've looked the most successful, both in the match that they just won and in the match that they came close to winning over in game number 1. And then across the way, when it comes to Liberty High School, they've had a number of different approaches here, but I think, again, like you said, the dive v dive might be a good look. They play the Namor pretty well, but they have had a swap of players here. So different approaches might be the way to go. I don't know. I want to see where the kind of coaches bring them.
We're going to go full circle here. Honestly, you go dive v dive on Hydra, bring out the Ultron, man. This is a fantastic Ultron map.
True. He does have trouble getting through the first, kind of that first push on actually 2 of the different sub maps, but once in there, chilling. So definitely something I wouldn't mind seeing. I do like the robot.
The robot. Okay, Zoidberg.
Robot.
Why not Zoidberg? Well, luckily, though, we are heading into pans and picks relatively soon. There it is. We haven't seen a single flyer in this series, so unfortunately, I feel like the reality is we're probably not going to be seeing the Ultron. Maybe more realistically, I think it was Liberty High that was opting to go for a more no, they were double strategist composition. Copper Canyon, I think, was the one that was dancing around with triple strat. There is a small reality. Never mind with the Gambit lock. I was going to say, small reality, we could see a Mantis come through instead, filling in that Ultron role for extra heals and damage amp. But if you get through with a Gambit, there's no reason to play a Mantis.
I'll agree with that one. I will definitely agree with that one. A number of hit scan choices have definitely kept characters out of the sky. Flyers are the scissor to the hit scan rock, and while scissors can beat rock sometimes, as I previously mentioned, it's not usually expected. Something I want to bring up here for Liberty is that the ban of the Namor off rip tells me that they want to dive, and Copper Canyon know it, so they ban out the Captain America. That's what Tarnish has hovered here. But we also saw some incredible Hulk play as well. So Tarnish goes, oh no, I can't play Steve Rogers, and goes, I guess I'll play Bruce Banner. I fully expect to see Hulk, Daredevil, maybe with the Venom, and then I don't know where Butterworks goes, but Hulk, Daredevil, Venom together might be enough to really win some points here for Liberty High School.
I'm curious to see if Copper Canyon reserving this thing will end up being a mistake for the team. You know the thing is going to be locked in. Copper Canyon opting to go for it. Butterworks will absolutely fast track for the Punisher. Fast hit scan damage can melt thing up close. In fact, Dama has the same idea.
Yeah, this is a very different kind of approach here, and if we don't see the Daredevil and the Captain America ban, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this was drawn up from frame one, but it's just as impressive if it wasn't than if it was. Let me cook. So Liberty High School goes ahead. Copper Canyon goes ahead and they ban out the Captain America, which is very clearly one of Tarnish's go-to characters. Homie loves this playstyle, the offensive diving OT. He loves this playstyle, and it's been successful in this best of 5 itself. So the Captain America is the preferred, but the Hulk is absolutely here for the ride. Now, that type of dive tank opens the door for dive DPS. You pick a dive duelist like the Daredevil, and they can eat pretty well off of that sort of door kick open. Well, the Daredevil also banned out here by the Copper Canyon, as the dive thought process was kind of alluded to with the Namor ban. So Liberty High School full pivots, they realize that the Punisher that has been banned all day is now open, and they go full long range. They've got Siki on the Hela, Butterworks on the Punisher, and now this might be kind of what they feel most comfortable playing, but they've just had to opt for the dive because of the P's and B's previously. Tarnish is still just going to go in there and take the belt, but everybody else playing long range front to back with that Doctor Strange up front, this is a complete diversion from what they brought, but I think it makes so much sense, and I think they are very happy to be playing it.
That's going to make Tarnish the difference maker here in these compositions. Almost identical outside Hulk and the Magneto matchup. Having someone be punchy up close works out well. That's one elimination. The seal has been broken of the matchup. And even then, These strategists simply not safe, going behind the Vanguard's backline, forcing everyone to peel backwards. Gamma Shield out once more, isolating out what could very well be Jan. Not long for this world, 81%. The biggest thing, other than being KO'd right now, that Jan could do that would not be good is forcing out Invisible Boundary to get off of the Hulk back to spawn. You don't want to do that.
Full reset here from Copper Canyon, Liberty High School off the top rope. Goes ahead and wins the first fight. Mainly brought to you by Tarnished.
Really?
My sponsor voice for that. But you've got a third of the point already confirmed here because of the big green dude. And he just continues to do it. Cherry gets one to go, and that is a strategist, so that might change this next fight.
All right, well, Jan swaps over to the Gambit. I think that's a very smart move. But Dama on the Squirrel Girl. Not something you see too often, but it's already paying off in dividends. J-Bro unfortunately falls early on. Zyther there for the trade is good, but Squirrel Tsunami's not set up just yet. That could completely cover the entirety of this domination point and force Liberty High to go for a peel. 3 ulting counting to work off of. By the time we see Copper Canyon re-engage back again, even though they did cap off, we're looking at a litany of ultimates coming through. That's one, Monster Hulk was brought through, Invisible Boundary directly on top. Mia does come in not once but twice over with the double fade of both worlds. Again, a flurry of ultimates to see who can outlast the other. Cherry does not have Hand of Contra to work with, but into the back line, Zyther and company get rid of all the strategists, and Tarnished is there for a clap from death itself. That is going to be Liberty High for a team wipe.
Liberty won the fight. You know, really, that's the analysis. Not being cheeky, not being funny. All 6 players outperformed Copper Canyon in that last one, which is a rarity. That's not something that has happened tonight, which is why I kind of highlight it in the way that I do. It was absurd, and it still continues to be. Deck is dealt, and a ton of extra damage given to Copper Canyon. And so 2 right away in the pocket for the Squirrel Girl. And we've got a little bit of a positional change. Liberty High School has to fall all the way back after the tsunami.
That was ridiculous from Jan. Raging Royal Flush in the portal allows Down to go for Squirrel Tsunami, which can already 2-shot anyone under 250 HP. That's the majority of Liberty High School's roster. The fact that it got a double KO early on allowed, well, I guess forced Liberty High to go for a peel massively early. They lost point control. They're at 90%. Still first of one of at least 2 submaps that we'll see out here. Liberty High needs to have a chance to bring things back in, but their ult economy is not looking too good. Eye of Agamotto early on is going to help out well. Raze unfortunately does fall post Agamotto. Siki is there for the comeback, and Liberty High in spades, melting down Copper into the canyon. And now with a comeback once more, forced to go for a retread. Copper Canyon, they don't have a portal to work with.
Liberty High should be able to grab this one to go. Spider-Man might be the thing that brings us to overtime. It won't. Copper Canyon, back foot, match point.
Tournament point. Copper Canyon have to find a way in. There is one moment of a reprieve, though. Eldritch Monument is completely different from Super Soldier Factory and Frozen Airfield. Liberty High doesn't mean that they can guarantee this second point. If Copper Canyon can win out here, I would say there's statistically a pretty good chance that they could get the 3rd submap too, just because of how similar they are.
I don't know if you can hear me scratching my head, but yeah, I think I agree. I do think I agree. It's just a tough one, man. Like, Copper Canyon has played really well. Really well. And trying to find the correct key. You know, it really just feels like you've got a janitor's key ring of 200 keys. And which one opens the door? But the problem is the walls are closing in here, and you really got to find a way. So you deal with Liberty High School by taking away the dive. You deal with Liberty High School by answering the dive. You deal with Liberty High School, and you've gotten a game to go. But now Liberty High School playing long range front to back with just Tarnished as this sort of like annoyance character here. Hulk smash to the back line. This should confirm the point for Liberty High.
Yeah, really the pressure's now down to these Vanguards that keep Hulk at bay. You have to find a way to protect people that don't have shields, and that's going to be the majority, again, of Copper Canyon. Monster Hulk was brought out, Tarnish did his work, didn't overheat, jumps back, looking for a chance to maybe land Exile, which would stun one of the Copper Canyon members for an extended period of time. Can't quite land it, unfortunately. Backing off, Gamma Shield's underway. Butterworks is looking for a player up above. I'm not sure what that call was, but I guess it turned out to be Cherry after all. They get removed from the equation, back into spawn. Final judgment out now for Butterworks' side. Meteor M shuts it down instantaneously. A very worthwhile trade.
A lot for the Magneto to kind of answer on the port end, but also very, very powerful and important to deal with some. So Brodiv goes up, and Danny, Brodiv has the ult available. Danny is the one, however, that drops down the invisible boundary. Very important to spread those out as you brought before. But approaching 50%, and Liberty High School holding on strong.
Invisible boundary out once again. That's going to be Fate of Both Worlds. Expelled and used. Those strategist ultimates will be available after those two have dissipated. But luckily for Copper Canyon, they are making it work. Distance has been found. They are forcing the peel off of Liberty High. A stagger is abound for Liberty 2. That's going to be the Doctor Strange on a respawn timer. J-Bro Diff just got back into the fray. Raza has Agamotto set up and ready for this next big team fight.
Waiting for it. Man, Tarnish is so annoying. Complimentary, by the way. Like, that's his job. Yeah, his goal is to just be annoying. If Tarnish winds up with 0 KOs, but he makes everybody look at him, he's done his job.
All right, that's right. Big distraction factor. Unfortunately, now Tarnish back into puny banner. Can't really exist too long as a little man in this equation. Falls to the wayside, and that's going to be a big initiation tool that Liberty High will not have at their disposal. They'll have to wait it out. Scyther doesn't care, though. He's just going in. Oh, no! Frozen by Miyu. What a shot. Sends that ult back down to 50%. It ends at 6-7 when, unfortunately, Scyther gets KO'd. And so, forced to go for a peel again. Curious to see if that's going to be the opportunity for Scyther and Co to maybe portal in.
Flashbacks to the last matchup where Miyu just every single time Scyther showed up, or every single time whoever was playing Doctor Strange, they swapped a couple of players for sure, would just get snowballed. So, 70%. I'm counting here for Copper Canyon.
Say that again.
I tried to avoid it so hard, and I still walked into it. Liberty trying to walk into it with Butterworks on the ultimate, and that's 1, 2, count them. For the Punisher.
Damage output is so high, even if Miyu has Fate of Both Worlds available. If you concentrate on one singular player, despite the heals, you will still get melted down. Huge final judgment. Scyther and Tarnish, the Vanguards, leading the charge, getting opportunity after opportunity. Copper Canyon do have some strong ults here, though. I'm looking at Raza's Agamotto. That should be good off of this portal to bring things in. And Song Inferno from Damha as well needs to target specific players. Raza needs, again, to find the stun. Has to get at least 3 players here to have impact and maybe take this back. And Song Inferno's out. No impact, no KOs off of that ult, and does not force Liberty High off the domination point.
Cherry, though, able to find one, traded out immediately by Butterworks, who gets one better. 2-for-1 exchange in the favor of Liberty High School, and Tarnished just keeps doing it. Front line, back line, left to right. Big green guy bringing it home.
Big green guy doing it. Let's see if the Jolly Green Giant can do so. 99%. And counting. That yellow beam going down slowly but surely. One last attempt for Copper Canyon to stay inside the finals. Wonderful work from Liberty, bringing it home 3-1.
Fantastic performance by, honestly, both of our teams. Map 1 was real close. Map 3 goes in the direction of Copper Canyon, who absolutely came out to play. Very fun to watch these two teams go head-to-head. At Liberty bringing it home by the end. Tarnished. Such a standout performance. This team likes to dive, and they are on the diving boards. Great job here. Loved watching the Hulk. Loved watching the team come together, to be honest with you, and really earn that victory.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. That was wonderful work coming out from both teams. A litany of different modes. Things look scary for a second for Liberty. Hall of the Jalia, the convergence mode, maybe a thorn on their side. We'll have to wait and see for future events if they can clean that up. But when it comes to domination and convoy, they are looking like a well-oiled machine.
A lot of different options here, and I think that's what was kind of one of the fun parts for me, is that there was just a lot of options. We saw long-range front-to-back gameplay as soon as the dive was banned out. Early on, they really relied on the dive, and then, well, no longer there. Cool. We'll play Punisher and Hela. Completely gameplay. I gotta check myself on that because they totally did rely on the dive of Tarnished. But I digress. Completely different gameplay from the Duelist line. It was a lot of fun to watch, just different approaches to the same thing.
Yeah, and again, we talk about how important it is for these students to have this atmosphere of like a group project, almost type beat, where you can communicate together, work together, plan, strategize, complete off of each other as well. Really enjoyed watching all the different adjustments and changes, both big and small, that each of these teams could bring to the table, especially Tarnished. That Hulk, I think, has to be MVP for me, man.
You're not going to find me disagreeing over here. I think Tarnished was able to really open the door for the duelists that wanted to dive and play up close earlier on. Then, when there were no diving duelists, still didn't care, and wasn't just one-track minded either. Was very intentional about who the Hulk was diving, found himself occasionally on the back line to distract them and prevent them from going for the tanks, but also found himself diving the damage dealers when the duelists were a problem and just needed to find. Wasn't over chasing or over committing to takedowns, was fine with playing that distraction action. Really just impressive gameplay coming out from Tarnished for sure.
It was so impressive, man, and I really can't wait to see more of all this being brought out for Play versus High School. I'm sure there'll be plenty more events in the future. I saw the dope setup in the arena y'all had in LAN, so I really cannot wait to see what can happen for the future. We're just waiting a few extra moments now before our host in the venue has the interviews set up and ready to go for themselves. I am so happy that we got to share this experience together, F.
Super fun. You know, I gushed at length before, and you mentioned it as well. You know, we're the dinosaurs that didn't have these opportunities for us when we were going through school and running through esports, running through trad sports, and the lessons that you learn here are very, very important. So shout out to all the faculty and to our parents who take just as much a part of it as the players themselves. Shout out to them too for jumping in here and just leaving everything on the server.
Well, with that being said, that's the end of us today. Thank you so much for Play Versus for having us on. We're going to throw it over to our host, live on the scene, for an interview with the winning teams.
Welcome back, everyone. After that display of skill, grit, and competitive nature, I am finally glad to announce our runner-ups, which is Copper Canyon. You guys may come up to the front, get your silver medals. Yes, yes, yes. Come on, let's get in, let's get in, let's get in, let's get in, let's get in. Alrighty, and can we have the coach please come up? I'd like to present you with your runner-up award. All right. Thank you. If you guys want pictures, now's the time to get pictures of your team. Any pictures? All right, thank you guys. Thank you for coming out today. Now, may we have our Marvel Rivals champions, Liberty High School. Yes. Boom. Congratulations, guys. Yes. Oh. All right. You want to do the honors? All right. And for the coach of the winning team, your award, another champion trophy. Good job.
Thank you.
Yes. Yep. All right. Yeah. All right. Congratulations, guys. Now, I have a couple of questions for you, Coach. I know today was very intense, especially with Desert Ridge and our other competitors, Copper Canyon. Is there anything that you think your team could have done better today?
No, they were outstanding. Our guys, they're strategists. They're smart. They come up with the plan. It's not even me. It's all them. They're outstanding. Our coaches or our captains, Jackson and Vincent, our seniors, they're the masterminds.
And since you just let me know that they're your seniors, this is probably like your last year with them, right?
Those two.
Yeah. So how is that going to feel having to replace some captains?
We got some guys that'll step up. The rest of them, 2 seniors. That means we got 2 juniors, 2 sophomores, and a freshman on the team too. So we're good to go. We'll find some more people around campus too. I'm sure we're going to get some attention now.
Yeah. Most definitely. And one last question. What is the celebration? What are you guys going to do after this?
Oh, man. I don't know. I'll let them decide. I don't know. But we already had a panda earlier. That's kind of the go-to meal. So we'll figure something out.
Yeah. That's awesome. Well, thank you guys for coming out. You guys all played very well. I'm glad you guys won. And I hope this is like a good experience for you guys. So, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Let's go!
Yeah. Alrighty. Wait, what was that? What was that? All right. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we're going to go to break, and we'll tune in for Smash in a little bit.
We are back here at West Oahu, major event that is known as the Hawaii Esports Invitational. There's still plenty of action here as we go round robin with 6 teams inside of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Clutchkey alongside with Henry here for your entire weekend as we get set to play for the surfboard, the trophy, unlike any other here at AIA.
One could be Michigan State, bringing us to 5.
Michigan
Is that
State,
one going to land?
Almost had it. Needed to get it through the pocket, doesn't do so. Boise State will have a response now. Woozy on the 1-on-3. Can he get it through? No. Good tip. Gets it back up. Good bump on Michigan State as well. Oh no, Preston's have a chance. Here comes Preston. Preston looking for his
double tap.
Dumps it in. Here in overtime, it's an infinite clock till we have a winner. Somebody needs to blink. It's a staring contest. Nobody blinking. Going on the edge. Wide open.
It's open.
Sickle Bears. Baylor takes the victory and a new school. Yes, there he is, Mr. Zippy's himself right there. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much, Zippy's, our presenting sponsor, 3rd year in a row. Of course, big thanks to GG Circuits, Prodigy Chain, as well as Southwest Airlines. Thank you very much to all of the sponsors here for HEI. They come out of the tunnel, they come out of the soundstage, champions of HEI, the Baylor Bears do. There you go.
Trophy ceremony on the other side, but let's check in on the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Room.
Man's aggressive.
That's cool. But it's not it wasn't the inner hitbox, so. The classic air check.
So Michigan State will go away with a surfboard for the third year in a row, mind you. So they are 3 for 3 in number of surfboards.
Today is a huge day, not just because it's a state championship, because it's the first one ever for Kansas. So we'd love to bring home a state title for the first time ever.
I've seen students absolutely come alive in this environment. And these are students that I feel are not represented within school very much. And this is a place for them to call home. They get to come in every single day in a very competitive atmosphere and just continue to do what they love and get better and better and better at it, and hopefully earn some kind of a scholarship to go to school for it. It's really, really important.
This program got started at Andover High School specifically because students wanted it to happen. There was an esports club without an official sponsor for the first year. They just did their thing and found colleges to compete that were already doing esports. They went out and did that and got publicly recognized. And then the year later, I heard about that and was like, let's do this, let's make it official. So I sponsored that for 5 years, and then Keisha picked it up this year, making us an official activity, and it's just blown up since then.
So the Activities Association in Kansas sanctioned esports because we recognized an activity that was gaining popularity from a grassroots approach, and we saw kids were interested in it. The number one thing that we have to remember is if kids are interested in something, we have to be plugged in and give them opportunities in the school, because when we know kids are plugged in school, they become better students.
We look to crown the Esports Team of the Year. To be recognized for Team of the Year, we look beyond just skills and competitive edge to showcase those teams that showed commitment, compassion, leadership, and of course, teamwork, both while competing and within their communities. Our 2025 finalists for Team of the Year. First, the Crimson Tide Splatoon 3 team from DuPont Manual High School in Kentucky. Then the Sand Lizards Rocket League squad from Dardanelle High School in Arkansas. Tidal Surge Splatoon 3 team, their Play vs. Cup team from Devon Prep in Pennsylvania. KFC Squids Varsity, they're a Splatoon 3 team from Klein Forest High School in Texas. And our lone Mario Kart 8 team, Unified Mario Kart 8 Van Cleve from Van Cleve High School in Mississippi.
The voting was really close, but at the end, only one team stood out. Your 2025 Team of the Year is Unified Mario Kart 8 Van Cleve from Van Cleve High School in Mississippi. Check out our video as we share the news with the coach and the team.
Coach Chatfield and the Van Cleve Unified Mario Kart team, you all have made and are officially our winners of the 2025 Play vs. Awards Team of the Year.
Yes, thank you. Super exciting. They'll be glad to hear it once they wake up from their slumber this summer.
This year's recipients are a shining example of what makes esports so powerful. As a unified Special Olympics team, they show us how inclusion and collaboration and shared passion can create something truly extraordinary. They build a culture that goes beyond the game, and that's what makes them so special. They don't just race to win, they race together. Congratulations, team, and you inspire us all.
Just listening to Aaron describe what y'all are doing as a unified team and the success and dedication you've had to esports in Mississippi, it's why we do what we do, and it inspires us to get up every day and support coaches and teams like yours. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Just a special thanks to you, just a great member of our Discord community.
really the product and engineering teams get so much great feedback from you, and helping out with your teams, getting feedback from them or other coaches, and then specifically in coach office hours.
Coach Chatfield, Brian Cooley, Chief Marketing Officer. I know we met in New Orleans at the
Yes,
Super
sir.
Bowl. It was great to connect with you and your wife and hear all about your passion and how you're really helping to shape lives in a really, really meaningful way. And so we kudos to your team for their great achievement.
Thank you very much. They definitely pushed me to be better. Well, the great thing about it was that I did not nominate the team. I don't know who nominated the team. So somebody thought enough of our team that's been around us and all that all that to nominate us. And so it was a surprise to be when I got the email saying we were a finalist. It was a true community affair to support this great team.
Dax, we have Esports Coach of the Year, the most important award when it comes to amateur esports. It's such a high honor, and for this award, we looked for nominees who showed the most commitment and most passion for their program, who left it all on the line for their students. So our 2025 finalists are Jonathan Ferranta from Omaha Central High School, Nebraska. We have Rachel Espinosa from STEM School Highlands Ranch in Colorado. We have Stefan Yuncha from Detroit Catholic Central High School in Michigan. We have Amanda Dillard from Pop High School in
All right, everybody, welcome back to the finals of the Play versus Arizona High School Championship here. This is Sai, of course, being joined by none other than Script, and we are back to bring you some more Smash action. Script, how you feeling about these finals, man?
Good, my friend. Very good. I'm super excited to see how this finals will kind of play out. We did get the chance to watch these semifinals, so we have already seen these two teams go up against two other opponents today. So we have a little bit of familiarity with the players we will be seeing. One thing that kind of runs true through both of these semifinals matches, extremely dominant showings from the winning team. Queens Creek and Carl Hayden seem unmatched in those games.
Yeah, both of them just put on such dominating performances today. I mean, especially personal shout out to Brandon from the Carl Hayden team. I mean, that was some of the best Pokemon trainer play I've seen in a long time. So they were moving insane. But no slouches on the Queen Creek team either. We saw Jermaine making some amazing decisions with Toon Link and really carrying there. Ryan was playing amazing with that Falco. So, both teams are really, really talented. That's how we get to the finals here. But before we get into those matches, we want to, of course, do our standard shout out to Play versus Recruit. So, if you're still figuring out what's next after high school, what if gaming could take you there? Play versus Recruit is a free platform that connects you directly with college esports programs across the US and Canada. So you can get discovered, get recruited, and turn your passion into your path. Sign up today at playversus.com/recruit. And remember, esports isn't just a hobby. It's a college opportunity.
I mean, let me talk to you. Super fun set we have lined up in front of us. This is our second week doing this together, at least. I think this probably will be our best match thus far. I think all of the character picks are extremely interesting. I think, both teams coming in really hot. How do they adjust to that longer break period we had between the semifinals and the finals match? So can you keep the same form, or do you kind of have to get reared up into it? We could go 5 games here.
Yeah, we definitely could see this go all the way. I do see the characters locked in. So we're going to be starting off with Amare as the Little Mac, which we saw some great success with earlier. Even in the Little Mac Ditto, he looked completely unfazed and had great decision making there. And of course, Jermaine going to be on the opposite side with that Toon Link. But before we can get into this, we do want to give 1 or 2 more quick shout outs, first of which being to Zenny Optical. So, Zenny Optical, which again, still wearing on my face right now. Just remember, the road to the Play vs. Cup has begun. The best high school teams across the U.S. and Canada will once again gather to determine who is the best of the best and crown an ultimate champion, like we're about to see tonight. So, thank you to our Play vs. Cup sponsor, Zenny, and you can use code PlayVersus at checkout for 10% off your order site-wide at zenny.com. That is 10% off your order site-wide at zenny.com. And Script, if you'd like to, can you tell us a little bit about Respawn?
Absolutely. Best high school teams come together, and obviously Respawn being a sponsor of all of these state championships we have. If you are looking to get into any of Respawn's many great products, make sure you go to respawnproducts.com and use the code PLAYVST, and that is PLAYVSTEAM for 10% off of the sales price of any item in the Respawn product store. Thank you so much for your help in all of these events.
All right, so now that we went ahead, paid those bills, let's discuss these matchups. Now that we've gotten to see both teams play today, I don't want to be too biased on this, but based on the way I saw Brandon playing for the Carl Hayden team, I would not be surprised if Carl Hayden ended up being our champion today, because I was really, really impressed with the way they were moving around. And I kind of wonder how Queen City's going to be able to respond to somebody with that deep of a character pool, let alone being able to execute it on that level. But Script, what do you think as far as like which of these teams you might maybe have like an inkling of who might take this?
I got to talk about Carl Hayden High School's very own Hikari. Playing that Cloud was super mean. That was the final thing we saw to end off either of these semifinals games we saw. It left such a good, feeling inside of me about that character and about what we're able to do there. So I think that'll probably be a very big, strong pick coming out into like the later rounds.
Well, we've got our kind of horses in this race. So as customary, let's go ahead and throw it over to the venue. Let's chat with our host for a little bit, and then we can get right into the finals of Play Versus for the high school championships.
Welcome back to our GCU Arena at Arizona. We have Queen Creek and Carl High School, I believe, and they are returning rivals. Apparently, they played against each other last year, and I can't wait to see them play again. Honestly, best of luck to the both of y'all. Whoever comes out on top is the biggest. Good luck.
Hey, thank you to our people in the venue as well there too. A little bit of a crowd pop. I heard that one. But again, rivalry matchup here too in the Arizona Interscholastic Association. Carl Hayden High School, man, 3 years in a row making it to the finals of the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate side of things. Placed second the last 2 years. Is third time the charm, Sai?
It could be their year. I mean, if they're able to continue moving like we saw earlier throughout this, I mean, I don't think they dropped a single game. 6-0 sweep. Now, granted, Queen Creek, they were able to take it in the 6-1 sweep, so they were obviously working really hard and they're really talented too, but Carl Hayden is looking unstoppable. But let's see if Queen Creek can make me eat my words, because we're getting started with this match right now as we have Jermaine once again rocking the Toon Link, and we have Amare on Little Mac.
This is an interesting one. You don't see this every day at all. Toon Link, I think, specially equipped to deal with the game plan that Little Mac really wants to go with. Little Mac has to work quite hard to get around the sword range, projectile coverage, and the air drift of this character.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see Amare shine a lot in the first match just because it was the Little Mac Ditto. This, not so much, not the same matchup. Still in the lead here and still able to threaten that space and catch those air dodges and rolls in. What a hard punish with that F smash there. So things definitely starting off good for Amare, despite the matchup being a little bit more difficult. And we are just 1 or 2 interactions away from that KO punch being live. So even at just a tender 16%, Toon Link could be out of there. And those first 6 seconds, you can't take that KO punch away. So, let it rip early. Didn't take the sock for it, but man, definitely got Jermaine on notice.
Oh, good usage of that boomerang flashing back hitbox to find a forward smash for it. Boomerang fair is clean as well. Not too much bleeding on the side of the second stock for third 3. Ooh, that dash cancel forward tilt's crazy.
Yeah, that's really nice. It covers so much space so quickly. Oh, and that's a huge whip on the hero spin. Does not have to eat that F smash, but that definitely would have been Jermaine's second stock there. But yeah, Toon Link is so scary on paper as far as like being able to keep you out. But everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face, and Little Mac is such a great character to break those zones, smother you with that offense, and just not let you really get your game plan going.
Who jumped over here too, trying to use the super armor on that neutral B option, not going to close the distance as we'd hope it would. Good dash delay here too, playing that full range you got to worry about.
Ooh, blocking with his face on these projectiles. I like the attempt trying to use the armor to just circumvent the zoning we're seeing here. We do have KO punch online yet again. Jermaine's gonna have to be careful, and not only does he die right there, the up smash taking the stock, let him keep his KO punch too. Wow. Okay, that could have been a huge edge guard, but Jermaine was not able to capitalize on it. So Amare is back and scarier than ever with all this rage.
Good grab. I mean, the thing is 33 or third 3 is doing really good, like 85% of the time to keep the stuff off of him. But it's just the 15% where Gigamac is able to break through the defense. We just make it count for 50% of what we need.
All right, trying to set up that pressure with those up tilts out of shield. Again, trying to make it so the tank can't get comfortable. I like you said earlier, the dash cancel F tilts. Of course, they control a lot of space, but now even being able to catch the bombs with them and zone break even better. So Jermaine gonna have to figure something out here. Maybe start getting some big punishes because Amari's so comfortable with those neutral Bs. But other than that, relatively even game until this KO punch is online, and we're just one tick of damage away from that.
Hey, we're one Gimp away here too. Forward tilt's not gonna find it. Back throw's huge here. This is a great knockback.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, barely scooping up in there, but there's no jump. There's no jump. That's dead. Oh my God, you saved him!
Boomerang saved him!
Wait, no, we're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah, no, we win. We win. We win. Okay. My goodness, Queen Creek.
Yeah, that was really well played from the Queen Creek team. The Boomerang giving him a second chance just to be able to send an even more grim reminder that that F-tilt comes for us all. I mean, there's not a lot of characters that can do well against that angle, but Little Mac is really,
especially bad,
really not going to make it back from that. So, yeah, good work. I like the way Amari's moving, though. I like using those counters mid-air to give yourself extra momentum to come back to the stage against Toon Link was really, really smart. But you only have so many chances to rinse and repeat that, and Tink can set that up all day. So Jermaine coming out ahead on that. Pretty close game, but I definitely feel like that last stop, there were some really important adaptations from Jermaine that can really carry over and snowball in the game too.
Yeah. I mean, just looking further into Jermaine's character pool, if we did want to make a switch, even though we did win that game, I think Toon Link's obviously the play. You have a Greninja in the pocket as well. Too particular of a character. You got to get too close. You got to be too precise against a character that can really kill you in any scrap situation. I think Toon Link's easily the play. But for Amare and this Little Mac, we also have Hero and we have Pyra Mythra in the back pocket that are very, very capable secondaries.
I mean, both of them very large gaps into the meta to switch to
Very
really
true.
either of them. I'd argue Pyra Myth are probably more consistent than Hero, but hey, I mean, Hero, you know, several coin flips later, who knows what could happen. I mean, that character is still a nightmare. So I expect Jermaine to stay on the Toon Link. I feel like he played it well. I mean, if you have an Aegis and a Hero, you might as well throw him out. I mean,
Yeah.
Aegis especially. There's not a lot of matches I'd say don't go Aegis, you know, so.
You want to know the thing is, like, I've been trying to think of a way to like describe Aegis. Aegis is the sword character that just beats all of the other sword characters. Like, Aegis struggles against like other like options and like that characters who don't have swords usually have more often than characters who do have swords. But if you're going like, you know, iron for iron with somebody, Mythra and Pyra like never lose. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, Mythra alone is just such a neutral monster. And even Pyra, who obviously you're going to run her less often than you're going to run Mythra, but even only in those smaller interactions, she's still very threatening. Like, I feel like people look at Pyra and say, oh, you know, she's so slow, she can't get it done. It's like, that's not 100% true. She still has insane hitboxes. She still has a perfectly strong neutral of her own.
Dude,
you
the
know,
range of the character makes up for the distance you don't cover. You can be further away from your opponent. Like when let's say that you start a full hop in to back air them. Your back air is huge. You don't need as much like air movement speed.
Why would you have good frame data on a character like Pyra? Why would you deserve that, dude?
Yeah, and you don't.
You know?
You don't. It's an unjust world we have here, I suppose. But I gotta imagine the Pyra Mythra would be a very fun option if you don't want to deal with like the onslaught of swords. And it seems like there's a lot of deliberation going into it as well too. Carl Hayden finally stepping away from the computer and going to rock with their choice.
Yeah, and after all that theory crafting, it looks like he is instead opting to continue the Little Mac. And
I'm with it. I get it. It was close. It was a close game. I was just running through options.
It was a very close game. But if anything happens like that third stock happens, I don't know how close game 2
Yeah.
But
then you take a look, and you look at the first 2 stocks. We're kind of moving. It's just, can you keep that through three stocks is the question.
I think it's a big battle of patience too, because at first he was kind of just like waiting on the top platform, kind of like letting the projectiles kind of expire a little bit, and then trying to find openings. And then he started just being able to take that space back with those F tilts. But it got a little bit more desperate. Those neutral Bs, that's something that might work once. It's not going to work forever, you know. So
yeah, no,
let's
I completely
see if
agree.
maybe he's figured stuff out here for game 2.
There's so many knockbacks that Toon Link has too. They're like extremely devastating. Forward tilt being like the main culprit that I would think of. We saw it in the first set where third 3 came out and played the Toon Link. That forward tilt does crazy knockback from weird angles.
Yeah, and the range on it is really good too. That is a very I've been sleeping on that move just as someone that plays this game, honestly. But KO punches online, and you know Tank doesn't want to approach, and he gets Down tilt to up B for his troubles. Had him so afraid of the KO punch, wasn't ready for the other options that are just as threatening when you're sitting under that platform. So, strong start for Amare. Boomerang going to go ahead and take the KO punch back offline, but definitely looking pretty good here in this game too so far.
Dude, why does Little Mac have like me brawler combos? I just realized that. They're very similar.
Yeah, I just got some flashbacks right there, because you're right. That's definitely a trick out of the me brawler's bag.
Yeah. Oh, great jump off of ledge there too. Forward tilt, I mean, third 3 is spamming forward tilt now. I mean, I think it's the best move in Toon Link's entire toolkit to deal with this character.
Mm-hmm. And there's not even situations where like you're seeing Little Mac trying to like armor through it. No, if he gets clipped by that at all, that angle is just untenable.
Yeah.
Oh!
It's the patience. It's the patience, dude.
Yeah, that patience really came in and shined right there, especially while KO Punch was active. That's a massive turnaround for Amare.
Mm-hmm. Hero spin probably kills here off the side. Yeah, I mean, we have 2 full KO punch meters, one of which got wasted in that first stock. We lived to 170. I mean, if you can do that every stock on Little Mac, you might be the best character in the game.
Man, I don't know what his coach said, but I might have to contact that coach myself. This is a completely different game than Game 1. Even right now, being in full control of the corner, throwing out that F smash just to continue covering it, and another up B off the top, gonna seal it out for Amare. So now we're 1-1. A major turnaround of momentum for Carl Hayden's team.
Yeah, I mean, just a mindset shift, and you called it out before the second game even started, Sai. Really just not letting the projectile spam, it kind of is, get to you. You don't let yourself become too focused on starting the aggression. You just really play your game, as Little Mac has to do, because you have really high highs in that character, but also, like, if you can mitigate those lows as we did, it makes your life so much easier.
Yeah, so much easier. And there's other like zoner heavy characters, like, you know, like a Young Link or like a Rob, technically, for example, where those projectiles are leading into like huge damage. Toon Link, not so much. I feel like you get tapped with a boomerang and maybe at kill percents, okay, I gotta worry about boomerang fair or bomb fair or something like that. But in those low to mid percents, he's not getting the damage output as the other zoners. So even Little Mac taking a couple to the face, he outputs so much damage so quickly, like, okay, boomerang, getting hit with boomerang, that sucks, but that's 8%. Here's my dash tech. Here's F tilt. Here's down tilt into a tech trap situation. He's just getting way more bang for his buck. It is still going to come down to a lot of patience and a lot of very careful use of the stage to not let Jermaine just set up for free. But if he's only taking 1 or 2 pieces of projectiles on the way to those big combos, then he doesn't have that much to worry about.
Right. Very true. And the deliberation runs deep. I mean, you saw how it changed that second game there. For Carl Hayden. What do we say here too? I mean, like, do we dig deeper into what we would like to do and like dictate the game? Like, do we spend more time on our projectiles and hopefully we can crack the armor of the Little Mac, or do we just kind of take the fight to him? Do we try to play more up in your face and win those 50-50s?
Yeah, that's kind of a scary scenario, because on paper that could work if you are confident you're going to be able to outbox Little Mac, but not a lot of people are. And again, just those like 60, 70-ish% situations where you might land on a platform and get upbeat or down tilted or something can be really disastrous. I think we need to see Jermaine not necessarily just zoning, but focus a lot more on just forcing Little Mac off stage. That's the main thing. He doesn't have to necessarily like kill him with every off stage reaction, but there's just so few opportunities and so few ways that Little Mac can recover that if you're able to rinse and repeat that with just a couple of back throws, even around like 50-60, you can probably take a stock pretty early. And you got to be able to match the speed at which Amare is taking these stocks. That's the main downfall of Little Mac, is that you can kill him so easy. But if you're letting him live to like 160, 170, you have a huge problem on your hands.
What a fun one, Sai. I mean, this is already like, you know, if what we've seen through these first 2 games is already supposed to be kind of an indicator of how these you know, potential, at minimum, 3 sets, probably going to be 5 sets, are going to go. I'm very excited to sit down and see.
Mm-hmm. All right, both players are out of the corner. The coaches have only said what they can say. Now you just have to execute on that knowledge. So, Game 3, the winner of this is going to put their team up in the set for the finals. Will it be Queens Creek? Will it be Carl Hayden? Who's to say? Let's get right into this match here as we go to Kalos.
Okay.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Yeah, I'm with this. Obviously, such a big blast zone on this stage, but Little Mac, if you're killing Little Mac by the blast zones, you're taking way too long. You need to get this character off stage without resources and then take those kills at earlier percents. So, don't really need the blast zones if you're Toon Link.
Okay, I like the way that Jermaine is responding. I like that Z-drop bomb at point blank. But what I was afraid of, primarily, that armor kind of going through those projectiles, that's a way bigger payoff for Little Mac. And once again, KO Punch is live, and you know Jermaine cannot take any single risk here. Has to find some way to get rid of that KO Punch, and it's still here. Boomerang did not do enough damage to remove it. That's crazy.
Another thing about this stage is with KO Punch active, there's no platform to double jump to as Little Mac, so you have to cross this, like, you know, river of fire and projectiles. Oh, so close to an up air. Nice grab.
No. That was a very well-placed grab, but an even better placed counter coming out from Amare. F-tilt catching that neutral get up. Definitely had the read on that, so now gonna be up, but before I can even catch my breath, immediately we're seeing Jermaine respond with that bomb and up air.
Oh, we're not going to find the grab there on our landing. That's usually a very free conversion, being, you know, bomb into grab. Oh, down throw. Give me all of this. Great turnaround on the boomerang to throw it back with a downward angle. I see you moving.
Yeah, I like the way
Oh,
he's
no.
moving.
Okay.
Ooh, using the wall jump to extend his time out there was really important. Got to be so careful that Luke. Of course, he can course correct and change that direction. So even though he's facing the opposite way, it was a trap. Looks like Jermaine's able to sniff it out, though. Let's see what the corner trap is. Another up tilt to up air, not enough to kill. And once again, KO Punch a huge factor. And you cannot keep whipping those grabs, especially with the knockback on the other side of Little Mac there.
Dancing elegantly through all these projectiles. Oh my goodness, this is insane coverage. Love the space. We're moving, and back throw's going to get rid of KO Punch, though. But wow, really high level movement. Oh!
Wow, that was like the last active frame of that up air to keep Jermaine safe. Yet another back throw. This time, Jesus, interesting angle right there. I didn't think it was hitting you back that far. I feel like if that wasn't on Kalos, I might have killed. So yeah, Amare way down here, not able to find his way in, starting to get a little bit frustrated with the projectiles, I'm sure, as those boomerangs just cover that area from the platform here. But now, once again, we're starting to see Little Mac at those really high percents. This should definitely do it at 180. Yes, okay. Okay, that's definitely going to do it at 180. But again, we cannot let Little Mac live that long. It's just too risky.
Oh!
Not only for his
goodness
knockback,
gracious,
but also,
where are we going?
Oh my goodness.
Scaring me.
Okay. Ooh, nice coverage for the F-tilt yet again in the corner. Oh, man.
One strong hit from Little Mac takes this. Looking for a shield
Amare.
drop, not going to find it. Oh, we were close.
Okay, more projectiles. Really racking up that extra damage. Things are getting rough for Amare. Dash attack, great way to break that zone, but not... You know what? I respect it. Not able to kill off it, but I like at least throwing the bomb back there, showing those signs of life. This is looking like Jermaine's game. No shot, brother.
Yeah.
I can't believe. Oh, man. Just narrowly missed the range for the Magna hands on that. That's a tough way to end the first set for Amare. But that does mean that Queen Creek High is going to go up that first game.
Yeah, really, really good showing on either side. I even thought that, you know, Gigamac could come back and take that one in the very end. It was looking extremely strong. Something I thought would have been really fun to see in that set, Little Mac has a wall jump. And I think Little Mac can wall jump up B there to survive.
Listen, the way he died, I was like, I could have sworn Little Mac had a wall jump. I was thinking the same thing. Like, I feel like it didn't have to end that way. I'm sure maybe he just thought he'd reach it from there. But yeah, that wall jump could have saved his life. I mean, he was still down 2 stocks, but either way, kind of a heartbreaker way for that to go out. So a little bit of a rough start for Amare, but I'm sure that John and Brandon can definitely pick up the slack. Meanwhile, Queen City looking pretty good. I wonder who they're going to send in next between Chase or Ryan.
I think I take Falco into the mix of characters that we see from the other end. Like, you know, if it's Joker or Cloud, that's fine. We can Cloud or Falco just has a much more linear game plan against the wide range of the cast than anything. Where, like, you know, Terry can kind of get duffed out if he's playing against like a Min or like a Rob.
Yeah, I would agree. I feel like it's such a huge pool of characters to have to figure out who you're going to fight. Falco's pretty much good against most of this roster here. Or if nothing else, even if he doesn't have like an exemplary matchup, his game plan should still work for the most part, which is, find that up till, rack up that damage, and then just find a way to, take the stock as quick as possible, of course. So I agree. I would probably send in Ryan. Also, I feel like Terry and Rob are great anchor characters. Those are some solid characters to try to like bring things home with.
Especially if you know counterpick. Like if once it gets down to this point where it's the last player on each team to fight in that game 3, it's much easier to like decide if you want to play the Rob or you want to play the Terry in that one if you are Chase.
But if we're the Carl Hayden roster here, part of me, I know they sent in Brandon second earlier today. They might maybe save him for an anchor tonight, or maybe they send him in now just to try to like potentially get like a huge dub and then just like steal the momentum back. But none of the characters from the Carl Hayden side seem like a bad idea, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. They kind of span different ways in the meta as well, too. Like, obviously, you have like your boxers, you have your swords, you have your minion. You can go anywhere. You have an entire buffet of options to choose here.
Yeah, that is chance time the roster. How would you like your Smash Ultimate served to you? But yeah, we're just gonna speculate here. Let me take a look at the lobby and see if they're locking in. Okay, they have locked in. So we're gonna be getting Joker versus Falco, meaning that Ryan is going to be coming in for the Queen Creek side, and Carl Hayden's John Bennett is going to be coming in with Joker. So this matchup, very scrappy, very interesting. No hard call either way. I feel like whoever gets the momentum going can really just really take a game quickly. So this should be really exciting.
I think it's how willing is John going to be to go off stage and compete with Falco's recovery options, because like even non-Arsene back air is such a good move versus all of these like space animal characters with their very predictable and linear recovery. So it's how comfortable are you off stage, because on stage it's going to be a really tough fight to stay in lockstep with Falco.
Yeah, you're going to have to really force him off stage often. Like you said, back air is a great option. The guns, either the downward angle guns or even just the spinny guns, can throw off those spacey recoveries too. If we do see that scenario, we're going to have to see how good Ryan is at forcing reversals off stage. But let's get into the game. We're here on Town and City. Arsene on Town and City, not my favorite place to deal with Joker, but Falco's still here pretty well too, so let's see how this goes.
That was a really good drag down up air grab. I love that option, especially this early against a fast faller, recognizing it hits there. I like that side.
Now, on Ryan's side, we saw a little bit of that combo start. He put a gap in there. I think he was trying to see if he could force John into maybe going for an early down B to try to absorb some hits or an air dodge. But no, he's really on the money on defense here. So huge percent gap here, 86 to 21. Arsene meter not necessarily there yet, but things looking pretty good for John.
Yeah, FD mode, this is where you really have to cash in on this Falco. I'm going to find an up air slightly as the platforms come into play. Okay, I mean, this damage is already racked up back even.
Oh, that could have been a little bit of a bigger punish. The late hit of that down tilt, not so great on shield, but I don't think Ryan was ready for it. But that goes punish for sure. Just going to eat the nair, not going to have to deal with the knockback of the back air. But Arsene's out of here, and I like the attempt from Ryan to end it with that smash attack. Just couldn't find the timing for it.
Not going to find forward air off the next up tilt here, too. I think first person to take this stock really leads somewhere good in the game. Oh, my goodness. The footstool guns would have been a killer ending.
Okay, wake it up. We're seeing some really technical Joker stuff here. Great coverage with that up tilt as well. Falco loves to jump off the ledge and is punished yet again, this time with the neutral air. Okay. Tried to beat the jump one more time with that fair. Ryan gets out, but a lot of momentum is starting to go into John's favor here.
Side B back. Oh, yeah, we're good. We're good. Down tilt. Weak back air. Oh, my gosh. Both these characters have lived such close blows. I think forward tilt middle stage kills it. Oh, gosh.
Oh, just the sourest, weakest hits from Falco here. All right, up throw. Not going to do it, obviously. But a great read with that down tilt. Clean work from Ryan Davis.
Yeah, caught that jump above that ledge. You try to sneak in there to get away from the ledge trap situation. Oh, goodness, this rage could build quickly. Up tilts leading to so much. Oh, the dash behind. Back throw? Yep.
Nice.
There it is. Yep. That's what I wanted.
That's exactly what you were talking about before the match started. It's so easy to just set that up. That Falco's recovery is linear, and that was a really safe way to handle it. And that was without Arsene being needed. And now Arsene's on deck too. So even at 47%, massive threat here from John if he's able to force Ryan back off stage.
Oh, Ooh, really close nair to the shield there too. Able to get out so well. The short hop over shield to find down tilt on shield drop is really sick. Wanted neutral get up, didn't get it.
All right. Ooh, tries to go for another drag down up air. I like it. And Joker can't recover from that angle. Bounce just under the stage in a place where the tether could not connect. That was a huge turnaround for Ryan. He really needed that. But John, obviously, no shame in his game, went right back to setting up that offense and got the corner traps as well. This is looking really, really solid if Ryan cannot get those feet back on the ground.
Oh my goodness, what a time for the platform to come back there too, making life so much easier for Ryan on this Falco. Down tilt's not even going to do it. We have lived so long, and both of these stocks not going to take it. Oh, goodness gracious.
Okay, even eating that spike from the side B percent was still pretty low there. So John is able to take that stock, one stock apiece. Got about half of an Arson left. Now, a lot of people will run away from Arson. I feel like Falco's like, no, I'll fight you, and I'll get one combo and just drain this meter myself. But, yeah, either way, keeping it really close. Another great drag down up air coming from John. I love the way he's moving with this Joker, but can he get back on stage? Or is Ryan going to find this stock right here at just 100%?
Really good down tilt. That was like max range. Yeah, straight back here from Falco kills here too. You're going to put some real work in here if you want to bring this one home for Carl Hayden's side. Oh, good side B in, but good coverage. Had the dash attack cancel. Ooh, my gosh. Super high recovery. Smart. We're spamming combo openers outside. We need to get some strong hits in on Falco.
Yes, we need something to seal this off, or at least reset for the edge guard scenario. That neutral air could potentially do it. Calls out the reflect, but doesn't go low enough to actually punish it now.
Oh my gosh, what a bait. Oh my gosh, what
a bait. That was amazing from Ryan. That was about to snowball so bad once Arson got there, especially both players in the triple digits, but that down tilt was spaced perfectly. And you know what, Script? All game, John has been able to just land for free. He's been able to just, hang out, stall, maybe double jump or throw out down guns. This time, Ryan was not having it. Went immediately up to the top of that magnifying glass because Falco can do that and just seals it right there. Amazing work.
Dude, I had to bite my tongue there. The entire time we had Falco on that left side, the last situation, I'm like, 99 out of 100 players get hit by a back air for jumping out of the corner. Perfectly timed on the defensive options, waited your turn there, got in, and closed out the game in a way only Falco could. That was awesome. That was some of the sickest Smash I've seen in a while.
Oh yeah, and this is I hope we get a game 3 on this set alone, just because that was truly just down to the wire. There's no time I don't think about Falco's jump height. I remember that it's really high, but seeing it right there in that moment, I was like, wow, he was touching the top blast zone off just 2 double jumps, no platform assistance or nothing. He just got up there and got it done. But if you are Carl Hayden's Joker, you definitely want to run that back. It was just one decision away, one back air away, one edge guard away. I think there was a point where he could have ended it, but got clipped by Falco's side B and wasn't able to finish it out. I think all we need to see is a little bit of cleanup on how to perfectly handle Falco's recovery. We saw a good edge guard the first stock, but it wasn't the same level of cleanliness on those next 2.
Wow. Wow. Wake me up out of my chair, I suppose. That was awesome.
Yeah, same. Peepaw's old. That helped. that was nice to see. Yeah, super exciting Smash right there. But yeah, I guess they're just still deliberating here, and it is a little bit different than a traditional tournament setting, but it's kind of nice to be able to have that round and have your whole team go, hey, what habits did you see? What habits am I doing that you need me to clean up right now? Kind of rethink things. But yeah, they're going to be locking back in, same characters. This time they're going to be going to FD. So, Joker taking Falco to FD.
It's a bold choice.
Yeah. It's an interesting choice. I feel like there's not really a lot of places to get away from Falco on FD, and his verticality is so strong he doesn't need the platform like we just saw. So I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure what John's looking for on FD.
I don't hate John's Joker, though. We saw so many times they can really strong stuff up, drag down up air. We were doing well-placed late nairs on shield while landing. This could very easily turn into Falco can't get away from Joker situation.
Yeah, it sure could.
Yeah.
Especially with those raindrops we were seeing earlier. But right now, starting off pretty strong. Ooh, that
Yeah, it's combo time. That's what I'm saying, John. It's combo time.
Yeah, I mean, and Falco is pretty heavy as well, so yeah, I kind of expected this to be the Falco combo show, but I'm being proven very wrong by John right here.
Well, the way that last game went, you really can't count either of these players out no matter what the deficit is. We had such heavy swings in that last one. Short hop, fast fall, jump over shield to find the grab.
All right, tries to end the stock with that perfectly placed F tilt. Just didn't have the timing on it. Falco able to recover again here, but only 39% taken off of John. And as I say it, Ryan, finding that throw, that's really important to be able to sneak those grabs in on Joker because you know how often he wants to try to have that Arsene counter up to steal damage. But either way, not able to finish the edge guard, and Ryan has a couple more chances on the stock.
Yeah, what a really good recovery. If we can survive this Arsene, we are living quite pretty. Ooh, good hesitation. Again, these recovery stalls are forcing the hand of this Carl Hayden team to just wait and let this recovery come back.
Yeah, you really don't see Falco get away with this so often, especially considering while Arsene is active. I think if he runs out there and counters either the Falco Fire or the side B, both probably will take the stock. But now,
right,
gonna go ahead, continuing this, not able to actually take with that down throw, but man, Ryan has got to find a hit confirm, especially an up tilt right now with all this rage, could easily turn things on their favor.
Oh, we're spot dodging in the corner, gonna get grabbed by all of those empty hops. That was ridiculous coming in from Carl Hayden's John Bennett.
Yeah, John played that so well. Just overloaded the mental stack. You know all these aerials are scary, but sometimes you just get tomahawked instead.
Ooh, real deep on this. You're gonna get downer for that? No, just gonna get back to recover safely.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna risk it all and try to like throw his stock away for it.
My goodness! Oh, we're back. Okay, I thought we were gonna see a flashback.
Yeah, I got really concerned we were gonna see the same thing happen in that first game where the tether just can't hit it from a certain angle. But yeah, even though he's got the lead, not a ton of extra credit here, only 18%.
Gonna get you off of him, but Arsene is now online. This juggle could become lethal very soon. What a good grab.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, it's a tough situation to be in because you could side B there, but there's so much lag on it too. Arsene probably still catches you.
Ooh, this is getting rough for Ryan. Not only down 2 stocks, Arsene is still here, still being a menace. Ryan finally finding his first hit there with that dare. And even the fair, not enough to kill at 160. Tries to go for a drop zone nair. I guess kind of spooked him out of recovering normally. He takes the stock that way, but yeah, this is really looking good for John in game 2.
Yeah, up air coverage. There's nowhere to land. Like you have nowhere to go. Your jump is so high that like it lets Joker reset the juggle situation, even though you like avoided the last one.
Ooh!
Oh yeah, you had to try to take that. I get that.
Wow, and both players trying to end the match off stage right there. Really smart stuff. Both still alive here. Falco able to kind of make his way back here. But yeah, there's a mountain of work to do, especially considering Arcene's about to be on deck. Maybe Ryan can force him off stage and kill him with the less than stellar Arsene recovery. If we find
You can down air that. Oh, we tried. Tech that easy.
That had to be the very edge of the window. You can still tech stuff like that too. But of all things to end the stock is actually going to be the F tilt right underneath the reflector. So now another 1-1 scenario.
Hey, that's what I was saying, Sai. It seems like it could be the Joker show, and from beginning to end of that entire game, it was unbelievable combos. We were covering so much stuff, and Falco just could not land.
Yeah, I think I was really concerned about like how far that could go in Falco's favor if the hit confirms were happening, but they were not connecting. That was all John all day. I mean, obviously it could have been a 3 stock because there was a point where he was at like 160. John was still in his first stock. A bunch of rage. Arsene was still active. That could have been even worse than it was. So Ryan did at least take a stock there. But wow, yeah, now we have another game 3 scenario, and I really can't call it because game 1 was so close for Ryan. Game 2 was really dominant for John, and I wouldn't be surprised for Ryan to be able to like kind of lick his wounds in that second game and come back with just as much fervor and momentum as we saw from John in game 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, stage seemed to play such a big deal, and honestly, I forgot that John had SD'd in that first game. I think we'd probably see a completely different story. But you get that game, you get that momentum, and it was even through the first stock of game 2. But it just seemed like again, the person who was able to take the first stock of the game really set themselves up for success later.
Yeah, for sure. So once again, both teams gonna go ahead and figure out exactly how they want to play this. But we are still locked in. Still gonna be Falco versus Joker. Man, I don't want to make a huge prediction because I feel like some of my predictions can just be very in the moment. Like that last match is so prevalent in my brain. I'm like, I don't know how John has ever lost a match in his life because he just played that match so well. But I mean, just as quickly as that can happen, we can easily see a big turnaround from Ryan here. I kind of wonder what stage they're going to go to. Probably not another flat stage because that definitely worked out for John. But yeah, if you're Ryan, I kind of wonder where you want to go from there. Maybe Hollow Bastion?
Hollow Bastion's not bad. I like Biplats in the matchup. I think, like, you know, I think Callus isn't bad. I think, like, Town and City isn't that bad, especially being Falco. Like, obviously Joker kills heavy lay off the sides. Yeah, I think Biplat in any way, shape, and form. Small Battlefield probably like the least desirable just because it's so small.
Yeah, it's a little bit cramped. Honestly, if you can get PS2, considering that Tether just didn't really work that well in Town and City, the PS2 lip is even worse than that. So you could potentially have another forced error there. But yeah, both teams just still here. Looks like we're going to be locking in and getting Hollow Bastion after all. Makes a lot of sense here. If Falco can set up for those up air ladders, not only does he get a lot of space in general with those up air ladders, but being able to double jump off of that Hollow Bastion platform, you can see some really shockingly early stocks taken from Falco. So John's going to have to be careful. But the way he's moving, the way he's executing, just some of these combos as non-Arson Joker, I feel like he's ready.
Seems like everyone's ready here to set at the setup, and characters stage is locked. In game 3 here, in our second set, we do have Queen Creek High School Varsity Smash up 1-0 on Carl Hayden, Falcons Esports.
All right, game 3, starting off strong with those up tilts, but not necessarily finishing into the big Falco combos we normally see from an up tilt at those lower percents. I think you needed just one more or a couple more damage to really, really take that as far as he could. But either way, 49%, not too bad. A lot of these reflectors kind of getting away with murder from some of them at point blank range. We saw a big punish in the last game, but a lot of these reflectors can really be your downfall. I just don't know if John is exactly sure on how to punish them.
Mm-hmm. One thing I think about here, Si, as I'm seeing this, third game open up, does Ryan grab too much?
Maybe.
I feel like I'm seeing a lot of Falco grab, especially getting up close to Joker like that. It's very scary.
Yeah, and I part of me wants to praise it just because the Joker wants to throw out that Rebels guard so often, so I get why. But if it's not leading to anything, just kind of switch it up a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you can't get the throw on the Rebels guard, you can get a smash attack instead.
Yeah.
But that aside, that up air going to come through just like I thought on Hollow Bastion, so great first start there for Ryan.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I feel like you have so many other really great, like, upfront options other than grab, like up tilt or down tilt. I feel like it's being used more often than the ratio should give.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, good cover up though here too. The short jump over with that back air, but you see Hikari just float on past that shield to the left side.
Yeah, and you see him trying to slow things down, trying to go, you know what, I can't find a confirmed opening, but you can't really take too many chances trying to box and scrap and like outspace Falco.
Woo!
He's gonna just start getting that momentum, and that down tilt once again proving to be a huge problem for John here. Wow.
Oh, great up tilt coverage.
The way they swing momentum against each other needs to be studied. Because,
yeah, it's
again,
actually cinematic.
It's just insane how fast they can adapt to the other person.
Double back air. No, great drift coming in from Hikari on this Joker. That was really, really expertly timed to get around all of Falco's big hitboxes.
Ooh, nobody home on either of those edge guard attempts. So Ryan lives on, and now you're at the perfect percent for an up air to kill or another up tilt back air. If John can't at least take this first stop, another offstage scenario, both of them not going to do anything too risky here, but John, lay down in game 3.
Able to get back, just a neutral get up, not going to find anything off the Nair 1, down air, going to set back up for another juggle. This is a 3-1 lead here in the third game of the second set. Finally going to even it back up and take that first stock.
Yeah, Angel platform F smash. He said, enough.
Yeah, I'm over it.
Something.
That was sick. That was a really good throw, and then just catching the drift away with a safe laser. Oh, goodness gracious.
Yo.
That could have been a force smash. That's so much damage coming on here, too, and the advantage is still here.
That was almost a 0 death.
Oh!
And I can't believe that back air didn't kill, but the counter.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Oh no!
Oh my gosh! What a scramble situation on the left side. Arsene runs out, so it stops our weird knockback that we were taking from Firebird. You don't have the range. You don't have the dexterity to get back on the Joker recovery. What the heck was that?
That was genuinely the worst case scenario for successfully edge guarding somebody.
Yeah.
That's so unfortunate. Even if he hadn't been able to tech it like that, like the fact that he had to lose his recovery over it is just so rough. I'm not sure if Arsene like ran out at a weird time. He wasn't sure if he was on tether or Arsene, but yeah, getting that forced error having that happen to him instead of actually getting the stock is just so demoralizing. Yeah. But that does mean that now Queen Creek is actually going to be up 2-0 against Carl Hayden, who we were kind of favoring to take this, but now Queen Creek just a couple games away from a sweep, but it won't be easy because now they are sending in Brandon, who makes sense as their anchor and their heaviest hitter.
Yeah, that PT is no joke. Going to be going up against Chase here, the captain of this Queen Creek team. Has the Terry, obviously. We saw that earlier, looked very good. Also, a little bit of Rob. I don't hate Rob versus PT very much at all. Terry can kind of get walled off a little bit harder with not as many consistent options as Rob has, like gyro and laser to do damage, where you can just kind of get brick walled by PT on Terry. But this will be really good. These are two heavy hitters.
Yeah, and both of the possible characters here are so explosive. I'm not sure if Chase is going to go Terry or Rob. I do remember specifically grinding out Rob versus Pokemon Trainer because one of my friends who was playing PT was like, what do I do about Rob? And I'm like, just be Ivysaur and throw Razor Leaf and watch how much you can do to Rob for being at that weird little like short hop angle. And you can find those up airs, you can find Vine Whips. I mean, we know Brandon is no stranger to Vine Whip. I mean,
real.
He was making that move look like day one Ivysaur. Like, lest we not forget the original Vine Whip, how scary it was. I remember seeing people dying to that at like 40 in those early days of Ultimate. But even with the nerfs from however many years ago, still a very scary move. So Chase got a lot of work cut out for him for sure.
It seems like, I mean, the players are chosen for us kind of at this point with only one player left on each roster. Just got to deliberate the stage and character picks going forward. So should be sat down coming up soon. Yeah, I'm excited to see what this character pick will be. I think we probably have more chances to change coming in from Chase, just because we've only seen 2 games from other characters from Brandon this entire season. But definitely a couple of more games on Rob.
Yeah, looks like we're going to be getting the Terry after all. So it's going to be Terry versus Pokemon Trainer. Again, not a bad matchup. I feel like F-Tilt can get you a lot of mileage here. Honestly, all the Terry specials are pretty strong. But, yeah, if Brandon's been playing like he was playing earlier, this could be a long night.
Fist bumps are out. We have our 2 competitors for this potential final game here. If Queen Creek is able to take it, and if this Terry is able to do it, that will be the end of the season for the Arizona Interscholastic Association's Smash Brothers.
Ooh, okay. I'm seeing some really nice Terry combos right there. The very last hit of that episode leading to the crack shoot. But the Vine Whip putting him in a horrible spot and taking the stock sub 70 yet again. Brandon might be the god of Vine Whip. That was insane.
Ooh, got the Nair hit here too. This is really good follow-up. Nair going to come down from Ivysaur's behalf, but still stronger hits coming out from Terry. Power Dunk, no, my goodness. What punish do we have on this? This is crazy.
Yeah, I was getting really nervous. Even at 31%, a max rage dare could be a huge problem for Terry if Brandon's able to find it. But wow, he is just torturing him with these back airs over and over again, coast to coast.
Ooh, good coverage! Good coverage! Oh my gosh!
You know what? Obviously, the optimal way to fight Terry is to never let him have go. He took that so personally. He said, I'm going to kill you sub 80 every time, and you're never going to get to see the other half of this character. Amazing work from Brandon.
Finally, stock taken here for Mist. What can we find against this Squirtle here? There's a very light character. I'm shocked they haven't switched back to the Ivysaur already.
Yeah, honestly, I think that Ivysaur was putting in work. Not that Squirtle isn't, though, of course.
Right.
I like the way he's moving, too, trying to set things up with the water gun, trying to force another air out of Terry's recovery here. But now, here it is, it's Ivysaur time. Late back air, up air, Vine Whip, all those things. Massive threats that can once again kill Terry. Sub 100 if he's not careful. Chase fighting back, though, getting some solid strings. Getting a great parry on that up air as well from Ivysaur. That was crucial. But we still got a lot of work to do to at least take the stock. And hopefully, if he's lucky, finally get to have that go online. No shot.
Yeah, not happening. What a
You will
crazy
never have
move.
go. You will never have go, brother. That was so insane. All 3 stocks being taken by that Vine Whip. And the third one, I mean, just a center stage back air leading to your demise. That is a rough go of it for Chase. But amazing work from Brandon. Keeping the dream alive here. Showing us exactly how Carl Hayden made it to the finals.
Yeah. Great response, too. I feel like the team needs that. I feel like the bench needs that kind of energy boost to put through this Carl Hayden team. Inspiring performance, some would say.
Yeah, just absolutely insane work. Y'all gotta start him, bro. like, if you have somebody that can do that much damage, you can really wreck the momentum and the mentality of the other team there. But I'm not gonna count Chase out of this just yet. I mean, we're still seeing some really cool Terry combos, but bang for your buck, that Ivysaur he's moving on a whole other level.
Yeah, you just got to get in more.
Impressed.
You just got to get in more on the Terry. I mean, when you have only 3 openings per stock to take it, you need to be doing like 50 or 60 each interaction. When you're getting stuffed out of 2 or 3 of those, it's really, really hard to make anything shake.
Yeah. And he doesn't even get to be like, all right, I've got go. Here's me threatening you. Here's this episode. No, you're getting out of there every time. Hopefully, in the second game, he's able to actually enjoy that a little bit more. But I'm kind of learning in real time how easy it is for Ivysaur to kill you at exactly 85, 75, 90% to make sure that you never have to deal with it. And maybe it's because of Terry's weight. I don't know if Brandon just had really, really optimized Ivysaur strings, but it's definitely look like we're going to be going to a game 4 if we don't see some changes.
Yeah, at the very least. I mean, if you want to talk about game 4, do you just... Because at that point, you can send back in players that have already played, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you just keep the Ivysaur and the Pokemon Trainer and Brandon out there to try to even just keep the hot hand?
Brandon, don't move. That's what
I don't blame it. It's interesting, but it'll still have a ways to go. We still have at least 1 game, maybe 2, if Chase wakes up in the second effort. But yeah, a lot to consider here.
All right, game 2, gonna be moving it to PS2. Oh, you done took him to his home turf. You know, let Ivysaur come home where he's familiar. Risky stuff here, but either way, once again, starting off with the Squirtle. Again, I feel like the Squirtle is a perfectly fine Squirtle. But this one, kind of getting dumped up a little bit. 48% uncontested so far. Chase.
Yeah, this is really good spacing on all these tilts. That is the main thing you need to worry about. Because, as soon as you get in, as the jab block comes through, once you let Squirtle in, he's taking everything.
Sponsors, go ahead and pick this up. That was 68% after eating such a big combo. And a perfectly spaced down air. Terry's recovery isn't bad, but it can't really weather the storm against moves as big as Ivysaur's or, God help you, Charizard to even get there. So once again, another early lead. No-go meter found yet again. And that's what I was afraid of. Up airs underneath that platform on this stage are nightmare fuel if you're not careful with Chase.
There you go. Very good Nair find. Stop the bleeding now, and not too much extra credit to speak of. It's just how do you respond at this point? This is probably the most important point of the match here.
Yeah, definitely going to get really dicey again. Once again, at 74, we have to see if there's some way you can get to go. And that Vine Whip is just wrecking all of Queen Creek's dreams right there. I don't think I've seen anybody properly behind that Vine Whip in this finals or even the match we saw with Brayden earlier today. That move is just disturbingly good.
Yeah. Incredible knockback on that. And it's something not something you see all the time too, so you're not really ready for the exact DI you need. Now back against the wall here, Mist. Is this going to be our first 2-0 of the night?
Oh, brother. Okay, all right. Had a little bit too much dip on his chip right there, but still, even the ledge grab, regrab doesn't get punished, and another Vine Whip going to set Terry up for failure. He may have staled Vine Whip at this point. Now he has to find the sweet spot. Not needed, though, because the down air cleans things up for Brandon's team.
Wow. I
Brandon, I don't
mean,
even know what
it's
you
called
said.
an anchor for a reason. It holds you down.
Mm-hmm.
Getting held down completely there. Brandon Zunga is doing unbelievable things.
That's one of those games. It's almost like when you're playing Rivals. You're like, you know what? I don't know how the team is doing, but I know I'm 25-4. So I know it's not on me. Whatever's happening here. I mean, that was expert level Pokemon trainer work. And it's not even that Chase wasn't doing great. I feel like his Terry is fantastic, but he never really got to threaten anything with Go. We didn't really see him, successfully get any edge guards either because he spent so much time off stage himself. Honestly, maybe even I wouldn't have been mad if he switched to Rob after that game one either, just to try the other matchup, So, 2-1 in the series. Queen Creek still up, still 1 away from winning our finals, but Carl Hayden definitely here to fight hard.
Yeah. Looks like the handshakes are out. We got our player selected, I believe.
All right, yeah, let's take a look at who's going to be coming up next here. Again, if they don't run Brandon again, then they're making a choice. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it freely. I would have Brandon run at least 2 sets back-to-back. I'm not sure if there's like a specific rule that forces them to alternate, but I know after game 3 you can start repeating your players. So
yeah,
I don't know, but we'll see.
A tip from production there, too. That is 30 games in a row that Brandon has played this season on Pokemon Trainer. Never lost.
He is 30 for 30 like the Kendrick and SZA song. That's crazy.
He's 30 for 30.
30 for 30. He's 30 for 30.
No, it's unbelievable. It's consistency, too. Like, some days you don't wake up in the right set frame of mind. You still show up and put the work in like that. That is something you don't see all too often.
Yeah, and Pokemon Trainer is not even one of those, like, top-tier characters that you can, like, even on your off days, they kind of, like, carry you through. Like, Pokemon Trainer is good, but you look at, like, the top 8 characters, like, nowhere on that level. So to be 30 for 30, even with the top tier, is impressive. But with Ivysaur, and I'm just saying Ivysaur because it's mostly Ivysaur, but with just a section of Pokemon Trainer, that's really crazy. I don't think we saw Charizard once that entire set.
Yeah, except for like one recovery. That's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I mean, that's a crazy stat. I know that. But game 4 looks like we're going back to the Joker, and it's going to be Joker versus Falco yet again. I'm pretty sure we just saw Falco win the previous set. But John was I don't know. These
it was a hot one. It was a hot one.
They're just both dominating the other person, so I can't even make a big prediction at this point.
Remains to be seen. This was probably, I think pound for pound, my favorite set we've seen thus far. Excited to see it run back.
Mm-hmm. It's just
I think
so
these two characters have been like just super fun to observe.
Yeah, they really have. I definitely think that Ryan got some momentum in that third game and just never let his foot off the gas, and that was huge. It seemed like John was starting to make the adaptations, albeit a smidge too slow, but if we remember correctly, lost his own stock on his own successful edge guard at the end of that game 3, which is that's such a whack sentence, but it does happen, It's
true. It's the truth. This game 4, our first game 4 we have seen amongst our semis and our finals matchup. I'm super excited that it is in our grand finale here.
All right, here we go on small battlefield now. One thing we were talking about earlier, Falco's Reflector, I feel like we're seeing them come out a lot from Ryan, like whenever he's just kind of like trying to force a reset to neutral. John's not really been able to punish him too much. Hopefully, in the downtime between, he's found some answers there because I feel like that could be a huge opening for him. But either way, great tracing with these up airs, with these tethers as well. And of course, this is space heavyweight, so those combos are going to be even easier to land. Yeah, we saw Ryan really dominant in the previous set. So who's to say? It's anybody's game still. Ooh, interesting.
Down throw coverage. Upper doesn't kill there, too. Trying to get the snipe with the uppie off the top, but no. Thank you. Oh, finally going to find a grab. High risk, high reward. A little too antsy on the up air afterwards.
Yeah, and I think John didn't mean to go for that wall jump, so kind of had to reset the situation here. But now, to quote Usher, Daddy's home. Arsene is here, and you know how scary that is, especially if John can take that first stock and carry that momentum into stock 2, because that's exactly how he won the second game.
Back air coverage, looking for the hover, baits out the dash attack, was not able to go in for a punish on the whiffed option.
Okay, this time Ryan saying, you know what? We scrapped with Arsene before, didn't work out that well. Just going to fade back and go for some lasers instead to kind of stall the time. And I think it's paying off in dividends here for sure.
Nice.
And that back air, not the best DI angle, just barely not enough to kill, but the nair doesn't connect there. That's insane.
I can't believe we didn't hit that.
It's so active. That's really shocking.
Ooh, get up attack. Could have been scouted. That jump over the knockdown was really cool. Ooh, up air again. Got to get it off that platform. Arsene online. We have to close out the stock here. This is where the game starts to run away from you if you don't close it now.
Yeah, this is kind of worst case scenario. And that dash attack going to send for a horrible angle. And that time the back air is able to come through. And this is exactly what we're afraid of now. Joker's not only up a couple stocks, but got a lot of Arsene to play with. Even if he can't get those combos, just gets a couple side Bs. That's still a ton of extra credit just for Arsene existing at this point. But it gets reflected! I have to eat my words the same way he has to eat that side B, and he goes down on that stock.
Ooh, looking for a pickup on the drop down with the up tilt and the up air, but no. Playing super passively here, though, is John.
Ooh. And there it is, starting to throw out that Rebels guard. You know that Falco wants to press something. And that's kind of why we saw him going for so many grabs earlier. But on top of that platform, perfectly safe place to go for it. Great spot dodge. Now those grab whiffs, you brought it up earlier. They're coming out again. Got to be careful.
Oh, caught the drift in after the short hop forward, so it made it think it was safe to land there. That was really good spacing.
It's so crazy how often they're two-stocking each other back-to-back.
Yeah.
It's literally just a coin flip, it feels like, from our perspective. But that time, John definitely came out ahead of it, especially with that late in the final hour Arsene got on that first stock. Really easy to just grow that lead even further. So, once again, John in the driver's seat. But we've seen Ryan grab that steering wheel and change everything at the drop of a hat. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to Game 5 here. And if you're just tuning in, remember, Queen Creek High Smash Varsity High Schools team, the Bulldogs, the away team. That's enough. You know, Queen Creek, they are up 2-1 against Carl Hayden here. Nearly were able to take it into 3-0. Carl Hayden was able to have a dominant game with their resident Pokemon trainer. And now they're up a little bit with John being up in the series. We could very, very easily see this go to Game 5. If it does go to Game 5, I wonder who Queen Creek would actually send out, now that I think about it.
It is interesting to think because, like, you don't run back the same match you've already played. I imagine you win that. It was like the Toon Link versus the Little Mac. I take Toon Link in that most of the time. I don't know, man. It's tough. This is a really weird situation for Queen Creek because, like, you either put in Chase if it doesn't go to a fifth game here, and you just get counterpicked by Brandon, or you go Jermaine and then you see how it fares kind of against Brandon. Do you want more data, or do you want to try something new? Is kind of like the split in thought processes there.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations where it can just feel lose-lose, even if nothing has necessarily happened yet. It's just a tricky decision to make. But just to let you know, this is Carl Hayden. They have gotten second place the last 2 years in a row, and they are trying to finally get the dub, finally take first, even though they're down in their series. And we've seen time and time again those second-place curses are so hard to break. Not impossible, but very, very difficult. But either way, if John can keep moving like he's moving, we could potentially see them finally get that first place.
Sat down, fist bumps out. We have our second game here in this fourth set.
All right, running it over to PS2 once again. Both players really, really being cautious in the beginning of this. I feel like the start of the matches before was just them just kind of like running at each other full speed, but now they're definitely being a lot more careful. Ooh! I love the way John is moving. John is determined to get us to that game 5, but Ryan not making it easy, responding with 70% immediately after all that first 20 seconds.
And you see the mentality shift. As soon as Arsene comes out, you see Falco just dip straight to the left side of the stage. Does not want to be anywhere close. Let that timer run out naturally.
Yep, once again, letting it run out. And honestly, probably scouting for another side beater reflect. But as I said, eats that one to the dome. The high recovery, because of course, don't want to deal with that Arsene back here again at the ledge. Makes a lot of sense. Arsene's out of here. And another whiffed grab. That exact scenario, if he had just up tilted, that could have been the stop.
Yeah, it's crazy how they just played leapfrog there for like 5 iterations. They just short hopped over each other's shields like back to back to back to back to back.
That was clean, though. Another raindrop. Footstool guns coming out yet again. It looks so cool every time Joker. I know it's almost like jingling keys for a baby, but every time I see it, I'm like, oh, wow.
It's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. Do it again. Do it again. Okay. Awkward recovery. Still able to make it back. Arsene is almost here. Ryan has to take the stock right now before things get way, way worse.
You know, it's about to get wicked if Arsene shows up. Ooh, just spending everything. Any option we can choose that would take a kill here, too. Falco going to throw it out, finally going to meet its mark.
Yeah, he really needed that. Joker was about to pop ult, you know.
Yeah,
Arsene was definitely going to be there. It's getting rough.
Watch the side B. Going to go high there, too. A little too high to be covered. This is our opening here, though. Oh, my gosh, the re-grab. What a find after forward air. No drag down.
And that's the rough thing about Falco, too. You try to get out of a combo with an air dodge, he's like, oh, I'm still right here.
I'm not going anywhere.
I'm leaving here with something. Like, that's what it feels like every time Falco hits you. But now, got Arsene back on the board here, being much more cautious about side B after what happened in the previous game. This time the grab works out, though, so completely even game here.
Reflecting the lasers. So you can have a taste of your own medicine here as well. I got a reflector. Waiting out Arsene, that was really good. And immediate coverage of the options.
Oh man, shades of the previous set coming out. Tried so hard to get that top of the blast zone up air. Couldn't find it this time though. Again, this is so close. Running away from the punish. I know that Falco forward air is so tricky to punish. That landing hitbox just... I don't know how safe it is, but I know I also don't want to pull the trigger on punishing it, so I get the reset here. But can you actually secure this stock while Falco's in the corner?
Wow.
Another up air, up smash will do it for John.
Gotta find an up tilt. Down tilt will work here as well. Last stock here in this second game. We have seen a complete awakening from Falco for Queen Creek here. But can it be enough to take us to a game 3?
Gonna have to see. All right, a little bit of an air-to-air battle there. I like the attempt, trying to find the dare on that wake-up attack. Could have been huge, but I think John got a little bit overstimulated right there. Then went for the counter, like, I don't know what you're pressing. Hopefully I find something, but Ryan, once again, put on the gas here and backing off immediately as soon as Arsene pops up.
Yeah, really good position here. You have to wait out this Arsene. You are actually cooking. You cannot get caught by any of these rogue options. We'll be going in for to throw caution to the wind, if you will. Yeah, there it is. Win for the grab. Want to go down, throw back air. Yeah, now this is a hard winning situation here, too. You have to clean this one up soon, but, like, this is about as easy as it gets.
Yeah, this is the ideal scenario, especially because I will put Queen Creek one win away from being our champions today and cementing the Carl Hayden second place curse here. But John still in this, still got some fight. Arsene nearly back here, but has to be so careful not to get tagged by an up tilt or any stray back here like we saw in the beginning.
Oh, wow.
On that first shot.
Ooh, no drop down with the down air, but back air close to the blast zone. This is terrible situation. Down air again. Gotta get creative here.
Nice. Get creative here is exactly what he does as he goes for the drop zone bear. Smart stuff.
Good pop off as well there, too. That was really well deserved. Brought that game all the way back to bring it to what would be this, deciding game 5.
Well, here we are for all the marbles here. Carl Hayden and Queen Creek one set away from deciding who's going to be our play versus champions here. If you are the Carl Hayden team, I beg you to throw Brandon back in the mix. I don't know if anyone, on any team can deal with Brandon tonight. Queen Creek got quite the uphill battle regardless of who they send in. They could potentially send Jermaine back in, the Toon Link. I mean, he started them off strong. He played earlier, played really well earlier today as well. But, I mean, amazing stuff for John to be able to get them to game 4. You know who your anchor is. You know it's crunch time. You know you have to break that second place curse. If I'm the Queen Creek team, I am thinking specifically about how to deal with Brandon.
Right. It's tough. It's really tough. I don't know. It's kind of been the boogeyman for this team the entire set thus far. Do you rock forward? I mean, Toon Link versus the PT could be interesting. You go Pokemon match. You have if Ryan was able to stay and also having a Pokemon trainer, it'd be really fun to see the Ditto. But yeah, this is a tough read.
Yeah, it's going to be some really intense decision making here. Man, I don't know how to call it, but I'm definitely expecting Brandon. I don't know which character can deal with PT the best. I mean, they could throw Ryan back and try to go for the mirror, but that seems a little cheeky. If they do throw Jermaine, we haven't seen the Greninja yet. We've only seen the Toon Link. And I don't think Greninja's a bad matchup for Pokemon Trainer.
No.
Who knows? All right, we're going to be getting Brandon and Jermaine. So, as predicted, Carl Hayden is going to be throwing in their heaviest hitter with Brandon. Meanwhile, leader of the Queen Creek team, Jermaine, is going to be coming out as either Toon Link or Greninja. The number one thing I'm concerned about here, and it is going to be Toon Link. We've seen Brandon just get highway robbery off those Vine Whips. What is Jermaine's plan for dealing with that?
I mean, projectile war. That's kind of the only. This is the only character that has consistent and annoying projectiles that would force out a different character. Like you force out the Squirtle by playing Toon Link. You force out the Charizard to kind of deal and break through those hits with like the forward airs or back airs or nairs. So I think it kind of plays at a weird distance and pace for Ivysaur to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can honestly kind of like out-zone him on the Razor Leafs. That could be really huge. You can control a lot of space with his own retreating forward airs. Potentially Zaire could be a big option here, but we're definitely going to need to see some good execution. Toon Link is floaty, so the combos will be a little bit tougher, but he's not that heavy. So we're watching heavies get blown up at like 85, 90. Toon Link is really going to be out of there in the right circumstances from Brandon.
Yeah, hard deliberation. Stage is also a really big deal here too. I think both of these characters really thrived on like biplats. If you can get it, if there was Kalos or Smashville, or I'm sorry, Kalos or a Small Battlefield or like like Town and City in that variation, they do really well at comboing from the sides, like left and right. So I think that'd probably be a big part of the killing game plan for either character. But I think like Ivysaur has done so well to go coast to coast. You probably don't want a wide map.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, even though we haven't seen it, Pokemon Trainer does have kind of a lackluster recovery.
Yeah.
Despite the way these matches have gone. And Toon Link, down throw bomb into fair, drop zone, fair and air, could all be really good. Sans dealing with like Charizard, I guess, specifically. But yeah, I don't know where you want to take them. Let's take a look at the lobby and see if they selected a stage yet. They're going to be going to Smashville. Okay. Number one thing I'm worried about, it's not as prevalent on Smashville as it is on the biplats, but landing like a late up air with Ivysaur under a platform is so scary, and that monoplat takes up so much of the stage. So Jermaine's just going to have to be really careful about trying to track Brandon's landings.
And here we go here to Game 5, Set 5, I should say, in the first game of this final set between these two high schools.
All right, once again, Jermaine just shutting that corner down with those up tilts and, of course, that forward tilt, which could be pretty strong against a character like Ivysaur when he does come out. But right now, double bear from Squirtle going to set up for a lot of pressure off stage. And the water gun going to just go ahead and give him the first stop. That was amazing.
Yeah, unbelievable find right there. It felt like the Pokemon trainer was kind of getting bullied around, but finally got their chance to do an edge guard and just cashed in immensely.
Yeah, and that was a single interaction. Even that hero spin, actually, now that I think about it, Water Gun can kind of take your stock early because you kind of move and you end up in free fall if you're pushed off stage.
Right.
Is one of the links in that hero spin, so gotta be careful for that. Vine Whip coming out, barely not enough to kill, but that pressure from Ivy under those monoplats still really, really good.
We're gonna go out there again. Oh, down air, perfectly placed. What a spot to find it.
Rinse and repeat. This is looking like a potential 3-stock here. All right, goes for the IDJ
Oh,
back
uppy
air.
at him?
Still able to force the edge guard, and in under a minute and 14 seconds, Brandon takes game 1 of the final set.
Yeah, that was unbelievably fast. Just no room for error against Brandon on this Pokemon trainer. You swing one wrong time, you make one overextension in the distance you are from your opponent, and it's just lights out.
That was rough stuff for the Queen Creek team. But now Carl Hayden can finally potentially break their second place curse if we can see just half of what Brandon just put out right there. I mean, I don't even know where you start the coaching process for Jermaine's team. It just felt like there were maybe 4.5 interactions that entire game, and they just led to so much disaster for Brandon. Wow. I don't know what you do here.
Yeah. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. It feels like you need a heavy switch up. Do you go to a character you've been playing in, mostly practice here? Yeah, there's not really a character. Like, if you had a Mario, or if you had, like, a Fox, or if you had a character that was able to play the neutral game with Ivysaur and with this Pokemon trainer, I think you fare a lot better. But I think the side for Queens Creek, like Greninja and Toon Link, are very long-winded, kind of like flowy characters. But if you just go in there and play some rock and roll against Pokemon trainer, it makes life a lot easier.
Yeah, it definitely would, because Brandon is like, I need to go home now. That's the way he's playing. He's playing at maximum speed. And also, not for nothing, Toon Link, not the easiest character to edge guard, let alone being able to do it 3 times in a row. He's so floaty, his recovery is seen as so good, but there was just an impenetrable wall when it came to Brandon's Ivysaur. We're even at like 60%. I saw one of the Vine Whips. I'm like, I don't know if Toon Link makes it back from here. Like, he technically can, but I don't think Brandon lets it happen. So hopefully game 2 we can see some changes here. We are still locked into the same characters, but Brandon just 3 stocks away from breaking the Carl Hayden curse and winning it all for their team.
Ooh, forward tilt here, good coverage. Trying to catch a chase down on the roll away from Squirtle, not going to find it.
Ooh, did that take the jump? All right, Toon Link still able to recover, trying to be patient and not necessarily like overextend, but as I say it, down tilt, a great way to force Tink back off stage. Back air and a Vine Whip, even on a stage as big as Kalos, still killing sub 90%. Wow.
Breaking through so many projectiles as well here too. That nair, that forward air, that back air kind of beats through everything Toon Link puts out as, you know, caution for the middle of this stage, but, you know, does not matter.
All right, we're seeing the up airs coming out. Kind of trying to fight back here. Switching to Charizard makes a lot of sense. 1, you've got all the knockback from your rage, and 2, you're going to live for a really long time here on the stage. And situations like that set up into the back air for Charizard could be disastrous.
Forward air down, yeah, break that out of hit stun immediately. You have such a good position for it. Nair going to beat out the jump. We have bomb, but perfectly placed back air. My goodness.
Wow. I wish I had more to say than wow, but wow, oh wow. Amazing work from Brandon. Still, good response from Jermaine, able to jump up there and get that up air. Let him know that Brandon can't get too comfortable here, but he's just 1 stock away. And these offstage scenarios have been rough. Not able to set up into the waterfall, but we've seen so many good gimps that down tilt's going to be rough. Going to reset it. Water gun is a huge problem here. Jermaine just barely hanging on by a thread here, but never finding his way back to center.
We're trying to hover over with aerials here. Moving really well with, you know, the weaker combining hits. Got to find something to take damage. Oh my goodness, so close to killing. This one is on the ropes. And Carl Hayden completes the reverse 3-0 here to take the Arizona Interscholastic Association Super Smash Bros. Championship. Oh my gosh.
He played that so phenomenal. And that was just, I mean, I have no notes. I genuinely think he played that so perfectly. Even if the edge guard situations wouldn't lead to a stock, he was still getting like 67% every single time that Toon Link was off stage, a place he's normally pretty comfortable. So
Yeah.
congratulations to the team. They've broken the curse. They are our champions. Brandon really held them down, winning 2 of the 3 necessary sets there. Of course, John did great too, being able to come into that game 4, especially when they really needed to alternate right there and stay alive in the series. So congratulations, Carl Hayden. Queen Creek, though, of course, did amazing. Still was able to take those 2 games. Almost got a full 3-0 sweep. They were able to fully finish that out, but Carl Hayden just had their number down.
Yeah. Excellent showing from these 2 teams and everybody we got to see today. It is so much fun and refreshing to see the young, up-and-coming talent in Smash Bros. All over the country. It has been a really fun time to sit down and watch these games with you.
Yeah, it's been amazing. So, with that said, we have our champions decided. Congratulations to Carl Hayden. And before we go ahead and say our final goodbyes here, we of course want to give 1 or 2 last shout outs here, starting primarily with Recruit. So, if you are wondering what you can be doing after high school, remember Play versus Recruit is a free platform that connects you directly with college esports programs across the US and Canada. So it's never too late to get discovered. You can get recruited and you can turn your passion into your path. And remember, everybody watching at home, esports is not just a hobby. Now it's a college opportunity.
Awesome stuff, everybody. And congratulations, Carl Hayden, one final time. I do believe we'll be sending it to the arena for the final thank yous, goodbyes, and trophy ceremony. Production, am I correct in saying that? Beautiful. A little bit of time here too, though. I mean, seeing these players play, it's very exciting to like think about what these regions might look like, what these players kind of will take shape into as they further their career into it. I mean, Arizona, not a place that has had consistent Smash Brothers production at like the highest level of the game, but seeing what these players kind of have in their state coming through the ranks is very encouraging.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much up and coming talent to be on the lookout for. Obviously, you and I, we spend so much time in the traditional Smash scene and all these other majors. I will remember Brandon,
right?
Once he starts getting out there and starts going to events, because man, that kid is definitely on the rise here. Of course, all the players saw today were very talented too. Not gonna knock anybody, but I'm really excited with the Smash Bros that I saw here. So, as always, of course, I've been Cy. You can check me out on Twitter at CyPBOK. Script, anything you want to say before we swap back over to our people with their boots on the ground?
No, my friend. Keep it locked in on your Scholastic Esports aspirations. Check out all of the beautiful people that put this event together, and we will see you another time. Good night, everybody.
Congratulations. Hello? Congratulations. What a beautiful game. I would like to thank everybody for coming here and also invite our runner-ups. Can I have Queen Creek come up here? One at a time. Beautiful. And next up, the award. Here you go, coach. Pictures, anybody? Okay, one more picture. Great job, great job, great job. Can y'all take a picture right after, please? Right. Okay, round of applause for these guys. They made it a long way. Congratulations. And next, and I'm going to get it correct this time, our finale, our winners. Can I invite up Carl Hayden? Carl Hayden. Yeah. I almost forgot. Congratulations, guys. Y'all did a big one. Y'all beat the dogs. That's crazy. Oh my. And for the coach, here's your trophy. Right. Yeah. Congratulations, guys. Y'all did great. And pictures? Oh, y'all are on it. Oh my. Y'all can't even see the family and friends back there taking all these pictures. Great. And next, Coach, have a couple of questions for you. Come on up. Can you come a little closer? So first, I hear one of your teammates here are undefeated. Who is that?
That would be Brandon, our own Biff. There's a phrase at the local tournaments that we do, at the sundown tournaments that we've been doing all year. Something goes along like, "Oh God, it's Biff."
That is awesome, man. You did great out there, bro. And next question. I was just a little confused, probably other people too. So how do you pick who goes next for these like events, or like what does your lineup usually look like? Is it your strongest player first or your strongest last?
Well, throughout the season, we were putting our strongest player first, so we would send Brandon in first. That and he had to go home early, yeah. So we'd send Brandon in first. Brandon would secure the first victory, and then we'd secure the next two. But we wanted to switch it up a little bit to try to make sure that we gave our other players a chance to secure victories. So in that final round, once Johnny believed and secured that victory, Brandon finishes the job.
That is great. And last question. So y'all did really great out there, but like, what was the practices like? Where did y'all get? Is this like natural born talent? Where did y'all get this like reaction time for all those dodges, those moves, and everything?
So it's a combination of natural born talent and just a whole lot of practicing. These guys play Smash every minute they get. They're in my room at lunch, during homeroom, after school. Yeah, there's a lot of practice time on our Switch. There's a lot of play time on our Switch, and it all paid off today.
Well, another congratulations and a big round of applause to you guys. Good job. And next is our goodbye. Thank you all for viewing this esports championships, AIA 2026, and thank you for the friends and family that are all here to support these kids, and thank you for everything. Yeah, just thank you and goodbye from us. Signing out.